Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 205, Book 2, Chapter 80, An Empress on Move. Last week's 500 Stones chapter, Lisa Kudjoe and Chal Akustika watched as a huge warship just flew over the whole base. "Oh, that crest," one of the soldiers commented. "The crest?" Lisa looked curious. She looked upwards. She saw two feathered wings, slightly reminiscent of celestial being. The difference was that these wings were on a shield, as they did in medieval times. Check the belly of the carrier. This warship is the flagship of one of the empresses. More precisely, Layla Anaheim. The Empress of Logistics, probably one of the most influential women in the whole empire. The soldier commented with a shrug. "You mean to say that as his wife, she can have the entire fleet under her control?" Lisa looked baffled for a second by such information. They treat military assets like private property. The chain of command, well, it was not what she expected as she comes from a modern military. Indeed. It's Empress Layla's retinue, obviously not as big as His Majesty's retinue, as he has an entire armada. Armada. Indeed, 3 carriers, 9 light frigates, over 50 knights and of course the elites of G-Force, its entire invasion fleet. The soldier sounded proud. "Oh, wow, that's Andraste." Even the soldier looked surprised as he pointed at the winged mobile suit leaving the carrier, followed by several military transporters. It would seem she will be using the portal. Lisa realized that there was no other reason for this woman to be here. "I never imagined there would be a Gundam that has feathered wings." The ex-celestial being commented to herself, "Now that's a divine machine, it would strike like that to a common person." Probably. The soldier didn't speculate as he continued to stay guard. He was here to make sure these two didn't wander where they shouldn't. As the blonde empress arrived, the pair simply waited there. They enjoyed hotel-level treatment with food and nice lodging, and waited for the portal to open, as Marcus had assigned them to the space fleet on the other side. "You must be the two from the other side of the portal?" a blonde woman dressed in traveling clothes asked. She had several royal guards behind her, and next to her was a blonde boy dressed in similar traveling gear. "That would be us. I assume you are one of the empresses?" Lisa asked back respectfully as she, alongside Chal, stood up and walked over to her. "Yes. I am Layla Anaheim. I usually don't deal in Marcus' business, he is the one who moves around technology and talent. I am the one who deals with budgets and all things related to that," she replied as she walked over and sat down on the empty couch. The pair of them returned to their seats as they followed the blonde empress lead. "Trajan, come over, introduce yourself." The blonde motioned for the blonde boy to walk over. "Hello, good day to you too, I am Trajan Anaheim." The boy slightly bowed as he introduced himself. A/N, his name was supposed to be Trajan, not Trojan. Why I thought it was that before. "Oh, he must be a prince." "Yes. Well, we are training our kids not to stuff their heads full of their status and all that. Empty pride is counterproductive in the long term. If you want to be proud, then make sure it comes from your own achievements." Layla explained, motioning for one of her maids to prepare some tea for her. That is a good way to look at it when you are the literal rulers of a united world. Lisa was impressed to see how much the imperial family cares about how people raise their kids. She read enough to recall how the princes and princesses end up in such huge empires with so much privilege. Marcus's literal imperial degree. It's actual law. Layla deadpanned. It's literally against the law to pamper kids. In his words, "No woman will pamper their kids under my watch." Or something like that, it's years ago now. Layla pretended to sound like her husband. "Is it? Even enforced by the police or military?" Chal looked a bit amused by such a strange law. "In a way." Layla had this pondering look as she tried to recall. Regardless. She motioned for her child to take a seat. "We are moving to the other side to see what the hell he is doing." Layla narrowed her eyes. Is he doing something strange?" Lisa looked a bit worried, she could tell this empress was pissed. "Mother is concerned about how many new mothers I will have." Trajan casually commented as he pulled out a drawing board and began to doodle on it with a pencil. He almost immediately detached from them, as their conversations are boring to the prince. The blonde looked at her son and sighed. To the boy, it was already normal to have several mothers. Oh. It took a couple of moments for the pair to understand what he meant by that. From what I recalled, Wang Lu Mei was one of his fiancées. Lisa recalled the ecstatic heiress and how giddy that black-haired girl was. "I know that." Layla shook her head, "It was not it. It's Euphemia and Maribel." The blonde narrowed her eyes when she mentioned those two. She should have known that those could pull something like that. I haven't seen or heard those two before. Lisa and Chow looked at each other. Those two are princesses of the Empire, and his half-sisters. Layla clarified as she sighed once more. Her reply caused the pair to have several strange expressions. And it's not even him. It's most likely him just accepting their outrageous ideas as the pair of them are getting spoiled rotten. Wait, but we just talked about. Chow was confused. Didn't they just talk about a literal imperial degree against getting spoiled? It's not against the law to spoil one's wife. But kids, so that they wouldn't grow up spoiled brats. The blonde clarified. Besides the point. Those two never truly saw themselves as his half-sisters. Since he grew up far away from them. The Empress explained to the pair, her tone was a bit droll. That is why. I am going there. We are going to rotate with my fellow empresses to make sure they don't go overboard because he most likely is spoiling them now that there are no empresses there with him. It sounds like a wife is going to pick her husband away from the notorious mistresses. Lisa thought to herself. Is it a bit bad if his sisters are doing that? Won't it be a bad example for the younger generation? Chow spoke as she looked at the blonde boy sitting next to Layla. Don't worry. Officially, Mark only has one proper aunt. The blonde empress commented. The Anaheim imperial family made sure there were not that many connections between them and the now-defunct Britannian royal family. I see. It was not the explanation she was hoping to hear. You will learn the details along the way. Our world is a bit complex. But on the genetic side of things. You shouldn't worry either, I suppose this is the real reason why they are not holding back anymore. The blonde frowned as she realized that this was mostly the reason why they stopped hiding their intentions and striking now. They can finally have kids with them and not worry about how they develop. I see. Even his half-sisters want him. The pair were speechless to say the least. Never could ex-celestial being commanders imagine that something like this would happen in this day and age. But then again, given the Emperor's sheer power, there is no other men with that much political power and influence. Not that the pair understood it yet. The pair of princesses never cared about his political power or influence. It's how well he takes care of them, the typical kindness. Marcus' rapid growth in the space industry was in full swing. Euclid's class moving factory that he got from Celestial Being was upgraded to utilize Anaheim technology. The military installed the GN Tau drives instead of proper GN drives. Marcus moved the factory to the asteroid field, where it could mine the minerals for the growth. In other words, he had the factory produce more Euclid's class factories. It's as simple as that. Well, not as simple as that, as the mobile factory will make parts, and the Legion bots will assemble the factory. Now, the only issue with this design is energy. Legion bots require power to operate. To address this, the Emperor went with several solutions, batteries and portable solar panels. Among other things, there was even an idea to beam energy from Earth. But that was shelved, as it was a completely different technological field that would need time to develop. One of the proposed ideas was Legion bot carriers with GN drives, powered by GN particles. Well, that could work, as Legion bots already have carriers. Not that Marcus has built any of that in this reality yet. Not that he is planning to go beyond what is necessary. This reality was not his. While he will let his kid rule it, that doesn't mean he will give away all his imperial secrets. He already united the world and humanity. There are a few stragglers, but they will cave in eventually, and he used his experience to improve the government. On top of that, he will leave Anaheim and what it achieved in this reality. All he took from them was Celestial Being. In his opinion, that is a fair trade. He removed a terrorist organization that was blowing up things. Speaking of Celestial Being. The portal should open soon. Those two should be returning. I need competent people who can help me with shattering the stupid bureaucracy. Just thinking about paperwork and all of the stupid licensing makes the Emperor annoyed. The Inventor continued to code assembly AI in the Euclid's class mobile factory. He decided that staying in space for a while was a good break from the politics he had to deal with. This tinkering kind of work is way better. Your Majesty, portal is opening in 2 hours. We detected an energy surge from the limestones. Legion spoke to him through an earpiece. Understood. He sighed as he floated out of the central room of the ship. The factory was undergoing several upgrades, so it was operating at half capacity. But it's enough with how slowly things are going on the planet below. The Emperor was adding assembly lines to the hollow segments of the ship's containers. With assembly lines in place and the assistance of robotic hands, the assembly process could increase several times. It would take him about half as long to finish as it does now. As he was thinking of building speed, he floated to his mobile suit and got into the cockpit. Once inside, the 360-degree screens powered up, and soon enough, the twin-drive mobile suit rushed towards the planet not far from his location. The mech turned into a blur as it entered the planet around the South Pacific before flying lower towards the South Pole. Before long, the Gundam was flying through a man-made ice cave and arrived at a massive cavern where Marcus Empire built their base. As the mech landed next to the hangar, it began to walk towards the parking area. The place was quite empty as most of the Gundams were not here but in the workshop on the west coast. The moment he parked his Gundam, the mech assisted him to get out. He swiftly walked to the locker room and changed out of the spacesuit and into warm clothes. Since he had around an hour and a half, he went to get some food and checked the logs to see if there was anything new going on around the planet. Some radicals in Africa, and it would seem with Celestial being gone, drug businesses are resurfacing. I do need to finish my rifles, I can do some interventions myself. Official intervention. Marcus chuckled for a second. Though he could easily send military, it would seem the world doesn't know what kind of peacekeeping force his army was. After enjoying some snacks and watching a documentary about sharks, the Emperor was ready to receive the 2 assistants who would help him with military and logistical matters. As he watched the massive archway lit up like a Christmas tree, the gateway manifested, and the first thing he saw crossing over was a very familiar Gundam. Andraste. What the? You have some explaining to do, my dear husband. Layla's voice came out from the mech as soon as the Gundam, several cataphracts with Layla's crest, passed over as well. Marcus wondered which part she wanted an explanation for. Chapter 206, Book 2, Chapter 81, Empress and Princess. Though before Marcus had done any explanations, he hugged his son, whom he had not seen for several weeks. How was it going, Troy? He ruffled his son's hair, who looked annoyed at being teased and nicknamed again. Dad. Stop with the hair. The kid complained as he tried to escape from him, but the Inventor was even stronger than before, pushing him away was even harder than ever before. Hee hee, not that easy, is it? The Emperor grinned at the little guy. Mom. He is teasing me again. The blonde boy complained as he tried to escape the grip. Hey, you think she can help you there? The Emperor grinned for a second. But then Layla walked over, crossed her arms, and looked at him with an annoyed look. Her source of annoyance was not what was happening before her. As if sensing that he let his son go and decided to send him away to do something else. Anyway, go and explore the base, the maids will make sure you don't go where you're not supposed to. The Emperor explained to him as he motioned for the maids to babysit the young prince. I want to see your new Gundam. The prince said with stars in his eyes. Sure, then go to the hangar. Marcus nodded as he motioned at the doors. Okay. The boy dashed away, and 3 maids rushed after him. By this point, it was obvious that the prince's behavior was something the maids were used to. Now that Troy is away. Layla walked over, and her finger poked her husband's chest repeatedly. I want to know what the meaning of engaging Euphemia and Maribel. Well, you see, Euphemia literally started spiking fizzy drinks with alcohol, to try to get my attention. He massaged his forehead as he recalled that event. Aha. Layla pulled back a bit as she massaged her forehead as well. You should spoil them less with your attention. It was your fault that you made them like that. She pulled back and sighed before walking over and sitting down on a couch. From now on, Anna, Colin and I will be rotating to stay with you. The blonde empress explained to him. That is fine. In fact, I did miss my wives. He smiled, hearing that. Good. Because we need to catch up. She smiled slightly for a second, and moments later, one of the maids at the base brought some tea and biscuits. Her mood dropped soon after she heard about Marina. Sigh. I do need to see this woman, who ended up part of your plans. She said, looking at him with a hint of annoyance. Hey. I helped her country quite a bit. In fact, I removed radicals, boosted her economy and showered her with my love. I would say it was a blessing. He shrugged, not seeing the reason to act like it was something bad. Yes, while it sounds fantastic, you ignored the woman's heart. For one, you are from a foreign world. What if she wants her kid to go with her father? She asked with a raised eyebrow. It's something called born into responsibility. Marina is a princess, and I am the emperor of this world. He shrugged, knowing quite well that he was the same. In fact, it was worse for him, for he was exiled to a foreign country when he was small. The emperor recalled his circumstances. Yes, but you forgot to explain to her, Layla said to her. Well, if you think that you need to do something, then do it. I was thinking of slowly revealing things to her. He said while taking a sip of his tea. Sigh. She sighed as she closed her eyes, recalling that her husband loves his dramatic reveals. Like always, you love your secret reveals, you do know that they are not good for other people's health. The blonde empress said with a strained smile. Maybe, but she is a strong girl. I don't pick simple ones to be my wife, you know that better than anyone. He smirked, making her recall her circumstances. Being picked up in the middle of a combat zone, literally the first one to experience his relocation, and then being made his wife a couple of years later. Yes. Precisely, that is why I know this the best. With that in mind, she got up from her seat after finishing her tea. I am going to see her. Layla then began to walk. Marcus looked at her while shaking his head. Sure, let's go. The Emperor was about to go as well. No. You go do your thing, I am going to have a girl-to-girl talk. She sharply declined. In fact, spend time with your son. With that said, the girl left. Legion, notify the forces about Andraste. I don't want anyone to be traumatized thanks to the goddess of victory. Already done. Marcus walked slowly after her, as they were going in the same direction anyway, to the Gundam hangar. Not everyday phone gets a mind of its own. Marina freaked out when her phone started acting strangely. But then things got even stranger when a literal winged Gundam landed in her palace grounds. The defense systems were down, and the station mobile suits couldn't power up. It was technologically superior on a completely different level. Lastly, the machine moved closer to the balcony and assisted its pilot, a blonde woman, in leaving the machine. Security was about to move, but Marina stopped them. Is that you who messaged me on my phone? The black-haired princess asked, with a strained smile. Messaging was the most normal thing her phone did. I do apologize for my late arrival at such an hour. The blonde slightly massaged her head as, in her rush, she forgot about time zones. I am Layla Anaheim. Her surname made Marina's eyes bulge for a second. Are you? The blonde showed her a golden ring she had on her finger. I saw one of his women before. It was another lady with considerable assets. The princess recalled a big-breasted blonde woman on TV sitting next to him in one of the events. But that was a year ago. It turns out that he does have several official wives. Millie, she is a special case with unique talents. You could say she is his wife because of their shared past. Layla recalled the fellow empress. I see. Marina nodded as she saw Layla walk deeper into the palace. The blonde noticed how stiff this princess was. Clearly, she is lacking confidence. Maybe it wasn't her field of expertise, or it was something new, but she was nervous. Relax. We are on the same boat now. The empress tried to calm her down. I am here to discuss things. I doubt you know everything that is going on. You could say that. The black-haired princess looked at Gundam, who was staring at them. She had the feeling that this machine was alive, simply waiting patiently for its pilot. Seeing that Marina was unnerved by the mobile suit, Layla decided to extend an olive branch. Andraste, stand by, I will be talking with her for a while. Understood, Empress. The machine responded in a female synthetic voice. With the order issued, the Gundam pulled back from the balcony, making the staff and the princess sigh in relief. Empress? Marina asked, wondering what that meant. Indeed. I will explain things. Now, why don't we go somewhere more appropriate? The blonde empress asked with a friendly smile. That would be for the best. Please follow me. The black-haired princess slowly nodded as she motioned for the blonde to follow her. Marina wondered who this lady was. She arrived here in a Gundam. A Gundam she had never seen before. It looked like a Gundam, but nothing like celestial beings' machines. The aesthetics aside, the machine's technology looked different. Apart from that, this lady looked as if she were from high society. From disposition to confidence, Layla looked like a ruler. The pair ended up sitting in an expensive living room. Behind the princess was her assistant, who looked at Layla as if gauging her. I do want to ask, how do you know about Marcus' life? I mean, did he speak about his earlier years? Like academy, or his family life? Layla asked as she settled into her seat. She crossed her legs and placed her hands on her thighs, like she was sitting on a throne. To some extent, he did mention his other wife. Millie, yes. Apart from that, I knew that there were other women in his life. Marina looked slightly down as she didn't like this part of the conversation. Fufu, believe me, I know how you feel. I am one of his first girls. In fact, he kidnapped me from a combat zone. Layla chuckled as she mentioned that. Marina gawked at her. You know, he was making them since he was, I think, 8 or 9. At that age, he was making mobile suits. So when he saw me, he sort of was in shock and wanted to have me. Like a tech guy who finally saw something he never thought existed. The Empress said in a voice that was, by this point, a fond memory. At that time, she was pissed. For sure, he kidnapped her. He kidnapped you. Indeed. He was such a wild card back then. I suppose being a ruler made him grow up a bit. Leia replied in a pondering tone. What do you mean by a ruler? Sharon asked with a small frown. Empress. Ruler, those words, they don't fit with any current known countries in the world. Indeed, let's start from the very beginning, and I mean very beginning because it's important. It tells you how Marcus Anaheim, the emperor of humanity of his world, found himself on this earth. Layla slightly smirked when she saw that expression. Now she knew how Marcus feels when he does his revelations. You mean? The blonde motioned to stop. Let me explain from the beginning. It's related to your world's ancient history. First, how old do you think the pyramids are? The Empress's question got the pair confused. It was quite random. 4,000 years. Not even close. At least 12,000 years. At least. Though Marcus should know because he glimpsed at a far distant past. Layla said the last part with a bit of jealousy. She loves this kind of mystery. Indeed, those are relics from a previous civilization, a civilization extremely advanced in sound and spiritually based technologies. In fact, they used sound and vibrations to build those monuments. These buildings were so precise that we only recently were able to copy their precision. The blonde spoke in a praising tone. She had an incredible amount of respect for her ancestors. The pair continued to listen. However, they were quite primitive in many other aspects. While they could observe the cosmos to a great level, they had no means to protect themselves from what comes from space. Layla hinted at something specific, and the assistant picked up immediately. An civilization-ending event. Sharon slightly narrowed her eyes, and Marina clenched her fist. She was getting into the story and the mystery behind it. Yes. Just like now, humanity most likely had several nations, because we found underground caverns the size of a city, while others were even more extreme. Extreme. Portals to other Earths. The blonde seriously replied. The pair connected dots. You mean? Marcus has found these portals and reactivated one of them, Layla said with a knowing smile, telling them to conclude the train of thought on their own. So, he is from another world. Marina does not quite believe her. Oh, you can ask him yourself, he should be visiting you soon. Might as well take you on a tour of his world. The Empress winked at her. The princess wasn't quite sure how to reply to that. Then what was his purpose in this world? He is the ruler of a different nation, and now he is going to be the ruler of the United Earth here. Sharon swiftly concluded that something doesn't add up. Oh, that. You should ask yourself. Layla smiled. It told them she knew what was going on and why he was here. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1,000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapters 90 and 91 are up. Extra stuff, chapter 76.5 Euphemia Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 207, Book 2, Chapter 82, A Standoff. Sharon and Marina didn't like the answer they got from Layla. Especially since they were close to Marcus, very close to him. Hell, Marina was even pregnant with his child. That was not something simple. Well, you shouldn't worry because he won't be staying here forever. He told me that he will stick around until your child is of age. I assume he will train your child to be the ruler of the United Earth. Once the boy or girl takes over, he will leave. And I assume he will leave with you as well. Since you won't be a princess anymore. Layla explained to them. For one, she was pleased that he wouldn't be juggling between 2 empires and 2 realities. I see, so that was his plan. It does make sense why he did all of that, given the whole declaration that Princess Marina would become his wife. Now it made sense to me. Sharon commented that she finally understood why he had gone for Marina, even though he was already married, apparently to several women by that point. Indeed. Your princess is a legitimate ruler, and knowing my husband, he wants to keep you close. That is why he is taking you away after your child is all grown up. Think of it as retirement. The blonde slightly smiled at the pondering princess. I see, he went quite far for me. Marina nodded slightly, recalling that they had spent millions on her country so they could do that. Good for you. Now that you mentioned, I do need to catch up with him and make sure a certain succubus doesn't get any closer than needed. With that said, Layla got up. She was ready to leave, she had finished her part in this scheme. Wait. Why you have my thanks for explaining these things to me, even if it is hard to believe. The princess swiftly stood up after Layla did. Yes, I know it is hard to believe, that is why I arrived here with my Gundam and showed some of her technological prowess. However, it's now about you, Princess Marina. You are expecting his child, you should consider moving in with us. Your country no longer needs you, it's now part of the federal government, and some officials can run things for you. Layla's reasoning made the black-haired princess stop in her tracks. She looked down at the coffee table before her. What the blonde was saying made sense to her, even if she didn't want to accept it. I do believe they already run things, aren't they? Marcus should have relegated competent people to this kingdom and made sure you can live without stress. Marina trembled, the Empress had hit right on the spot. After Azadistan joined the world government, her power was all but stripped, all she could do was serve as the face of her country. Indeed, Princess, you should announce your pregnancy and tell everyone that you are moving in with Marcus Anaheim. Shiren joined Layla on this one. The glasses lady had her reasons as well. She wanted to speak with Marcus to figure out certain things and the man's angle because these revelations were something else. Weirdly enough, it explains, to some extent, why they want an imperial monarchy. If there is another united Earth in the background, it could mean that this declaration is a means of self-defense. The assistant hasn't realized yet that this was a takeover. I will think about it. I don't want to leave my people simply like this, Marina said while biting her lower lip. Indeed. But what you are doing is exactly your purpose as a woman and a princess. Layla smiled a bit at her. Your job now is to give birth to an heir, the next ruler of your country and the world. Let that sink into your mind. Then I am sure you will announce the best course of action. After saying that, the Empress began to walk towards the balcony. The princess wanted to do a courteous thing and show her where to go, but Layla simply waved her hand, and her Gundam swiftly took her away the moment she was on the balcony. The woman and the mech disappeared at absurd speed. The whole situation with Marcus Anaheim is becoming more and more absurd. Shiren took off her glasses and massaged her eyebrows. The more she thought about this, the more she had this feeling that he wasn't the nice guy she thought he was. There are clues all over the place and, especially what Layla said. He kidnapped the blonde woman. Well, she is a beautiful lady, but still. You don't say, but the results, we can't deny the results, just look at Azadistan. Marina looked where the mobile suit was, still processing what she learned. True. Euphemia eagerly awaited Marcus's return, so she waited in his workshop like she always does, so when she heard a mobile suit arrive, she jumped to her feet, and a smile bloomed on her lips, but then it disappeared just as quickly. What she saw arrive was Andraste, a Gundam she didn't expect to see anytime soon. Layla. The Pinkette realized something. Millie most likely spread the news. And the Empresses sprang into action. As the winged Gundam got parked, a bridge lowered, and the blonde Empress left the cockpit. The woman slowly strolled over to the main workshop, where Euphemia was. The Pinkette was dressed quite skimpily, in a miniskirt and a shirt with strings that showed her shoulders and belly button. Euphemia. Layla looked at her with one hand on her waist. I have heard you have been doing some questionable things. What kind of things? The princess pretended not to know what she was talking about. Spiking drinks, and of course seducing your brother of all things. Layla sighed as she looked around. The workshop didn't look that different from the one in Constantinople. I liked Lulu all my life, there is no reason not to pursue him. The Pinkette pouted for a bit before she crossed her arms. Besides, he made his decision. Yes. That. The blonde rolled her eyes. We all know how strong his resistance against women is. She commented with a sigh. Indeed. That is where I come in. Euphemia flicked her hair with a bit of arrogance. It's better than some hussy. I was here and took care of his needs when none of his wives was in this reality. The Pink Princess swiftly adapted to this new idea that she was in the right place and time to help Marcus and his needs. Aha. But that didn't work on Layla, not by any stretch. Then it's a good thing I am here, and your overtime is no longer needed. The blonde replied to her. Oh, overtime? It's not. This is my primary job anyway. My department in the government is skeletal, and there is not much to do, which means I can focus on Lulu and his needs. The Pinkette argued back. Yes, but now that I am here, I focus on my job as one of his official wives, Layla said as she crossed her arms. You did a splendid job when we were not here. The blonde slowly walked over and whispered to her. You should learn how to share. Otherwise, you will be disappointed when your future husband brings someone else into the fold. The blonde patted Euphemia's shoulder as she passed her and walked towards the lift. She was going to wait for Marcus' arrival. You don't need to tell me something that I know. The Pinkette mumbled to herself as she was disappointed with Layla's arrival, but it was fine. She will have her time one way or another. Not long after Layla arrived at the estate, Marcus got there in his Alpha Tyrannies. He had his son with him. Whoa, this is nearly identical to your other workshop, Dad. Trajan commented as he looked around once they left the Gundam's cockpit. He spotted his mother's machine and the other 4 Gundams. There were Euphemia's, Maribel's, Jean's, and Aldrin's machines that formed a semicircle around the workshop's main area. It was based on a successful model. The Emperor explained to his son. The father-son duo walked towards the lift that took them to the villa's level. The pair swiftly found Layla, who was sitting in the living room and already going through the shopping list. There is nothing for our son. I will send you over the list. As she said that, she flicked the hologram over to him with a massive list. After seeing all the stuff, Marcus simply confirmed the purchase. Now there is. I should do the same for my other 3. he commented as he pondered on his 2 daughters and his little conqueror, Scipio. 2. Claudia and Julia will visit you. Cece has northwest interest in this place. The blonde flicked her hair as she was satisfied with the green-haired witch's laziness in this situation. Well, that is fine. I assume we will be going back next week. Preparations for Jupiter's colonization should be done by now. Layla smiled as she realized that he was following the schedule closely. Indeed. She then looked around. You do know that there are northwest maids in this place. How are you keeping those girls this clean? The blonde commented as she realized that there were no servants. This situation was like back to her old days in the military and Marcus Empire's early days, when it was a company and not an empire. Sebastian cleaner drones and bots. He smiled at the question. Sebastian. The Empress looked confused, but then she heard a British synthetic voice coming from everywhere. At your service, mistress. A version of Legion. Indeed, virtual butler, I designed new AI and bots to assist in running my house, since my wives can't cook. Marcus sighed in disappointment. Right, I do apologize that I can't cook when I have to run your empire for you. The blonde puffed as she crossed her hands. Indeed, that is why I designed my AI and bots to help me. Remember, son, if you are in a bad situation, just design yourself out of it. Marcus, with a sagely tone, patted his son's shoulder. I was thinking the same thing, Dad. His little man nodded in a similar fashion. It was clear that the prince had a similar spark for technology. Wonderful, now why don't we do something, since there was a bit of time left? The emperor looked at the clock. What was the time when you left? He asked his wife. Just past afternoon. She looked at the clock as well. There was around an 8 to 9 hour difference. Oh, great, this is like flying to the other side of the planet. The blonde massaged her forehead. The trip so far has been a huge headache. Well, we can make some food and watch some movies, what do you say? When Trajan heard that, his eyes sparked. Let's make some homemade chips and watch Pacific Rim. Layla rolled her eyes when she heard that. Of course. It has been a while since I watched that. The emperor rubbed his son's head as he walked to the kitchen. Dad. Let me help with chips. Of course, you're going to need your culinary talents in the future. Once again, the emperor sagely commented. That comment made Layla narrow her eyes. Is he targeting her? Why you? She scrambled to get up from the couch and went after them. She will show them that she can cook as well. It's not that hard. Marcus chuckled, seeing that his simple comment had worked her up so much. It's cute to watch his lovely empress getting all flustered like that. Meanwhile, Jean, who saw Layla, could only sigh in relief seeing the logistics empress in the house. It was a good sign in her eyes, because Euphemia had been naughty far too much. The blonde empress should make things return to normal. Though a couple of hours later, the trio of Wang Lumei, Felt, and Christina returned from their day at the beach. What they found was a surprise to say the least. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 92 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 76.5 Euphemia Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 208, Book 2, chapter 83, Movie Night, and Geass. So that's his son. Christina looked surprised to see the duo in the kitchen. The emperor was meticulously teaching his son how to make homemade chips, and it was cute to watch. Layla. Wang Lumei looked surprised to see the blonde in the kitchen, who was trying to help. It was awkward to watch. Oh, Wang Lumei. You living here as well? The blonde wasn't surprised to see her. Yes. The heiress nodded, but then the empress walked over and asked her. If you are living here, then how did you allow Euphemia to do all that? The blonde asked in a whispering tone. I was drunk and wasted. After I realized what was going on, Marcus already made Euphemia his fiancée. Wang Lumei replied. After that, there was no point in doing anything. The heiress was not stupid enough to get in the way of a cute face that can hire hitmen with a friendly smile. Asterisk sigh asterisk. At the end of the day, Layla accepted the inevitable. Euphemia and Maribel will end up as his wives. But this was good. She is going to be greedy as well. The Pinkette is not the only one that can be cute. Marcus literally kidnapped her from a battlefield. That means it was a crush the moment he saw her. Yes, I know. Though she has been busy with Marcus, where she is getting all that stamina. Layla didn't like the sound of that. You mean? Daily, several times per day. Wang Lumei whispered to the blonde. The empress grimaced. Yep, it was just as the empress had imagined. She experienced that years ago when Anna became pregnant, and she was jealous. Marcus made sure she was no longer jealous. It was a lesson learned, in her opinion. I see, well, I hope she is ready for what is to come afterwards, Layla commented as she looked away. And that is. The heiress was a bit clueless. Let's just say that some women are not meant to be mothers. Some had it better, others, well, they just want to die. The blonde recalled her experience. I see. I did hear that such a thing is real. Wang Lumei looked surprised. It would seem the blonde's experience with pregnancy before her was not the best. Oh, it is. Believe me, I experienced that. The blonde grimaced as she had flashbacks, however. Yet. Her body desires a familiar intimacy with her husband. The heiress nodded in acknowledgement. She will keep that in mind. For now, the girls' trio let the family trio work on their chips. Around good hours, the pair, father and son, had the chips. They went to the main living room, where the emperor turned on a massive projector. It was a movie night, the blinds automatically closed the windows, and Legion turned on the movie they were talking about. Marcus didn't even need to tell the AI. As his Legion simply uploaded the movie from the emperor's private movie collection, which he always brings with him. Soon enough, the sounds of the movie brought out the curious trio. Though Euphemia ignored the action as she was sulking in her room. Movies. Christina commented. Looks like it. The heiress replied as she walked over, wondering what they were watching. You know, he is not that different from normal people, Felt commented as well. She noticed over the weeks that she was in this house that Marcus Anaheim was just a guy, a very driven and reckless guy, but still a guy who gets excited the moment he sees a mobile suit. And then she saw how he acts around his son. Well, it basically confirmed to her that there was nothing evil about him. Well, it was her first impression. After all, he waged war against celestial being. So, in a sense, he was her enemy, and people brand their enemies as evil. That way, it becomes easier to deal with such opposition. But now, well, she saw the other side, and it was hard to see the guy as an enemy. Of course. Christina rolled her eyes. Sometimes Felt can be so slow. The Pinkette sighed when she saw the reaction from the brown-haired girl. She wasn't as flippant as the hacker girl. Anyway, let's see what kind of movie it is. The pair joined Wang Lumei. Though they didn't need to wait for long, as they saw huge mechs brawling with big monsters. Of course. Kaiju versus robots. Christina deadpanned as she saw the blonde boy bounce around the moment the fighting started. Hee hee. Felt laughed nervously, though she paid a bit too much attention, impressed by how this movie demonstrated the scale of the robots and monsters. Eventually, evening arrived, and the credits began to roll. What a waste. Marcus commented, and his son nodded. You've been saying that every time. Layla, who was sitting on Marcus's lap, commented with a drool tone. These two have been constantly criticizing the movie for blowing up the robot to close the portal. And we will continue, right son? Yes. Dad. You need to issue a decree to make a continuation. Troy, that's abuse of power. The Emperor sharply replied, but then he grinned like a devil. Layla didn't see the grin, so she nodded. She was happy to hear that her husband can be serious even in situations related to his robot genre. But you are right. We need continuation. Mark. The blonde smacked him on the top of his head with annoyance. What is he teaching his son? What? This is a holy movie, it's inspirational. He complained to her. No imperial degrees on damn movies. The Empress narrowed her eyes at him. But Mom. We need to see more Geass. Trajan complained as well. Then invest. Make money and invest in the movie industry. Layla explained in a sharp tone what to do. You are right. Son. We are going to buy the majority of the stock in the studio. Marcus was getting pumped up. The trio of girls watched the father-son pair, ready to abuse imperial power for more blockbusters. It was silly, to say the least. Thankfully, the Empress was the voice of reason in this situation. It was Millie she would most likely play along. Christina thought to herself. Anyway, it was fun, now let's make some normal food, I am starving. Marcus moved his wife away and got up, but this is where Layla stopped him. I was wondering. Why do you have contact lenses? Layla commented as she brought her face close to his. Oh. Is your Geass out of control? It shouldn't be the case. The blonde pondered out loud. Oh, that, I am an innovator now. The GN particles are mutagenic, they evolve humans. As the Emperor said, he pulled out a case and opened it. The case was for the contact lenses, as the next moment, he removed his purple eye lenses. Gasp. So cool, Dad. Trajan was the first one to react. Sigh. I suppose this is what you wanted since founding your empire. To evolve humanity. By this point, Layla was not surprised or shocked by what he did. In fact, she would be shocked if he didn't do this to himself. Indeed, a stronger immune system, even stronger adaptability, quantum brainwaves, I can interface with certain machines now with my mind. And many other perks. The Empress looked at him with wide eyes. The list was impressive, and he didn't even name all of the perks. Don't worry, since you are here, we can make you and Troy into one. It looks cool, Dad, I want to become one. His son clenched his fist in excitement. Hell, the boy had no idea about what was what, but as long as it was cool, he didn't care. Hold your horses, Troy. And you too. The Empress calmed the pair. It's fine. There are only benefits to all of this. Except maybe if you think standing out from the crowd is a negative. He shrugged at his wife, who, in question, just stared at him. Besides, I've been compiling data on the changes, you can read it if you want. Layla continued to stare at him for a couple more minutes before she sighed in resignation. Fine, I will check it over. The blonde doubted that Anna or any other Empress would pass on this opportunity to become a higher form of human. From the looks of it, this was the next step in evolution anyway. But now that she knew that he evolved, did his Geass improve? Did it get stronger, or more flexible, or both, maybe something even more? And your Geass? Let's just say that it innovated itself as well. He said with a strained smile. By what extent? Layla asked, even more curious when she saw his expression. Let's just say it became supernatural in the most literal sense. I can still see paths, the orderly progress, but now I see futures of things as well. Though the way I see it is in direct sequence order. For example, I drink a cup of water, then I either take it to the dishwasher or place it in the sink. I can see the natural courses of those actions and the different actions I can take. Before, it was hard to focus on simple actions, it was easier with more complex ones, as those have fewer branches of choice. Now, however, I am no longer chained by that, my mind can easily process and single out the silly choices. It's like the software went from 1.0 to 2.0. Marcus explained to his wife, who listened patiently. So you don't need to be afraid of dying from overuse. That is a good thing. Layla was relieved to hear that. Her husband used to use the code alongside the Geass, as his brain would fry from using his absolute orderly flow when he needed to improve the technology. From the looks of it, that was no longer the case. Dying. The girls who heard that, especially Wang Lumei, squeaked in horror. Layla looked at them for a second. Yes, his mind would overload from the huge amount of information he was getting. So he would use his code to regenerate damaged brain tissue at a rapid pace. The blonde explained, her tone was annoyed. She was still very annoyed, it was even worse when she first heard it. Geass like that was crazy. She has read intel on other Geass powers, and her husband's side effects were one of the worst. One could say he was the definition of power has a price, or had. Indeed, it was like hot rod was screwing into my temples. Marcus pointed the side of his head. The trio grimaced at the vivid image in their minds. Anyway. Let's go and make some food. I am thinking of steaks. All of a sudden, the Emperor jumped to his feet, changing the theme of the conversation. The side effects are something he doesn't care about anymore. It was in the past now. Dad. I want to help. The prince reminded them that he was in the room as he bounced back to the couch next to Marcus. Sure. Let's go. He nodded at his son, and the pair went right to the kitchen. I never imagined Geass could be that dangerous. Wang Lumei had cold feet after hearing about the side effects. It is a unique energy that your mind begins to generate. It comes in many different variations. As Layla said, her eye began to glow red. Her glowing eye made the XCIC girls look at her with wide eyes. For the first time, they saw Geass in action. My power allows me to understand people from their perspective, Layla explained as she dismissed her Geass after showing it. It's nothing compared to Mark. If my power goes out of control, it would lead me to understand people at a mere glance. But for him, if his power were to get loose, he would, in the best case, be blind, in the worst case, dead. The trio trembled after hearing the consequences. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapter 93 are up. Extra stuff, chapter 76.5 Euphemia Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 209, Book 2, Chapter 84, Combat Armors. Stare. For the past couple of days, Layla watched her husband. She had read the compiled research material he had on his innovator abilities. It was a boost throughout the whole board. The transformation has improved everything. Especially the sixth sense, he can tell what she is thinking, he can tell that she was looking at him from a considerable distance. Hell, sometimes he can do things before she even says, it's like he was psychic. Then, of course, she learned that Euphemia was an innovator as well. And the Pink Princess was in a similar boat. Sometimes those two would act without even thinking, cuddle and kiss, doing things before even talking about them. It's like innovators are living a couple of seconds in the future and the rest of the people are a couple of moments behind, all the time. It began to make Layla jealous, again. Only this time, it was not kids but synergy with her husband, and that started to rile her up with frustration. That's it. Let's do it. She declared all of a sudden. Do what? You want another kid? Marcus joked as he began working on his next project. He dubbed it Combat Armor. This little project will reshape space battles and boarding of enemy ships. Space is a hostile place, and he doesn't want his Marines to get spaced or tricked when boarding enemy ships, so, his solution is Iron Man-like armors. Of course, it's more than just something Marines would wear. Flying in one, fighting, and wielding weapons to get one on the enemy is essential in a war. He realized that he was focusing a bit too much on giant killer robots. While they are his answer to space fighters, he needs smaller armors for his troops. Lloyd highlighted this specific ideal in his doodles that he took from him. It was a facepalm moment for the Inventor Emperor. How did he forget that he could just make Iron Man-like tech? Don't be ridiculous. Layla's reply brought him back from his thoughts. He turned around and gazed at her. His comment caught her by surprise. Well, we have been doing some naughty stuff in the past couple of days, who knows? He teased her for a second, making her bite her lower lip. Her husband was right, she got carried away for a bit. But still. That's not the point. I want to start this whole innovator thing. The blonde empress flicked her hair as she changed the theme of conversation. Oh. You want GN particles to bathe you? You should have said so. Marcus sighed, pretending to do something major for his wife. The way he did it made her eyebrow twitch. It's like he has no other options, and he is doing it for her. Legion, remove the 2 drives. As you wish. Layla's eyes widened as she watched the AI begin to remove the 2 cone-shaped reactors from his new Gundam. Wait. He was serious. The Empress thought he was messing with her, but it was not the case. Hold it. Do you need to remove parts of your Gundam for this? She walked over to him. Already thinking of stopping him. Relax, it's okay. Celestial being designed these for easier removal. He smiled at her. Layla was still super cute when she was like that. Marcus used that opportunity to pull her onto his lap and hug her from behind. I see. The blonde ended up leaning into his back as she got comfortable. Indeed. So relax and get comfortable. He smiled as he returned to his designing work. Layla watched him do something she had not seen for a considerable amount of time. Now this brings back memories. She commented with a nostalgic look. It has been years since you worked on prosthetics. Not quite. It's a piece of armor, but it could be considered a prosthetic. Marcus swirled a pen designed to interact with holograms. You see. I was thinking that once we are a proper spacefaring empire, there will be spaceship battles at some points. So I decided to make proper combat power armors. What I mean by that is that some of the Marines could get spaced, but with these armors, they won't care as they would have means to move around in the void. He explained to his wife. So like miniature Gundams, or even nightmares. For a second, she needed to use a word she had not used for years. Nightmares, that brings back memories. Not even that, these don't have cockpits, it's literally a piece of medieval armor crossing over to modern society. The best part is that I don't need to invent anything. Marcus smiled while saying that. I have prosthetics that will assist in movement and carrying all the extra kilos, a neural interface that will assist in HUD control, servomotors for joints, and gravity resonance for flight. And batteries for prolonged operating time. Of course, this design is just a prototype, but once we have foundations in place, we can build around it. He flicked forward, and the pieces came together, showing a cross between a Gundam aesthetic and medieval heavy plate armor. Interesting. I suppose, if we apply this, the soldiers' losses will be even lower, and it's part of our culture to wield a form of mech. We could use these to identify and weed out the best pilots for mobile suits as well. These armors would be perfect starting ground. Layla swiftly got sold on the idea of utilizing a form of such armor. Most importantly, getting comfortable with a neural interface. Because it's becoming essential when piloting a mobile suit. If one's body is bad at resonating with a neural interface, then that person is not meant for the mobile suit pilot role. But this armor, it could change that as well. Even then, the Holy Byzantine Empire's technology is getting better, and its interface with technology is becoming easier by the year. At some point, they will have military gear implants. Wait, there is no need for them. Innovators solve all of the problems. Quantum brainwaves improve neural interface connection. If we scale it up. Layla trembled as she realized that even their most common foot soldier would be in the realms of a super soldier. Indeed, I was already moving towards that kind of military gear. Marcus showed her ASP black tactical gear. The most common, advanced, military gear in his military. He has been using these since the days of Anaheim robotics. One could say it's a relic of the past that requires an upgrade. Oh. I always wondered if these armors had anything special. Layla asked him curiously, hinting at what makes this gear special. The helmets actually went through 3 separate revisions to improve the HUD. Different types of vision, support for the anti-gravity rifles they use, they possess group vision as well, so they don't have blind spots in their deployments. On top of that, they have Legion support. These guys also wield a form of AI. There is rarely a door that they can't access. You don't say, they shoot anti-gravity. What kind of door could resist that? The blonde rolled her eyes. That too. But in general, the AI can rip any security apart. Great, but these guys are utterly useless in space, no. Those rifles will punch through holes. Marcus stopped in his tracks for a second. She was right, he completely forgot that. You are right. Not even my nano-steel can resist that. Not to mention E-carbon. He stroked his chin for a second before looking at his wife sitting on his lap. I was thinking something like a plasma thrower. For these Marines, it will be perfect for cleansing warships they dock to capture. He showed her a version of a flamethrower, but based on a GN particle. I was thinking of a smaller, miniature version of those. The Inventor Emperor looked at the GN drives that Legion's robotic hands stored in the middle of the workshop at the moment. I already have the data necessary to build the black boxes for these. So in a worst-case situation, they can self-destruct and take out the base or workshop with them. Oh, your technology protection scheme. I still remember how much you traumatized your father's round table nights. Layla giggled, recalling a certain knight who got locked up in a nightmare killer. Indeed. Celestial beings' technology fits so well with my style. He smirked at the prospect of making those aliens freak out about exploding tech. Good. She looked at the cone engines that were beginning to fill the particle tanks in the workshop. Legion, tell the girls to come here, as well as my son. Understood. I am a bit surprised that you got those 2 girls like that. I thought most of the Celestial being staff ended up in Academy City or your G-Force. The blonde mentioned those 2. More specifically, the Pinkette, the girl had a pink ball-shaped robot. Trajan immediately got curious about her toy. Especially, since she was not talkative and could program robots and mobile suits. They were brought here by Millie before she decided to dip out and return to our reality. Oh, of course she did. Layla rolled her eyes. Well, it is good. Trajan needs more interactions, so does Felt. Marcus chuckled, recalling Felt's expression when he got curious about the harrow she had. Those robots are literal databanks and partial AI, so his kid got curious. Big sister type of thing. I am jealous, my older brothers, well. The blonde recalled her family, from whom she ran away. You rarely speak about them. The Inventor Emperor asked her, growing a bit curious. There is nothing to speak about. She shrugged as the 4 of them arrived moments later. The blonde prince swiftly became the favorite of Wang Lu Mei and the 2 CIC girls from Ptolemaeus. Honestly, Marcus wouldn't mind if Felt and Christina babysat him and taught him their computer skills. Good, you 4 are here. The particle tanks will fill up soon. The Emperor said to them as he motioned for Layla to stand, and he followed after her. Oh, so these are the ones who will help us to become innovators. Trajan dashed over as he watched the cone engine parts rotate. Indeed. These are GN drives. Oh. The particles gave quite a light show, it's perfect for kids' distraction. As the prince got distracted, the pair of Emperor and Empress walked over to the Pinkette. I hope he didn't get annoying, Marcus commented, making the girl shake her head in denial. Not at all. I am a bit surprised by how competent someone at that age is. Felt replied, making Layla puff her chest in pride. Well, I do try to raise him properly. The blonde replied. Yes, and his knowledge in robotics is humbling. The Pinkette looked at the boy. This time around, Marcus smirked. I taught him from an early age. The Emperor commented. Especially since I know how curious children like that can be, so I am satiating their hunger. He smiled as he looked at his son. Yes. But it doesn't explain the fact that Prince Trajan is designing a Gundam already. Felt replied, looking at them with concern. Oh, he showed you his unicorn Gundam. Marcus nodded back with a proud look. Yes, that, while still childish, to some extent. Felt recalled the mech shooting I-beams. The prince is halfway to becoming an engineer. And he is not even 10 years old. The CIC girl said that with a strained smile. I know, and that is why it is amazing. The Emperor declared proudly. What she means to say by that is that you should let him be a bit more of a kid. Wang Lu Mei chipped in with a smile. She was a bit concerned as well. And he is. The difference is that we are paying attention to him and spending as much time with him as we can. Teaching skills in the form of a game, and at the same time confirming certain things related to upbringing. Layla replied with crossed arms. Instead of just throwing toys in children's way and letting them play, we are part of that play process. After all, we confirmed long ago that children copy their parents. So we simply use that to make sure they learn things early and can start improving at a young age. The blonde empress explained to them with a smile. Their empire's education system is one of the things they are most proud of. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 94 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 76.5 Euphemia Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 210, book 2, chapter 85, Imperial Education System, aka the Natural Destiny Plan. Is this some sort of form of specifically raising kids? Christina asked, as she realized that these two were testing something. Precisely. Marcus pointed his finger at the girl as if she had won a lottery or something. It's the Imperial Education System. If you think Gundam is the crown jewel of military, then this system is the crown jewel of Imperial education itself. I based it on the system I used to develop my mobile suits. You see, it starts from the very beginning, as early as 4. As children learn to read, write, and count, and as they slowly get exposed to the outside world, teachers observe and collect data on them. Now, the early data is very simple. Does the child think before he acts, or doesn't he? The teachers observe and notice their character traits. Once they find what they are looking for, they adjust to the child the next school year. The kids get sorted, and over the years, as they grow, we have engineers with engineers and scientists with scientists. The system makes sure these teenagers end up with people who share similar tastes. It's where they make friends and find their loved ones. It's where another experiment is on its way. Marcus explained to them how his empire raises the next generation. It's where natural, selected breeding takes place. He pointed out another important thing. But, what about? Christina had a bit of concern with such a system. You will probably say, what if he or she doesn't want it, right? He replied with an eye roll. I asked him the same thing. Layla sighed. She had already talked with him about that. A large majority of people would choose what they are good at. In the society you grew up in, you couldn't pick that because of financial issues. Some people pick high-paying jobs because they need money. But that's in your world. My world doesn't have such an issue. The system tracks things, and people are assigned where they are good at. And the thing is, my system works. Marcus pointed at his son. He is a byproduct of that. From a very early age, I began to test it on Trajan and my 2 daughters. My son is like me, he likes tech, and he will most likely end up part of G-Force, making Gundams and advanced technology. That is not all of his talents, as he inherited our tactical mind, so he can be a tactician if need be. The Emperor looked at his wife for a second, hinting at her militaristic past. Still, what about personal traits? Wang Lumei asked. She is well aware of talents and personality. Indeed. Those develop because of one's surroundings. People rarely change jobs they are good at, and such changes occur only for personal reasons, such as upbringing, family situation, or financial circumstances. These kinds of things my empire has already dealt with. One doesn't need money or worry about the family situation in my empire, as all jobs pay well. We give houses because, due to colonial expansion, all the jobs created by the empire are well paid. We do have the private sector, but it deals with the nuisances we don't care to bother with. Most of the time, it's consumer goods. At the end of the day, we make sure you follow what you are good at, and we make sure you find a partner who does similar work to yours, and then we ensure and encourage your child to do the same thing as you do. He explained to the trio the system he developed based on his mobile suit developer system, which he uses to make his Gundam thrones. Yes, it's the best system that allows people to find work even for those who believe they are untalented or have never discovered what they are good at. Layla chipped in. Indeed, the best part is that this is organic and has a natural flow to it. We do observe people's characters just as much as their talents. Millie's department does constant reviews. She is very good at reading people, and she deals with hard cases involving certain troubled children. Marcus's comment on Millie made the pair a bit surprised. Wait, she did say she was part of the education department. So she is responsible for this. This revelation caused the CIC girls to see Millie in a different light. I never thought that she plays such a large part, Christina commented, recalling Millie acting like a normal girl when they spent time traveling around the world. But now it made sense. The blonde woman was preparing to leave for the Empire, so she checked out the entire world. Surprised. She is still an empress. Layla shook her head. It would seem Millie has trolled these 2-3 girls. She might look eccentric and all that, but in the end of the day she is an Anaheim. Part of the imperial family that runs the empire of humanity. Layla slightly smirked. She was surprised by how well Millie played with these girls. I guess, at some point, I did forget that. She never behaved like an empress. Christina said with a small frown. That is because she should not behave like one in this world. Layla showed them a strained smile. We have something called royal face. As she said that, her aura changed all of a sudden, and she had a poker face, her back straightened. This is how you behave in the Imperial Senate. The Empress said in a majestic tone. Ugh. It feels like a drag. The brown-haired hacker CIC girl groaned as she realized that this was literally acting and making appearances. Because it is. Though Marcus loves it. Layla looked at her husband, who, by this point, was checking the reactors and their state. You said something. He looked at them. The Emperor was pondering on GN reactors and their creation. He lost the girls the moment they started talking about Millie and what she does. Nothing. Are the reactors ready? Layla smiled at him as she walked over to her son and husband. The little prince was checking curiously what his father was doing. Indeed. Now watch closely, it's one of the most beautiful technological things I've ever seen. As the Inventor Emperor said, he pressed a button on the holographic screen, and the reactors roared to life, rapidly spun, turned red, and then the GN reactor released a large burst of green particles. Soon enough, it became a green cloud that spread through the whole workshop. There were some sort of glistering particles mixed with the cloud, making it look cosmic in a sense. Whoa, so cool. Does it mean the Gundam can do something like this, Dad? Trajan asked, and instead of getting a reply, he got an image directly in his mind. In fact, all of them got it, as Marcus, an innovator, was able to share it easily because the cloud had augmented their brains at that moment. What was that? I can see images. I am sharing with you all. Marcus' voice rang in all 5 of them. Is this telepathy? Layla asked, with a pensive look. Indeed. Marcus focused on her as he walked to her side. At that moment, the blonde's eyes widened as she felt something familiar. It was like her Geass. She could feel his emotions. And it made her blush. I knew something like this would happen. The woman's cheeks turned deep red, she got tricked. Mom, are you okay? Trajan looked confused. Don't worry, Troy, your mom is simply getting showered by your dad's love. Good, maybe she will be less grumpy afterwards. The prince seriously nodded at his dad. When other girls heard that, they began to giggle, embarrassing the Empress in the process. You. Layla exclaimed in deep embarrassment. How dare he say that in front of everyone? Ha ha ha, that's my son. Everyone could feel his smugness, it made Trajan puff his chest. Getting praised by his father is the best. You too. I will remember this. Relax, I will make you less grumpy later in the afternoon. I don't need any of this. The woman declared with deep embarrassment. With that said, she walked away to the resting area, summoned her console and began to tinker. The Empress wanted to understand how this Earth and its world government worked. A few moments later, the Trans-AM session ended. It's over. The prince complained. It was too short in his opinion. We can do it after around 30 minutes. In the meantime, why don't we check your Gundam? Marcus winked at his son. Oh. Do you think we can build it? The boy was ecstatic at the idea. Isn't he too young for one? The trio walked over. Why not? He can have one. Just no weapons. Not before we properly educate him in its usages. Marcus shrugged at them. I began building my first mobile suit-like machine around a similar age. He reminded them before looking at his son. Just remember that it's not a simple toy. A Gundam symbolizes something. For some, it's destruction, for others it's salvation, but for those who build it, it's their ideology given physical form. If you can't understand that, then well. The Emperor looked away, hinting at something specific. I know. Trajan sharply nodded at his father. Ideology is something he has been studying as much as he was studying drawing and engineering. As weird as it sounds, Marcus was adamant in teaching the core tenets of what a Gundam is. Layla would constantly roll her eyes at his weirdness, but it's what made the blonde kid come up with Unicorn Gundam. Good. Then bring your drawings. The Emperor nodded at his kid. On it. The prince turned into a missile as he dashed towards the lift. Are you sure? It is a huge machine. Wang Lumei asked him, she is concerned about what it could lead to. You don't understand. Marcus shook his head at her. You already concluded that he will have it. He pointed out. But do you realize how big a gap there is between a piece of paper and reality? Their eyes widened. The Inventor Emperor was right. Oh. You are going to start teaching him how hard it is to make a mobile suit. The heiress was swift on her feet. Precisely. I want to show him that chasing dreams is not the easiest of things, and I am doing this, the sooner the better. The Emperor motioned with his hand. Sadly, I don't have that much free time so that we could start from the very beginning, like turning scrap into materials for a Gundam. But that's a bit too much. Marcus chuckled at the idea. He should make something like that a ritual for his kids and maybe his grandkids, since he will be around for a long time. I see. I suppose you want to see how long your son's attention span is. Felt slowly nodded. She understood this very well. Children usually don't have a great attention span. Hell, even adults sometimes have that as well. Indeed, and believe me, it's not just 1 or 2 days to make a new Gundam. The Emperor nodded. He knows very well how long it can take, especially if he doesn't want to rush and abuse his AI and its abilities. I will require you two for some help as well. We are going to make an OS that helps the mobile suit transform. Sure thing. It will be fun. We haven't worked on a mobile suit development yet. Christina clenched her fist. She could tell such projects are interesting on their own. You do know that next week we're going back to our Earth. There is a Jupiter expansion project going on. Layla burst their excitement bubble from the resting area. She was listening to the whole thing. I know. Designing work can be done all over the place. He said to his fun-destroying wife. At least you are aware. The blonde replied as she returned to her studies. Not long after, Trajan returned with a huge grin on his face. He was holding his sketching book. Marcus was smiling as well, but it was a slightly different smile. A smile to the obvious ones that he is about to show his son the ropes, and if he can survive. Let's go, Dad. Trajan rushed over, holding the book. Sure thing. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 95 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 76.5 Euphemia Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 211, Book 2, Chapter 86, Celestial Being Merchandises. Marcus placed the drawing book in a scanner, and moments later, his son's doodles appeared before them. The Emperor began to flicker around the parts, assembling the mobile suit. Oh, Trajan exclaimed loudly upon seeing the image of his future machine. It doesn't look like a Gundam, Christina commented, confused. She was certain she had seen a Gundam. The little prince has shown one to her. That's because what you see is its unicorn mode. Show us Gundam mode, Legion. The blonde kid loudly commented. Certainly, my prince. Sure enough, the unicorn began to transform into a Gundam. It should have special powers. The prince declared. Yes, it should, but you have no idea what kind of powers or from where it comes. Marcus burst his son's bubble. The prince puffed his cheeks for a second. I will think of something. Besides, this Gundam is supposed to be a prototype, right, Dad? Trajan confirmed with his dad. Indeed. We need to confirm that it's feasible. Marcus's hands went to the model as he activated designing mode. Adding actual parts to the machine. Like the frame itself and other Anaheim parts of a Gundam throne. Before long, he pressed assemble, and Legion generated a mobile suit. Powered by a third-generation fusion reactor, based on Tyranny's frame, it would look like this. He said to them. The machine looked realistic, no longer a drawing that came to life. Awesome. The prince fist bumped when he saw it. Indeed. Now, do you want the assembly of it? The Emperor asked his son. Yes, let's do it, Dad. Sure. He motioned to follow him. The pair walked to the changing room. Moments later, they came out of the changing room. Marcus's work clothes were a bit dirty, he had oil and that stuff on them. In comparison, Trajan had a new set. When Layla saw it, she shook her head, but there was a smile on her lips. It was cute to see the little prince already working in the workshop. First, is welding the frame. Right. Marcus gave him a mask that covers his face. You do know the reason for this, right? The Emperor asked as he covered his face. Not to get blind. Indeed. Safety first. The moment he mentioned safety, Layla rolled her eyes. Still, it's good that he is teaching his son that. Okay. As Legion bots brought 2 pieces down and placed them on the ground, the Emperor pulled out a set of welding tools. Isn't it a bit too much? Trajan realized that it would take a lot of time. Don't worry, electricity is free here. There is a fusion reactor underneath us. He smiled at his son, but he still frowned. The kid already noticed how big a task this would be. Shouldn't we ask Legion to assist us in this job? The blonde prince was not stupid, he swiftly noticed how crazy the whole thing could end. Don't worry, Troy. The whole assembly of your unicorn is a learning session. As Marcus said, he began to weld. The prince stared for a bit before sighing and joining his father. This is both funny and a bit concerning. Wang Lumei shook her head. Even in Celestial Being, which was always understaffed, they had a small team of people who built the Gundams. Felt forcefully smiled as she commented. I find it cute. You do realize that he could take a super-duper easy way out and make Legion do it, or millions of engineers and mechanics that are part of the Empire. Christina smiled when she saw the whole thing. That's the pride of mechanics and engineers. Part of me wonders if this is related to the fact that he doesn't want to have sons who can't make a mobile suit. Layla commented as she walked over and leaned forward on the handrails. She joined the girls at the edge and watched them weld two pieces together. That should be the case. If he made his machines from the very beginning, it is more important than any conquest, no. Felt concluded. Indeed. Layla slowly nodded as she watched her struggling son do most of the welding. It was cute. At some point, her husband began to help him. The whole session lasted around 20 minutes, and afterwards, Trajan needed a break. The blonde prince swiftly returned to the workshop level, rested his legs and got some water to drink. Marcus returned as well. There was a small smile on his lips. Well, do you think he will return? Wang Lumei asked him. Of course he will. He is as stubborn as Layla and me. The emperor replied as he looked at his beautiful wife, who rolled her eyes. You sound like it's a bad trait. The logistics empress complained. Not at all, I find it cute when it's concerning my beautiful wife. Marcus got close, but this is where Layla pulled back as she looked at him from top to bottom. You are dirty, and I haven't forgiven you for the last comments. The blonde puffed her cheeks for a second. Pretending to be angry. Ha. So my wife is mad that I love her. I see, I see. The emperor flipped the script on her, making his empress wife complain immediately. That is not what I meant. Don't make it up. Once more, she scrambled to defend herself. No wonder he is the ruler, he can turn any situation in his favor. Felt thought to herself, but she was quite naive, as the other two girls thought that he was shameless. Teasing continued for a while. Midway through, Wang Lumei joined in, suggesting she could be alternative, which triggered Layla, who felt she still needed to catch up with her husband. So, in the end, the emperor was the winner anyway, as Layla ended up in his hands. Thankfully, the empress was saved from further embarrassment by her son, who was ready to continue with his Gundam build. Marcus was impressed by his son's resilience. It would seem he inherited the Britannian royal obsession, which is great in his books. That means if he puts his mind to it, he will succeed in the very end. Still, as the days passed, they were able to make half of the frame before they needed to move back to their Earth. I am a bit nervous. Christina, all of a sudden, exclaimed as she looked at the awakening portal. It's seamless, so don't worry. Layla smiled at the girl. Indeed. It's like walking into another room. Wang Lumei reassured the girl. But it's a big project. Felt looked at hundreds of people waiting for the portal to power up. These people are full-time workers, so they switch weekly, Layla explained to them, as she is the one responsible for them. Really? Wow. Indeed, 12 hours per day, 7 days per week. In total, 84 hours per week. They have one of the highest paid jobs in the Empire. The Empress explained to them. Oh, wow, so how much do they get? Hard to explain, since regular money is basically useless to us. It is more closely related to resources. The position itself gives many perks for the person and his family. Is it related to the fact that it's one economy and asteroid mining making money useless? Felt comments from the side, she learned that this is where they are heading as well. Indeed, the Empire provides housing, water, and electricity for free, so what is left are consumer goods and entertainment, so that's where we have a currency, which they get around 50,000 per month. Layla tried to explain to them. Is that much? Christina asked curiously. Well, it's enough to buy everything inside a supermarket. Oh, it is a well-paid job. The brown-haired woman already felt that she should actually enlist to work for the Empire. Yes, but if anything happens, one could get stranded in a foreign world. Wang Lumei explained why it pays so well. True. But either way, it's Empire on both sides of the portal. The ex-celestial being girl shrugged. Far from it. The heiress smirked mysteriously. As they talked, Marcus and Trajan returned from the souvenir shop. Yep, there is one here. They have Earth with its elevators and orbital system as a toy. Of course, there is a recent addition, celestial being fridge magnets and stuff like that. Marcus even made Ptolemaeo's model, alongside their Gundams. Is that Ptolemaeo's? Christina gawked at what Trajan was holding. And Ashia, Dynames, Kyrios, and Virtue. He showed her the boxes. Felt and Christina looked at Marcus, who shrugged at them before showing them celestial being's fridge magnet. You guys haven't trademarked yourself in my reality or even this one. Well, they couldn't, because terrorist organization. Wang Lumei chuckled before shaking her head. The whole situation was silly. Can I get these? Christina commented. Sure. I am coming as well. Layla's curiosity was piqued. I will pay. I doubt you girls have imperial pounds. The Empress waved her purse. You're right. The four girls walked to the shop on the ground floor of the main research base. There was a supermarket there as well. Whoa. I have never been in this part of the base. Christina exclaimed, and Felt slowly nodded. I can't believe Marcus didn't take me here before we left for his world. Wang Lumei pouted as she realized she missed such an interesting store. I am pretty sure all he cared about was winning you over so that you could spy for him on Celestial Being. Layla commented, ignoring the typical merchandise, her gaze was on the rarer items. Right. The heiress tried to ignore the judging stares from Felt and Christina, that is all they could do. Instead of paying attention to them, Emperor's fiancé looked at the store. Most of the items in the shop themed after the Empire were hats, scarves, gloves, and goggles, since it was a shop in the South Pole, and their colors were typically purple and black or black and gold. There is the iconic two-headed golden eagle, or Anaheim crest, then of course. Another huge section was boxes with Gundam models inside. I didn't know the Empire had such a love for assembling models, Felt commented as she saw Celestial Being Gundams there as well. It was surreal for the pair. That's because of what it means. Layla walked over and picked up a box with Andraste's picture. Means? A toy? Christina asked with confusion. Far from it. I wonder, does a typical house in your place usually have a religious painting or symbol, usually meaning that it protects the house? The blonde asked the trio. Yes, as far as I am aware, in HRL we did that. Wang Lumei nodded at her question. Then you understand. These hold the same value. The Empress showed the box to them. They do. Christina couldn't believe it. Marcus is doing, of course. Remember the speech towards our son? The whole meaning behind the Gundam. Yes, so. Precisely, the miracle of uniting the world, forever ending the infighting, all of that is thanks to them. So he made people buy these and then put them together and put them with a painting with a specific scene from the previous war. She showed the Andraste with spread out wings. This is from our invasion of India. It only lasted a few hours, it was total victory, that is, they portrayed it as the goddess of victory. Layla explained to them. So he is making a new religion. Felt was speechless to say the least. In a way. He is using these models to lead people into the future, as Andraste symbolizes preparation and sound strategy for achieving perfect victory, like a goddess of victory. I would say it's not true religion but a way of life, as he is basically telling us that with great preparation we can make a miracle happen. The blonde tried to explain to them. Typically, boys buy them. Layla mentioned it leisurely. I see, interesting. And Celestial Beings models? Christina curiously asked, wondering what her old faction means to the Empire. Oh, these. They are just another defeated faction that gets a spot in the collection. Layla smiled without care. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 96 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 76.5 Euphemia Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 212, Book 2, Chapter 87, Back to Capital. Marcus and his group passed the portal and crossed over into his home reality. There was a considerable number of people waiting for him there. Of course, there is heavy traffic with the portals opening. There are 2 train lines that go in and out so that 2 realities can swiftly exchange people, items, and research material. Though there is a spot where people can simply walk into another reality. They immediately walked to the waiting shuttles, where a lineup of knights was waiting for the Imperial family. Your Majesty. Welcome back. Jeremiah greeted him with a bright smile. Good to see you, Jeremiah. Anything of note happened? The Emperor asked with a smile. Nothing worth your notice. The knight declared with an assured tone. I see, well, let's hit the road. I missed my city. Marcus declared as he looked at the waiting shuttles. The commander of G-Force chuckled with a nod as he motioned for the royal guards to get going. At once, Your Majesty. Not long after everyone got seated inside their seats, and soon enough, the shuttles began to float and move north towards the old continent. Marcus smiled a bit as soon as he saw the orbital elevator. They passed soon after and moved towards the capital of the Empire. Didn't change much, didn't it? He asked his wife, who was already writing something. Not to my knowledge. She replied with a confused look, wondering what he meant by that. Good. I love opening new buildings. Marcus then randomly commented, smiling as he enjoyed dropping into building opening events, doing the honors of opening, and then giving his blessing as the ruler of the world. Don't do that. People freak out. Layla sighed in resignation, recalling him doing that. Is he going to start looking for new buildings upon his return? Wait. What does he do? Wang Lumei asked as she sat behind them and heard what they had just said. From time to time, he drops into parties unannounced and does the honors of opening the building. Oh, I would freak out as well. The heiress smiled a bit as she found it amusing in a sense. Your tone of voice tells me otherwise. Layla didn't see the heiress, but she heard her voice. Well, I found it amusing. As the pair of girls was talking, Marcus checked his holographic console, more specifically the ASP. He wanted to see what Setsuna was doing. The observations on him showed him that the Gundam Meister was restless. The guy tried to look for anything remotely bad in his empire. He traveled around parts of the world and learned a considerable amount about the history of his Earth. Jeremiah. Yes, Your Majesty. How is Setsuna? The Emperor asked his knight. His question got the celestial being girls perked up. They started to listen in. Wait. Is he in this reality? Christina asked. Indeed. I mentioned. Marcus pondered out loud. I only heard that you dealt with the Meisters. Felt deadpanned. The Emperor hummed as he looked at his knight, who began to explain. We do monitor him remotely as you asked. Trying to give him space. It was a bit surprising how deeply he looked for some sort of rebellious elements in the Empire. Though he quickly realized that our Empire has a deep spiritual mission to conquer the stars, and people are very driven to do that, so there is no time for something as mundane as rebellions, Jeremiah said with a passionate tone. His passion made the newcomers sweat drop. They didn't expect to meet someone that passionate. Good to hear. I shall visit him soon. Marcus smiled as he said that. Oh. Us too. Christina chipped in and then looked at Felt, who nodded back. I do want to see how well he is doing. The Pinkette replied. He did try several different works, though. I doubt someone as scarred as him would easily change, Jeremiah mentioned. Indeed. He would be a perfect G-Force pilot. Marcus offhandedly mentioned and then perked up when he saw his city in the distance. Welcome to Constantinople, girls. The Emperor commented as he saw the skyscrapers on the horizon. Oh. The pair of them perked up. The ex-celestial being girls looked through the car windows at the landmarks. Isn't it a bit dangerous? I mean, flying cars, what if it breaks down? Felt asked, seeing that there were only flying cars in the whole city. That's where you assume that the car has a typical engine and it can break down. Marcus looked at where she was looking. So it's different from, like an electric engine. Vibrations to the floating, the engine is basically a battery sending vibrations into a resonator that moves the vehicle, and the resonator is basically a piece of stone. He smiled at her, hinting at where it goes. Oh. The girl was smart, realizing what this meant. So, it is far more reliable than anything built before, Christina commented from what she understood. Indeed. Marcus was the one who introduced this technology. Imagine how it would look on him when the tech he introduced is worse than before. Layla commented from the side while writing an email. When you said it like that. Felt didn't know that Marcus had introduced flying cars. Soon enough, the motorcade arrived and came to a stop on the platform. There were rows of maids waiting for them, and royal guards lined up behind them with their pikes. Oh, old school. Pikes. Christina commented on their choice of weapons. She says old school. Layla shook her head. You know these guys are ceremonial and usually here to maintain order. Remember in the souvenir store? The Empress reminded her of the statues they saw in the shop. Oh, right. The brown-haired woman slowly nodded as she recalled what she saw just a couple of hours ago. Indeed, you don't want other guys to be here, as they would leave holes in your body. The blonde vaguely hinted at the other guys who are dressed in black and wield gravity weapons. That's extreme. Don't scare them, Layla, those guys don't get deployed that easily. Marcus tried to calm the girl's nerves. Is it? They do want to work in well-paid jobs, and those usually include your ASP. Layla rolled her eyes. I just told them what the weapons they wield can do. As she was explaining, her son's voice interrupted them. Dad, look. Trajan showed something. I am almost done with Ashia. The prince showed Ashia's figurine, it only needs painting. Nicely done, Troy. Marcus praised his son. Layla rolled her eyes. Clearly, her son doesn't read the room at all. You can finish with your figurines in your room, Troy. The blonde empress tried to explain to her son that there is a place and time for everything. Okay. The prince returned to his seat as the shuttle landed and the doors opened. The knights and their commander left first as they lined up. After them was Marcus and the rest. As he looked around, he took a deep breath. It was a familiar smell of home. He then looked ahead, and there were his other wives, Anna, Colin, and, surprisingly, Cece, who wore her iconic smug smile. The Emperor walked over towards them. Well, well. Guess who decided to visit? The Witch Empress teased him. I can say the same thing. Do you enjoy your holidays? The Emperor teased her back. Holidays? Don't jest. She puffed her cheeks a bit. The witch moved aside and showed him their son. Marcus swiftly picked him up. My little conqueror. The Emperor exclaimed as he hugged his little son. Cece smiled at him, seeing him react like that. But then he felt a couple of jealous gazes, as he had 2 daughters. Marcus rolled his eyes as he moved his son into one hand, then motioned for his little daughter to walk over. He picked the red-haired girl with his other hand. And me. The green-eyed, black-haired girl puffed her cheeks. You are a bit too big for this, Claudia. Her father replied to her as she puffed even more. Come now. Claudia, you can get your dad's attention once we are inside. Anna tried to console her daughter with an amused smile. Humph. I guess I can do that. Now let's get inside. Colin looked around, standing outside like that, and thought it was a bit too much. Sure. Marcus nodded as he carried his kids towards the doors. So who are the girls? More fiancés? Colin asked with a resigned sigh. The pair blushed hard when they heard that. And no, we are not. Felt swiftly shook her head. Is the Emperor of the world not good enough for you? Colin grinned as she countered. No, I wouldn't dream. Colin grinned even more as she found this girl blushing like that amusing. Don't mess with Felt, Colin. She is a good girl. Layla sighed as she got between Colin and Felt. Oh. Are you going to take her under your wing? The Empress of Combat asked with raised eyebrow. The blonde rarely expands her retinue. No. Anna will. Layla looked at Anna. I will. The Pinkette Empress looked confused as she looked at Layla. Yes, these two were with Celestial Being and were part of the main team. They are experts in computers, and designed the OS for the Gundams, and assisted Marcus in developing his new Gundam. The blonde explained to them. The praise made the two fiddle, especially Felt, who looked everywhere but not at them. Oh, nice. I heard our husband literally hoarded most of Celestial Being. Anna complained to Marcus, who had his kids and Cece surrounded. They were walking towards the doors. I can't hear you, Anna. I have no idea what you're talking about. The Emperor placed Julia on his shoulders, so he used his free hand to wave at them. There is more to science than Gundams, husband. The Pinkette began to walk towards the doors, and as she saw him, he was already quite a distance away. I doubt you could persuade him in that regard. Layla shook her head as she started to walk as well. Humph. Anna puffed a bit, but then she sneaked between Christina and Felt, wrapped her hands around their waist and then hugged them. Then you two join my retinue, right? I am not like my husband. I don't have mobile suit carriers. My fleet is mostly research and science vessels. The pair realized that they were pinned, and there was no way they could say no to an empress. Sure, I guess. Felt caved in as she hoped that this smiling woman would let her go. Anna, you know that they are not that comfortable with such proximity. Layla noticed what the Pinkette was doing. Now I am certain that Marcus didn't touch them. Colin commented from the side when she saw that these two were uncomfortable with cuddles. Layla and Anna giggle when they hear that, as the Pinkette finally let them go as they proceeded to walk towards the citadel's interior. Announcing, the Holy Emperor, Marcus Justinian Anaheim. The moment the guard at the double doors declared, people in the throne room scrambled to drop to one knee. Marcus strolled in dressed in black, purple, and gold robes and a crown on his head. He dropped into his throne and got comfortable in his seat. He leaned his head into his hand and looked at the people. Well, it would seem little has changed here. I hope you ladies and gentlemen had decent holidays when I was not here. The Emperor commented, there was a bit of teasing in his voice. You jest, Your Majesty, we wouldn't relax just because you were absent. One of them swiftly declared. Oh. Marcus looked at the one who spoke. This one is Lord Darlington. I am with the Military Recruitment Department, and the recruitment is up by 15% from last quarter. The men proudly declared. That is mostly because of my program. Tell me how it's going with the Star Base's main weapon. Is it under construction? The Emperor went for the important stuff. Yes, the base itself is complete, the construction for the solar cannon has begun, however, we do not know how effective it will be, or if it could have the range you desire, Your Majesty. Another noble said with a nervous tone. The men hoped that the report would be to the Emperor's liking. Good enough, I already have ideas on how to shorten the distance and make it impossible for the possible enemy to dodge. Marcus smiled as he recalled what his new Gundam could do. He can cross around 4 to 5 light years in mere moments, now give that to a gun. He will be able to snipe reapers from Earth who try to enter his solar system. Wonderful news, Your Majesty. Indeed, now tell me how the Jupiter project is coming along. The Emperor nodded as he ignored the ass-kissing he was getting from them and instead focused on what was important. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 97 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 76.5 Euphemia Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 213, Book 2, Chapter 88, Kebabs and Disguised Emperor. The ex-Gundam Meister of Celestial Being, Setsuna, has spent several weeks trying to find some sort of rebellious elements inside the Holy Britannian Empire. The only thing that he found was that people thought the Emperor was too slow in his expansions. Actual extremists that made Marcus Anaheim look moderate. Now these, in Setsuna's opinion, don't count. In the end, he decided to change tactics, join the regular workforce, and understand people in this reality. What he found was that people in this empire are highly motivated, and everyone feels they are part of something bigger. He meets people who want to live on Venus, Mars, and even moons of the gas giants. The only issue is that they didn't win the lottery to move there. In other words, they are extremely hopeful and motivated for another chance. All of them remember the days before the Empire, and none of them wants to return to that period. In fact, it was so bad that they started a new calendar. Such a deep and thoughtful look. Setsuna's eyes widened as he heard a familiar voice. His gaze snapped to the side as he saw Marcus dressed in simple running slacks, a black t-shirt, and a light blue hoodie. The Emperor kept his hoodie unzipped, though he used the hood to hide his black hair and black sunglasses to hide his eyes. Marcus Anaheim. The Gundam pilot exclaimed in shock. Keep your voice down. As you can see, I am an incognito. The disguised Emperor motioned him to calm down. With that said, the Emperor took a seat on the bench next to Setsuna. He then pulled out a blue plastic bag and a white plastic box, offering one to the confused ex-Celestial Being member. What is? But then Marcus opened his, and it was doner kebab slices and fries. One thing is for sure, he didn't expect food from the Emperor of the world. Sauce. The disguised Emperor offered a plastic pot full of garlic sauce. One thing about Constantinople is kebabs. Marcus commented as he pulled out another plastic box that was full of vegetables like cucumber, tomato, beetroot, onions, lettuce. What are you doing here? The ex-Gundam pilot eventually asked. His curiosity was at its peak. Enjoying what I achieved, Setsuna. The Emperor replied as he began to eat without hesitation. How is the capital? The disguised ruler asked after several bites. As he looked into the distance, the flying cars and skyscrapers made quite a sight, and the parks, especially this one, made the contrast. People are exercising or relaxing, kids and teenagers are playing basketball on the courts, and football in the larger parts of the parks. You keep it clean. The guy replied, then looked at the kebab box in his hands. He then opened it, and it was a huge portion, making him grimace a bit. He then took a pot of sauce and sprinkled it on the meat and chips. That much is given, Marcus replied as he continued with his food. What happened to Celestial Being? Well, Lok Khan is in the army, special forces. I occasionally enlist him as my bodyguard. Alleluia is in the reserve army as he found his girlfriend, so he doesn't want to fight that much. Your Innovate friend is still in his cell, though I gave him a bunch of classic books to read. The Emperor explained before taking another bite. I see. I didn't imagine Lok Khan in the army. Setsuna looked conflicted about that. Temporary. The disguised ruler replied between bites. There is no way I keep him like that. I gave him a copy of his die names. Marcus looked for a certain expression on the ex-Ashia pilot. There was a bit of jealousy in that silence. Most of Celestial Being scientists are in my G-Force Lagrange 3 colony. Like the Gundam maker Ian and his family. And what now? Depends on you. Our deal is still there, you can concede, and I can enlist you today in my G-Force. You will get your Ashia, upgraded Ashia as your personal machine. Marcus stopped eating and looked at him. Seeing that he is not responding, the Emperor continued with his kebab. Around 2 minutes later, there was a reaction from Setsuna. This is good. The guy tasted the kebab. Why do you think I sneak out of my palace when I have a chance? Marcus chuckled while saying that. The meat is sourced from actual farms, not some factory, and it's from trusted people. The disguised ruler explained in a proud tone. He then offered some vegetables. Try these, they are fresh as well. With that said, the pair continued eating while looking out at the park before them. The Emperor didn't truly think that the ex-guerrilla fighter before him would easily accept the offer to be a G-Force member, which is why he is not pushing the subject. If he wants, she can accept it, if he doesn't, it's fine either way. There are more than enough people who want to fight for him. Eventually, Marcus was done with his food as he pulled out a can of fizzy drink and opened it with a click, taking a large sip before leaning into the bench. It has been a while since I had something this good. LA food is not bad, but the local stuff is always the best. True. Anyway, Setsuna, watch TV tomorrow, it's a grand day. With that said, the Emperor got up and threw the empty boxes and plastic bag into the bin next to the bench. The Gundam Meister watched the disguised ruler simply walk away with a can of a drink. It was a bit wild how no one could recognize him. But then again, no one would expect the Emperor of the world to dress so casually and act like a simple civilian. It's something else how he can do that. Regardless, he returned to his kebab. This is good. I think I know where I want to work next. The ex-Gundam pilot said to himself. His next target is a takeaway restaurant. Marcus didn't realize yet, but his visit left an impression on the ex-terrorist kid. He might not have a new G-Force member anytime soon, but it was a start. Setsuna's question, why do people fight? People of the Empire answered it, and the ex-celestial beings pilot realized that, by watching all sorts of professional girls get excited by the new life they were living. Everyone was doing something, there was no time for his question. It was surreal for Ashia's ex-pilot. And it made sense, in the end, people don't think of such things when everyone has a goal, a mission, a dream. In the end, Marcus' world taught him a lesson, but it doesn't mean he would forgive a guy who manipulated his world and ended celestial being. But it was a start. He said something about a grand day. The ex-Gundam's pilot looked around, but then the clock hit 12 in the afternoon and holograms of Marcus's face popped up all over the capital city. Even large skyscrapers turned into projectors. People of Empire. Today is a glorious day for our empire and as a species as a whole. Marcus began to speak as a certain gas giant was behind him some distance away, clearly showing where he was at this moment. Today, we officially add another world to our growing empire. Jupiter and its moons are now officially part of the Holy Byzantine Empire. 4 colonies are in position, and the first batch of people is moving in as I speak to you. The camera moved from the Emperor and zoomed in on the largest planet in the solar system. There were 4 sword-shaped colonies next to the gas giant. I am proud to announce that the first projects regarding Jupiter are up and running. Soon enough, its moons will be open to the public. Details regarding Europa's research and exploration are now officially on the government's webpage. People can sign up for those positions, starting now. At that moment, Setsuna saw everyone around him pull out their phones. There should be an open slot for an engineering job, right? Who cares about that? It's Europa. A frozen water moon, there should be a job related to water, physics, and all that stuff. Another guy declared that everyone around the ex-pilot began to gush with excitement at getting a job. Never seen someone that happy to get a job. Setsuna thought to himself as he continued to walk. As the announcement ended, the holograms around them showed Jupiter and projects about the gas giant. There was a huge list of them. There were a bunch of projects that one could sign up for early and get training for. Among them was communications, one of the upcoming projects in Jupiter's orbit, the Sentry Array. A huge project that will assist in communications for the whole empire. Jupiter is simply perfect for such a job. The Sentry Array will utilize the gas giant's enormous magnetic field and radiation to boost its radius and speed of transition of information. Once the array is operational, other solar systems will simply need to build outposts. This method of information flow is Marcus's variant for having a stable flow of information. Since he knows about the Reapers and what they can do, he will build megastructures, if need be, to ensure stable communications between imperial provinces. And Jupiter is crucial for that. Orbiting Jupiter, there was a fleet of ships. Aboard the flagship Sirius-class mobile suit carrier, Marcus and 3 of his wives were discussing the latest imperial expansion. I knew that you were a bit crazy, my dear husband. The fortress above the sun is proof. But damn. Layla commented as she looked at the Sentry Array design. It was an enormous space station full of satellite dishes and antennae. A bit similar to a mushroom. There was a large head and then a spine that goes down. According to the schematics, this thing will be almost as big as a small moon. How are you planning to build something like that? The blonde asked him. She was speechless because of how big this thing was supposed to be. The resources needed for something like that. It's at least 5 times the size of the Star Fortress. The ones who helped me to build this will reveal themselves to me in due time. What you look at is simply the schematics. Last time you said simply schematics was your Star Fortress, people can now see the thing from Earth. Layla sighed as she massaged her forehead. She was responsible for resources, and her husband is like a small child who keeps stealing cooking from a jar. And what do you even mean by that? The logistics empress asked with a frown, why is he pulling his mysterious card on her? In 7 years or so, there will be an invasion of living metal in another reality. I will mix quantum brainwaves with Geass to gain control of these metals. Once I have them with Legion's assistance, the construction speed and possible scale will increase by around 250%, building moon-sized or even planet-sized things won't be an issue. Marcus said to his wives, who looked at him in silence. You asked me what I meant by that, and I just explained to you. The Emperor explained to her in quite a detail. Do you know how many things can go wrong in this plan of yours? Layla exclaimed in worry. Already did my calculations, used my improved Geass and discussed with Veda and Legion. He shrugged. And you didn't say to me? The blonde complained to him with a small pout. Well, you were worried about Euphemia more than anything else, Marcus replied with another shrug. PFFFF. Colin, in the background, snorted. She found this funny. You do know how many resources we need. Sweetheart. Marcus shook his head. He summoned a hologram and sent her several pictures. It was 2 volcanic worlds and 2 moons. I already paved the path forward. I thought you already knew that everything is calculated and thought through. There is a reason why I am the Emperor. He smiled as he leaned into his throne, making her stop and look at him. Yes, true, but this is what happens when I am out of the loop. Not knowing the details. The blonde returned to massaging her head. You know that I love to stay on top of things. My hands twitch in front of not sorted out things. She reminded him of that. Yes. I know my gorgeous wife is pedantic. Marcus teased the beauty. Hey. What about us? All of a sudden, Colin complained as she walked over. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 98 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 76.5 Euphemia Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 214, Book 2, Chapter 89, Venus Carbon Extraction. Jupiter's addition to the Imperial control was one of the most important expansions in the Empire's young history. While a gas giant, with no solid ground, it was not an issue to the Empire, as they could simply add more Sword-Type 3 colonies or just add extra living segments in existing colonies. That's the magic of that kind of design. Soon enough, with the first working colonies, GN reactor creation has begun. To see one come to life, people from G-Force arrived to witness it firsthand. This is. Lloyd's face was nearly kissing the glass of the window as he stared at what was happening in the chamber. People were working in heavy anti-radiation suits around a rapidly rotating cone-shaped engine. First ever GN reactor built by our Empire. The pudding-loving scientist exclaimed. Indeed. It didn't take you guys long to finish it. We back then hadn't figured it out. Ian said while scratching the back of his head. So it was true then. Celestial being thought that 5 reactors would be enough. Sakuya, who was there, asked with disbelief. Indeed. Now that I think about it, they were extremely naive to some extent. Ian grimaced to some extent. I wouldn't say it like that. All of a sudden, another voice said as this individual entered the observation room. It was a bald man, and no other than Eolia Skenberg. He walked over and looked at the 6th engine to be born. The process of its creation is the hardest part. I didn't foresee that people would create a mockery of the GN drive. That corner family. Their greed knew no bounds. He frowned while commenting on what happened on the other Earth. That. Lloyd nodded at him, not caring that much. Thankfully, we can utilize this technology on a much larger scale. All of the mobile suits and spaceships will have it. It's part of functioning jump drive technology. Sakuya commented as she saw it. Indeed. The fusion technology the Empire created is truly fascinating. The baldman said, with a smile, that his curiosity had been piqued to a considerable degree, as he had been chipping in and assisting with 4th-generation development. A greater sun in the reactor means stronger gravity, which makes it easier for gravity resonators to work. While it was amazing, the 4th generation was years away for a simple reason: they don't have the means to keep such a heavy star as light as possible. The initial design was to utilize EZO, but they have only a very small amount of element 0. But this is where the experts of celestial being came to play. Why not use GN particles? GN particles have the same traits as EZO. Even more in fact. That is where Marcus issued an imperial decree to create a 4th-generation fusion reactor. With an imperial decree in place, the Empire automatically allocated a budget to a new collaboration project among the Energy Division, the G-Force, and the Academy City. It was becoming especially easier with GN Drive's creation. The GN Drive loadouts were assigned to all the G-Force Gundams, and work on the Knight's cataphract replacement began as well. The mass production models entered Phase 2 of development as the military began its development. Before long, things began to settle down. The excitement about Jupiter died down. Well, it didn't die down, more precisely, it was just there. People were moving in droves, for all the projects in the gas giant's territory. Then another major project was nearing the end of Phase 1. And that was Venus. Approximately a year after Jupiter's expansion, the construction of the carbon extractor was complete. Well, it wasn't just a carbon extractor. It can extract any sort of atmosphere from a planet. While everyone concluded that it could be a deadly weapon, Nina didn't create it for that. When Marcus saw it, his first impression was that it was a scaled-down colossus from Stellaris. The Emperor shook his head in amusement. Nina couldn't escape her fate of creating a superweapon. In other timelines, she would create nukes. In his one, she took her gloves off and created something that could rip out the atmosphere from a planet. If Marcus is to scale it up, he could have a literal colossus, a world cracker if the Emperor alters the method of shooting. Well, the thing is, the design isn't that complex. The hardest parts are the gravity resonance railings and the fusion reactor. For now, Marcus shelved the colossus idea, as he is not at war with aliens, yet. Instead, Marcus and members of his family arrived in Venus colonies to watch the orange clouds shrink, and the planet's surface reveal itself. You know. I hope that the first world we will colonize won't be a lump of molten rocks. Euphemia, who was heavily pregnant, commented with a hopeful tone. You wish, this world had a temperature of 300 degrees Celsius for millions of years. What do you think there could be on this planet? Cornelia, who was acting like Euphemia's bodyguard, commented. Let's just say that the older sibling was not happy that Euphemia not only married Marcus but got pregnant. The older sibling even went to the other world to pick Euphemia up. Still, the anger didn't last for long, as at the end of the day, she concluded that there was no better choice for a husband for the pink princess. You are such a spoil sport, sister, Euphemia complained as she simply gazed at the planet that got its carbon sucked out. We will colonize Centauria first. That is simply the better option. Cornelia ignored her complaints as she explained, arms crossed. People are far more intrigued to settle in that world. In fact, Marcus played along and declared that 1 million colonizers would move to Centauria, the third world of the middle star of Alpha Centauri. Since it was not named world, the Senate, with Marcus' approval, named that world Centauria. Now there is a massive amount of potential for the trinary solar system of Alpha Centauri. 2 volcanic worlds, 2 volcanic moons, a toxic world that could be and will be terraformed, alongside 2 gas giants that the Empire will turn into factories of GN technology. Especially the 2 volcanic moons and planets are ready for harvest. Minerals of these 4 worlds will cause a massive leap in the Empire's expansion engine. But I suppose it's the novelty that we are turning Venus into a habitable world. The Pinkette commented that this world would be far better to exploit and mine now that the carbon extractor has stripped away the thick layers of atmosphere. Of course, this world and Mars will be terraformed simply because they are what they are, an iconic world in our history and mythology, Cornelia reassured. She knows her brother well by this point. He is a history and mythology buff through and through. He won't shelve Venus's terraforming simply because it's a huge, active volcano. These ladies were not the only ones who were on the observation deck of the core colony of Venus. It was a massive glass dome at the top of the Sword Type 2 colony. There was another pair of girls who were here as well. These 2 were Marcus' princess wife, as he called her, Marina. She was no longer Ismail but Anaheim. And in her hands was a small baby with black hair and purple eyes. Next to her was her assistant, Sharon, who ended up following her to this reality. They were here to see Marcus' empire in action and what they are capable of. Moments later, large double doors behind them opened, and Emperor, followed by Nina Einstein, Layla, and Anna, strolled in. They were here to see the reveal themselves and, at the same time, to decide on the funding scale for the next phase of the terraforming effort. The carbon extractor, basically a space station-sized vacuum cleaner, was a massive success. It became another asset in the Empire's terraforming branch of technology. Another one of these, the Empire, will be built above Telemon's 4th world, the one next to Centauria. The Emperor immediately went to one of his darling wives, holding the cute baby. He immediately smiled, seeing how cute his son was. His other wives followed after him. Anna looked quite jealous because she wanted a second child, while Layla had mixed emotions. She wanted one, yet at the same time, she did not. But since I am an innovator, my body must have changed as well. The blonde transitioned to an innovator. She lost her beautiful blue eyes, but the perks of that were an array of abilities beyond those of mundane humans. Oh, gosh, my little emperor looks so cute. Marina rolled her eyes when she heard that coming from Marcus's mouth. Yet you named him after a conqueror. I am still annoyed by that. The black-haired princess wife of his complained again. Marcus decided to name him after the conqueror of Persia, Iskandar himself. He found it funny in a sense since he got himself a Persian wife, so why not a son after a Persian conqueror? Conquering emperor, sounds good in my books. The emperor sagely nodded at what he just said. Ugh. Marina groaned. You will get used to his silliness. It's nothing new. Layla sighed as she commented from the side. True, at least he didn't name one after a Roman general, and gender-bent its name. Anna sighed as well. After all, Marcus named his daughters Claudia, who is the female version of Claudius, and Julia, who is the female version of Julius. Great names, I don't know why you're complaining, I won't name my kids Bob, Tim, or whatever. Marcus huffed as he crossed his arms and looked away towards the planet. I find it's fine. Nina, who was gushing at the child, eventually, and always will take her emperor's side. She is his greatest fan and true cheerleader. Of course you do. Layla rolled her eyes at the nerdy girl. Anyway, Lulu. I will name my daughter. Euphemia walked over to them. The Pinkette began to pout as the emperor was not giving up that easily. Pout intensify. Fine, but I do have veto right, legal veto, mind you. Marcus caved in, he can't resist that pout. Humph, it's not fair that you can do that. He shrugged, he was the emperor. Anyway, enough about your kids. Look at this. Cornelia got everyone's attention. Everyone turned their gaze to the clearing clouds. What they saw was a black and red world. I see, because how weak is Venus' rotation, the sun's gravitational pull is shredding the planet's crust, Nina commented as she looked at the world below them. It was exactly what we feared. Layla sighed as she looked at her husband. I suppose I should allocate the resources for the next big toy. It would be for the best, Nina replied as she turned around and looked at Layla and then at Marcus. We will need the gravity hammer for future terraforming regardless. The nerdy girl clarified. She is right, Marcus nodded as he took his son from Marina's hands and began to cuddle. The hammer will be essential in tidally locked worlds. Like the one in Proxima Centauri. You are going to terraform it just for fun and giggles, aren't you? Cornelia groaned, knowing he would terraform it because people thought it was their first candidate for colonization, they thought they could colonize another solar system. It's his way of saying, sure, why not? You know me well, sister. The emperor smiled at her as he kept holding his little prince. Right, so, I will get myself ahead and arrange your resources, Nina. Layla summoned her console and assigned the resources she would need for the gravity hammer. It's another, super weapon, one only needs to upscale it, and then it could crack planets like eggs. But on a smaller scale, one could target a planet's edge and begin to push it, or more precisely, hammer it, and bit by bit the world will begin to spin. Thus, Nina created another super weapon, as they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Thankfully, Marcus is not Schneasel, who would abuse these inventions the moment he could. Maybe I should make him a general against some aliens. I want to see him utterly crush, maybe those 4 eyes. No one would miss those slavers. Marcus pondered as he poked his son's cheek. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 99 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 76.5 Euphemia Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 215, Book 2, Chapter 90, Imperial Exploration Division. The monthly GN drive creation has increased 4 times since we began creating them. One of the engineers told Marcus that he was an ex-celestial being scientist who was rising through the ranks. GN technology is becoming a cornerstone of ship and mobile suit technology. Especially ships, as it's part of jump space technology. The Empire needs a massive amount of GN drives. For their Phase 2 cataphracts, new warships entering their final design phases, and the Innovator transitioning centers. These are buildings that will turn humans into innovators. There is a huge hype about innovators since Marcus revealed GN technology and what it can do. For years, he preached about human evolution, and now it was happening. But the issue with all of this is that GN reactors are not easy to make, after all, it's pseudo-perpetual energy generation, and actual people have to oversee their creation. There are not that many people who fully understand them. Thankfully, in Marcus' service is the very man who developed the technology, so he is here to assist in training the next generation of engineers and mechanics who can create these cone-shaped engines. Wonderful, keep on increasing the scale. The first 5 exploration ships are under construction as we speak. We need 10 ship-sized drives. Marcus sighed as he commented on what he needed. By our estimation, we will have them ready in 3 months, Your Majesty. The Emperor slightly nodded. Honestly, the sheer idea that people can move to Alpha Centauri soon is making people extremely giddy, as they say, the hype is real. But that's the thing, he won't allow regular humans to move there. Simply because innovators are a far better choice, the sun is literally different there, it will take a while for humans to adjust to a different light. Not only that, but they will be working on making the soil usable, and genetically engineering and altering plants for the new type of sun. It's literally bigger, and the amount of sunlight they get is different. So, with all these differences, Marcus' solution is simple, he will send 1 million innovators to terraform their first ever colony in another solar system. But to have that many innovators, he needs a lot of twin drive systems, so he began converting some hospitals in his territory into rooms where people could bathe in GN particles. Yet, no amount of preparation can overcome the shortage of GN drives. Good. For now, the exploration ships will have simple GN drives to do their jobs. Once the tech is ready, they will go through a retrofit. What Marcus meant by that is once a jump space ends, the ship doesn't have particles, it becomes an easy target. So, to counter this, there is a solution: warships will have twice as much particle storage. Such a design choice will allow warships to switch containers mid-flight, enabling a form of endless jump space. However, to do something like that, a strong AI has to be on board, as it would regulate the stored particles. Of course, the Empire will perfect such technology with fourth-generation fusion reactors, which the Science Division decided to call the GN engine, a blend of fusion reactor and GN drive. The rate of particle creation will increase massively, as will storage, but for now, science ships will have to deal with storage tanks switching up. Marcus has to deal with an eager population, so he might as well give them what they want. Understood, then we will give these GN driven to the exploration department. The Emperor simply nodded at what he heard. His mind was a bit away, and he was pondering on the exploration department. It's a new branch in the Empire that will play an enormous part in the future. Most of the expansion will happen because of them. He is considering expanding it and giving it to Anna, but his first wife is responsible for the very science of his empire. She can't work with two branches. Good, for now, continue with the current pace. There will be even more creation chambers that are coming online soon. Notify me once everything is in place. Marcus instructed, motioning for the engineers and scientists to leave. Once they were gone, he moved to his hologram controls and called the majority of his wives. What is it? Layla was the first one to pick up. You called. The Emperor could see them pick the call one after another. The exploration department is getting its first 5 exploration ships, which will be capable of traveling light years in mere seconds. Before long, we will have a decent understanding of our neighboring stars. Marcus began to explain. I know. You've been talking about this for weeks. Layla nodded. What I am hinting at is that I want a competent person to control this vital branch of the Empire. If I have something like glory hounds, it would be counterproductive. Marcus exclaimed with a sigh. He was worried about fuck-ups, especially in deep space. Why don't you look into your G-Force and ASP? All those guys there only want to please you. Colin lazily commented, as if she were lazing around the pool in their home. True, that is a good solution. At first I wanted to give it to one of my wives since my wives are the most competent in the world. Minus the cooking part. That part, he said to himself. I know that you were thinking something not nice about us, but I will let it slide this one time. Layla narrowed her eyes, and Marcus could see that the lightning in them was brighter for a second. Sadly, husband, you don't have spare wives who could lead the exploration. Euphemia shrugged at him. I will think of something. Until then, I will see you all in the evening. With that said, he ended the call and got up from his chair. For a second, he stretched and then looked around. His office is quite nice. He brought back some of the trophies from his wars, and of course, there was imperial regalia, but mostly trophies, like a damaged Britannian soldier's helmet, followed by Europea and a Chinese one. Then, some swords from around the world, a couple of guns, they are all floating behind glass cases, like in a museum. These kinds of items help him when he is in a tight spot. He would look at a weapon or piece of equipment, think about its source and the history of that culture, and then get inspired by it. That's what he did from the early days when he was living in Japan and tinkering with Glasgow parts to build his luff. Now, he has things from another reality. Marcus' gaze went to 3 mannequins in one of the corners. 3 uniforms, from AEU, Union and HRL. His office is the only place that has these clothes, an extreme rarity, to say the least. Send the word, I want my G-Force and my top knights to gather, I have things to discuss. The Emperor said after pressing a button on his table. He then walked over and looked at the large painting on one of the walls. It was a painting of his tyrannies blowing up the Britannian base. Truly one of the best pieces painted. All he ever mentioned to the painter was a couple of details, the rest was all his. Now that's art. It took around an hour for his knights and G-Force to gather, as some of them were all over the Empire, from Mars to Venus, even in Jupiter's sphere. Your Majesty, you have called us. Jeremiah proudly asked him. Indeed, there is something that I wish to discuss with you. Marcus turned around, and he was gazing at his city from the massive windows. One thing he abused when he built his citadel was the use of massive windows. The window is a structural weakness, but one thing people probably didn't notice is that the window frames were resonant stones. And that means there is a strong gravitational force around them, protecting the citadel from outside attacks. I called you all here. Our empire is entering a new stage in its existence, Marcus commented as he looked at the gathered crowd. What do you want us to do? The commander of G-Force asked in an excited tone. Imperial Exploration Division. The Emperor dropped the name. I do not want some Senate pencil pushers to take this over, since, apparently I lack wives that could take this one off my shoulders. The Emperor sighed in defeat. It was quite animated to some of the knights. As if having 10 wives is not good enough. This is what you are worried about. Suzaku deadpanned. Next to him was Graham, who had a small chuckle. Indeed. So, here is a thing, one of you will be leading that division for me. Marcus walked over to his table and summoned a hologram, which expanded and showed it to them. This is a Galahad-class exploration vessel. A ship designed for swift movement, it has a hangar for 2 mobile suits, 1 shuttle, and 2 small flying crafts. Equipped with an array of scanners and all the little things you need to explore a new solar system. The new vessel was something new. They were designed purely for space. There are no regular ship traits that the previous warships had, like Sirius class or Centauri class. Now this is not what one of you will command. But something grander, eventually. You might recall what I proposed around a year ago. Proposed is a strong word. Suzaku internally chuckled. No one can decline him, so when he puts it in place, people will have to build it. Mothership-class vessels, these vessels will be at the front line managing expansions among them, exploration. Marcus showed them a huge, V-shaped vessel that includes a city, shipyards, and a command vessel. It was a mammoth of a ship. A juggernaut. One of them will be a colonizer that assists in terraforming worlds and sending down infrastructure to a fresh world. Another one will assist in exploring and building a route to colonization. Of course, there is a third of these motherships, and that one is responsible for military, a moving castle, barracks, and shipyards. Your Majesty. A blonde lady raised her hand. This one was Monica, his bastard sister. Well, no one calls them in Empire or even Britannia, but the point is, she is not Vi, Z, or La Britannia or whatever. Instead, she was a knight of round at one point. She knows how to command troops and organize things. Do you want to lead it? Marcus asked with a smile. That is, if no one opposes. She nodded while looking at other knights, looking for their expressions. Many of the knights and G-Force members shrugged at her. Our job is to eliminate our Emperor's enemies and lead his troops to glorious victory. We will join you the moment some aliens desire to intervene in the Empire's expansion. Jeremiah said with a bolstering tone, and the majority of knights sagely nodded at his words. I guess, you don't have opposition for your new position, sister. Marcus smiled while saying that. The knights slowly nodded, but then one of the younger girls got their attention. Your Majesty. If we might. Another blonde asked. What is it? Liliana. The Emperor asked curiously. If I may, these exploration vessels need at least some form of defense, at least one of the members should be decent at piloting a mobile suit. The knight girl explained what she thought. Indeed, are you suggesting that you want to transfer to one of these exploration vessels? There was a curious look on the ruler's face as he walked over and leaned into his table with crossed arms as he observed his knights. I believe this is one of the most important tasks in our empire at the moment, Your Majesty. The blonde seriously replied to him. You are not wrong. I suppose I can allow you two to assist Monica. Liliana smiled as the girl next to her gawked at her friend, then at the Emperor. But Your Majesty. I didn't say a thing. Marika, the brown-haired girl, exclaimed with disbelief. You two are always together, so I think of it as a package. The Emperor simply shrugged at her. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 100 are up. Extra stuff, chapter 76.5 Euphemia Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 216, Book 2, Chapter 91, the main character foreshadowing. With the exploration division sorted out, Marcus had peace of mind. There was another thing he needed to inspect for progress. And that was the pet project he had with Shamna. The Emperor boarded his tyrannies and rushed towards the resort province of Zilkston. The capital of the province has gone through a monumental change. It was a desert coast, it has transformed into a beach resort with palm trees and a beautiful coastline. In the old city area built next to a cliff, there's quite something hidden. And that is ASP headquarters, the secret police and the Geass order. These two branches work side by side, and they even have their own R&D division, which became especially important with research towards precursor civilization technology. In fact, ASP has many branches around the world, built near ancient sites, such as those in Peru and Egypt. Marcus Tyrannies arrived at a massive, carved-out cavern with multiple complexes of buildings sprawling throughout the area. The Gundam landed next to the hangar, where it walked inside and parked next to ASP cataphracts. Once stationed, he left the machine and walked over to the central complex, where one of his empresses was waiting for him. Good to see you, my husband. I am happy to see that you find time in your busy schedule to see me. I heard that things are especially active around Jupiter. Shamna hugged Marcus' hand the moment he was in front of her. You don't say. Jupiter started with 400,000 people, now we are at 564,000. Over 62,000 babies were born in a year, and over 100,000 emigrants moved in. In a couple of months since the addition of the colony, I already needed to issue orders for more living space complexes to get assembled. On top of all of this year is going to be even busier. Marcus sighed. He was busier than he had expected. Should he assign a viceroy for this particular territory? Even he didn't foresee that people would be that excited to live next to a gas giant that can kill them in seconds if they are not careful. The blonde nodded a couple of times, then brought her face closer to his ear and began to whisper. Speaking of babies, I wonder if I could get one. The Emperor rolled his eyes as he reminded the price she had to pay for that fancy tattoo. We could, but you forgot something crucial, my gorgeous Shamna, you code things otherwise. His hand went to her stomach, a bit lower, close to her navel, where her code was. That is a pity. I don't have much time to train it. The Empress complained. She remembered a particular witch who had no role in the Empire and was simply training her code day and night so that she could have children. And her plan worked. She has a son with the Emperor, and that is annoying to the blonde, who is not that lucky. Now, on a more important matter, show me what you gathered on that little project we are working on. He had a knowing look on his face. Shamna snapped out of her thoughts and slowly nodded. She began to take him to a specific location. They walked to the back of the cavern, which Geass order had recently expanded, and found a considerable amount of space, large enough for mobile suits to pass through. However, there was not that much space for spaceships of any size. Sure, Marcus could get his stealth ships to pass, there is just enough space for them, but nothing else. Might as well use them. What do you think? Not the largest, but it should work for your experiment. She asked for his opinion. Indeed. But this is not like the portal in the South Pole. I assume you are working on modernizing it. The Emperor looked at her. We are working on it. But as you might have figured by now, their technology is a completely different form of technology. The amount of AI that can help us in developing is extremely limited. Marcus slowly nodded. She is not wrong. AI doesn't feel the same way humans do, it's like playing instruments. Orchestra is better than any AI-generated stuff. I do have a solution, and this is related to the army we have spoken about before. Shamna perked up, wondering if he would give her new toys to play with. Oh. As she looked at him, the Emperor used his free hand and pulled out a palm-sized memory drive. This is all the data I have gathered while tinkering with Veda, and its innovades. I have straightened the artificial creation system and artificial memory assignment. The only thing you need to do is build a central computer according to the schematics. He handed it over to her as he explained. Does Legion work with it? She asked as she checked out the memory drive. Yes, all you need to do is build the computer and install Legion. Once you do that, the caretaker version of Legion will do the rest. Before long, you will have innovades that could assist you in building the portal. Though be careful with combat innovate models. At first, we make the science models, gather data, and then we can decide if it's safe enough to make combat innovades. I see, I will keep that in mind. The blonde slowly nodded at his orders. To think that I will be able to make people. She looked at the drive before motioning for one of her servant girls to take it from her. Did you source the limestone for the archway? He asked after looking for a bit. Yes, the closest compatible source is in East Egypt, Shanna replied with a nod. Good, you have my permission to start excavating. I assume you guys have altered the Legion bots to use vibrations to cut them. We do have schematics sourced from South Pole's research facility, we did some cross-referencing. Marcus nodded. South Pole's base is far too big to be only for ASP, or Geass order, it's public enough. Well, not many people know that it's a gateway to another world. But a research facility meant for a previous civilization's technology. Many people think that GN technology originated from that city. Good, I will give you any other clearance you might need. With that said, Marcus was satisfied with what he saw. This place will be perfect for his little test ground. Now all he needs to do is make a cosmic tablet. Well, for that one won't be that hard, considering he has a working example, all he would need to do is link the worlds. I do wonder if I will need to make a pyramid. For a second, he wondered, but he recalled that the elevated platform should be enough. With that said, Marcus realized that this project would be a true blend of his empire's and Precurson's human technology. From what he imagined, it could be even considered magic because of how mystical it will be. There won't be any cables or things like that. The Emperor imagined that at some point in the future, his empire would have such technologies. Ships that would look as if they were made from a single piece, like they were 3D printed. The source material will be a box that can be removed, as inside of it there is a fusion reactor, a sun. In other words, so advanced that it looks arcane. Something to think about, it was year 9 of the Byzantine cosmic era, 2 years after Jupiter's addition to the empire. The colony has experienced unprecedented growth, it has close to 1 million people living there full-time. There are 6 sword-type 3 colonies, 2 of which have 3 rings and more on the way. Each ring around the spine accommodates about 100,000 people. That is, if it's purely a residential block, but Marcus allows far more flexibility as Jupiter is quite important in his grand scheme of things. After all, it's the place where his empire assembles GN drives. The number of GN drive chambers, which are separate space stations by this point, has grown by about 3 times over the past year. The raw materials for the construction of so many stations come from the asteroid belt and Jupiter's moons. The moons of Jupiter were another hot topic, as the Empire was already mining many smaller ones. One of them is the considerably sized Ganymede. But it's not worth colonizing as it has low density, unlike Io, which has potential. And it has a lot of water. In fact, it has more water than Earth, and that tells something. Speaking of water, Europa is the most explored. There is even a resort station built nearby where enormous geysers erupt. Apart from that, the Empire will mine the icy moon for its water, after Ganymede. Oh, and it does have life, sadly not big enough to be considered for a zoo, but good enough to study as living conditions are unique. Gas giants like Saturn are notorious not only for radiation but also for gravitational forces, and life grew up in complete darkness. Well, there are strange fish-like forms. Marcus considered them for aquariums and all that, but the way they evolved means these fish die off almost instantly in any aquarium they have tried. At least it doesn't taste bad, so it's good for farming. In a way, Jupiter even got its food source. And fish are not the only ones. Some aquatic plants require warm water to grow. It evolved to absorb heat and release cold water that sinks, gets heated by the vents, and then rises again, where plants absorb it. In other words, a fascinating small ecosystem. Though there was another big thing happening, and it's a quite private one, and that is Julia attending her first class in grade school. Marcus decided to do something special, go incognito with his wife to pick her up. I am surprised how well this works. Colin commented, trying to sound as average as possible. It has been years since the red-haired girl was average. The way she talked now was that of a noble and an empress. While it was quite simple for Marcus, it was like acting work for him. You do look gorgeous in regular clothes, the disguised emperor said to his wife, who was sitting next to him. The ruler bought a fancy 4-seater flying car, just for this occasion. Colin blushed for a second as she perked up. Her choice of clothes was a blouse, jacket, skirt, and high heels. She looked like a hot mom. Of course. Anyway, I am surprised that you decided to do something like that. The Empress decided to address their current situation. They were in the school district, waiting for their daughter's classes to end. Got tired of all the brain waves mumbo-jumbo, so I decided to get out. Marcus sighed as he leaned into the driver's seat. The Emperor has been working tirelessly to develop a brain nuke for the living metals. The living metal thing is his next thing, next to securidite, resonance, and GN technology. Each of these breakthroughs boosted his empire's tech by hundreds of years, and the living metal will make his empire a true interstellar giant. Oh. They are out. Colin jumped out of the car and swiftly walked over. Marcus looked where she walked over. It was quite amusing how few recognized her. Only a couple of parents in higher positions took a double take, realizing who it was. The magic of keeping family out of TV screens. The Emperor chuckled as he fixed his sunglasses. He looked a bit more like a delinquent, but that's the point. Moments later, the mother-daughter duo returned. The girl looked confused. She expected the usual motorcade and a bunch of maids. But it was different. Hear this. Our cute little daughter got a friend. Colin exclaimed with an amused tone. Oh. Marcus perked up when he heard that. Yep, his name is Jonathan Shepard. The Empress said with a smirk. When the Emperor heard that name, his eyes widened to a massive degree. Thankfully, he was wearing sunglasses. If Colin saw his expression, she would be confused. How can a 7-year-old kid's name cause such a reaction? If only she knew. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, Chapter 101 is up, we are in Gundam Seed Arc. Extra stuff, Chapter 76.5 Euphemia Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 217, Book 2, Chapter 92, The Shopping Center Experience. A/N, previous week's 500 stones chapter. So what is going on, Papa? Marcus' cute red-haired daughter asked with a confused expression. She got comfortable in her seat in the back. It's a special occasion, so I decided to get a car and come pick up my daughter. The disguised emperor replied as he looked at the back mirror, and he could see his daughter's reaction. Oh. She nodded before getting closer to the 2 seats in front of her. So, are we going home? Julia asked with an expectant tone. Do you have something in mind? Marcus asked with a raised eyebrow. The classmates talked about something called arcade. For a second, she got a pondering look. When Colin heard that, she perked up. You know. I was never in an arcade before. The Empress commented with an awkward tone. How could I? I spent my teen years somewhere else. The woman recalled what she used to do. As a freedom fighter, and then being part of Anaheim. You know what? I never was in one as well. Marcus chuckled as he turned on the engine of the car. Before starting to float and rising to the street level. We are going to visit the arcade before going home. It's a totally acceptable cultural exchange. He said with a small smirk. Well, you are the Emperor. Colin shrugged. Says the Empress. Marcus shrugged back. As the second princess of Empire, I want to visit arcade. Julia got into her imperial role. As my princess commands. Marcus began to fly towards the super mall. The malls in Empire are completely different to what they were close to a decade ago. Gravity resonance was in full display, and Marcus used this chance to demonstrate what his empire can do directly. So there were floating advertisements, light shows, moving water sculptures dancing to the music, and robots guiding people. Hologram shows, and of course, shops everywhere. Oh, Julia gawked everywhere as Marcus hummed, looking around. So this is why you always insert yourself in mall designing phases. Colin removed her sunglasses for a second as she looked around. There was a bit of awe in her voice. Her eyes stayed on a huge Jupiter's projections. There was an ad about the gas giant. Are you interested in a fresh start? How about living in a colony? Jupiter's expansion is in full swing. Come and join a new era for humanity. The ad switched from Jupiter to give full drone shots of the moons, space stations, and colonies. With ads like that, no wonder there is a huge immigration going on. Colin chuckled, taken aback by this ad. The Empress is feeling goosebumps. We used movie makers to make ads, with experts in cinematography at the helm. They made some great shots. Marcus nodded, enjoying the ad as well. Not bad. Mo. Let's go to the arcade. Julia grabbed both of them as she began to pull towards a random direction. Do you even know where you are going, Julia? Colin chuckled, making her daughter stop. Let's go ask the robot. Marcus went to his daughter's help, who immediately perked up. The trio walked to a robot dressed like a traffic officer. Mr. Robot, where is the arcade? Julia asked the robot. Second floor. Once there, turn right, past the zero-gravity area. The robot pointed out where to go and even summoned a hologram with a map. Oh. Zero gravity. Really, Mark? Colin looked at her husband, who shrugged. Apparently, people love that stuff. You can use that or the escalators. Marcus commented, recalling online reviews of the malls. Oh. Let's use the zero gravity. The little princess got excited all of a sudden. Sure, they are safe to use, in fact, far more reliable than mechanical escalators. I guess they are, it's just sound and vibrations going through a stone. Colin broadly commented on what it was. She so simplified that the Emperor didn't rebuke at all, since she was right. But still, it's incredible tech. It's like saying that V8 or V12 engines are the same. They push the car forward. But the sound. The force. Women. Like always, they care about the result while the guys, we love the adventure itself. Marcus sagely nodded to himself. I think you are thinking about something not nice. The Empress narrowed her eyes at him. Gah. She is not even an innovator yet. How are her senses that good? Stare. The red-haired Empress stared at him with narrowed eyes. Don't worry, let's go. Claudia, lead the way for us. Humph. Leave it to me. The princess puffed her cheeks as she walked towards an area where gravity resonance is a thing. The arcade is huge, with massive technological advancements over the past 9 years, with many technologies publicly available, and the gaming industry is on a massive rise. The neural interface makes computer-human interaction on a completely different level. So active games are a huge thing. From dancing to fighting, then VR goggles. Oh, this is a gaming paradise, or not. This place is Couch Potato's worst nightmare. Marcus commented with amusement that one of the first games Claudia played was a Space Invaders-inspired game. But she needs to use a pistol and move on a special platform. The tech here is impressive, so much movement. Colin looked impressed. She expected more of sitting in front of a console or standing in front of a slot machine-like thing. Imperial law. Kids can play, but the games need to be active and provide a great learning experience. If they follow those couple of laws, then anything goes. Marcus shrugged a bit. He wouldn't mind playing a historic medieval game himself, if only he had more time. You are not planning to get into the video game business? Not really, maybe, something like a full dive experience with swords and 100 floors. That is very specific. The red-haired wife of his pointed out how specific his idea was, as if he had something in mind. Indeed. The disguised emperor simply smiled at her as he, indeed, had something specific on his mind. Colin rolled her eyes as she then decided to check out some game herself. Stare. Claudia looked at a huge bunny behind a glass wall. It was a claw game that had oversized plushies. Papa. The girl began to pull her father's sleeve. I want it. She puffed her cheeks, relentlessly pulling his sleeve. Fine, only this time because it's a special occasion. Marcus relented as he sighed and walked over to the crane. His wife snorted from the back. Her snort told him that the whole, this time, was nothing more than a joke, as the girl would simply annoy him until she got what she wanted. It's as simple as that. In the meantime, the disguised emperor was thinking how swiftly he could take the toy for his little princess. These things are cheats, so I will simply cheat as well. Thankfully, he was wearing sunglasses, so he activated his Geass, found the most successful route, and, moments later, began to play the crane game. It only took him a couple of moments, as the big rabbit ended up rolling out from the machine. You know, why the whole thing is so big. Colin commented while shaking her head. This whole thing was absurd in her eyes. Mama, don't comment. I like it. The princess commented with a frenzied look, and the girl rushed to pick up the huge rabbit. The red-haired empress shook her head. You can barely carry it. I can do it. The girl could barely walk with it as it was bigger than her, and she couldn't see where to walk with it. Mark. Mom. I can do it. Julia puffed her cheeks, she was super stubborn with it. I think these are your genes, Marcus commented as he walked over. Don't start that nonsense again. We all know it's all you. Colin replied, but she was fighting down her embarrassment, because she gets stubborn in a similar way. Why don't we negotiate, my little princess? She stopped for a second and looked at her father. Why don't we get something nice to eat, something you never had before? In turn, I will carry your Mr. Rabbit. I want ice cream as well. The girl offered her hand for a handshake on this deal. Where did she learn to negotiate? Colin frowned a bit. Deal. The pair shook hands as Marcus effortlessly took the rabbit from the girl. Now let's go, we are going to get some burgers. The disguised emperor commented on what he wanted to eat. Burgers. The princess perked up. I saw ads about them. I want to try. Julia began to rush towards the exit. You shouldn't teach her about junk food like that. Colin massaged her forehead. But Marcus looked offended. Excuse me. Do you realize that processed food is illegal? I have banned those, and besides technology to store food has advanced considerably, most restaurants and fast food joints utilize them. The emperor explained to her, making her raise her hands in surrender. She had no idea. Never bothered with such a thing. The only thing she eats is in Japan, where her old friends are, and the food there is always fresh. She has no idea about fast food in other areas. I never thought you bothered about such a thing. Food is one of the most important things. Haven't you noticed how healthier people are? Now that you mentioned. But then she looked at him with a frown. You know. I realized something. How often do you sneak out of the palace? It was strange. It's like he mingles with people all the time. Knows them all like the back of his hand. It's like he always visits these places. Yes. Yes. Yes, what? Marcus began to chase after his daughter. Hold it, mister. Explain yourself. Colin chased after her husband, as she realized that he had left the palace countless times and didn't take her with him. If he can relax like that, then he should take her with him. Once back in the palace, Marcus did some background checking on a certain kid from Julia's grade school. Now, this is not some simple grade school. Those no longer exist. Julia inherited Colin's incredible talent and his genius. Central Legion calculated that Julia would be one of the most talented warriors and mobile suit pilots in the Empire's history. Regardless, the point is that the school she attends is for active members of the Empire. So they are raised with the idea of constant activity. Most of these children will eventually move towards the military, sports, or outdoor-based work, like that of explorers. With that in mind, Marcus checked the kid. Oh, it would seem my style is already working. The Emperor thought to himself and did some background checks on the entire class of his daughter. Turns out that her new friend's parents are pure military, in fact. 90% are. Both parents are military, now their son is military. This is selective breeding at its finest. Not only have the initial tests already shown that these kids have enormous combat potential. Well, not even a century in and I already have such results. But then his research session got interrupted. Father. Claudia's voice rang through his office. Oh, that is not good. Marcus grimaced. When his daughter is not calling him papa or dad, but father, it means she is pissed. When he looked at the doors, he saw the first princess, both hands on her waist, her green eyes, inherited from Anna, staring at him in anger. I want to go to the arcade. I want a big, fluffy toy too. It's not fair. She complained to him as she strolled in. Even the guards at the doors didn't dare to stop the angry princess. Sure, but then we are going to drop one of the learning sessions you have with me. Claudia is big on biology, so she uses her smarts to spend time with him. Marcus is not bad at biology. So, he can teach her a thing or two. The black-haired princess stopped in her tracks, and her anger disappeared in a puff of smoke. She got to choose. Diplomacy at its finest. The emperor smiled to himself. Chapter 218, Book 2, Chapter 93, the year 12 of Byzantine Cosmic Era. A/N, this week's 500 stone chapter. The year was 12 of the Byzantine Cosmic Era. Commencing experiment number 37. On the other side of the sun, in a complex of stations, there was a shooting range. G-Force designed the unique construct to shoot all sorts of beam variants from and see how far they can go. Mobile suit versions of beams, massive orbital beams, and even the new classification beams called solar beams are tested here. Calibrating focusing lenses, searching for any interference, the coast is clear. Ready for firing. The staff that was running the test made sure there was no one in the area. Once everything was in order, the gunner pressed the trigger and shot the beam. 4 charging points formed a semicircle, creating 4 beams that converged at a single point before a massive red beam shot out, sending a red wave bursting from Lagrange 3 towards deep space. Calculating distance. Multiple deep space cameras continued to track the beam. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. The altered space is fixing itself at 6.2 million miles. Marcus looked forward and listened to the reports with crossed arms. Before him were several monitors as he was tracking the whole thing. Decent, we did this with a single burst of resonance. The Emperor commented. What do you mean by decent? That's like 1/3 to Mars when Earth is close. Anna rolled her eyes. The distance was huge in her opinion. Yes, I know, but I need it to be in hundreds. He replied to her as he turned around and returned to his fancy command seat. It's where he could make live adjustments. By this point, he had devised an active cell of scientists, engineers, and mechanics that work with him and the Central Legion in the G-Force headquarters. In hundreds. You truly want to blast someone through the whole solar system. Anna realized that he was dead serious in that. And we already figured out that it's not hard. We have a timer when space starts to fix itself. With 2 focusing lenses, we reached 6 million miles. With that said, Marcus already had a model. Hell, he's been tinkering to make the perfect platform for deep space cannons. That's what happens when you work on a single thing for close to 5 years. By all means, he was in Season 2 of Gundam 00. And the defenses in Jupiter he built were decent. Making people prepare without knowing it will happen is a bit hard. So he dealt with a quagmire, but at the same time, it was fine. Once ELS arrives and he deals with the threat he has been talking about for years, the world will crown him the Emperor. It's as simple as that. 2 space lenses and 2 for brain burst. Anna checked over. I suppose you could do it with 2 layers of attack. The Science Empress said with a pondering look. You could warp space first and then shoot the brain burst. Another voice as the person entered the command room. Cecile, how are the implants? Marcus asked without even looking who it was. Stable. It has been quite a trip. The blue-haired woman said with a nervous chuckle. I do apologize, but it's a new type of technology for me, Marcus replied as his chair turned around. No, it's okay, Your Majesty, I am more than happy to know that you took care of me and developed something from scratch. She immediately waved her hands. The woman is more than baffled to know that she was one of Marcus' patients. There is no one else that she would give herself to be a test subject. Yes, but it took me 5 years of testing to get it right. Geass or not. Space works in strange ways. He frowned a bit as he realized the limitations of his powers. He realized that his Geass is not almighty. It's a power restricted to humans. So space, element 0 and all that is alien doesn't quite scratch it. It means that he is limited to human minds, and if there are no humans who were in deep space, researched element 0 or any of that, how could his Geass figure that out? Marcus swiftly realized that his Geass was quite vague when he was developing Cecile's implants. Honestly, he felt a bit shit that he needed to use her as an experiment to create stable implants for the first ever biotic of humanity. And that is more than enough. I doubt anyone else could have done faster than you did. It took some tests and a lot of warping space, but it's fine now. Cecile recalled how her patient's room would look from time to time. Thankfully, at some point, Doctors demanded that engineers bolt everything in her room to the hull so she couldn't make things float around, and she didn't have a laptop anymore. A relic of the past, but a laptop was the most comfortable item to work with. She switched to holograms now. I see. But from the looks of it, you are quite talented in space now. Marcus looked at the bright side of things. The woman before him was probably the most talented when it came to space. I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I do know a thing or two now. Cecile humbled down that little fact. Then she suggested her assistance. I could offer my advice on how we could improve the range, Your Majesty. Show me what you learned. He motioned her to demonstrate it. It would be my pleasure. Marcus sent her a hologram showing the current configuration of the parts. In a sense, it was an exposed engine, and they were tinkering with it. The only difference is that this engine was the size of a mid-sized country and could easily cast a massive shadow across the entire planet. First, I suggest resonating the space and its trajectory, then using the brain burst. At the moment, the gap between those two is around a second or two. But in the future, we should be able to sync the chutes. She explained after finishing the configuration. Instead of a half circle, the design divides these into two. The two gravity resonators create a tunnel of warped space. The brain burst would then use the tunnel to arrive at its target swiftly. In other words, this is a jump space corridor. Marcus nodded. He realized he should forget the typical beam mentality he had used before. What he was looking at is not a Gundam shooting a beam, but actual artillery, at a cosmic scale. Indeed. In that case. The Emperor pressed a button on his command chair. As I thought, replace the third-generation fusion reactor with a fourth-generation engine. We are going to use GN particles. Certainly, Your Majesty, we have a supersized engine on its way, one of the engineers replied to Marcus. Oh, I see, are the engines ready? I read about them quite a bit. Cecile sounded excited. She tried to keep up with the latest things from her bed, but it was just that, pictures and data. But all she got from Marcus is a grimace. Well, let's just say that while it's extremely powerful, in fact, our warships will be able to cross around 14 to 20 light-years in mere seconds, these engines are, well. What husband wants to say is that these engines, if one gets blown up in a fight, the result. A small supernova. Not only that, but to start them, we need excessive radiation from a gas giant. In other words, they are just like your typical GN drive, only on cosmic steroids. Anna explained to Cecile. Well, that happens when you have a son, no. The biotic lady tried to sound as optimistic as ever. Not really, third generation was the perfect middle, you could vent the reactor room as the sun wasn't truly a real sun. But now, it is a real sun. It has a strong magnetic and gravitational force. The ships are basically miniature Dyson spheres that act like cages for these suns. The Science Empress sighed a bit. That is why the warships we are making are going through a revision, Marcus replied with a strained smile. Simply too much power and dangerous. Anna chipped in as she looked at him. We are thinking of stepping one step back and making a mix of third generation and improved GN technology and using fourth generation on extra large things that are hard to destroy. The Empress said to Cecile, looking at her husband. I do hope this is what you want. Because, well, it is dangerous. Anna said to her husband. It is well. We do have means to stop it. He smirked a bit as he looked at his wife and her reaction. Her reaction was that of annoyance. If you mean, controlled supernova, like Nina suggested, then you are out of your mind. The Science Empress air-quoted the controlled part with extreme sarcasm. Technically, the gravity barrier around it should maintain it. We are thinking of gravity rods to slide into the sun to scramble the reaction and forcefully terminate the engine. He said with a pondering look as well. He was thinking about ideas. Yes. But it's the technically part. It could cause a black hole by all that we know, and you don't want that in our solar system. Anna puffed at him for suggesting this. Yeah, that is why we are withholding it and staying on third generation and improved GN drives. Honestly, focusing on purely the GN drive itself is not a bad idea. Marcus shrugged. Last time he checked, the 00 can, T, is not that bad. The GN reactor particle charge time in that machine is a beast. But he can't have all of his machines have that. It would be counterproductive. Simple GN drives are still good. All he needs to do is boost the particle generation for jump space. If he links directly to fusion reactor, the recovery time for particles should improve. If you could generate more than release, then you wouldn't even need a fourth generation reactor, and if the warship gets destroyed, it won't blow up in a supernova. Anna pointed out. I guess we do. Marcus nodded as he got up from his seat and walked over to Cecile. Anna followed after him. Let's go, it will take a while for adjustment to happen, we can enjoy a tea break. The Emperor smiled at the blue-haired lady, who slowly nodded. There was a small blush on her cheeks. All the Emperor needed to do was smile at her. But at this point, he didn't need to do much. Now that I think about it, she is a bad cook as well. The moment he realized that, he sighed. It would seem the world had cursed him with women who can't cook. What is it? Why do I feel that you are thinking something bad about us? Anna's hand went to his shoulder as she gently bumped it. Ugh, nothing. Your innovator senses are way off. Marcus tried to brush it aside. Last time I checked, my sixth sense has been 100% accurate. The Empress narrowed her eyes at him. The innovator emperor sighed again. He shouldn't have turned his wives into innovators, now they have a sixth sense for what he is thinking. The moment he thinks something naughty, they can tell, or like now. The moment he felt that they were useless in the kitchen, they can tell. It has been 5 years since Jupiter became an imperial province. The population was close to 6 million. The number of industries around the gas giant is visible through a simple telescope from Earth. It tells how much the empire has grown. Not just Jupiter but the other 4 provinces as well. There was a massive amount of growth just outside Earth. At Lagrange 1, space travel is slowly becoming a civilizational norm. It's basically like plane travel. One could buy a ticket to Jupiter and visit a spa on Europa. It's like one of those holiday trips to the beach, but in this case, it's to the gas giant. There are commercial flights available from one of the transit hubs in Earth's orbit. And it's only bigger and bigger as Mars will soon have its first dome cities, as Phase 2 of Mars terraforming will soon begin. After all, the Empire extracted carbon from Venus and moved to Mars, where an artificial magnetic field is holding the artificial atmosphere in place. The planet became warm enough to sustain biological life. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapters 102 and 103 are up. Extra stuff, chapter 76.5 Euphemia Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 219, Book 2, Chapter 94, Solar Cannon. Monday's chapter. Mars terraforming was right on schedule. With atmosphere in place, the planet can finally sustain life. It's possible thanks to 5 massive weather towers that Empire has spread throughout the whole planet. 1 tower at each pole and 3 at the equator. Such a configuration covered the entire planet, thus allowing for weather circulation. With proper weather circulation and atmospheric conditions, there are no further gas losses. That gets destroyed by the sun's destructive rays. The protection comes from towers, each with 2 fusion reactors. One was for the atmosphere, and the other for the magnetic field surrounding the planet. 5 magnetic fields overlap, creating a fairly strong field capable of sustaining an atmosphere. It's one of the greatest achievements of Anna's science department. Now that Empire has completed the initial phase, cargo ships have brought water over by the logistics department, and soon enough, weather patterns have returned to Mars for the first time in hundreds of millions of years. Marsian desert storms have calmed, as they used to last for months, if not years. However, because of how landmass evolved on Mars, which is similar to Earth's Pangea, the Empire has predicted more intense weather patterns in the future. The water circulation in the new massive ocean has revealed that storms in this world will be intense. But that was better than no atmosphere at all. After all, their cities will be in domes. These domes will provide augmented storm protection and even stronger gravity, since Mars' gravity is naturally weaker. It's strange, isn't it? Red Planet is no longer so red. Layla said to Cornelia, who is quite often a visitor in this world. The pair were overseeing the latest logistics operation for Mars. It's hilarious, considering how often Cornelia would comment about the dustball world. Now it's no longer a dustball, but it has a considerable amount of water in the northern hemisphere and a decent amount of greenery in the southern hemisphere. Yes. It is true. The sheer progress. Cornelia's innovator eyes stayed on the planet. Indeed. Trajan said, "What's the big deal?" Layla shook her head as she watched logistic ships land in the world. They are preparing for the dome arrivals. Snort. My nephew doesn't quite understand how little we expected to live on Mars in our younger days. The Imperial Princess shook her head. A pipe dream. I hope that Europea survives the war with Britannia, now. 12 years later, we are watching Mars getting terraformed. Layla said with a sigh. Cornelia looked at her for a second. Indeed. All I cared about was making sure my sister was fine and protected for my father and his ambitions. Now I am an aunt, and my father has a tan worthy of a retired old man. The goddess of victory commented with disbelief. She can't believe how much things have changed in a decade. In the distant horizon, there was a huge burst of red light. It would seem my brother can't get enough of his huge cannon. Cornelia deadpanned as she knew what it was. Yeah, men and their toys. Layla's eye stayed where the beam was. It's huge, far bigger than the last one. Did Marcus' perfect brain burst? 365 million. We can't monitor further. I pick it up at Jupiter's sphere of influence. Legion commented as the AI summoned a hologram. It was an observation post from Jupiter, a live stream from the gas giant. Estimation of the GN engine-powered cannon is around 500 million miles. However, the massive burst of energy has melted the focusing lenses. I recommend improving the design. Legion highlighted areas that need improvement. Impressive numbers, Marcus said from his command chair. I am not surprised. The cannon's energy source is a legitimate engine with the sun as its core. The sheer energy it can emit is absurd. Anna said, arms crossed, the horizon is still red from all the Geass energy and quantum brain waves. The Empress added as she saw that the void wasn't as black. Indeed. The Emperor nodded as he checked the design. It works, the patterns that affect the brain are there. With that said, he downloaded the schematics. That's settled, I will be going to the other Earth next gate opening. He said to his wife. Oh. Then Claudia and I will be coming with you. Anna smiled at the chance to spend more time with her husband. Yes, it will be a good holiday, and our daughter needs to spend some time away from her studies. Marcus nodded before sighing. It's amusing, in his opinion, how obsessed his two eldest children are. Both of them are 12 and live in Academy City these days. Grade school was over, and they are in legitimate, big leagues now. Claudia inherited Anna's fascination with biology, perhaps because Anna had shown her collection. And it's a huge room with all sorts of creatures that she is keeping in her workshop. Marcus is not the only one who has one of those. In Anna's case, she is studying bugs, snakes, and all sorts of critters kept in naturally recreated environments. Maybe that's what piqued her curiosity. Regardless, his eldest daughter is studying biology and, in turn, the environment, and, by the looks of it, she will have Mars under her belt by the time she graduates. Developing the Red Planet into a self-sufficient ecology. Then there is Trajan, Marcus's eldest son, who is the same as Anna, living in Academy City, studying robotics, software, designing, and mechanics, and at the same time slowly putting together his unicorn Gundam. Marcus joins in to help him from time to time, but the boy is stubborn like him and, in certain situations, doesn't want his help. Still, because of his two kids, Marcus bought himself an estate in Academy City, so, he rotates between Lagrange 3 and Earth when he is in this reality. Yes. I think Claudia inherited your obsessions. Anna chuckled nervously. No way. I am not that bad. The Emperor complained back. The Empress narrowed her eyes. She walked over and smelled him. You stink. When was the last time you had a shower? Or shaved your beard? She narrowed her eyes. Yeah, fine, I get it. He stiffened for a second before smelling himself, and a grimace appeared on his face. I see your point. With a sigh, he replied, making the Empress sagely nod. With that said, he left the command seat and walked towards the hangars. Cecile nervously chuckled in the background, the almighty Emperor wrapped up nicely by his wife. Mom, I don't want. A black-haired girl complained as her mother dragged her out of her room. It was Anna who had to deal with her rebellious daughter. Should I tell your dad? The moment she mentioned her father, the princess straightened up. No, it's fine. I will do it. The messy princess fixed herself a bit as she finally caved in. The pink-haired empress released her daughter, who continued to fix her long black hair. Go shower, then change your clothes. She instructed, then looked at the maids. Make sure she does everything properly. Do I make myself clear? Anna sharply said. Yes, Empress. The maids nodded at the same time before following after the princess. I never was like that at her age. Right. I don't think so. Her youth was different. There was war, and a certain pressure in the air. But this generation. It's different. Everyone focused on their goals and performance. Her daughter is so into biology that she's working on dam evolution and genetic alteration for plants so they could work in different solar systems. And she is only 12. Well, Anna and Marcus both have incredible intelligence, but even then. She needs to relax. The Empress sighed before she pulled up her communications device and contacted a couple of people. It was Felt and Christina. It was a simple question, do they want to visit their world? After around half an hour, a pair of girls were in the estate and looked a bit excited. So, for how long are we going to visit the other Earth? Christina asked as she had barely changed after 5 years. Well, she was already in her 20s when she joined Celestial Being. So she just got a bit more mature. While Felt, on the other hand, grew up and is now close to 20, her time in the Empire taught her many things, considering she was an aide and assistant to the legitimate Empress. She saw firsthand how well Marcus runs the Empire. Her time at Celestial Being by this point is like a distant dream. Well, we are going there for a week. Unlike Mark, who has things to do. His pet project is coming along, and he will be ready for the living metal arrival. Anna explained to them. Do we even have intel on these metals? Felt asked curiously. She wondered if, after 5 years since celestial beings' assimilation, they had some sort of proof that these things are real, because normal people can start questioning him. We do have it. Anna slightly nodded at the fellow Pinkette's question. We do. Christina was speechless, she didn't quite believe it before. Can we see it? Felt's curiosity got piqued, she even lost composure and stuttered. I got it on the last portal opening from Maribel, who is running things there. Anna opened her personal hologram and sent it over to her assistants. Felt and Christina swiftly checked. It was deep space, pictured via a specific filter. We used a specific filter, which bounces off when the surface is excessively metallic. The Science Empress pointed to a dead spot. See these? They are blank because the signal bounced off. Giving us an idea of what it looks like. Her tone got serious. It's huge, it looks like a planet. Felt gulped down nervously. Not just a planet, look. There are smaller dots. Christina zoomed in. Yes. We think it's an invasion fleet. Or as Mark said, these ELS absorb anything that has quantum brainwaves, growing in size and mass. By this point, it might look like an invasion fleet. How much time do we have left? Felt asked. She was nervous about her home world. Relax, as my husband said before, he has been preparing for years for these metals. He has an important role for them. Anna smirked a bit as she hinted at something. One could say these aliens are his first ever proper conquest and asset expansion outside humanity. We know. Christina deadpanned a bit as she recalled a massive list of things the Empire will utilize this unique alien metal for. She finds it, well, absurd. The Emperor doesn't even know all of the details about these living metals, yet he already has massive plans for them. Is it his Geass foresight? Regardless, we have around 2 years, given how fast these things are flying. They don't have proper interstellar means as we do, from our observations, they are simply rushing at the speed of a comet. So like a sleeper craft from those movies. You know, hibernation and stuff. Christina commented with crossed arms. She was a bit relieved. They have 2 years. Possible. They are not a proper organic life form, but a living metal. We can assume they work differently from us organics. By this point, they can only speculate what is going on with the creatures. As the trio speculated, the princess got herself known. MOM. Anna groaned a bit when she heard that. She never realized how annoying teenagers can be. What is it? The Empress began to walk towards the location of her daughter. What should I wear? Why, is she screaming? Christina commented from behind the Empress. It's her way of telling us that she doesn't want to go anywhere. And the estate is quite big. The Empress rolled her eyes. Oh, wow. I mean, is this what true peace looks like? Kids with a lot of personality. At least she is not over the top spoiled for a princess. The brown-haired girl thought to herself. She did spend considerable time with the Empress and her daughter over the 5 years she served. She knows that the Empress spends a considerable amount of time making sure the princess is not spoiled rotten. Same with the Emperor would often ground the princess, and imperial grounding is not simple grounding. But that's the thing, the princess is stubborn and extremely intelligent, those traits can get into one's head if one is not careful. Claudia knows that she is a princess and a genius. Because of that, she could be annoying to deal with. I know. She is a teenager after all. Anna rolled her eyes. Yeah, not just any teenager. Felt smiled back. It was a strained one. Don't worry, Marcus should be returning soon, it's his daughter, and she listens to him more than me. The Empress smiled a bit. Chapter 220, Book 2, Chapter 95, Preparation for ELS Arrival. Unlike the glorious Empire, the United Earth Federation didn't change that much. All it achieved was the complete unification of Earth, improved living standards, and all that. For someone who saw 2 worlds in action and could compare. It looked like the Federation was an embodiment of laziness. Empress Marina, or as Marcus loves to call her, Princess Wife, began to see it as well. Without her duties as princess, she had a considerable amount of time to see both worlds and see 2 systems in action. As weird as it sounds. Marina began to see that her husband's plan to take over the world was the right one. It was for the betterment of society. Well, my little emperor. Marcus scooped his son as he arrived at his home on the west coast. One of the first things he saw was his son and wife. I heard the news. You finished the weapon. Marina said with a smile as she greeted her husband. Indeed. I am here to put things into action. He replied as he walked forward, and the Empress followed. She greeted Anna as well. There was a strained smile as she saw Claudia, who puffed when she saw her little brother getting all her father's attention. Don't mind her. She is in that phase. Anna said to the fellow empress. I can see that. How is everything else? Marcus asked, ignoring his teenage daughter's behavior. It's fine. Everything is extremely calm. Maribel and May are trying to keep paperwork to a minimum, but all sorts of political factions are popping up. Marina explained, recalling those two expressions. Oh, well, only 2 more years left. After that, we can shelve this outdated system and set things for my little emperor to take over once he is all grown up. The emperor lifted his son up, who giggled, not fully understanding what he meant. Yay. Papa, lift me up, the boy giggled, though if one paid close attention, one could see that his eyes were unique. The child almost immediately transitioned into innovator extremely early. While not naturally born an innovator like his daughter, Daphne. Yes, Daphne, Euphemia decided to give her Greek name, but not after a conqueror or Roman general, like he did before. At the end of the day, he accepted it, since it had a nice ring to it. His daughter was already 4, and she was a little Euphemia carbon copy. The only difference which Euphemia constantly gushes over is that she had that Lulu serious look. After a bit of catch-up and having dinner, Marcus went over to his workshop. By this point, Legion's robotic hands brought his Gundam over and stationed it next to Aldrin's and Maribel's. Once in his seat, he uploaded the weapon's data and immediately issued orders for its construction. Jupiter's sphere was almost completely exclusive for his use. Politically, he made sure there would be as little resistance as possible to what is happening here. With construction on the way, he leaned back and could finally continue his work on the power armor. He spent bloody 5 years creating a universal platform for a solar cannon. But it was worth it. Now there is a weapon that could protect his empire from Reapers and ELS. Well, Brain Burst is not meant for Reapers, but it's a platform he can alter the load. He could shoot compressed particles, pure plasma, or even gravity, like his ASP Special Forces. So it was a good project, and there was a sense of pride in finishing it. So that's it. Damn, it's huge. Lok Khan looked at the massive cannon, which had been under construction for the past 5 years. But only now have they got the final designs. That's some serious firepower. He made AI run through the simulation. It was designed to fry brains. Not kill. The head engineer read through the schematics. And what is the difference? The Gundam pilot stationed on Jupiter asked. The difference is that this cannon will fry the living metal mind, and then we can harvest them as construction material. Damn, so we will use their bodies for construction. Lok Khan grimaced a bit. Not truly dead, from what I understand. More like a vegetable state. I see, so that was always his plan. The brown-haired pilot said with a realization. That is because if we could control them, we could accelerate construction to absurd levels. Imagine using clay for everything. And not only is it extremely durable and all that, but you could create massive buildings in a matter of days. I am not that good with clay. Lok Khan grimaced. You don't need to be good with anything, there will be software that can order, and the living metal will do it for you. The engineer explained that he was one of the few who knew Marcus' plans as head of Jupiter's operations. Oh. Yes. The beam should crush the will of these metals, but that doesn't mean we can order them. It's a similar situation to puppets and strings. So we're going to turn them into zombies and then use their bodies for our own means. Lok Khan wasn't that happy with such a development. It is what it is. There is a planet that is flying right towards us with the intention of assimilating us and turning everything into metal. Are you going to let that happen instead? The engineer pointed out what could happen to them. Fair point. The brown-haired Gundam pilot grimaced as he imagined a scenario like that. Precisely, I am more than happy that we have the means not to end them but make them work for us, Mr. Lok Khan. It's for the betterment of humanity, and I am right there to help our custodian achieve that. I guess you are right. Ending the enemy is one thing, but subjugating and then making the work for us is another. Now that is on a different level. The question is, how did he know about them from the very start? Is it Precurson civilization power? With that in mind, the ex-celestial being's Gundam Meister ponders how far the Emperor's plans go. A hologram of a metal boot frame spun above a platform. Marcus walked around it, inspecting the frame. He then summoned another hologram, a design platform. He swiftly molded a layer and sent it to the boot frame, covering a section of it. Then he moved it a bit to make sure the frame moves the way he wants. Legion adjusted the physics of the future footwear. As he was doing that, at the corner spot where the resting area is, a young girl was holding her cheeks with her palms. She looked dead bored. The girl was First Princess Claudia Anaheim. Marcus stopped for a bit and looked at his bored daughter. For a second, he wondered what he could give her to do. Oh. Claudia, dear. There is something that I could need your help with. Marcus stopped tinkering as he slowly walked over to her. I don't work with metals, Dad. She puffed at him. Not metals, how about cats? The Emperor said with a certain glint in his eyes. Cats. The girl's interest got piqued. But Mom said we can't have pets if we don't take care of them, Claudia complained. And you think you can take care of this specific cat? It's not a simple one. The Emperor began to hint at something else, and not a normal cat. Dad, Mom said no lions or tigers. The girl deadpanned at him. Her deadpan was an exact copy of Anna's. Indeed, lions and tigers do see humans as prey, but... He continues to hint at something. Her eyes widened as she realized something. There are others that don't. Claudia, all of a sudden, perked up. Indeed, and... Marcus summoned his management hologram and went through several things. It was conservation efforts. I heard you are quite good with genetics. The black-haired princess puffed her chest when she heard the praise. I am more of a plant person, Dad. But, this time I can make an exception. The Emperor chuckled as he suddenly rubbed her head, messing up her hair. Mo. Don't do that. Mom will complain again. The girl tried to brush his hand away. Anyway, did I ever tell you that your dad has a huge animal conservation project running on Earth? He winked at her. Somehow that little detail slipped your mind, Claudia complained while she fixed her hair. Did it now? Last time I checked, I had this program in our world. He teased her a bit before getting up. Humph, you have many of those. Hey, indeed, anyway, I am going to change, and then we can do some exploring. He winked at her. The princess perked up. A motorcade arrived at one of the conservation sites that was under direct Anaheim control. The place was a zoo at some point, but Marcus took over and began extensive restoration work for rare animals. He was even utilizing genetic alterations to bypass genetic bottlenecks and allow the population to grow. Among them were red wolves, which are extremely rare and extinct in the wild. The same was true of Bengal tigers and other extremely rare animals. But for the one they arrived here was a bit smaller and less dangerous. The first to jump out of the limo was Claudia, dressed for summer in a sundress, a big hat, and sunglasses. After her was Anna, who didn't look that excited, then Marcus, who had a grin on his face. All of them were dressed up for summer, as they were still in sunny California. Sir, it's good to see you. The head keeper greeted Marcus respectfully. Yes. I heard the news. I came here as soon as I could. The disguised emperor said with a happy tone. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. Anna massaged her forehead. Relax, it's not a lion or tiger. I should have said no big cats at all. The empress continued to massage her forehead. It will be okay, they don't see humans as their source of food and raised from a small age, they are completely harmless, well harmless for people but not furniture. The keeper said with a strained smile, he can see his boss's wife is not that happy. Is that so? Well, you are the one who is paying for the damages. Anna commented, arms crossed, as she looked at her husband. When don't I? Besides, it's time she learned some responsibility, Marcus replied as he motioned towards the keeper to show them. But not with animals that have big teeth. Is that so? Last time I checked. He leaned towards his wife. Inventor is far more dangerous than an animal. The disguised ruler slightly leaned forward. He placed both of his hands on Claudia's shoulders and whispered to her. I want you to use your Inventor powers to tell your new friend that you are their friend, okay? It will be a test for you to develop your powers as well. Marcus whispered, and Princess nodded a couple of times. Anna somewhat calmed down and realized that with quantum brainwaves, Claudia should be able to control whatever beast they have chosen. Leave it to me, Dad. The girl nodded with a serious face. The pair walked indoors, a short drip inside let them into a closed-up pen. Oh my gosh. Claudia gawked at several small kittens, they had marks and a bit of distinctive fur on their backs. Are those cheetahs? Anna stroked her chin as she tried to figure out the animal. Indeed, African cheetahs, their mother just passed away after giving birth, so there are several cubs that need to be taken care of. The keeper said to the family. Is that so? There was more than I expected. Marcus got closer as there was a certain look on his face. We are not taking more than one. Anna immediately complained as she realized what that look meant. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapters 104 and 105 are up. Extra stuff, chapter 76.5 Euphemia Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 221, Book 2, Chapter 96, Suits and Xenomorphs. Oh. A cute cheetah cub ended up in Claudia's hand as the princess gently held the cute feline in her hands. At that moment, the black-haired girl tried to use her quantum brainwaves to mold a connection between herself and the small creature. To her surprise, it was not hard. but the ability to do so has piqued her interest. That's it. I will name you Gary the Cheetah, the girl proudly declared. Marcus chuckled at the name, and Anna massaged her forehead as she realized that her daughter inherited her husband's naming sense. Are you sure? The Emperor leaned into her side and whispered something. Remember, Alexander. The mighty nightmare that can transform into a bug. Marcus teased his wife. What's wrong with that? Besides, I was a teenager when I made it. The Empress tried to defend herself. She is not the only one who can pick up on thoughts with their quantum brainwaves. I guess, anyway, I am picking one for myself. Marcus walked over and selected a cheetah cub for himself. Sure thing, boss. The Emperor picked a cute cub for himself. While the whole situation looks cute, Marcus is teaching his daughter some responsibility, and he does so. This was not a simple cat but a predator with sharp claws and teeth. But he did something else, he piqued his genius daughter's interest. The girl who had been interested in the mutagenic essence of plants was now interested in animals and in controlling them with quantum brainwaves. In the future, she will be the one to create the Special Xenomorph Brigade, a unit in the army that controls mutated animals using their brain waves. Sometimes, simple family moments can inspire the most impactful things in Imperial history. Once back from a short trip, Marcus continued to work on his suit, but now he had a permanent companion in his workshop. While he wanted to name him Tim the Terminator, Anna opposed it. So he went with a mythical animal. Nemesis sounded cool. Pity that his cheetah didn't have golden fur, but it was fine as it is. After getting pets like that, the Emperor received an order for milk. Since the cats were still small, they needed it. They still have the teeth even at this stage. I can't believe you just went and picked a literal predator from a zoo. Wang Lu Mei commented with a curious tone as she watched the sleeping cub in a simple fenced corner of the workshop. There was a literal 15-meter drop in his workshop that one needs to be wary of, especially for a small and cute animal. Not a zoo, but yeah. The Emperor replied as he turned around and looked at his gorgeous wife. She no longer calls herself Wang Lu Mei. His Empress used the wedding to change her name. She was simply known as May Anaheim. I suppose you can use your brainwaves to control the cat later on. No need. Cheetahs don't see us as prey. They usually hunt small animals, we don't trigger their instincts. He shrugged his answer. Oh, is that so? His wife placed her hands on her cheeks as she watched her latest fascination in the workshop. I am surprised that you gave one of these to your daughter. They still have teeth and claws. Right, because she doesn't know what to do. But she knows how to mutate plants. The Emperor rolled his eyes. Fair point, none of your kids fall into the norm. May chuckled as she got up and walked over to him. Her gaze ended up on the suit that was getting assembled. For now, all she saw were the boots. Armored boots, but she saw concept art. The Imperial Army will have quite the makeup once Marcus finishes these armors. After the Emperor finished the boots, the gauntlets were next. He wanted to go with a battery, but there had been considerable technological progress in GN technology. The ex-celestial being people created a warship-sized GN drive, and the opposite was true as well. They created small ones. Small ones were good for police use. The nightmares used by the police force utilize small GN drives. Marcus used the tech to power his power suit. He placed the GN drive on the back, between the resonance wings. Midway, he realized that with GN tech and gravity resonance, the power suit would have absurd maneuverability, reminding him of those supernatural shonen animes he used to watch back in his old days. That means that technology is so good that it's beginning to approach the realms of supernatural and arcane. For now, the innovator Emperor made a simple version of gauntlets. The chest piece had a simple GN slot and resonance wings. There were no weapons at the moment. Marcus can add those later on. What do you think? Marcus pulled back as he looked at his handiwork. A full body armor was floating before him. It was close to 2.5 meters, the spread wings make the armor around 4 meters wide. But these things are to cast a bubble of anti-gravity that allows the soldiers to move like a fish in water. It would react to the neural interface of the wielder of the armor. What the Emperor was trying to do. It has developed countermeasures against elemental zero technology. The element allows for bullets to weigh nothing or a lot. Yes, bullets. Imagine using something as primitive as bullets. The last time he saw a bullet in his reality was when the Independence War and the conquest of the world were still a thing. That's 12 years ago. Those weapons are in museums now. Beam technology is the current standard, and police are using electric-based weaponry. Yes, electric, meaning that if something like robbery is happening, which is an extremely rare case, the police will use stun weaponry that will make the robber shake for days. It's a reminder not to be stupid and break the law. The voltage is borderline deadly. That, of course, changes in a murder situation. I would say it's something unique. It's been a while since you made something that couldn't end life on a planet, Your Majesty. His AI sarcastically commented on his 5 years of development of solar cannon. Very amusing, Legion. Marcus picked up his feline friend and got comfortable in his fancy seat. But then he chuckled, realizing something amusing. He felt like a Bond villain. He was underground, creating something that would change the world, and on top of that, he had a cat on his lap. Like Giovanni with his Persian. The Emperor chuckled even more, it was iconic. Jokes aside, I did some rendering and pushed the armor through several physics engines. The blueprint turned into a proper 3D image, showing a cross between an Iron Man suit and a Gundam. Nice. Swap the head unit with the Andraste-inspired model. As you wish, rendering. Very good. You may begin manufacturing. He nodded at the new head. Very well. Placing an order for a scaled-down GN drive. Estimated delivery date, month and 1 week, 2 days, and 23 hours 57 seconds. Marcus grimaced at the waiting time. But he expected that, pseudo-perpetual engines take time to assemble. Yeah, regardless, begin assembling the rest. I am going to do something else. As he said that, he picked up the cheetah he had in his hands and looked at its cute face. Honestly, even when it grows up, it will still be a cute little predator that is capable of ending lives. As time went on, Marcus got another hobby, raising a pet. It has been a while since he had a pet. Last time it was. When was it? Damn. He was certain that he didn't have something like that. The closest to a pet was when he would relocate girls, but hell, that is not even the right category. So it was his previous life when he had 2 dogs and a hamster at one point. That was about it. He always wanted one of those big ones like a wolf, or a tiger. Hell, lions are good pick, but those are deadly if something goes wrong. Once a lion accepts you as a member of a pride, you can even smack them, they won't do a thing. He is sure he could use his quantum brainwaves to communicate and make the animal accept him. But that's beside the point. He decided on a bit more harmless towards humans, and that was Cheetah. However, he never considers how Claudia will become obsessed with the whole quantum brainwaves controls animals part. Dad. What do you think? Could it work? The princess was basically bouncing around as she showed her new project. Marcus began to read what she had prepared. One could imagine some childish dawdles from her, but that was 6 years ago. By this point, he was reading a scientist's report. Mutagenic energy isolation. You want to target specific cells that react to their surroundings. Interesting. But you do realize that the adaptation you are targeting could backfire if the organism realizes that it should adapt from your control. He pointed out to her. That already happened, remember? The Emperor looked at her with a raised eyebrow. GN technology opened a huge can of worms, literally, given how many traits that particle has. One of them is mutagenic evolution. Originally, it was supposed to evolve humans to the next level overall. The biology division of Academy City found another use for it. And that was rapid mutation and evolution to their surroundings. Instead of slow adaptation and genetic splicing to adapt plants for Centuria's sun and the New World. They decided to rush it and modify the plant with a genetic mutagen. Now, to do it, they found which atoms do that, then tried to synthesize that. It took a while, but they were successful, thanks to Anna, and of course, Claudia followed suit and learned from her. The synthesis was a success, and now there was a mutagenic liquid capable of evolving plants. All they needed was energy, so they used mineral-rich water and phosphorus-rich soil, along with the mutagen. And bam, the next thing they knew, the lab was a jungle, and it was growing at an insane pace. That led to quarantine, and then scientists decided to send the section of the lab into the sun because it was too dangerous. Thankfully, Marcus was paranoid enough when he designed Academy City. He saw enough movies where shit like that ends up as the main villain of some scary movie. He didn't want to fight self-made plant monsters alongside the Reapers. That was last year. Besides, Mama fixed it. It was an overload on a specific cell, we already learned that we need to spread the energy out. Claudia puffed, she was there. It was scary, and cool. The princess never saw plants grow so fast. Yeah, so if you want me to approve this, you will need the whole project set up. You know that, right? Allocating budget and building another space station just for this. The Emperor explained to her as he stroked his cheetah's fur. He does feel like a Bond villain, he is about to consider mutating animals. Well, it was in the plans when he was considering ecology for new worlds. So why not start early? Leave it to me. I will speak with Mama Layla. She will approve that in no time. Puppy eyes. Marcus deadpanned. Puppy eyes. Claudia seriously replied. We will see. Layla has been developing immunity towards it, most likely because you are not a baby anymore. The Emperor chuckled as he remembered that. We shall see. Anyway. I am going back to my drawing board. With that said, the girl dashed away. She was back with her high levels of energy. In the meantime, Marcus read through the papers. She really is my daughter. One of the core usages is military deployment of animals that evolve depending on battlefield requirements. He read through the paper with a raised eyebrow. One of the first proposals is the expansion of the Empire's borders through the colonization of new worlds, where they could introduce animals, and the other is the military use of claws, fangs, and sharp points. A xenomorph army, that could be useful as shock troops. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 106 are up. Extra stuff, chapter 14.5 Anna and Layla Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 222, Book 2, Chapter 97, First Launch of the Power Armor. Marcus waited for this moment for a while. He walked over to a round platform. It was glowing white. Clearly, it was not a simple platform. The moment he spread his hand, it reacted. A pair of metal boots emerged, which he placed his feet in. There was a loud click as the boots sealed. Once that part was complete, the robotic hands emerged and began putting armor pieces on the Emperor. I wasn't expecting that. Christina commented as she watched what was happening to Marcus. He never stops to amaze me. Ever since I met him, he has always been doing something. May said to the gathered ladies. That's my dad. Duh. Claudia, holding Gary the cheetah, said with an eye roll. Claudia is right. I still remember my first meeting. Anna recalled something from years ago. Oh. You never told me how you met Dad. The black-haired girl asked her mother. Let's just say he schooled me before taking me away. Her mother replied with a strained smile. I can see that. Claudia slowly nodded as she imagined something quite different. Did you know that Layla was the reason I am here? The Pinkette Empress said to her daughter. I can see that as well. Mama Layla is always the one who has Dad's ear. You think it's like that? The Science Empress looked at her daughter. Of course. If anything happens, she will be there to pull his ear. Claudia nodded sagely at her own remarks. Ha ha ha. The gathered girls began to laugh, as in the background, Marcus' armor got assembled. The last piece was wings, 3 sets of wings based on tyrannies. The Andres style of helmet's eyes glowed as Marcus looked at the armor in the darkness. Moments later, holograms began to power up. The HUD pieces began to pop up. First was the checkup of the systems. He saw the GN reactor, resonance wings, joint servomotors, and GN verners pass all of the checks before minimizing and sliding into the sides. The left side of the armor was on the left, and the right was on the right, forming something like a boundary of the HUD's field of view. On top of them was a compass, and the rest were intent-based. As Marcus looked at his family on the side, just by thinking, the image zoomed in, and he could highlight them with his mind. Moments later, he could access the Legion database. The neural interface was working perfectly. Of course it is. The Empire mastered this technology years ago. Indeed. Now let's see resonance wings. Now that is a piece of tech that needs improvements. Legion agreed with him, as below the compass, 6 wing icons appeared and began to glow. The HUD indicated that resonance was on, and Marcus moved. His simple move towards the exit of the workshop caused him to nearly faceplant into a stone wall, again. But thankfully, his reaction speed was good enough as he spun out of the way before forcing himself to float and leave the workshop and appear above the Pacific Ocean. Switch to kilometers per second because hours are too slow. Marcus began to complain as he saw tens of thousands per hour planted right in his face. It was distracting to see so many numbers. Adjusting. The numbers dropped considerably. Instead of tens of thousands, it shrank into 3 digits. Much better. Doubtful, you are not pushing the platform to the limit. It could bloat your screen again. I suppose we could switch light years. Or something similar to the speed of sound. Marcus said, adjusting the HUD a bit. He added another parameter, the resonance bubble. The bubble of gravity around him allows him to fly at absurd speeds. The resonance wings were direct successors of jump space technology developed nearly 5 years ago. The science divisions are working overtime to create a jump space engine. A separate system that would not bloat the spaceships. But so far, what they were able to create or mimic is a resonance bubble. The issue with this tech is that they need an absurd amount of gravitational power. Resonance bubble was something like jump space, achieved by combining Trans-AM's massive number of particle bursts with gravity particles. After simulating the resonance bubble, the Imperial Science Division began working on developing a superior GN reactor. The solution is to rework the entire way the cone engine works and perform several more rotations. Basically, a built-in twin drive system in a single engine. But that's only the beginning. As more innovators emerged in the Empire, many scientists considered using the GN drive's force to generate more gravity particles, thereby creating a resonance bubble. Now, this tech has an alternative use, and that is a force field, or, as they say, a shield. The shield tech is the answer to beam technology. It's a counter to the idea that some alien race will copy the focusing lens technology. Focusing lens tech is far easier to copy than GN and gravity particle, thus, shield is their answer and protection. It doesn't look bad, we should test the limits. No space travel. Your wife has instructed me to make sure you don't do something stupid. I do apologize, Your Majesty. Sigh. I know. My darling wives are not happy that I soloed a solar system by myself. Marcus rolled his eyes. They forgot that I am an innovator and not a regular human. Having a critical failure in a mobile suit system is so old school that it's not funny. According to data that I have, the female subspecies of the human race has unreasonable factors that do not make any logical sense. That is why I understand your frustration, Your Majesty. The Emperor chuckled when he heard that. Indeed. Now, why don't we check how fast we can circle the planet? Marcus smirked as he moved forward, and soon enough, the continent behind him was far away. But it was only the beginning, as moments later, there was land in front of him, the landscape was changing before him at absurd speed, before he realized he was already above Italy, then the Atlantic. Then, he was right back at the west coast. Well, this is not a good measure method, Your Majesty. The armor circled the planet before the GN drive could pick up speed. The AI showed him the statistics. I used the orbital system to track the armor's speed. I see. It would be the planet is too small. Marcus hummed as he read through the statistics. Precisely. The technology is simply too advanced for the small planet. Still, Anna forbids us to leave the planet at the moment, so we might as well circle it as many times as needed to get a decent reading. With that said, the GN drive began to rotate and generate particles, then he moved. The issue with the armor is that it completely ignores the planet, air resistance, and gravity. Meaning that it's harder to stay in the world than circle it. At the end of the day, he went to the orbit and circled it. The armor was like a streak of green and blue as it circled and circled the globe over and over again. 23. 24. 25. Are we getting anywhere with this? Marcus asked the AI, and to him it started to look the damn same. He had circled the planet so many times by this point. Well, I got a decent understanding of the armor's capabilities. With that said, he stopped and slowed down before returning to California. I do believe that if you tried this even harder, there could be some space and time shenanigans. The armor is small enough for that. The AI commented to its creator. Yeah, why do we skip that? I don't want to explain to my wife that I am close to making a time machine. The Emperor grimaced as Legion got some idea how to make the armor fly normally and not some crazy 50,000 miles per second. All the AI needed to do was turn off the bubble and adjust the particle dispersal to make the armor interact with the world. As the armor landed on the platform, the robotic hands began to take it off him, piece by piece. I saw the test flight. It appears you made something even crazier than your Gundam. Anna sighed as she massaged her forehead. Depends on what you see as crazy. What you see is Mark 0, the prototype. The next one will be even better. The Emperor smiled as he stretched a bit. He felt as if he were wearing a tight suit, and now he was back in his everyday clothes. I can imagine a small group of these easily destroying a civilization, Anna commented. I am more surprised that something of that scale was even possible. Christina chipped in, and felt joined. If Celestial being focused on these instead of Gundam, they could have achieved their goals earlier. The Pinkette programmer girl frowned as she imagined a different outcome. But that's just a what-if in a different timeline. Indeed. Marines will have these. Marcus imagined Iron Man's style of army docking into an alien warship and slaughtering their way with mechanical precision. It's simply cool as hell. His nerd self is jumping around like a giddy child. Marines, and the rest. Regulars will go through retrofit worthy for any terrain deployment. Marcus smiled as he summoned his hologram and checked out some of the upgrades that he would be adding to Mark 1. Legion, prepare the package for Homeworld. I expect the G-Force R&D to iron it out and begin rolling out for the Army and Navy. Certainly, I am going through the data for your Mark 1 upgrades and have suggested some of the expansions. Anna looked at her husband. Of course. What do you expect? The Emperor shrugged at her. I finished my biggest project to date, so I am tinkering away and focusing on my hobbies. He hinted at his success with solar cannon. Hobbies, you say? You know, I understand my hobbies can creep people out with snakes and bugs in my basement, but you are making stuff that can end civilizations. The Pinkette Empress shook her head. Mama, he is dead. Claudia shrugged, she had already accepted that her old man was on a different level. Yes, I am Dad. Marcus shrugged again as he began to check expansions. It was something similar to flight support units. Not a single, but an array of those. Flight support booster for interstellar travel, like meteors from Gundam Seed, then combat support like Hulkbuster from Marvel Iron Man, and then a backpack inspired by what his Gundams have. The best part is that he doesn't need more power. His GN drive will suffice. These boosters provide tanks that can store extra particles. I do have this as well. Moments later, Legion showed him a concept of simply having pieces attached to legs, arms and the back, reminding him of those harem anime with suits. These are slender, and not only that, but they would focus on pure GN and particle performance. I do believe the younger generation calls them more magical. Marcus stroked his chin. His AI got some interesting ideas from the data they have collected. Interesting, the hand can transform into cannons. You do know that I love that kind of stuff. The Emperor sagely nodded. His partner in crime knows what he likes. Indeed. There are several prototype methods that we could try, such as deploying particle barriers. We have an amplification system on your Tyrannies. The principle is similar, with a bit of adjustment. We could have barriers, amplification, and other systems installed in wing bits. Indeed, we already walked this path. This specific booster looks very plausible. Marcus nodded a couple of times. He had already bought over. Plausible. I doubt any of this stuff is not plausible for this guy with how many resources he has. Christina and Felt had strained smiles. She has seen how the science division and this guy work. It's like the difference between day and night. There are some regulations they have to work with, but this guy just makes stuff up, whatever is on his mind. I suppose that is why he conquered the world, right? So that he could do any of that. With that in mind, the Emperor already began to work on Mark I and the first booster, the particle booster, as he just dubbed it. This booster helps disperse many particles. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 107 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 223, Book 2, chapter 98, The Invasion. It was the 14th year of the Byzantine Cosmic Era. The Federation and Empire, behind the scenes, spent 7 years preparing for the arrival of ELS. What do the deep space probes show? Kaidi Mannequin asked, looking at the map. There were some pictures just past Uranus. Something was moving towards the interior of their solar system. A metallic planet, the size is no smaller than our moon. It's flying towards us at increasing speeds. In other words, it's getting faster. Her second-in-command said in a worried tone. Just like Custodian said. Katie sighed as she massaged her eyebrows. It's becoming dangerous. Thankfully, he prepared them by pulling the entire race by the hair to prepare against these things. Contact Cujo. Tell her deep space fleet to get into position. The Brigadier General instructed. Understood. Close to the Saturn, there was a group of warships, their mobile suits, and a few Gundams. It was the advanced fleet of elite fighters, along with a few special assets that will soon join them. Ma'am. We just received a message from the Brigadier General's fleet. They want us to prepare for the incoming brain burst. The communications officer said the moment she got the message. So it's time. Where is our esteemed leader? Lisa Cujo asked back. Custodian's private fleet is arriving in around an hour. He notified that he has special assets with him. Of course he does. The woman whispered under her breath. He is bringing his G-Force and scientists. The woman sighed as she began to instruct her fleet to wait for the signal. The signal is quite simple and hard not to notice. With increasing speed, it should pass Saturn in a matter of days. By then, we should regroup with Custodian Anaheim. Lisa said to her troops. Yes, ma'am. Just as she predicted, a couple of days later, a massive red beam flew past them. It was so massive that it dyed the space around. It was a scheduled shoot because of the sheer distances between planets. Holy shit, my head, we are not even the destination of it. Some of the crewmates hold their heads. Yeah, imagine being the target of that. You won't even notice that you are dead. It's as simple as that. The captain said, looking at the darkness return, as a red star glowed in the distance for a second before disappearing. Launch mobile suits. We are going to scout out. Lisa swiftly issued orders, and mobile suits led by Gundams launched. Launching MS. GNXII and led by Gundams, one by one, were launched from the underbelly of the warships. Inside the green Gundam, Lock Khan smiled as he felt like it was good old times. It brings good old times, alleluia. It has been ages since we did anything worthwhile. The sniper contacted his fellow Gundam Meister. Lock Khan, kind of not the time for chit-chat. Oh, please, you got a new Gundam inspired by Kyrios, and I got my Dynames Mark III, just like old times. The pair of Gundam Meisters did some small chat as their machines did a couple of spins. It was quite a scene with Saturn in the background. Approaching the place where impact should have been. The radar is picking up movement. At that moment, a swarm of gray metal appeared on the horizon. Permission to engage, Lok Khan asked the commander on the bridge. Switch to brain burst ammo before engaging, Lisa instructed the pilots. Roger. The Gundams and regular mass production models began shooting green and red beams at the blobs of metal moving towards them. The mobile suits began to rain beams rather than blow up or melt away, the blobs simply stopped moving. It appears it is working. Don't get carried away. The first blast only disabled a decent portion of them. There is more from where it came from. The commander reminded them that just because they can burst their minds, it doesn't mean they are going to win. Yeah, I know. Lok Khan replied as bits from his Gundam came off, then pointed at one and fired. The beam began to bounce around the bits like a ping-pong ball, disabling the living metal. The plain Gundam had its bits fall off as it merged with a rifle to create a huge cannon, then fired a green and red beam. Then there was another Gundam piloted by the super soldier's girlfriend, who was another super soldier. Only hers released a huge cloud of particles before igniting like gunpowder, creating a red explosion. It hurts my head just by looking at this. She commented as she flew away. I know. The Gundams were modified to protect us to some extent. Alleluia Haptism replied as the plain Gundam weaved around, then transformed mid-flight, pulled out a rifle, and fired in rapid succession, then floated next to her machine. When does Emperor join? His fleet joined us, no. They are doing last-minute changes to their machines according to data they got from acquiring several bits of the living metal, Lok Khan replied. Guys. Alarms began to blare through the cockpits as radars picked up a huge cloud of living metal. They discarded the disabled ones and went on the offensive. The girl concluded that after seeing the planet shattering. Looks like it. Be careful, Marie. With that said, Alleluia flew forward and then activated Trans-Am, releasing a huge beam towards the clouds. The damage was considerable, but the amount of metal there was simply staggering. Soon enough, the second round began, and the living metal entered a frenzied state. Commander, if this continues, they are going to overrun us. But at that moment, warships opened fire, and more mobile suits began to join. The main force has launched. About damn time. Like a blur, two red glowing close-range Gundams rushed past the front line and right into the swarm. Show me what you can do, kid. Have you improved over the years? That voice, wait, is that? Lok Khan looked at the swarm as a huge light erupted, red and green intertwined, forming a sword of particles. The mech began to cut down the living metal. Don't get carried away, Graham Acre. Damn. Setsuna, is that you? Lok Khan knew who it was. Lok Khan Stratos, we can talk later. Another light erupted in the swarm as another mobile suit created a sword from particles and began to slice and dice. I think it's a competition for them and not a fight for survival. Alleluia noticed that little fact. I don't mind. We shouldn't fall behind. Lok Khan issued commands to his troops and fellow Gundam pilots. Yes, sir. The offense resumed, but for each disabled blob of metal, 2 more would take place. Eventually, the Trans-Am used by 2 close-range Gundams ended, and they pulled back, barely as the blobs almost overrun them. Well, our Gundams are out of particles. Graham retreated behind the front line for a bit as we waited for the GN drive to regenerate the empty tanks. It would seem we are losing. The blonde commented casually. Far from it. Where is your faith? Jeremiah exclaimed as the rest of the G-Force followed him into the battle. What followed next was carnage. Aegis particle cannon, strike with artillery package, buster unloading missiles, beams, plasma shotguns, dual-using Trans-Am massive particle swords. Of course, there were Gundams, in fact, most of the Gundams and Gundam thrones were there. In the end, the relentless assault stalled the living metal. After several minutes of fighting, all the mobile suits received a notification of another incoming brain burst wave in a few minutes. That means they stalled long enough to keep these ELS in check. Everyone retreat. The cannon is about to shoot. With that said, the mobile suits swiftly retreated towards the warships. The metals followed after them. But a massive red and green blast right through the bulk of the remaining metals. Holy shit, that was close, and it came from millions of miles away. Suzaku took a deep breath as he watched the red light. Honestly, his temples twitched just from watching. He felt like his mind would erupt like a balloon. Damn, he created a monster of a weapon. After the second shoot, most of the ELS became debris as they began to float. We intercepted them around Saturn because it would join the rings. And we can harvest them like any other asteroid. Saturday is a quite distant planet, and this specific Earth doesn't have decent FTL tech yet. So Marcus can harvest as many of these metals as possible before he needs to retreat to his world. Of course, he will leave some for his son's empire. Finish the stranglers. Let's end this. Jeremiah loudly exclaimed. He charged forward with his red machine. Let go. Charge. A small army of Gundams charged forward, followed by mass-produced models. I was ready to join them. But oh well. Marcus, who was on the bridge of this Earth's flagship vessel, looked with crossed arms. But it would seem that I won't need to do a thing. The custodian said with a smile as he watched the last remaining ELS get neutralized. It's a good thing. It looks dangerous. Colin commented with crossed arms. Oh, please. You were itching to join. Marcus said with an eye roll. Maybe, maybe not. These things were not that interesting to fight. The Empress shrugged, not really liking the opponent. It doesn't suit her close-range Gundam at all. Her machine uses beam claws. It would be a death trap against living metal that merges and assimilates. Her mech compatibility was ever worse than that of those sword-wielding Gundams. So yes, she stayed at the back and looked jealous at the first-ever alien invasion she had seen in her life. It was horrible to be on the sidelines like this. I guess it is. But don't worry, we will have our chance in our very long lives. Marcus walked behind his beautiful wife and hugged her. That doesn't sound that good. You know that I am not that good with patience. She leaned into him while complaining. Maybe, but you've been learning patience, the Emperor whispered to her as he looked at what was happening before him. The Gundams were doing flybys while looking for any remaining ELS. Humph, of course I did. There was no other way. She pouted at him. If you say so, he teased a bit before looking at the captain of the ship. The operation was successful. Give the order for my Gundams to return, leave the rest for the regulars and tell the Euclides-class ships to begin collecting the materials. Marcus didn't waste time, he ordered the collection of the metal. The more he collects, the better. Soon, he should be able to synthesize these organic metals and begin mass production. Understood, relaying orders. With that said, Marcus pulled his wife as they left the bridge. There was a huge smile on his face. He finally did it. He got ELS. And now he can focus on his reality. His son with Marina is 7 years old, so he will start training him to take over the Earth from him. Well, there are about 10 years until he can hand over the world. But that's besides the point. There is no more alien threat in this reality. Hell, he even used Thought Accelerator in Peru to scan the galaxy for any threats. It was far different from his galaxy. So he is certain that his son and his children afterwards won't have any issues spreading humanity as widely as possible. With that in mind, he can relax for a bit. And start focusing on his next mission, creating a perfect biological army. I suppose I can pull back a bit in this reality and focus on my other project. As he thought about it, his warship returned to Earth, and he brought back several samples of the ELS. He can now start playing with them a bit until his other portal becomes operational. Ugh, you can play with your medals later, for now, we should celebrate, Colin complained as she saw her husband about to sneak away into his workshop the moment he was back from one of the most important achievements in his damn life. Stopping an alien invasion. All he wants to do is get back into his workshop. Fine, geez. Marcus complained as he decided to make some barbecue instead. Chapter 224, Book 2, Chapter 99, ELS Abilities. 500 Stones chapter of this week. As the elite troops returned from Saturn, the Green Gundam pilot went to see someone he had not seen for years. Setsuna. Lok Khan walked over to the ex-celestial being's pilot. The sniper noticed that he was no longer a teenager. Well, that much is given, it has been 7 years. Lok Khan. That uniform. You are with G-Force. The brown-haired pilot commented on Setsuna's clothing. Of course he is. A boastful voice interrupted them. The pair looked to the side. There was another man in custom G-Force clothes. It was Graham Aker. Our young man over here. The blonde man motioned with his chin at Setsuna. Tried everything, from working in construction to being a chef. Nothing stuck with him. At the end of the day, he accepted the offer to become an Imperial officer and serve the Empire. The blonde knight said, arms crossed. No one instructed you to explain in my stead. Setsuna sighed, and there was Graham Aker, who came as a bonus with his new job. No need to be that stiff. You need to relax. Graham walked over and patted Setsuna's shoulder. From what I heard, we are getting a month off. We could visit Jupiter's colonies. I heard they have one of the best ski resorts on one of the moons. Did you just say Jupiter's moon? Locken's curiosity got piqued. Wait, you don't know. Graham looked in shock. Hey. I was stationed here from the very beginning. Lok Khan defended himself. He wasn't even in the other world yet. Oh, that's quite the assignment. The blonde was shocked after hearing that. Anyway, we can pull some strings and book in advance. I heard that G-Force get priority. Graham winked at the perks of being elite. I am considering passing on it. I know you will make a competition of everything. Setsuna's sixth sense picked up on the blonde's intentions. Oh, come on. Fighting those ELS was hard to decide who was better, so I suggested something else. And there is this that comes with the job. Setsuna used his chin to motion at the blonde. Locke Khan laughed as he realized that his fellow G-Force member had made a friend. Marcus looked at the gooey mess that was on his table. The material is like it's super hard. Yet extremely flexible. Not only that. The Emperor brought over several instruments capable of interacting with quantum brainwaves. We still have active brainwaves. He said to his AI. The composition of the DNA is unique as well. It's nothing I have ever seen. A DNA strand popped up on a holographic screen. Amazing. So it's an organic being. It evolved in a completely different way than anything we have seen. Anna joined in, looking excited. Oh, darling. You are early. I knew you would be here from early morning. The Pinkette strolled over as she ended up snuggling into him for a bit before looking at the contents of the holographic table. Of course. And I was part of the celebration last night. He reminded her. It was quite a cooking feast since most of his wives and kids were there. So he had a chance to cook on a huge grill. Let's ignore the parts where you tried to sneak out. For a second, the Science Empress poked his side with her fingers, reminding him of that. Well, I gave you girls a large berth to celebrate however you wanted. He teased her. As he did the same, he poked her sides, but unlike him, his wife has sensitive sides. Eep. Anna ran away for a bit. Regardless, Euphemia ended up drinking Layla under a table. It was quite something. Anna commented on the funny event. Yeah, about that. How does Yuffie smuggle alcohol in? Marcus frowned as he wondered on that front. Legion. Do you allow her to do that? From what I saw, she brings alcohol in her luggage. And what Bridget said, she keeps some in the cockpit. I assume she predicted victory and brought the liquids early. It would seem it runs in the family to prepare early. I see, well. Marcus was a bit surprised that Euphemia's own Gundam is selling her out like that. With that said, he looked at the alien goo before him. I have some time until the portal opens, so why don't we make a prototype control platform for this goo? The Emperor said, summoning his database and going through an array of neural interfaces. He selected the latest model, and then the quantum brainwaves interface modeled thoughts for a machine. As you wish. I shall begin the process to locate a frequency that the ELS has a reaction to. What followed afterwards was trial and error for thousands of variations, and Marcus even used his quantum brainwaves with the help of a trans-AM. After a considerable number of tries, there was a reaction. The only issue is that the metal goo was brain dead. But that was fine because Marcus created something similar to a tiara, around his forehead, that boosts his quantum brainwaves. With the tiara's boost and legions with Veda's help, he began to force his will on the ELS. Oh. The Emperor imagined the goo to move, and sure enough, the grey blob began to move like a blob of slime. Fascinating. He ordered the alien thing to become a ball and solidify. Well, it only worked after a couple of times, as it was a new thing for the Inventor Emperor. After a ball, he turned it into all sorts of different shapes, until the serious experiments began. For the next couple of days, he made the ELS assimilate rocks, metals, and even pieces of technology. Honestly, what it can do is insane. Especially technology. It could easily copy everything. Not only could ELS breed. As long as there is material to consume, it can use it. For example, it could consume rocks, sand, water, and all that stuff. It could recycle everything. This stuff is perfect for waste recycling. Not only does the goo copy the material it assimilated. For example, E-carbon and nanometal are used to make his Gundam. To test that, he made ELS take the form of E-carbon, and Marcus took a human-sized beam rifle, loaded a compressed GN particle cartridge, walked some distance away and then shot at the E-carbon sheath. Several times until there was a hole. Repair. Marcus motioned with his hand, sending a command to the ELS. The E-carbon sheet began to reconnect and seal the holes within moments. The issue was that the sheath became smaller, and the reaction was weaker afterwards. In other words, it needs energy, nutrition. Now nutrition comes in several shapes. It needs sun, like photosynthesis, and minerals. But it could be anything. Rocks have all sorts of minerals, and the same goes for sand or water. And then there was something else. Once ELS takes shape, it can shit it out and make more. That's how they created the planet. It was actually its waste. as these metals created a cocoon that they can live in. If he can properly harness that trait, well, he can break the world, the economy, and all that stuff. I will keep that to the royal family and its circles. These metals are far too dangerous to spread to everyone. Marcus realized that. These things, if controlled by some ambitious guy, could make anything. As long as they have resources. And in future, when the Empire rules hundreds of worlds, resources won't be an issue. Sacrificing a world to spawn thousands of warships won't be hard. That's where the issue lies. You really are into this. Layla's voice brought him back from his thoughts. HN. He turned around and saw the pair of ladies walking over. Anna was with his blonde empress. It's only been a few days, and you're already testing their sturdiness. The blonde said as she walked over to the sheet of metal. I can assume that is why you spent 5 years developing that brain burst. Let me guess, you used the thought accelerators to figure out their true nature, and now you can use the liquid metal to build things rapidly. I suppose it was worth it, but dangerous. What if the brain burst didn't work as well as you imagined? That metal could have assimilated Earth in a matter of days if not hours. Layla sighed. Now that she had time, the logistics empress had time to think of the worst-case scenario, and it was horrifying. That is why I spent so long tailoring it. It became a universal tool for blowing minds. In fact, I could make it weaker and just mind-crush civilizations if need be. Sending some aliens back to the Stone Age or turning them into a drooling mess, a vegetable state. He explained to her as he stepped aside and placed his beam rifle on a rack. I see. I suppose it is better than waging an endless war if our natures clash. The blonde sighed even more. More importantly, what did you learn? Anna intercepted as she walked over to the sheet and inspected his work. A lot. I mean a lot. He returned to his wives, who were inspecting the ELS. In fact, these guys are so game-changing that I am thinking severely limiting their use. The pair of them looked at him with wide eyes. What they heard was madness. Their husband was so liberal with technology to this very day. Flying cars, he destroyed the car industry in a day, thanks to that. Same with planes, they went bankrupt, same with countless weapon production companies. None of the old ones exists. Same with medicine, he took breakthroughs over any pre-existing model. So what he is saying is basically crazy to them. Isn't this why, instead of destroying them, you went to brain burst them? So that you could accelerate Empire's scientific progress. Anna commented with confusion. That's the thing. He placed his hand on the goo, and it began to move, sliding on him and becoming a piece of armor, made from E-carbon. This little guy, if I drop him into the ocean right now, in a week or so, he could spawn a Gundam from me, with a functional GN drive. Do you understand how dangerous they are? In fact, at that moment, he decided what to do. Legion, I want you to seal away the information on the ELS control function behind S-tier Imperial secret. Same as your other top-tier secrets. Understood, all of the files and designs are classified and only accessible through your royal decree. That bad. It would seem we were looking for gold but ended up discovering the Holy Grail. Layla shook her head. Still, you will be utilizing them to some degree. Anna asked hopefully as she got some ideas on where she could use them. Don't worry. We will be using them in colony construction and terraforming efforts and several other important things. He said with a sigh. But the rest, the ability to become anything. Yeah, quantum brainwaves linkage. You do realize if a decently educated innovator with this on his head, he could literally create an army of robots in a matter of days. He pointed at the tiara he had on his head. Such a development, in an empire that had countless worlds on its belt, and a massive amount of resources. These could strip mine a planet in no time at all. That is dangerous. Layla can already imagine it. They already have Legion and Legion bots. Sometimes she is worried that the AI could go rogue. What could it lead to? But Marcus never stopped improving his trusted partner in crime, as he calls his AI. The AI itself is a creation of many smaller AIs. If there is contamination and a rogue Legion breaches the protocol, Central Legion would terminate the affected AI itself. It is one of the core principles of AI. It can't break its own protocol. But the situation with ELS is different. Because ELS has no will of its own, it depends on who is controlling it, and unlike AI, the Emperor can't truly control people. Greed and lust for power can end any loyalty to the Empire. Good, leave the designs for just a few. Anna needs in her scientific pursuit and I need raw materials for your toys. She poked him with her finger. Sure. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapters 108 and 109 are up. Extra Stuff, Chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 225, Book 2, Chapter 100, What year of cosmic era was it? Over a week has passed since the defeat of ELS. The Emperor has returned to his world, as there wasn't much for him to do in the Gundam 00 world. Marcus inspected the carving before him. It took him longer than he had expected. He tried to copy the cosmic tablet from the main portal. To his knowledge, he did everything as he recalled from the first tablet. There is only one way to find out. For a second, he was about to get into his Gundam, but then he walked to the recently built platform where his armor is stored. He spread his hands, and robotic hands came out from the elevated platform and began to put armor pieces on him. It took only a few minutes before he was ready to fly, but before he did, he walked to the work table and collected the limestone tablet. Turn on the bubble, I don't want the tablet to break thanks to the air pressure, Marcus said before he started to float. Already did it. With that said, a tunnel opened in the side of his workshop. He flew right through it and exited the Bosphorus Strait before rising into the air and crossing over to Asia and towards the ASP headquarters. It only took him a couple of moments, but he was already in the cavern where his special forces get trained. The Emperor landed in front of a smaller portal and its special control pedestal. The armored Emperor walked over and placed the cosmic tablet in the slot. There is no power surge. You don't say, Marcus commented as he removed the metal gauntlet and touched the stone tablet with his hand. At that moment, he activated his code and sent a pulse of Geass energy. The whole place trembled, and the limestone portal flicked. So it did react. Wonderful. Visions began to bombard the Emperor as he saw multiple worlds. From what he saw were a bunch of worlds similar to his own. Damn. He pulled back and refocused. This system is not holding back. There was a grimace on his face. I doubt the original creators designed it for a single person to look for the worlds to colonize. Maybe. But I have a lot of time to perfect this. Marcus frowned as he placed his hand once more and tried again. This time around, he was ready, focusing on the world he wanted. After traveling through space and time, he found the world that had hourglass colonies in orbit. Gotcha. Tremble. With a burst of light, the platform reacted, and the limestone portal turned brighter, and a pathway came to life. Nice. It worked. Marcus pulled his hand away from the control pedestal and looked at the portal. I doubt there was any other outcome. Depends, why do you think I did it in my armor? The Emperor snorted in amusement. You predicted an explosion. Who knows? Do you realize that this technology is almost alien to me? I am not that much into the whole spiritual mumbo-jumbo. He replied as he placed his gauntlet back on his hand. Regardless, call Shamna. Calling Empress Shamna. Moments later, on his HUD, Marcus saw his wife Empress. I felt it. I will be there in a few minutes. The woman already knew what it was. Good to know that you are on top of things. The Emperor chuckled as he took a couple of steps back. And watched the operating portal. Unlike the one at the South Pole, a literal third-generation fusion reactor is powering it. So it won't run out of juice anytime soon. You know, you should notify before you do something like this. Shamna, with her entourage, arrived at the site. The scientists scrambled to set up their gear. They had their instruments ready a while back, but they needed a literal cosmic tablet to link up and activate the portals. I arrived here the moment I finished the tablet and needed to see if it's working. He said to her as his armor system was scanning the portal. Unlike the scientists, his suit has built-in sensors. It can read resonance, electromagnetic waves, and all that stuff. So far, he sees that the portal is working properly. Yes, I can see that. So what now? She looked over the computer that was showing stable readings so far. Building an activation method on the other side or a remote control of some sort. If you can do that, it would be a game changer. She looked surprised for a second. From what she understands of this specific technology, these portals are more or less intended for one-way trips. That's the initial design, as precursor humans were running away. You could create something based on the cosmic tablet. That should work, no? The blonde Empress suggested, looking at him. That is a good idea. The Emperor smiled as he accessed the databases on his HUD and checked some of the schematics. Your Majesty, we have readings from other side. But, well, it's in rock. As in underground. One of the scientists said to the Emperor. Is that so? He walked over to the portal. What are you going to do? Shamna looked worried for a bit. Test what is on the other side. As he said that, his hand moved to the portal, and sure enough. It was solid. It is underground. It's pure rock. Well, it should be given, look where we have built the portal. The Empress sighed, she realized that the South Pole in this situation is far better. Then it's a good thing I recently conquered a race of alien goo. Marcus chuckled as he contacted Legion to bring over some alien goo. Even a small blob will be good enough for him, as they can multiply. I did read the intel on those things. You literally classified some of the things they can do. If you do that, then these gooey things are very dangerous. Shamna commented as she walked over to his side. Besides these armors, I do need some of them in my ranks. Her fingers brushed past the metal frame. She can imagine all the use she could get from the armor and the goo. The Geass Order field operatives would be so much faster, and the goo. It could assist in rebuilding the Precurson civilization's infrastructure. Oh. Do you have some ideas? I do remember the bread basket. There was a glint in her eyes. Amazon rainforest. He looked at her for a bit, recalling something specific. Indeed, the super soil, the dark soil that rapidly accelerates the growth of the vegetation. We still haven't figured out how to make it. If this goo, as you say, is good, then we could use its traits to mass-produce the soil and boost our food production to an enormous degree. Twice the output from half of the field. Sold. You can have some of the goo. Marcus pointed his finger at her in a playful manner. It sounds wrong. The serious woman shook her head. It sounded wrong, but she can accept it. The pair talked a bit more about the armor, and he shared the schematics for his Dawnbreaker design, the official name of the power armor. Before long, a shuttle landed not far from the portal, a ramp lowered from the shuttle's back, and a single humanoid Legion bot with a briefcase in its hand walked over. The briefcase had handcuffs on the bot. That's some protection you got. The Empress chuckled when he saw the bot with a briefcase. The briefcase is made from nanometal with tubes. It can literally survive orbital bombardment. He explained to her as the bot handed over the briefcase. It's easier to destroy it than open it. With that said, he sent a signal to the briefcase, and with a hiss, it opened, revealing a tiara and a glass container containing a gray liquid metal. So that's the alien metal. It's actually an organic entity as strange as it sounds. As he said that, he took his helmet and put on the tiara. The ornament began to glow as the goo left the glass container and rushed towards the portal at extreme speed. Before long, it started to eat rocks and multiply. Soon, there was enough space for them to walk into the other side. Not that they could see anything. Begin bringing materials to the other side, we shall build an outpost there. As Marcus said that he walked over to the other side of the portal, he didn't want to leave the goo there. Who knows what will happen if the signal gets interrupted? Since it was pitch dark there, he put on his helmet. The HUD and AI assist him in understanding his surroundings. Eventually, the Emperor began to experiment. He needed to find an exit, so he sent ELS in 4 directions by turning them into thin pipe-like lines for speed's sake. Since he knew where he was, in the Middle East, he knew the general location. If he went south, he would reach the Persian Gulf. Around 10 minutes later, his south probe reached the outside world. Digging directly upwards is something he didn't do, as it would create an opening that could lead to his portal. He learned that lesson early with his Gundam 00 expedition. This time, he won't do that. Instead, he created a tunnel southwards towards the sea. With ELS, it didn't take long. Less than an hour later, he saw the sunlight and the sea. The temperature is similar, the composition of the air is similar as well, and there is a bit more pollution. A graph appeared on the HUD, showing the air composition and temperature. Let's explore for a bit. Marcus made the ELS return to the cave as he activated the gravity resonance. The power suit surged as he disappeared from the cave and rushed westwards to see how the world was doing. He quickly noticed how strange it was. Many of the buildings remind him of his previous life. It was not even fun, it was like déjà vu. In Gundam 00, it looked like the future, but in his world, it was an alternative timeline set in the distant future, thanks to the advanced technology he was pumping out. But this reality. It was like his old world. The building aesthetics, he can tell, were basic concrete and bricks. He felt a bit creeped out. It was like he was away for close to 30 years, and now he was back. So strange that he felt goosebumps. Connect to the internet, Legion, can you do it? Marcus asked after taking a deep breath. He looked down at the city. What he was looking at was his capital. It was nothing like his capital. It was not Constantinople, but just another city. The disappointment he was feeling was surreal. I did, a while back. From the looks of it, we are in a different timeline once more. This world is more similar to the world where Celestial Being was operating. Multiple web pages appeared on the screen showing different past events. Somehow, they run out of fossil fuel even faster than in Celestial Being's world. This world focuses on nuclear quite a bit. Apart from that, there is something called coordinators, genetically altered humans. From what I can see, these coordinators are lesser versions of innovators. However, I can highlight that this genetic technology can provide talent on demand. Unlike innovators who boost existing talent. Fascinating. If we can apply this to our empire, well, I could have soldiers that are soldiers, scientists that are scientists. Though I can see certain friction appearing, there would be a caste system. Marcus pondered for a bit as he left the city and headed towards the North American continent. Regardless, tell me what year we are in. The Emperor looked down at another city. The more he looked, the more he saw a simple 21st century Earth from his old Earth. It was strange. He expected at least some sci-fi elements. Though his gaze lifted, he saw the hourglass colonies, so he was in the seed universe. The calendar they use is called Cosmic Era, similar to ours, but the year is 50 of Cosmic Era. Fuck. He wasn't expecting that. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 110 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 226, Book 2, Chapter 101, Explosive Confrontation. Marcus returned to the cave as he was in deep thought. He didn't imagine that he would end up in past. The issue was that there was no indication of the timeline or how to alter when choosing this place. Well, are you satisfied with what you saw? Shamna, who was waiting for him, asked the moment he walked over. You could say that. He sighed a bit. It was a world that had genetic modification and was at a space age. The Emperor replied as he removed his helmet. Yet, you sound disappointed. Because I am, there is no Gundam. And a specific songstress to finish my collection. You have my condolences. But since this place is a testing ground, why not throw that idea into the air? The Empress suggested to him. Don't worry, unlike my other 2 worlds, this one won't end up that nice. I have a mission and will make sure it's successful. Marcus had something specific in mind. As he said, the ELS reacted and began to alter the surroundings. The floor and the walls turned smooth as the cavern straightened, becoming more like a large room than something carved from stone. I see, so that's the ability of the alien goo. Quite something else. She looked around, impressed by the changes to the cavern. Indeed, I will be sending one of these tiaras to you. You have my thanks, I can replace my usual crown with it. The woman pondered her idea aloud. Sounds fine. Meanwhile, I will begin to make my moves. While making moves sounded perfect on paper, Marcus can't be absent, people notice he is not there. He is the Emperor after all. Well. Spill it. Layla plopped into the couch opposite his office table. The Empress was immediately on his case the moment he was not there. What? You don't miss these meetings. Unless you are doing something else. The blonde woman looked at him with narrowed eyes. Indeed. I've been developing precursion technology, and made a portal in ASP headquarters. Exclamation point. Layla looked at him with wide eyes. Why you reached the point that you can copy portals? She gawked at him. Her gaze went down as she was in disbelief. How on earth did you copy a cosmic tablet? She asked in shock. What of it? I carved it by hand and powered it with Geass energy. You do know that people in the research facility tried it countless times over the years. There was no reaction at all. Well, that's them, and I am me. Besides, you need to do things by hand. The portal and the tablet have to come from the same source. There has to be resonance between those two. In other words, you are leagues ahead in understanding the technology. She deadpanned at him. You could say that. So, what are you doing there? She moved on, wondering what he was cooking in the new reality he unlocked. Setting up data collection. Genetic alteration, I will be collecting information for my future army. There is not much else there to do. He shrugged at her. Layla sighed in relief when she heard that. Good, it would seem you grew up and don't want to rule every fabric of reality. The beauty teased him a bit, but her tease swiftly disappeared. More precisely, one reality at the time, my dear wife. He chuckled as he watched her expression morph into resignation. I see, Anaheim Enterprise has bought struggling GARM. The corporation declared that they will continue to pursue genetic modifications. Anaheim Enterprise increased funding to GARM by $20 billion for the next 3 years. Massive strikes continue outside Anaheim headquarters. People demand that Anaheim stop funding genetic research. Marcus listened to the news outside of his fancy new office in the Atlantic Federation. Unlike in his other world, he rarely stays in this world, and most importantly, he doesn't care that much about what is going on. That means that he doesn't set up a board as he did in the previous world. He created a company, pumped out just above average product, and used that money to get himself GARM. The struggling genetics division. Marcus has been improving their technology for the past several months. The computers and databases he provided are downloading everything for him. In other words, it was like his research facility, and everything they do ends up in his hands. Yet. Stupid blue cosmos, Marcus complained as he looked down at the gathered people. Legion, cause a controversy for me. The disguised emperor narrowed his eyes, he was pissed and ready to start biting back. As you wish, it has been a while since we caused a bit of chaos. The AI was enthusiastic to do some naughty stuff. Indeed. Just because I am not radical, it doesn't mean I can't cause someone a bit of pain. The CEO of Anaheim Enterprise sighed as he walked back to his office table. Gundam Seed World, where everything that could end badly has indeed ended badly. The UN has dissolved, along with most of its treaties, such as the Geneva Convention. It means that war can go unhinged, nuclear if need be. While the war with the coordinators is not yet set in stone, everything is moving towards that direction. The plant colonies, the hourglass-shaped ones in space, are at this moment in the Atlantic Federation's hands. The colonies are forbidden to produce their own food. However, the coordinator numbers are steadily growing, and illegal modifications are a thing. Marcus made Anaheim a sponsor. Officially, he is supporting genetic treatment studies in GARM. GARM is literally the source of everything in the future, the Perfect Coordinator Project, the Accord Project, the Destiny Plan. Everything. And if Marcus wants to get everything he can from this reality, he would put his hands all over GARM. That is what he has been doing. He bought struggling GARM and all of its projects. Genetics is a volatile subject at the moment, and funding is scarce. But then he came in, supporting the projects. I have spread Blue Cosmos funding paper trail and their identities. As well as the source of these unrest and riots. All of them originated from a single foundation. Pathetic that it took so little to catch them with a hand in a cookie jar. Marcus was a bit disappointed how weak the firewalls are in this place. The world he is in right now has suffered several major setbacks, including 2 virus outbreaks and fossil fuel shortages, all of which have hindered technological advancement. Especially the lack of fossil fuels. Without them, there is no plastic, refineries suffer because they need gas, and, of course, other petrochemicals needed for medicine and so on and so on. Thankfully, in Marcus's world, there was Securidite that not only made fossil fuels obsolete but also accelerated technological advancement by around 200 years. They literally leapt from Cold War technology to nightmares, which is futuristic to say the least. Of course, he then introduced technology from his old world, namely fusion and AI. Those propelled the technology even further with the help of Securidite. Is there anything else we can do? You control them a little if you want. Marcus smiled a bit as he took a sip of his tea. I see what I can do. With that said, the disguised emperor looked at the city from his skyscraper's top floor. He is a bit bored. But not for long. Marcus returned to his estate on the east coast. He was about to unlock the doors. But then. His eyes widened as his sixth sense screamed. Oh, shit. Boom. 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 The whole estate exploded, but it was not over as rockets from a helicopter followed. The helicopter unloaded everything it had. Not long afterwards, there was communication with the ground team. Team Delta, go over and look for his corpse. At that moment, special forces rushed over to look for Marcus Anaheim's body. There is no way that his corpse could survive that. One of soldiers said, looking around the destroyed house. As one of them was moving away the rubble, a hand erupted from the house debris and grabbed the soldier by its neck. It was a bloody hand as, right before their eyes, the wounds were rapidly closing. It hurts. Do you have any fucking idea how much it hurts? A bloody Marcus Anaheim came out from the rubble as he could effortlessly lift the soldier by its neck. Usually I am far more composed than this, but not only did you fucked up one of my favorite suits, but you blew up my estate. It took me months to decide on the interior design. The more he ranted, the more terrified the soldier and their squad mates became. Who the fuck are you? I doubt your feeble mind could understand, so let's cut to the chase. Snap. The neck broke as Marcus killed the guy he was choking. Seeing him dead, others opened fire, but the guy simply walked around the incoming bullets. All of those misses began to build up the terror even more. Die already. He is one of those space freaks. Space freaks? Is that your conclusion? I far more than that. As he said that, the Emperor's eyes glowed a bit. Kill yourself for getting it wrong. Geass golden light glowed as the soldier's eyes glowed. Sure thing. One of the soldiers pointed his rifle at himself and opened fire. See. He saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Marcus commented as he looked at the other guy, his eyes glowed a bit more as well. What the, ha 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 I can't ha 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 stop ha 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 laughing ha 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 ha. Can't ha 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 breath ha 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 ha. With that said, he collapsed on the ground before starting to wheeze and gasp, he couldn't breathe. The last remaining soldier stared with horror as his rifle was shaking. Marcus began to walk towards him, and the soldier tried to shoot him, but the aim was horrible as he was shaking. Eventually, the Emperor was in front of him. He stared into his eyes, and the Special Forces soldier did the same. Only now did the guy realize that he was dealing with something more than a space freak. Who are you? Bam. At that moment, a mind hammer slammed into the guy's mind as his eyes rolled up and he collapsed on the ground. That's what a powerful innovator can do, crush a regular man's mind. After taking down the last one, Marcus looked at the soldier on the ground, then around him. He was annoyed to say the least. That's what happens when he doesn't set his board. Those retarded radicals have enough pull to send a special forces team. Not bad. Then a familiar sound got his attention. He looked up. It was an attack helicopter. Great, you are back. As he commented, bullets began to fly towards him. With several side steps, he dodged, then walked over and picked up an assault rifle lying next to a mind-crushed soldier. Then he targeted the helicopter. Focused a bit, locating a weak point and then pressing the trigger. A single bullet flew, hit the area below the rotor, sparks began to fly, followed by smoke, and then it spun out of control and crashed on the ground, followed by an explosion. That's what happens when you use such unreliable technology, Marcus commented as he threw the rifle over his shoulder. Honestly, you morons fucked up my yard. The Emperor commented with growing annoyance. This is the first time I have had such disrespect shown. Hell, I am not even planning to conquer you, morons. He snorted as he shook his head. With bubbling anger in his gut, he walked back to the mind-crushed soldier's corpse and checked the pockets. Eventually, he found a phone. For a second, he used his Geass to unlock the phone by entering the pin. Let's see. He called a specific number, and after a couple of rings, someone picked it up. Legion, tell Jean to come over to my estate on the East Coast. It's code Bravo, the place is gone, I need my armor. Understood, it will take less than 5 minutes. Are you okay? A bit naked but fine. Marcus looked down. He was barefoot, and his suit pants, what was left, were shorts with holes. The top is gone as well. In other words, he looks like a homeless man. Understood. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 111 are up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 227, Book 2, Chapter 102, World's Craziest People in One Place. Why, Your Majesty, are you okay? Jean scrambled out of the stealth spaceship the moment it landed. His knight looked pale, she was terrified that something had happened to him. You should ask that my suit, Marcus replied as he sat on the grass. Not far from him lay the wreckage of the helicopter he had taken down. She walked over, taking a deep breath before looking around. The estate was gone, there were corpses around, and there was a wreckage of a military-grade helicopter. It looks like a mess. Jean, use ELS to fix this. I will be moving out of Atlantic Federation, maybe somewhere warmer. The East Coast is not the best spot to relax. The Emperor said with a small frown. As you wish. Are you going to retaliate? The red-haired knight asked him with a concerned tone. Indeed, I will put fear of death into their very souls. He stood up and walked to the spaceship. The Emperor modified the vessel to act more like a transporter of his equipment. So far, the number of people he had brought with him to this reality was only Jean. The fewer people there are, the better it is for him. One could say that, in this world, he was more like a Batman than a ruler. He has his power armor, a spaceship, and a secret lair in the Persian Gulf, which is about all he has. Not that he needs anything more for a place he is treating as a data collection center. I see. You have a mission to do, and I have mine. Marcus got up from the ground as he walked towards the stealth warship and towards the waiting platform. Once there, he spread his hands, and the robotic hands began to put the suit on him. Soon enough, he was ready, walked out of the spaceship, and used his neural interface to access the data he had on Blue Cosmos. Sadly for you guys, the only laws I follow are my own. If you think that you are secure, then you are sadly mistaken. The Emperor narrowed his eyes as the gravity resonance activated, and he disappeared from his yard. Jean sighed, seeing him do something crazy again. Still, she had her mission, so she walked to the ship and opened a briefcase containing a tiara and a glass container of liquid metal. Particle compression at 100%, preparing particle cannon. Marcus pointed one of his rifles at the estate beneath him. It was Azrael Estate, the very same family that founded the Azrael Foundation, the core piece of Blue Cosmos. Not anymore. A purple beam descended from the sky, erasing Manor in an instant. There was no fire, or explosion, nothing. That is the power of GN particles when they are charged and ready to destroy. Double check, Legion. As they say, one should double tap to make sure it's done properly. Of course, running scans. Marcus looked through several scanners before dismissing the windows. It appears they are dead. But this is not the end. Let's continue. The Emperor narrowed his eyes as he moved to the next target. One by one, he erased estates and buildings that were closely related to Blue Cosmos. He made sure he left some alive, on purpose, to make sure they had fear of death edged into their very souls. With the buildings destroyed and the backers exterminated, it was now time to curb their numbers. Swoosh. An armored being with wings cut apart the warehouse doors and strolled inside. I would knock, but the doors were far too fragile. You can't hide from me. As the armored individual spoke, the 6 wings from his back detached and flew towards hiding radicals. This location was one of the weapon stashes, where they get their weapons for the bombings and all that. Marcus intentionally targets the locations where they think they can do something. But physical bullets? That is so, ancient technology. Ag. Hi. What is that? The 6 bits-like swords rushed for the hiding terrorists as they began a slaughter. Some of them stopped hiding and opened fire on him, but Marcus simply stood there at the entrance and waited for the bits to slaughter. The blades sliced and diced through the warehouse. Within minutes, it was silent like in a graveyard. The armored emperor looked through several different scanners to make sure everyone was dead. After destroying one warehouse, he went to several other ones. He didn't destroy all of them, but at least blew up half of them. Will Blue Cosmos retaliate? Sure, does he care? No. But unlike them, he is immortal, and his technology is close to 500 years, if not more, ahead of them. Once he finished, he returned to his hideout in the Persian Gulf. Ugh, menial labor, never thought I would do it again, Marcus commented after taking his armor off. Your Majesty, you should get a bath and a change of clothes, Jean commented as she looked at his state. He looked like a beggar. You are right. The Emperor didn't deny it, he looked at himself, and it was bad. And you will join me. He then smirked at her. As you wish. Jean slightly blushed as she knew what was coming next. One could say that she is enjoying being the only one with him in this reality. Marcus GARM Research Institute had quite the selection of people. There was the blonde man by the name Yulin Hibiki, who was one of those typical scientist types who are obsessed with their work. His project is called the Perfect Coordination Project. By perfect, it means that it has all the benefits of coordinator but none of its drawbacks. Unlike innovators, who naturally evolve upon exposure to GN particles, coordinators undergo specific alterations. As a result, their birth rate plummets. As 2 coordinators are not truly the same species. Because of that, having 2nd-generation coordinators is rare, and 3rd generation is basically impossible. Now, what Yulin wants isn't some sort of program for everyone or a fancy breakthrough. While Marcus could use the technology if he truly needed money, there are ways to make money, not that he wants. But the man simply wants to create the perfect coordinator. Then there is the Accord Project. Run by a blonde woman by the name Aura Maha Kyber. Unlike regular coordinators that get altered in a woman's womb, Accords are designed from scratch and raised in liquid tanks. Similar to cloning and the Innovate style of creation. Now, the reason Marcus is funding her research and giving her what she wants is that there is potential for true psychics in her creations, and that a certain pink-haired woman is working with Aura. This woman is helping Aura as she wants to create a perfect daughter based on her genetics, a superior being to a coordinator. And then, of course, there is Gilbert Durandal. He is also helping him with funding. Unlike other scientists who want to create superior people, he is studying genetics in general, developing medicines, and mapping the human genome. Of course, he has his ambitions, and that called Destiny Plan. A system that can determine what a person is good at and then assign them to that role. A change in society. In other words, he gathered Earth's craziest people in one spot, and they're sending over all of their data to him. Of course, they don't know that. Well, that is the prize for all of that money. Please come inside, do you want some coffee or maybe some tea? The brown-haired lady motioned for Marcus to enter the laboratory. Relax, Vaya, I am here to make sure you guys have everything you need. The disguised emperor motioned for the nervous lady to relax. Why, your money is more than enough. She sighed in relief. I have heard that someone bombed the estate. Are you okay? The lady was concerned for his well-being. She was shocked to hear that. The Earth is slowly becoming volatile. It was Blue Cosmos. I sent government officials after them. As you can imagine, they didn't escape unharmed. He said with a smile, and the lady blushed a bit. I see, it's good to know that everything is fine. She tried to smile back, but she was nervous regardless. How is Yulin and his research? Marcus asked Vaya. After securing his funding, he rarely leaves his office. I do apologize that he is not here to meet you in person. She looked at the floor. The woman was ashamed of her husband's behavior. It's fine, let him know that I'm 100% behind him. He reassured the brown-haired lady. He was about to leave, but then she stopped him. May I have a moment of your time? She looked at him with a certain look. Sure. What happened next? Well, one doesn't need much imagination. You can't stop, can you? Regardless of realities, this time it's a married woman. Jean sighed as she couldn't believe what had happened. What is she going to say to the empresses? Hey, she needed to lean against someone. What can I do? Marcus defended himself. Tell her that you have 10 wives and several lovers. The red-haired knight sighed again. I suppose. Anyway, let's continue. I have other research sites to visit. He patted her back to calm her as they continued with the visit. Next was the Accord Project. Unlike the Perfect Coordinator Project, which a man and his wife ran, the Accord Project was run by 2 women. They didn't need to walk far. Marcus made sure the complexes were connected and close to each other. Inside another research facility, a blonde woman proudly showed him her work. This is the design. I based him on my genetic sequences. It will be a boy by the name Orphe Lam Tao. A blonde lady showed a design she was working on. She even given him a name already. Marcus looked at the DNA strands. It was not bad. But honestly, it lacks the 3rd strand innovators have. It is still a human, the lifespan of a human. There is no infinite potential of an innovator. Not bad, Aura. The Emperor smiled at the blonde woman. She looked at him with pride. I was thinking of having a daughter, but she wanted one, so instead I went with a boy. Aura looked at Pinkette next to her. Honestly, Marcus needed a bit of willpower not to stare at the Pinkette. It was a literal carbon copy of mature Lacus Klein. There are some differences, but honestly, not much. Yes, I think I will name her Lacus. The Pinkette said with a dreamy tone. Indeed, my son and her daughter, I would say we will be a family. The pair giggled like teenage girls, thinking about uniting families. I am pretty certain your mind got twisted somewhere in between Aura Maha Kyber. Marcus thought to himself as he looked at the other DNA strand. He was far more interested than the boy Aura was thinking of creating. I might as well create my own Lacus. The Innovate technology has improved considerably over the years. With the Accord data before him, and his own technology, he can truly create something perfect, for himself. Wonderful, it would seem you have things covered here. After making up his mind, he was ready to move on. Yes. You have our eternal gratitude. Aura thanked him, and her assistant did the same. Don't worry, just continue doing what you are doing. Don't worry about funding, leave that to me. Marcus smiled at them, and the pair got slightly nervous. Are you sure? I don't think people will easily accept humans who are not born naturally or the amount of genetic alterations we do. Aura was skeptical about how long he could throw wealth into the bottomless pit that is their genetic research. Relax, dear, money is not the issue. Once you finish your research and it succeed, it will change the world. You will see. Marcus reassured her. Yes, I hope for that as well. I hope that Orphe and Lacus will lead humanity into a bright path. Aura clenched her fist as she had a resolute look in her eyes. Don't worry. I have your back. Besides, I can always sell Durandal's treatment and medicine. That stuff will always make me more money. With that said, Marcus left them. There was a huge smirk on his face. He checked his phone, and Legion showed him that everything was up to date. He got the blueprints he wanted. For some of the experiments he wants to do, he can start doing them as well. That look, are you going to make your own accords? Jean saw the grin. She knew what that grin meant. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe something grander. The Emperor winked at his bodyguard. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 112 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Jean Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 228, Book 2, Chapter 103, Lacus Anaheim. The next 3 years were quiet. Marcus periodically visited Mendel to make sure everything was okay. But in the end of the day, it was his, well, how one should put it, a side gig. A side activity. He visits this timeline several times per year before leaving them to their devices. So the moment they passed through the portal, their phones vibrated. Your Majesty, we have an issue. Jean looked at her phone. Mendel, colony, it was attacked by Blue Cosmos. She said in a nervous tone, what will he do now? That place was his sandbox, the place where he plays around. Marcus looked at his phone, there was a frown on his face. They are really asking for it. He sighed in annoyance. What should we do? His knight asked with a worried look. She recalled the people working there. The Emperor took a deep breath. They were quiet for 3 years. I destroyed their bases, their funding, and even the ones who founded them, yet. He scratched the back of his head. Well, it would seem I got what I could from this place. He paced around for a bit. It seemed he was considering pulling out of this reality. Prep my spaceship, we are going to collect the black boxes. Yes, Your Majesty. The pair got into their spaceship and left the hideout. In mere moments, they were in Mendel. Blue Cosmos blew up the GARM complex into bits, like a bomber carpet-bombed the whole place. They really hate me. He thought to himself, the Emperor was proud of that fact. Regardless, he left with his armor and swiftly went under the building complex. The building's basement was special, as Marcus built it from materials not found in this reality. Nanometal, reinforced with tubes. Even a nuclear explosion would do nothing to it. Once inside the special chamber, he went over, collected several boxes, and entered self-destruct sequences for the computer. It was far too advanced for this world to stay around. With the data secured, he left the chamber and swiftly stored the black boxes in his spaceship. Let's return with the data. I need to visit the HQ and figure out what is going on. Understood. The pair returned to the hideout with data, and as he uploaded everything to his computer, he found some interesting things in the files. It would seem Aura figured out something, so she stopped using his data centers and computers. He has no idea if Aura created Lelouch. Well, that doesn't matter, I shall make one myself anyway. At least the Ultimate Coordinator project was a success. Kira Yamato was born. Then he saw the casualty list. Pity. The attack killed Vaya. What are you going to do? Jean asked him, looking at his expression. Listen, we had a small fling going on. While I do resent Blue Cosmos and will make another purge, there is not much I can do for her. Well, I could grab Atlantic Federation by its balls and make sure they don't do any other crazy things. The Emperor concluded after getting an idea of how to pay back. I see, I am surprised you are not going crazy. Jean slightly teased him. I helped her to get over the fact that her husband neglected her. We were not that close, I suppose there was some satisfaction to her that she was sleeping with her husband's boss. Marcus rolled his eyes. He understands women slightly better now, after living for a considerable amount of time and having countless studies conducted on them. Hell, his empire does selective breeding. Turns out that date of birth and location play a part in character development. Zodiac signs are real. I suppose my Lelouch's birthday should be on February 5th, just like the original one, if I want her to be as I remember. With that in mind, he began his preparations. One of the first things he did was purge more of Blue Cosmos. In fact, this time around, he terrified the world with his actions. He put fear into their very souls as Marcus decided to use Geass. He made suicide bombers blow up their own bases. He made allies turn. Paranoia was at an all-time high to the point that Blue Cosmos all but ceased to exist. It was so bad that governments began to fear Anaheim, as they simply had no idea what this corporation was doing or what they are capable of. To the people in government, it was clear that it was Blue Cosmos versus Anaheim, but no one could prove anything. People could follow Blue Cosmos, but Anaheim. It's like they use advanced technology. Regardless, Marcus paid back for what they did to his GARM. For now, he retreated to his reclusive lifestyle. To people around the world, he was the eccentric billionaire who wanted to improve the world through genetics. That's how they would know him for years to come. Once he finished the purge, the Emperor returned to his hideout and began to work on something he had been itching to do for years. Might I ask why you are cloning Professor Klein? Jean looked at the pink-haired girl inside a water tank. Is that what you think it is? Marcus chuckled as he looked at his knight. Wait, that's Project Lelouch. You making one yourself? But why? The red-haired girl looked surprised. That's an Accord Innovator hybrid. I even gave her a Geass seed. Geass seed, isn't that what your children are born with? The youngest ones, like Scipio, Daphne, and Iskandar, all have dormant Geass. I assume it's because Geass grows stronger all the time. I can assume it influences my innovator senses as well, as I know that I have been growing stronger all the time. Marcus commented as he looked at his creation. And yet you made this girl. Jean was a bit worried about what this woman might do in the future. Indeed, unlike my wives, my Lelouch can cook. The Emperor said with a proud tone. You still talking about that? Jean was speechless. More than anything. Do you realize how embarrassing it is for me? He complained to her. You are the Emperor. And an Emperor who doesn't have wives who can cook. He countered back. So it reached the point that you are making a woman who can cook for you. Jean was baffled. Damn. She never thought it was that important to him. One of several things. Besides, Lelouch has a good voice, so she will be able to sing for me. Oh, and of course, she keeps up with my research, as she has innovative traits. In other words, you truly made her all capable. Jean was a bit terrified of what he created. Maybe we will see. Lelouch Anaheim knew the reason for her existence. The moment she was self-aware, a voice explained things to her. She has memories of things, like cooking, singing, technology, physics, math, and many more. Most importantly, she knew the weight of her name. Anaheim, the imperial name of a dynasty that rules 2 Earths, can travel between realities. She comes from a world where the Emperor has set foot and created her to entertain him. The Pinkette's eyes opened as she realized that she was in a liquid tank of some sort. Moments later, the central computer drained the liquid, and she ended up standing on a cold surface. The girl removed the breathing mask, and the tank opened. She slowly walked out. Her first steps were wobbly, but soon enough she adjusted. Well, it would seem your innovator powers are dormant. Her creator commented as he looked at her. They are not. I think I don't need them at the moment. The girl replied to the Emperor as she looked into his eyes. You don't want augmented senses. His eyes glowed a bit as she could see lightning dancing in them. What I mean is that at the moment I do not require them, my Emperor. The girl placed her hand on her chest. I see, well, for now, you need a haircut and clothes. Yes, please, I don't mind showing my body in front of you, but it's a bit cold here. Lelouch slightly trembled, but then she sensed a gaze on her. Is there something on my face? The Pinkette asked the red-haired woman. No, it's that you remind me of someone. She looks just like Professor Klein and Euphemia, even slightly similar to Felt. What the hell? Oh, that should be given, from what I understand, I am based on a scientist. Lelouch placed her finger on her chin as she replied. And you don't mind? Jean asked curiously. Why should I? The Emperor designed me the way he wanted me to be. The Pinkette replied with a bright smile. Jean, what is with silly questions? You do realize I worked on this almost as long as I made the platform for solar cannons. Marcus chipped in before looking at Lelouch. Now, come, I want to give you a haircut. Of course. The Pinkette nodded as she followed after him. As he didn't have a room for haircuts, he went to cut her hair in the kitchen of his hideout. Once Lelouch dressed in a one-piece dress, he made her sit in the middle of the room. I do wonder how well you will do, Your Majesty, Jean asked with crossed arms. From what I understand about my Emperor's abilities is that he can easily master such basic tasks. The girl sitting on the chair replied with a confident tone. Oh, such confidence, I like it. Marcus chuckled as he revealed a briefcase of tools. You are even prepared. The red-haired knight wasn't even surprised that he had an entire set of tools to work on hair. Indeed, I was thinking of testing Veda's systems in person, and I had a person in mind. The Emperor took scissors and a brush. From what I understand, there should be another version of me, yes. Lelouch was curious, wondering about another version of herself. There is a possibility that Aura ditched me. So I will need to extract several pounds of flesh from her. She used my money and left. Marcus complained about certain scientists leaving him. Does it matter what she did? You got most of the Accord project anyway. Jean sighed. Indeed, but it's a matter of principle. The Emperor began to cut his hair as he replied. Do you require my help? The Pinkette asked. We will see how things will play out, Lelouch. He replied with a smile. We have all the time in the world. As you wish. The girl slowly nodded, she would follow whatever he desired. For the next couple of minutes, there was silence as he made sure the hair was perfect. Once done, he placed a hairpin on her left side. It was similar to the one he remembers, but there was a bit of personal touch to make sure it was his creation. What do you think? Marcus offered a mirror to her. As long as you like it, I am happy with how it is. Jean looked at her. The answer made her a bit annoyed. She realized that Lelouch sounded like Anna from her younger days. A love-struck puppy, but this could be worse, as the girl has been designed like that by the Emperor. Indeed, then it's settled. Now, why don't we test out how good you are? The Emperor took the mirror from her as he moved on to the next thing. What do you desire to test? The Pinkette asked him. Everything. Your physical prowess, your innovator powers, and your scientific knowledge and how quickly you can learn. Understood, I won't disappoint you. In Marcus's dojo in the hideout, Jean and Lelouch changed into gym clothes. The first test was how good the girl is at physical encounters. Are you sure? The bodyguard looked at Marcus, who was sitting on the ground with a cup of tea in hand. The Pinkette prepared it for him. Trust me, she is not fragile. Lelouch smiled brightly when she heard that. Yes, now let's see if I know the right order. The girl tried to take a stance. She looked amateurish, which annoyed Jean a bit. Will she need to train her? Sigh. Fine. Jean's innovator's eyes glowed as she got serious. She tried to grab the Pinkette, who reacted at absurd speed. What the? Before she realized she needed to defend herself, Lelouch went on the offensive, forcing her to defend herself. D-damn. Before she realized she was taking this extremely seriously. Especially when this girl had the blank look on her face, it was like she was in a frenzy or on autopilot. The theorized seed mode, which relates to adrenaline, it would seem Accords have that. Mixed with innovator potential, she is literally a peak warrior without even having the training. Marcus commented as he realized that Lelouch is pushing Jean back, who is one of the greatest fighters in his empire. Gee, good to know. Jean tried to sound as sarcastic as possible. After a while, Marcus stopped them when he saw that his ladies would wound themselves. The first test was a success. It would seem Lelouch, who was recently born, can keep up against a very talented warrior. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 113 are up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Jean Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 229, book 2, chapter 104, back home. Marcus looked at the results of all of the tests he had made Lelouch do. It was better than he had expected. It would seem the hybrid creation has boosted some of the innovator traits. The girl inherited scientist's memories, but with her Accord and innovator abilities, she swiftly adjusted those memories and improved on them, making them her own. Like she found the faults in some of the scientist's methods and adjusted. All of that happened in a matter of a few short days. Apart from that, well, the girl takes her job very seriously. Marcus never truly defined what her job is. Wife, assistant, helper, cook, private singer, basically all of them were true. But even then, he expected a bit of distance. After all, there should be a bit of time when one should be adjusting, but not this particular Pinkette. After all of the tests, he expected her to be tired and go to one of the spare rooms Marcus had prepared in his hideout, but nope, she went right for his room. Lelouch. Yes. Is there a particular reason why you are in my room? Marcus, who was enjoying some snacks in his room before bedtime, asked the girl who strolled into his room. It should be obvious that I am here to do my duties, she said in a confident tone. Like, it should be obvious why she was here. How did you come to such a conclusion? Instead of brushing her away or sending her back or any of the negative reactions one would do, especially the Japanese kind, where they blush and stutter when a girl begins to undress, the emperor asked to disclose her train of thought. Well, for one, you create me with the sole purpose of entertaining you and serve with your whole being. And since there is none of your wives here, those duties fall on my shoulders. The girl explained as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Maybe it was normal for her, since those are his designs. Interesting, I do recall giving her common sense, but others can overwrite those. Is that so? Well, in that case, why don't you come over here? Marcus motioned towards his lap, and the Pinkette walked over there without hesitation. She ended up sitting on his lap, and he then motioned for her to feed him. A small smile appeared on her lips as she began to do just that with giddiness. The emperor was a bit amused by how much she liked that. The whole feeding session lasted for several minutes, but then it was time to sleep. So Marcus moved to the bed. Now that's where things got a bit heated. After obtaining his data and creating Lelouch, Marcus had little else to do in this reality. The sheer technological gap bored him in this place, so he returned to his world. Whoa. The Pinkette watched the portal power up as the trio crossed into ASP headquarters. Once there, he simply turned the portal off. He had a special remote created for the portal's use. The remote, powered by the cosmic tablet, sends a specific vibration to the limestone, triggering a reaction. It had been nearly 2 decades since they had been studying the portal and precursor human technology. One could say that only now are they starting to understand how vibrations work and how to recreate these portal stones with their methods. Now it will take time, maybe another decade or more, until they utilize something like portals from one planet to another, or from one sector to another. They still have no idea whether these portals have any negative effects on the planet, since the main portal they utilize still uses magnetic fields to power itself. It could be affecting the planetary rotation for all he knows. So it needs to be studied further. So this is the headquarters. We are inside a huge cavern. Lelouch commented as she looked around. Indeed, the sun in this area can be brutal, so we went with a cavern system. There is direct access from the sea, so we get some cool wind. Now come with me. I want to show you Shamna, the head of the Geass order. Of course. Please, show the way. One would say that she should be nervous to meet one of the empresses, at least that is what Jean thought, but Lelouch was different. So that's what you created with all the data. You made yourself a girl. The blonde empress was a bit surprised, but then it made sense. What else could he possibly make? A guy. Not in a million years. Oh, please, what else could I make? Besides, check the data of what she could do. A perfection if I do say so. Marcus looked at Lelouch, who smiled at him. You can begin development of possible troops with this, he explained as he offered her a thumb drive. This is all of the data you need, and the results of my tests. I see, though you will need to explain to your other wives why you created yourself a girl. Shamna took the offered thumb drive. I don't need to do that. Lelouch can cook. That's all the explanation I need to do. Marcus snorted after experiencing the heaven of a beautiful girl cooking for him. It's hard to come back from that. Is that so? Indeed, now let's go, ladies. I have other things to do. The Emperor took one of the shuttles that took him to his capital. Lelouch curiously looked at everything, as it was the first time she had seen the wider world. So when he arrived at the citadel, there was one of his wives waiting for him. When Layla saw Lelouch, she narrowed her eyes. By this point, she is quite distrustful of Pinkets. First Anna, who got knocked up before her, then it's Euphemia who jumped on her husband, and now this. So. This is Lelouch Anaheim. You gave her the dynasty name. The blonde was speechless. Indeed, she will be my assistant. I used data from that world, along with Veda's technology and my own. Think of it, 3 world technologies came together to produce her. The best part is she can cook. Layla stared at him for a bit. You do realize that any of us could have learned how to cook. Indeed, but I am close to 20 years since I got married to you girls, and still none of you can perform in the kitchen. But. Yeah, that won't work. I gave you all power to create retinues, followers, entire armies, so don't give the silly excuse that you are too busy. Marcus winked at Layla, making her deflate. He was right. After ruling the empire for years, they grew accustomed to it and began delegating tasks or automating processes with AI. I never considered that you cared that much. Is it? I thought you knew your husband well. With that said, he walked towards his citadel. There are things to do. The colony in Centauria has been up and running for a year. The temperature and the gravity are quite similar to Earth's. However, there is a lack of oxygen, and the atmosphere is mostly toxic to humans. But there are dome cities built in temperate zones. The help of massive colony ships moved the first 5 million innovators. Well, calling them colony ships is a stretch, as they are simply big boxes with GN drives. With the first cities up and running on Centauria, the colony needed a proper means of communication. For now, they use a crude method based on the solar cannon. Basically, the gravity resonance would warp space, creating a tunnel through which the comms laser would fly into the Sol system. That will do until the Sentry Array's first phase is complete. And the construction of that is on its way. Extractor variants were already built and sent over to the magma worlds, where the extraction of minerals has begun. One could say they are now an interstellar empire, and humanity exists in 2 solar systems. But it was not just that, Saturn's development is on its way as well. Marcus classified Saturn as his Sol system's harbor. It's where the Empire will build warships and where the Imperial Logistics Department will sort resources from other solar systems out before being sent to Earth and the inner planets. Speaking of inner planets, Venus was no longer a molten rock. The gravity hammer had its first test run. Gravitational forces hammered into the world, slowly increasing the speed of rotation around its axis. Bit by bit, over the years, the planet's day grew shorter and shorter. The hammering continued, and by the time Mars was green, Venus's day was just shy of 30 hours. The only difference was that Venus rotates in the opposite direction, which means the sun rises in the west in that world. A true representation of why women are women. Marcus sighed as he watched his wives meet and greet Lelouch, who was super friendly and giddy to see them. That friendliness is making them uncomfortable, which is amusing. His wives, from time to time, do have friction. Especially now, when most of the kids are close to 20 years old. Time sure flies. As he thought about that, Anna stared at him. His first empress is itching for another child. She has been trying to get one for the past 10 years, but Marcus is crafty when it comes to that. He doesn't easily give what they want. Do catch up and learn about them, Lelouch, while I have things to do. Marcus was about to leave, but some of his wives stopped him. Hold it, we need to talk. Colin commented as she looked at the pinkette he just brought. It would have been fine if he had just brought a girl, but he made her. Then talk. I want to know why you made a girl. I was created to breach 3 different realities and their technologies into one singular imperial technology, which was a success. Then another reason that I can cook. Which would seem to be a big thing for my emperor. The empresses stared at him with raised eyebrows. Continue. And I am his assistant. I am versatile in many fields of science, as well as dancing and singing. Lelouch just commented from the top of her head. It sounds like he made a mistress for himself. Strangely enough, some of the girls began to wonder if history is repeating itself. Marcus could be following his father's steps. Did he just make his favorite? Wonderful, now is there something else you want to know? Will you be making more of them? Anna asked, looking at the pinkette. I don't need to. Shamna has the data, I pioneered the technology, now it's up to her to make soldiers and scientists who could assist her in integrating more of precursor human technologies into our empire. I see. You do know that we won't accept it that easily. Anna crossed her arms as she looked at the latest addition to the Anaheim family. I would be disappointed if you did. You can start with kitchen classes. Because I just found out that it's an amazing experience when a woman is cooking for me. Nearly half of our chefs are women. Layla rolled her eyes. Yes, and that's the thing, I don't see them do it. He shrugged before walking away, but this is where panic began to settle in as Leica simply followed after him. Marcus didn't need to say a thing as the Pinkette simply followed after him. It would seem she is about to claim your spot as first empress, Colin teased Anna a bit. We will see, I don't give up that easily. The science empress narrowed her eyes. She began to follow them as well. He forgot that I need another child. Yeah, I might sit this one out. Layla shook her head. Don't they realize that they have all the time in the world? She even went to see doctors to figure out how innovators age. Simply put, their aging is very weird. Instead of getting older, she got a bit younger, as if innovator powers stuck in her 20s. For how long will it be? No one really knows. Chapter 230, Book 2, Chapter 105, Year 35 of Byzantine Cosmic Era. 500 Power Stones Chapter of this week. Time waits for no one. As the Empire was going from strength to strength, the number of worlds the Imperials inhabit was growing. The fourth planet in the middle star of Alpha Centauri required surprisingly little work. The moment the toxic atmosphere was altered and drained, the world was good enough to be colonized. The world was similar in size to Earth and Venus, with days lasting 27 hours and a similar atmosphere. It was just perfect. The only issue is that it didn't have any moons. Because of that, it had erratic seasons and quite bad storms. Similar to Centauria, the capital of the Alpha Centauri trinary system. However, such chaotic cycles didn't mean a thing to dome cities and climate towers built to manipulate the weather and keep it stable. Over the years, in addition to Alpha Centauri, the Imperial Exploration Department explored other systems. Just opposite to Alpha Centauri was Bernard's Star, a decently sized red star with a single huge gas giant and an asteroid field. The explorers found that the asteroid field contains a decent amount of metals, and the gas giant is large enough to create GN reactors if need be. But apart from that, there is not enough use for this star. Then, other stars that were a bit farther away included the Lugman binary system. It was even more useless than Bernard's Star. As it had failed suns, the fusion reaction never happened in them. So they were brown dwarfs for suns with temperatures barely at 1000 Celsius. Well, the Empire classified them for mining, then further in this direction was Sirius itself. The Dog Star, a massive star, is so big that a research facility is required just to study it. For worlds, it had a bunch of barren worlds simply because of how bright and dangerous the star was. Regardless, Marcus planned to put humans on each and every single star encountered several roadblocks, for the simple reason that not every solar system was suitable for supporting actual human populations. Still, the Emperor decided on a different solution. He decided to put comms towers above every single star. Based on precursor human technology, utilizing magnetic fields and vibrations, and sentry array sensors, Imperials could have a literal extranet in every single star system under Imperial control. Once communications technology had improved, colonization efforts could truly be underway. By the year 35 of the Byzantine Cosmic Era, humanity had a comms tower above every star within 30 light-years. By the Emperor's words, they were a small interstellar empire. While the Empire had some stars that were literally just for resources, Sol System and Alpha Centauri entered a true golden age. Earth's sphere of influence became a hub for spaceships. To manage huge howlers that bring materials from other solar systems, the Moon became a warehouse of sorts where the resource hauliers dock, as there was an orbital ring around it. These huge transporters would dock, and smaller ships would spread the resources to 3 inner worlds of the Sol system. By the year 35, Mars had over 16 million people living on it. While Venus became a perfect replica of Earth, it was a tropical paradise as Marcus envisioned. Reed made it. Because of its volcanic past, the world itself didn't have many properly sized continents, and as a result, the amount of water it brought was on the lower end. So the world became something like Indonesia, with many islands, tropical palm trees, and sandy beaches. Well, because of the volcanic past, most of the beaches were of volcanic origin. Black sand, however, around the capital, which was named Aphrodite, well, the whole planet's landmarks and islands were named after women and Venus-related goddesses. Regardless, it became a resort and relaxation destination with quite a humid atmosphere. With the Venus project finished, its experienced team moved on to improving Jupiter's and Saturn's habitability. Simply because the Jupiter population was close to 37 million people, the Sword Type 3 colonies are becoming hard to produce at the rate that they're needed. So instead, Marcus took some inspiration from plants in his latest world he visited, a piece of land domed in glass. The technology is there, so why not just make a colony like that? An island in space. The fusion reactor with gravity resonance allows people to walk on the ground and enjoy Earth-like gravity. The dome itself can darken, giving people the sense that it is either day or night. These islands had tubes that acted like roads and transition hubs. They are connected to the original sword colonies, giving the colonies a sense that it's a one huge spider web where people live. Saturn was similar, originally becoming a colony in the year 35 years ago, yet in those years, it rapidly became a shipyard where new warships were under construction. Proper spacefaring warships, ships that can travel enormous distances and can sustain themselves in space. Meaning that they have food-producing capabilities. Like small farms, each battleship and carrier has a logistics ship that carries extras like food, water, and even animals. Space is simply unforgiving in its vastness, so Marcus thought, instead of making it fly back and forth, why not make the base move instead? That is where the Mothership project comes into play. 60-kilometer-long V-shaped ships that have their own mission. The Vanguard, a moving military base that operates like barracks, shipyards, and an engineering core. The Colonizer, a moving terraformer that alters planets and makes them habitable for Imperials to come in and colonize them. And lastly, the Explorer, the hub of exploration, where navigation and plans for future expansion happen. This mothership is responsible for constructing Explorer ships and comms towers. Each of these motherships has assembly lines originally inspired by Euclid's-class factory ships from the Gundam 00 timeline. Speaking of that timeline, Marcus gave it away to his son years ago, as Iskandar is not far from being 30. By this point, the Empire on the other side was, in a way, a distant memory. However, Marcus does maintain close contact with his son, who was a fellow emperor of humanity, albeit in a different reality. They do have a family gathering once a year, since staying away from ruling is not a good thing, as Marcus found the hard way when he had to juggle between two realities. Then there is Marina, the Empress of Entertainment. As he promised his princess wife, the only thing she has to deal with after raising their son is worrying about music and entertainment, something she loved since her childhood. Apart from Iskandar, who is an emperor, the rest of the emperor's kids were not interested in creating families on their own. Marcus realized that side effects of being an innovator, especially the ones that become innovators young, their desire for offspring began to fall, and those who are born as innovators even less. That's a natural reaction for far longer innovator lifespans. Marcus, who was 51, still looks like he's in his 20s. Well, he has a code, so it doesn't count. His wives were of a similar age, they, on the other hand, don't have code but are innovators, and they don't look older than their early 20s. So in a sense, humanity is adjusting to the evolution. But Marcus was ready, as he knew that was the case. He was waiting for his empire to get over the baby boom season and fall off the cliff when it came to birth rates. Instead, he began making people, which is why there are motherships. These ships produce the population needed for colonization. And funny enough, these people are more loyal to him than the naturally born ones. Still, the birth rate statistics are not conclusive. One can't say that birth rates dropped considerably, as it depends on surroundings, like in Centauria. The second generation, that is already teenagers, are dating and doing quite a bit of traditional stuff. Same in Jupiter and Saturn. It's like Imperials in those worlds have a superiority complex, most likely because they believe they tamed the huge gas giants they are living around. So the numbers are fluctuating, from world to world. Regardless, one would say, innovator or not, people are still horny monkeys, guys still lust after hot girls and women still want cool and rich guys with impressive jobs. So, that's your latest ship. I thought you would use Excalibur-class battleship as your flagship. Lakis commented as she brought over to Marcus a tray of handmade biscuits and tea. They were in Saturn's orbit, watching Drydock's personnel assembling a massive V-shaped Camelot-class mothership. More precisely, they were inserting one of its huge GN drives at the back. I made up my mind to be at the front to do what I like and at the same time rule the Empire. The ship before you will act like a secondary capital, he said while taking the tea and a biscuit. Fufufu, is that so? The Pinkette giggled. He was pursuing his hobbies and ruling it was just like him, but then she reminded him of something. You know the deadline you've been waiting for is here. When Marcus heard that, he perked up and, with a thought, he summoned a hologram and checked the calendar. I see, it has been 16 years, time sure flies when you have fun. The Emperor slightly smiled, recalling the projects he worked on. Building the Sentry Array and designing the comms technology, he still finds it amazing that people can have face-to-face calls between solar systems separated by 4 light years. It was only the beginning. His project was harbor planets. The Emperor treats solar systems similarly to islands. Most of the planets in the outer solar system are gas giants, as in Sol and Alpha Centauri. So these planets were related to either factory worlds or harbors, or both, in Ptolemy's gas giant case, where Centauria is and Saturn. These worlds have strong magnetic fields, which the Empire could utilize in several ways. Among them are linear trains launched from these gas giants to other solar systems. These trains were originally inspired by how trucks used to work in Australia. Trucks with a bunch of carriages move in a straight line. The principle is the same. A bunch of containers launch into another solar system. The system in harbor world reacts, catches the incoming train, and guides it to the harbor. In the harbor, the resources are sorted out and sent to the inner worlds of the solar system. Simple and rapid resource management. Well, you haven't been there in years, things could have changed. Geass was hopeful that the world of her origin was, well, better than it was before, a bit more civilized. We shall see, they should have Gundams now. I hope to see them before I shelve that world. Marcus looked at his tea as he swirled the spoon before taking it out and taking a sip. Geass giggled, hearing that. Is that all you care about? Indeed. That is why I marked the date. Tell Jean to prepare for a small adventure before we set for stars. As you wish. When Marcus and Geass passed the portal into the other side, the pair of them frowned. Their innovator senses reacted. This feeling. I feel something. I don't. Are you sure? Jean looked at the pair, she was confused. It's like there is another me. Geass frowned even more. She looked upwards. But Marcus was feeling something else. Damn that woman. The Emperor whispered under his breath. Are you okay, darling? Geass looked at him, a bit worried, she rarely saw him that pissed off. Women, Geass, women. He shook his head as he walked towards his consoles. Legion, activation sequence 50086, power up everything. Understood, powering up the Batcave. When the girls heard the name of the hideout, they rolled up their eyes. What a peculiar name. Wonderful. Marcus smiled at the sight of the lights turning on. Once inside the Batcave, Marcus caught up with news. Sad to say, his interference all those years ago didn't change much. Well, it would seem Earth nuked itself several decades down. But why do they blow up an agricultural colony? Geass frowned. Her brain can't process that. Fear, anyway, I found what I was looking for, with the internet down, the data could be outdated. Marcus looked at the Earth spheres map. There is a colony that he wants to visit. I see, so we are going to this Heliopolis place. The Pinkette checked where he looked. Indeed. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapters 114 and 115 are up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Jean Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 231, Book 2, Chapter 106, Long Lost Kids. The year was 71 of the Cosmic Era. Tensions between naturals and coordinators have reached a critical point with the destruction of an agriculture colony of Junior 7. The incident was known as the Bloody Valentine Incident. A nuclear missile was launched into the colony, killing close to 250,000 coordinators. It led the ZAFT, the military of Plant's colonies, to fight against the OMNI enforcer of the Earth Alliance. The Alliance, Plant War. While it was a major conflict, there are independent countries that want to stay far away from this conflict. Among them, ORB, an island country in the Pacific Ocean, is rich and has a space colony called Heliopolis. The Gaull of Morgan wrote to develop mobile suits in secret. Aren't they afraid that my father will strip them of their status? A black-haired girl with striking purple eyes complained as she drank juice at an open-air terrace restaurant in Heliopolis. She pulled out her phone and waited for a message. As she was enjoying the drink and the occasional gentle breeze, eventually her phone trembled. Finally. A smirk appeared on her lips as she saw that the executive board had approved her request. She swiftly finished her drink and then paid before rushing towards her destination. It was time to do her own inspection to see what was going on. On the industrial college grounds, a teenager was watching the news about ZAFT mobile suits landing at a spaceport. However, there was that spacey look in his eyes as his mind was far away. Hey, Kira, are you okay? His friend asked, with a concerned look. Brown-haired teen with purple eyes snapped out. This feeling, what is it? For the past couple of days, he had felt that something was there, his gut told him someone existed, but why, and what does that even mean? Yes. I am fine, anyway, we should help Sai with his project. Kira recalled that he needed to do something else. You bet. He needs your help with OS anyway. Kira's friend Toli smiled at Kira as the teen sighed upon hearing that. I told him not to touch it. The brown-haired teen rolled his eyes in annoyance. Well, he needs to learn, doesn't he? Toli nervously commented. It's not learning when I have to rework the whole thing. Anyway, we should go. Kira closed his laptop, watching those mobile suits blow up things is making his stomach crawl. Oh, wait, Mirialia will be joining us soon. Sure. The pair waited for Toli's girlfriend before driving to Morgan Road Robotics Institute. It was part of the industrial college, where people learned about robotics used in industrial businesses. Something like a mobile worker and so on. Though, the scale of it made Kira a bit suspicious, it was too big for simple mobile workers' development. Once inside, the trio joined Sai and another of their friend Kazi to develop a prototype mobile worker for an engineering presentation. Though Kira did most of the work, he was naturally involved in the whole thing. So who is the girl? Kira looked at the black-haired girl, who sat with her phone not far from them. Ignore me, brown head. I am waiting for something. The girl said without even moving her head. She just popped here from somewhere, apparently has something to do. At that moment, the whole place shook, it felt like the entire colony trembled. Someone attacked us. The mobile suits. The black-haired girl scrambled to get on her feet and rushed out of the room. Oi. Where do you think you are going? Kira had an urge to follow her, as he felt a strange connection with her. The guy left his friend alone as he chased the girl through the corridors. Damn, she is fast. The brown-haired teen complained as they eventually arrived at a wide hangar. His eyes widened as he saw gray mobile suits. At that moment, his heart trembled. Ha! I knew it. The girl laughed a bit when she saw the machines. Hey, what do you think you are doing? Kira commented, what was wrong with her? At that moment, explosions rocked the whole place. We need to evacuate. Don't tell me what to do. The girl snapped at him as she was about to get down to mobile suit level and get into one. But Kira grabbed her, picked her up like a sack of potatoes, and brought her to a lift that would take her down to the escape pods. Release me, damn it. She struggled, but the brown-haired teen effortlessly threw her into the lift before pressing the button to send her down. Hey, what the hell? The girl complained as the lift doors closed before she could stop him. Once she was gone, the teen looked at the mobile suits. I suppose one of those is the only way. The lift didn't return when he realized the pod was full, meaning a mobile suit was the only way out of this situation. Especially, it's what he wants. The sheer idea of piloting a mobile suit is making him excited. For the first time in a very long time, he is feeling excitement. Is that how coordinators feel? Honestly, he is feeling like a weirdo, excited by piloting a weapon capable of mass destruction. Marcus, with Lelouch and Jean, observed what was happening from a distance. They noticed Gundams getting stolen one after another. Is this what you expected? The Pinkette asked her emperor. Indeed. Your Gundams are getting stolen. She pointed out like it was an obvious thing. Calling them my is a stretch. He looked at his girl with a strained smile. You do realize that I am an innovator and a Accord hybrid, I can pick on your emotions. I know why we are here. The girl rolled her eyes at his vague responses. Last time I checked, you designed me to assist you, and that includes emotional support. The girl quite proudly reminded him. You will need to change into a nurse uniform for that. He smirked a bit. Oh, cosplay, haven't done that in a while. The Pinkette's eyes brightened as she got behind that idea. Can we talk about that in a place where mobile suits are not fighting? Jean commented from the back as he brought them back from their delusions. Indeed. Legion, get us out of here. Certainly. Moments later, a spaceship shimmered into existence as the trio got into it. The trio watched a white, blue and red mobile suit awkwardly walk, then deal with a Saf Jin and a huge spaceship blast from the ground. It's the whole set, spaceship and mobile suits, Lelouch commented as she looked at the brown-haired teen get out from the white mobile suit. Her eyes widened as she sensed a connection between her emperor and this teen. It was just like. So that's what it is. Marcus did the same as he looked at the brown-haired teen. He sighed, it would seem he simply can't leave now. He already knew, he sensed, and now he confirmed. Of course, there is another person he can sense. He will first pick her up. But first, he watched what was going on, observing how quickly the pilot of the white machine was adapting. Lelouch didn't comment as she simply watched. At some point, she ended up on his lap as it was the perfect time to cuddle. Marcus rolled his eyes at her abusing her situation. Ugh, panicking with a positron cannon is not the way, kid. The Emperor commented as he watched Kira utilize the anti-fortress weapon inside a colony. He is going to be part of the group that blows this colony up, Jean commented with wide eyes. Why is he panicking now with that weapon? Indeed. With that said, Marcus closed his eyes and focused on his senses. Lelouch smiled as she watched him utilize his powers. Calm yourself. Kira, who had been panicking while controlling the Gundam, suddenly stopped as calmness washed over him. Who? Calm yourself, use your gifts to adjust the output of the weapon. A presence washed over him, giving him a certain amount of confidence. Output, but it's set. At that moment, he realized he could adjust the battery usage to weaken the weapon. Right. With that said, the brown-haired teen adjusted and refocused on the white ZAFT machine before him. The huge rifle pointed at the white CGUE. I can see your movement, it's not that complex, you prefer your dominant hand side, all I need to do is watch that. Kira pressed the trigger the moment he felt it was the right time to shoot. Sure enough, the beam shredded the CGUE's entire side. The machine swiftly retreated after that. Nice job, kid. Over the radio, the pilot of an orange mobile armor praised. The brown-haired teen slowly nodded as he took a deep breath. And wondered who that voice was. It spoke directly to him, it was not a radio call or anything like that. Not only did it calm him down effortlessly and... It's like I knew him. For a second, his eyebrows furrowed. What does all of this mean? After dealing with the Commander model mobile suit, he returned to the white spaceship. But it was not for long as ZAFT returned, and this time with anti-fortress missiles. What happened next shocked Kira to the core. He never imagined that someone would order the destruction of the entire colony. The situation has put him in quite a hard place. He didn't want to blow up these mobile suits, yet he hesitated, and they used that moment to shoot those damn missiles at the support beams, which caused a chain reaction as the colony began to take itself apart. Kid. We have to return to the Archangel. The colony is tearing itself apart. TSK, Roger. The mobile and the mobile armor stopped chasing the Djinns and instead returned to the white spaceship. Someone is already rescuing us. One of the people inside the rescue pod felt someone pick them up. The black-haired girl named Kigali furrowed her brow, she was pissed at that brown head for doing this to her. Those mobile suits were ours. At least one of them belonged to me. She complained to herself, but at that moment her senses focused on the doors. There was someone there. She could tell. Ever since she could remember, her sixth sense was exceptionally strong. So strong that she can tell what people are thinking when they are lying. Not only that, but she was exceptionally good with computers and robotics, and her athleticism was on a completely different level. At some point, she believed she was a coordinator, but all her father said was some vague nonsense, with a strained smile. He clearly knew something. Then the doors opened, and a man revealed himself. Kigali got out of her seat and floated over. She was about to reveal her identity and demand safe passage. But she stopped in her tracks as she looked at him, her eyes widened to a massive degree. She could tell. I know, you, but I never met you. What is going on? She frowned while complaining, her mind was a mess. None of that made sense. Why don't you all go sleep for now? At that moment, his eyes changed, lightning began to dance in them as the pupil turned into a golden bird, and everyone behind her agreed with him. Kigali turned around and saw everyone fall asleep one after another. What the? Then all of a sudden, he spoke to her. Come with me. It was an order, and for some reason, she was about to do so. But then she snapped out and looked at him with distrust. Who are you and how can you make them all just fall asleep? She asked, no demanded, her tone was a rebellious one. Oh, why don't you answer that yourself? I am certain your senses can tell. All your life, you were special, right? You could tell what was what, you could read the room just from a glance, and difficult tasks were easy for you. And the current one should not be any different. The man smirked, the smirk was just like hers. And no way, why you are, my. Go on, you can do it. He motioned for her to speak up. But how? Well, my precious little daughter, your mother was a naughty woman who didn't say a thing to me. He said with a sigh. So you are my father. Something inside of her at that moment snapped as she lunged into him and went for a hug. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 116 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 232, Book 2, Chapter 107, A Conqueror for a Father. Monday's chapter. Wait a second. Kigali realized something, so she swiftly pulled back and floated away from her supposed father. Explain. What the hell is going on? She asked with narrowed eyes. Marcus sighed as he motioned for her to come with him. As I said before, come with me, Kigali. Her eyes widened as she trembled for a bit. This guy knows her name. Well, he could have known her before or read about her in the news. So it wasn't that surprising, but, well. Fine, what about the people? She turned around and looked at the sleeping citizens of Heliopolis. The beacon is active, and the rescue teams will find them. He motioned for her to relax. I see, then I will follow you. The black-haired girl sighed a bit. Her mind is telling her that this was crazy, but the rest. It's like her brain and consciousness itself already accepted that the guy before her was her father. It's like her very bones know. What the hell am I? Good, then come over. The pair floated back before Kigali realized that gravity was a thing she nearly face-planted into the metal floor. Her father caught her effortlessly before letting her walk. How can? Fusion reactor of my ship generates gravity throughout the whole ship. Not having gravity in a spacefaring vessel is considered primitive from where I come from. He explained to her as the girl looked around. She noticed how different the ship was from anything she had seen before. Though this is an old model, more than 16 years old. He commented on the ship they were on at the moment. Oh, so who are you? I mean, I know you are my father, but what is your name? I think I've seen you before somewhere. Kigali got flustered, she felt awkward and embarrassed. My name is Marcus Justinian Anaheim. Anaheim, Anaheim, Anaheim. Are you that eccentric billionaire who the Atlantic Federation walks around like on a tightrope? The girl looked at him with a slightly wide mouth. I guess. But that's just a cover. He shrugged. Cover. For a second, she stopped, confused. What does he mean? Haven't you noticed how different the spaceship you are on is from any other ship? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. I guess it is strange. Wait. Are you an alien? She exclaimed before turning pale. Is she an alien too? Technically, yes, I am. Marcus chuckled as he found her over-the-top expression amusing. Technically. She looked at him, curious, what does that even mean? I am a ruler of another Earth from a parallel reality. I arrived in this world 21 years ago. My goal was to gather data on genetics. You see, I am looking for ways to make an army. Since people don't quite like being drafted into the army, I decided to look for alternatives. So, I created a company and bought the world-leading company named GARM. This is the company where your mother worked. She was a scientist working on genetics at a colony called Mendel, where GARM was, where Blue Cosmos attacked in the year 55. At that time, I was not even in this world. I wasn't even aware that she was pregnant or that Blue Cosmos had any means to attack. I was exterminating them for years, but they always come back like some cockroaches. You broke her. You should use a different method to explain. Lelouch walked over and looked at Kigali, who was spacing out. She is quite cute. Looks like a younger version of you, just a girl. The Pinkette walked around inspecting Marcus' newest daughter. Question mark. At that moment, Kigali snapped out and looked at the Pinkette. She got defensive around her. Who? But then stopped and looked at her. Are you? No, you look older. Are you perhaps related to Lelouch Klein? The black-haired girl looked confused. She couldn't make sense of what she was looking at. Fufufu, not quite. I am Lelouch Anaheim. I am a creation of your father. Kigali looked at her father. She was speechless to hear that. He can make people. You look just like her. The black-haired girl pointed out the obvious. That's because we share the same genetics. Back in GARM, there was a scientist who designed a perfect daughter for herself. It was called Project Lelouch. But you see, he took the data and added his own data and technology to create me. Finally breached technologies of several worlds into one. Lelouch explained as Kigali tried to process it all. It was wild to her. Crazy, why do you even do that? Marcus's daughter asked him. To confirm all of the research, all of the years of development that were not in vain, Marcus explained to his daughter. Now that actually makes sense. The girl nodded before looking at Lelouch. So there are two of you. But the one I saw is younger than you. I created her to be a full adult. I have far more technology to develop them like that. Besides, I never envisioned her as a daughter. Marcus pointed that out. Fufufu, of course not. From what I recalled, you fancied the original so you thought of making me. Lelouch giggled as she looked at him. Seriously, father? Kigali rolled her eyes. Wait until you hear how many siblings you have. Lelouch smiled as she looked at her. Or mothers, after all, your father is emperor of humanity in his world. At that moment, Kigali's eyes rolled up as she passed out. Marcus swiftly caught her before she hit the floor. It would seem it was you who should watch what you say. The emperor commented with a sigh. Well, she needed to learn the crucial thing as soon as possible, Lelouch said with a strained smile. I guess, for now, let's put her to rest. As he said, he took her to the living quarters of the spaceship. With the girl resting in a bed, Marcus returned to the cockpit and got in his seat. What now? You still have a wayward son. Lelouch commented as she watched his expression. Well, he won't be coming with us. I can tell that he won't leave that warship. The emperor looked at the darkness of the void. Lelouch followed his gaze, her senses were telling the same thing. Indeed, I can say the same thing. But then she looked somewhere else, it was towards plants. What to do with you? For now, let's return to the base and decide what to do. With that said, Marcus grabbed the control sticks and moved the spaceship towards Earth. What a weird dream. Kigali opened her eyes as she dreamed something wild. Her real father was an interdimensional emperor from another reality. Oh. What kind of dream? A female voice asked, making the black-haired girl snap out as she looked to the side. She saw a girl with short red hair look at her with an amused smirk. This lady was wearing military clothes, with a sword at her hip and a cape. So it was real. She looked around, realizing that she was in an unfamiliar room with smooth walls made from an unknown material. Do apologize for a bland room. But having more kids was not on His Majesty's to-do list. Majesty, you actually call him like that? Kigali grimaced while saying that. We do, and why is it strange when people call you Princess of Orb? The knight pointed out. It's more on the symbolic side than a real title. Kigali grimaced even more. I see, well, now you have the Imperial Princess title, being fourth princess. Fourth. I have 3 siblings. The girl didn't know what to think about that. No, you have 3 official sisters and 3 official brothers. The knight pointed that out. It would seem my father has quite the dynasty. The princess tried to sound as little offensive as possible. Not as impressive as your grandfather. The knight girl smiled even more when she mentioned her grandfather. Kigali decided that, for now, she needs to take it slowly because it would seem she has quite a history. I see. For now, come with me, your father is waiting for you, he does want to talk about the future. Of course. The black-haired girl slowly got up from the bed. Looking around for her shoes, once she found them and put them on, she got up and followed after the knight. The first thing she noticed once in the corridor was that they were somewhere else. Not a spaceship. Her senses told her it was not void beyond these walls. Are we back on Earth? She asked with a surprised look. Indeed. That was quick. How long was I out? Kigali was a bit nervous. Had she been knocked out unconscious for several days? Around an hour. An hour, but we were several million kilometers away. It takes several days to reach Heliopolis. With the level of technology in this world, yes. But who said that we use that? You guys truly are from a different reality, Kigali commented with a bit of awe. Do you want to see it? See what? The means we use to travel between realities. The knight piqued her curiosity. If it won't take long. I don't want my father to think that I am a lazy person. The girl said with a small frown. When the Emperor's knight heard that, the woman chuckled. You do realize that those gifts you have come from him. He can sense things even better than you can. What are these gifts? Kigali asked curiously. Now that she had mentioned the roots, the black-haired girl wanted to hear the truth. People of our empire are evolved thanks to a special particle that our nation utilizes. We are faster, stronger, smarter, and live far longer, and that's just mundane people. Then there are the royalty of the empire, of whom one is you. Your father harnesses power from a previous civilization. You should awaken another power at some point. Are you serious? Power from a previous civilization. Like the pyramids and stuff. Kigali was baffled. She had been dreaming of pyramids for a while. Oh, so you noticed then? No way, you are serious. The girl shook her head in disbelief. You do realize that rulers in ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt used to rule nations for thousands of years, so that's the same power. The knight smirked a bit as she looked at the girl's speechless expression. I didn't expect that my roots are like that. Did that impress you? Your father achieved far more than that. At your age, he was waging war against his father and then uniting the world. He dragged humanity to the stars by its hair. And he did that to 2 humanities, well, in the other one he saved from alien invasion. The knight shrugged when she mentioned that other time. Now that was not what she expected to hear. You are not lying. Why should I lie? Any lie, I would say, would sound less impressive. The knight smirked. When the knight put it like that. By this point, that is true. The pair walked a bit, and then they arrived in a spacious hall. Kigali's eyes widened when she saw the archway. This is it. Indeed, it looks basic, made from limestone, but it's far more advanced than most of the technologies in this world. It utilizes vibrations to shatter the very fabric of reality and create a pathway to another world. That's, well, how does it even work? As a bit of a science nerd, which she seems to have inherited from her father, she is curious about the mechanics behind it. You should ask your father. I intend to do that. With that said, the pair began to walk towards the exit. The black-haired girl realized that they were in some sort of secret underground bunker. Well, it should be obvious since these guys are literally from a different reality, aliens. Well, I am one as well. After walking through a wide walkway, big enough for mobile suits to walk through, they left the cavern. What Kigali saw was a desert environment and sea before her. Though she was baffled to see a parasol and a table with several chairs next to the beach. It was extremely out of place. Well, you are awake, come, join me, Kigali, time for dinner. Marcus, who was waiting for his food, motioned for the girl to take a seat next to him. Instead of saying anything, she walked over and took her seat. Honestly, she has so many questions that she doesn't know where to start. Chapter 233, Book 2, Chapter 108, I am your father. So, your knight. Kigali looked at the red-haired lady. She is your knight, right? Indeed, she is, Marcus confirmed. As I was saying, your knight said that you united your whole world. The exact specific word is conquered. Marcus clarified to her. Conquered, so it is true, damn. His daughter shook her head. Now that is something she didn't expect. Ever since she was a child, her father, her adopted father more precisely, tried to push the whole ideology of ORB neutrality about not getting into other people's business and defending the borders and all that nonsense. It never clicked to her, she felt like they were not using 100% of their talent. Her country is the only one in the world that still has coordinators, the rest move to the plants. So they, in a sense, have an advantage, they could use their talents to expand ORB territories on Earth, get more land and all that stuff. Now it made sense why she felt like that. Her real father waged a damn world war to unify the whole planet. From the looks of it, even her grandfather was a conqueror of some sort. Indeed, now tell me what you want to do, Kigali, you are not a little girl, you don't need a babysitter. Snort. As if. It would be embarrassing. She puffed for a second, crossing her arms and looking away for a couple of seconds, but then she looked at him. Still. I don't know, I need to process all of this. What will you do? Marcus leaned back into his chair. You do know that I am emperor, I am a bit of a busy person, and I have been pushing for the expansion of humanity since I took the throne. I based my entire ideology on humanity's domination of space. As we are right now, humans live on 5 planets, and I build colonies around Jupiter and Saturn, as well as in orbits around Earth, Mars and Venus. That's a lot, such progress. You did all that. Kigali was very surprised, it was far more than she ever expected. Indeed, both Mars and Venus are green worlds. He proudly declared that. Oh. The girl's reaction was pure disbelief. Indeed. So I wasn't thinking of staying here for long, I came to see mobile suits, one last check before I return to my world and seal the gates for real. But then it turns out that I left something behind. He looked at her. Me. And your brother. What? I have a brother. I mean, a brother from the same mother. The girl adjusted mid-sentence. Twins, yes. Marcus chuckled at how animated she could be. Then where is he? In that big spaceship that launched in Heliopolis. Oh. Wait. She snapped and then looked at him. He got tangled up in the whole conflict. Then, shouldn't you rescue him? Kigali asked him. The emperor sighed as he was feeling conflicted about it. That's the thing. If I go there. He looked up. He has his whole friends there, he would want me to rescue them, maybe even the whole ship. I can already tell he inherited his mother's personality, a bit of a softie and a pacifist. There is no doubt that he would feel guilty if I rescued him, and the ship could get destroyed by ZAFT because he didn't help. Then, what will you do? She ended up sitting down once more. He inherited my talents, just like you did. Wait. He is that brown head who threw me into the lift. He took my mobile suit. All of a sudden, Kigali got pissed. Oh. You wanted a Gundam. There was a glint in Marcus's eyes. She was indeed his daughter. Gundam. Gundam, oh. That has a nice ring to it. She exclaimed in an excited tone. Indeed, they exist in my world. It would seem I influence this place a bit. Marcus chuckled. He did follow Shamna's idea. To make sure Gundams do exist, his Anaheim enterprise left some ideas, from the looks of it, ORB and Atlantic Federation kept or accepted those ideas. I see, then he is piloting one, could we do something? I mean. I don't want just to sit by idly and do nothing. The girl commented as she looked at the table. Is that so? Well. The Emperor tapped the armrest with his finger, thinking of something. I still have Anaheim Enterprise. He mentioned that before looking at Jean. Bring me one of the tablets. We still have a connection with the HQ. I don't know, we need to check, those jammer thingies make connection a bit more difficult, Jean replied to his question. I see, then find out. He instructed his knight. What are you planning to do? Kigali asked, a bit hopeful. Abuse my influence, I created this company 21 years ago. It has been growing in size and influence. I made sure it was self-sufficient and improved over time. And now, since you want it, I might as well make Blue Cosmos pay for their survival. Will it help my brother? Kira. We can take over the OMNI enforcer to some extent. Maybe take over properly. He casually suggested to his daughter. Why, you could do that. Take over Earth Alliance. Kigali gawked. Now that's a great idea. My dear daughter, doing something like that is child's play. You do realize that the technology at my disposal is centuries ahead of what this world has. He teased her a bit. Centuries. Precisely, for a normal man, it would look like magic, and that's just transportation. I have had self-aware AI in the systems for years now. It's just that those jammers made it harder to access them. Then do it. Those blue cosmos killed my mother, right? We must punish them. The girl got a bit emotional. Since you want it. I can't say no. I suppose I need to catch up for all the missed time. Marcus sighed as he realized that he would cause some chaos in this reality. Hee, you better. As my princess commands. As Marcus was catching up with his daughter, his son had to deal with ZAFT, who wanted him and his Gundam taken. After the destruction of Heliopolis, the Archangel began a silent run towards Earth Alliance-controlled territory. But ZAFT, which captured 4 out of 5 mobile suits, began to chase the warship with the very same machines. So a single suit faced 4 other suits of the same caliber, plus the regular Djinns. Why me, damn it. Kira complained as he tried to shoot a red mobile suit in front of him. It was a suit piloted by this friend, no less, who joined the damn military. A Thrun. Why the hell are you in the military? The brown-haired teen gnashed his teeth in anger. Both of them were exchanging shots but not hitting each other on purpose. But that's the thing, as they were playing around, the other 3 machines were not. Kid. They are targeting the bridge. Kira snapped out as he looked to the side. He saw a black suit shooting green beams at the side of the bridge. My friends. At that moment, something inside of him snapped. He could see lightning rushing through clouds, arriving in a field where a purple lotus flower unraveled. It was like everything was clear. He understood what he needed to do. What he just achieved is seed mode. It wasn't just any seed mode, but as an innovator with inborn Geass, all of his powers awakened at the same time. I can see what you can do and what you could possibly do. As the red suit tried to shoot, Kira's strike simply moved its head to the side, making the shot miss by millimeters and then simply shot back. His friend's suit simply moved into the beam, and his beam rifle exploded upon impact. What the hell? A Thrun, in his suit, was speechless at what Kira just did. I will end this fight. Kira could see how he would end the fight as he rushed towards Archangel. The black suit tried to counter, but Strike kicked the hand away, and with beam sabers cut up the suit, causing it to run away after losing both limbs. The remaining 2 suits tried to attack Strike as well, but the mech predicted their every single attack and attacked before them, making it look as if these suits moved into the path of the beams. Just like that, Kira won the whole thing. Ha, what just happened? Kira looked at his hand. He saw the future. He looked at his image in the panels, his eyes, they have lightning and a golden bird for the pupil. What the hell is this? But at that moment, he felt that he was moving through space, arriving at some strange place. He was not in space anymore. What is going on? Before he even realized he was standing in an orange and yellow realm, above him was Jupiter. Eventually, he looked at the platform before him, and there were stairs leading to another platform, and someone was sitting on one of the stairs. Well, I am impressed. The men said with a bit of pride. Who? Come now, use those senses you inherited from me. I am sure you can figure out who I am. He said with a smirk that he could see this individual's eyes, they were the same as his. You are no fun, but let me quote someone from one of the old school movies. I am your father. The men declared with some fanfare, but it didn't stick with Kira at all. Instead, he had questions. Why now? Why now? He never knew why he never had a father. Especially in the middle of a fight when he has to fight his friend. Especially when the enemy pushed him into a corner and had to pilot a mobile suit in a war that he didn't want to be part of. Now. Well, you awakened the powers that you inherited. Because of those, I could meet you through quantum brainwaves. He said as he stood up from the stairs and walked over to him. I was surprised that I have children. You see, your mother never told me that she was expecting, but then again, she is a bit of a pacifist, never raising her concerns when need be, not even telling me, so I am as annoyed as you are. He said with a resigned sigh. So you never knew? Kira was surprised. He didn't expect it to be like that. No idea, only when I returned, I sensed you and your sister. His father dropped a bombshell on him. Sister. Indeed, you have a sister, she is more like me, while you inherited your mother's side. He said while looking at his hair. But then he saw her sister's image, which he somehow managed to share and show in this strange place. Her. You felt it, didn't you? That's your sister. His father said with a small smile. I see, so what now? Kira tried to take a deep breath, all of this was damn surprising. Well, your sister insists that we help you, though you awakened my powers, there is literally no one who should be able to stop you in this world. What are these powers? Kira asked, looking at his hand. I am originally from an alternative reality where I conquered Earth. In that Earth I found lost civilization powers called Geass. They are related to the brain, so when I evolved my people, these powers evolved with them. And from the looks of it, my children can inherit my Geass, something that should not be possible before. This power develops based on an individual's personality. You inherited the ability to see in the future, but don't get carried away. What you see is more or less what the human mind can perceive, and the human mind can be tricked if you are not careful. Regardless, we will meet soon, Kira. While you play around with your ZAFT friends, I will play my part since your sister insists that you need help. With that said, a powerful force yanked Kira back into his cockpit. Wait just a second. Before he even realized he was in his cockpit. Kira. Hey kid. You can return to the ship. What is going on? Is that my father? Who is he? Conqueror, what? Lost civilizations. The brown-haired teen frowned. He was confused as hell. He preferred to be simply a coordinator. But yeah, he could do things coordinators could only dream of. Roger, returning to Archangel. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapters 117 and 118 are up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 234, Book 2, Chapter 109, Hostile Takeover. As Kira was back in the warship, he changed out of his pilot suit. He was still confused. One would be that he has no idea what to make of it. From the looks of it. He walked over to the window and checked his image in the reflection, his eyes normal, purple, but then it morphed goldenish pupils with lightning dancing in his eyes. He could push further, and it then morphed into a golden bird symbol for the pupils. No matter what, that meeting was real and not some PTSD delusion. Could this Geass power helps me get out of this situation? Kira recalled how he could see how those Gundams move. He predicted it and shot before they even moved there. What he did was borderline supernatural. He made the enemies move into incoming beams. That is how he made a Thrun lose his beam rifle. There is no other way. I will use this power. With that said, his eyes returned to normal. Turns out he can turn them on and off. Hey, kid, are you okay? A blonde man walked over. This guy was Mullah Flaga. From the very beginning, this man could sense that Kira was special, and now, on his third deployment, he wiped the floor with those 4 stolen GAT units. Yeah. I am fine. Just processing the fight. Kira replied in a neutral tone. Don't push it, you are our ace. We need you at your best. I won't. During the ORB cabinet meeting, the session was interrupted by breaking news. Lord Uzumi. Atlantic Federation. Anaheim Enterprise made a move. One of the officials said to the ORB's leader. The whole cabinet watched the news without speaking a single word. The Lion of ORB watched a broadcast from the Atlantic Federation where SWAT and the Army are capturing members of the Parliament, Omni Enforcer, and other high-level officials for ties to the terrorist organization of Blue Cosmos. At the same time, a news agency announced that Marcus Anaheim, the mysterious billionaire, is taking over as director of the National Defense Industry Association. Why now? Why is he moving out now? Lord Uzumi always wondered who Marcus Anaheim is. One day, he appeared and, like a storm, took over the world. Becoming the richest man in the world. Many know he wields some sort of advanced technology, as that is how he has consistently crushed Blue Cosmos. But Lord Uzumi knows even better, as he was the one who adopted Marcus Anaheim's daughter. He saw the tests and the girl in action from a very young age. Kigali could solve university-level tasks with ease. Her understanding of electronics, robotics, physics, biology, and everything was abnormal. It was certain that the girl inherited all of this from Marcus Anaheim. That begs the question, just who is this man? It's far beyond the level of a regular coordinator. Maybe it's related to Heliopolis. One of the officials replied. We have some intel that people saw him in Heliopolis. Exclamation point. Lord Uzumi took a deep breath. His appearance in Heliopolis was concerning. If Kigali has that sixth sense, then no doubt Marcus Anaheim has it. He most likely senses both Kira and Kigali. For now, we shall watch and act accordingly. ORB was not the only one, as Marcus's literal occupation of the Atlantic Federation was swift and ruthless. He had enough dirt to destroy the country, but instead, he did a hostile takeover as he used blackmail to make government officials betray their allies and arrest the disguised terrorists. But once they finished with their tasks, Marcus then arrested the officials for covering for them, a double cross, making only the puppet president stay in his post, as he couldn't change him. With a single motion, he took over the whole thing and reshuffled the deck with people who would obey him. I have this feeling it's not your first time taking over government. Kigali, who was watching the TV, commented. She is watching an absurd list of people who are getting sentenced for treason. The whole affair was absurd, given how swiftly it happened. Indeed, I do love playing with these systems. People design them to look like they work and people can't abuse, but in the end of the day, they are all run by people. And these people all have their desires. Marcus commented as he was going over the data. He was now the leader. The corruption in the country was insane, the military-industrial complex basically rules everything, and now he did a bit of tempering and, smoothly, took over. So you did do it before? Kigali rolled her eyes. Her father speaks in such a roundabout way. I did before, and I did it now. He replied as he looked away from the tablet and at the girl lazing on the couch in his office. We are joining OMNI Enforcer. I do hope you know how to wear a uniform. Earth Alliance. Are serious? But I am ORB citizen. Kigali complained for a bit. She has had a natural dislike of the Atlantic Federation her whole life. So wearing their uniform, ugh. Is that so? Marcus stood up and walked over, showing her something. I dug this up from my old files. He showed her the tablet. Your mother was from the Atlantic Federation. That makes you an Atlantic Federation citizen. In fact, officially, I am from here as well. The girl saw her mother's ID, then her birth certificate, and finally her own ID. So that's her name. Via Hibiki, why does it say that father's spot is empty? She frowned as she looked at him. Well, knowing her, she panicked. After all, she was married to someone known as Yulin Hibiki. At that moment, another person entered the office. Are you surprised? Mark can seduce ladies without even trying. Lelouch, who just walked in with bags containing military uniform, looked at deadpanning Kigali. So, she cheated on her husband. More exact words would be he neglected his wife, and I was there to listen to her concerns. Marcus smoothly explained to her. Ugh. The black-haired girl massaged her forehead. This situation was getting crazier and crazier. Relax, you are still my daughter. With that said, he showed what he changed. Huh, you gave me your surname. She looked a bit surprised. Indeed, and edited the birth certificate. Now you are the official daughter of Marcus Anaheim. He explained before tossing the tablet on the couch. He then looked at Lelouch. I suppose you have our uniforms. We will be going to space soon. Indeed. As you requested. The Pinkette pulled out white uniforms. I have promoted myself to general rank. I suppose you would look nice as lieutenant commander, Marcus commented as he looked at his darling Lelouch. Is there a specific reason why, lieutenant commander? The lady replied with an amused eye roll. You could say that. Isn't it called nepotism? Kigali looked at it from the side. Indeed, and this nepotism is doing what you requested. If we play it right, the war will end soon. Isn't it what you want? The emperor asked his newest daughter. I guess, when you put it like that. The black-haired princess was conflicted a bit about the whole situation. Then she realized something. Hey, what kind of rank will I have? I never imagined that I would see you in an Earth Alliance OMNI Enforcer uniform. Kigali looked at Lelouch. The Pinkette in her mind is from ZAFT. Oh, is that because you assume that I am Lelouch Klein? The woman commented as she looked at herself in the mirror. The white uniform suits her hair so well. Though black and purple of the Empire is still the one she is the most used to wearing. Not assume. You look like her big sister or something like that. The princess complained as she was still processing that the girl before her was a lab creation. Big sister. Now that's an interesting comparison. I suppose that could work. Lelouch pondered how to approach the other Lelouch. What? You were thinking something else. Our purposes. Mark created me to be his companion. While the other Lelouch's purpose is to be the daughter. Does that even mean anything? Kigali frowned. It means everything. Lelouch sharply replied, making the princess twitch. What Kigali saw was the first time this woman had ever been serious, and it made her feel fear. She never imagined that Lelouch could be that menacing. Knowing one's purpose in life is something many humans spend years trying to figure out. Well, in the Empire, people get a fast course to find out what they are good at. For me, I knew what I would do the moment I was self-aware. Since then, I have been perfecting my job. I see. I suppose it's a good thing. But do you ever wonder what else you could do? Never, that is something you should. You are an unofficial princess from an empire from another reality. Yet, you don't have a role in it. Now that's a plotline of a book if I say so. Lelouch smirked as she mentioned her situation. Kigali pondered, but then the Pinkette walked over and began to fix her uniform. Hey. The princess complained as she watched this woman's actions. Funny enough, does that make me your stepmother? Now that's a cute development. Lelouch smirked as she pointed that out. What? At that moment, the girl looked at the lady's finger. She saw a golden ring on that finger. Wait, you really would be. Indeed, so what do you think? Lelouch winked at her as she finished fixing the collar. I don't know what to think. The whole situation was so confusing to her. I see, then you should take your time to digest, Kigali dear. The Pinkette patted her head, making the princess blush up a storm. It was embarrassing. What the hell, in a meeting with representatives from all the alliance countries, these old men questioned Marcus while pretending to be serious. They all hoped that the man sitting at the head of the table had no dirt on them, or that he was not using it against them. We will get right to the point. Why are you getting involved now? One of the braver ones asked the disguised emperor. Heliopolis. ZAFT blew up that colony. The colony where my kids were. I think that gives you some idea. Your newest toy, Archangel, is where my son is. So, I might as well join the fun and end this mess you all started. Sigh. Some of them sighed in relief. It was something better than they had expected. They recalled the last time this man before them simply made a lot of people die, and no one knew how or what, or if they could even put it on him, all of those deaths. One thing is for sure, they were terrified shitless. So if he can bring that to the battlefield against ZAFT, which caught them by surprise with their mobile suits, then it was good in their books. Then very well, you can do what you want. This meeting was more or less a symbolic one. You don't say. I already know that. Marcus got up from his seat. Be grateful, my fellow Earth Alliance members, since I am taking this personally after what you did with Junior 7, there are 250,000 coordinator families that hate our guts. And these people live in space, and they don't need Earth. I just hope that Patrick Zala, the most likely winner of the next election, doesn't decide to drop asteroids on us. All of a sudden, everyone in the room felt chills pass through them. He was right. They were so obsessed with their situation that they forgot a key factor. There could be radicals on the other side, too. Torture and kill enough, and it will radicalize even the most pacifist or regular people. Hate can be a strong motivator. Then we hope you can assist so that things like that don't happen. One of them commented, sweating buckets at that realization. Indeed. But just in case, get your bunkers ready. Marcus sadistically teased them. Funny how he absolutely doesn't care. Might as well have some fun in this reality. Blow up some guys. It has been a while since he did anything himself. It brings back some memories when he was a teenager, waging war against his old men. Oh, good times. It was back then when conflicts were on a planet instead of space, such an old school time. With that said, he left the panicky old men to their devices as he was ready to leave for space. Now that Earth Alliance was his bitch, he can do something with it. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 119 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 235, book 2, chapter 110, Going to the Moon. Honestly, Marcus felt like an astronaut. Getting launched by a mass drive is a similar experience to riding a rocket into space. It was such an old school thing that made him smile as if he were riding roller coasters for the first time in many years. Is there something funny? Lelouch asked him as she saw him smile. I feel like I am visiting an amusement park for the first time in decades. Imagine getting launched into space like this. He looked through the window and saw air resistance. I guess you are right, it's such primitive method. The Pinkette slowly nodded when he pointed it out. I don't remember ever doing it before. She commented with a clueless tone. That's because we have orbital elevators for mass use. Even then, our ships effortlessly leave and enter the atmosphere. He pointed out the obvious. True, still, this is fun in its own way. The woman smiled at her husband. I don't know if I should feel mocked or embarrassed for this world, Kigali commented from the side. It's not related to you, so don't bother. This is what they call cultural exchange. Jean commented with a smile. No need to explain, I understand. It's what I saw, the difference that happens when a world births a great inventor. This world had George Glenn, the first innovator, who spearheaded space innovation. But then he was assassinated. Kigali tried to have a small chat, but... I know, I saw it on TV, Jean commented. Oh, right. The four of them talked about random things as the shuttle rushed towards the moon. While the launching method was crude in Marcus's eyes, the shuttle flew quite fast once they left orbit. On the moon, Marcus met with several generals who showed them strained smiles when they saw him. It was when Kigali realized practically everyone was afraid of her father. "Sir, we received your message." One of the generals rubbed his hands nervously. "Yes. Well, the retards on Earth don't think much about Archangel and its crew, but it just turns out that the warship and the mobile suits aboard are the key to turning the war in our favor. And it just turns out that the pilot of the strike is my son." Marcus's last words caused them to pale. "Oh." The pair looked at each other. They got even more nervous. "Indeed, well, idiots will be idiots. I don't expect much from people who launch nuclear warheads into agricultural colonies." Kigali listened to Marcus, who was basically ranting and calling them losers, idiots, and fools in quick and smooth succession. "Regardless, I will be taking an escort to meet up with Archangel. Father, can we use some form of mobile suit or armor? I do want to fight." Kigali chipped in as she wanted to save some face for these men, who had to take a verbal beating even if they were not related to the nuclear warheads. "Well, sort of, the original attack got launched from the moon base, and it was these guys' base." I doubt there is anything decent." Marcus turned his head and looked at his daughter. But then he looked back at them. "Do you have any decent mobile armor or something that could allow us to fight?" We do have some Mobius Zeros." One of them suggested the best stuff they have in the inventory. "Oh. I think those are decent. We can take them." Kigali floated over to her father's side. She had sparkling eyes like a child who had just entered a toy store and decided that she wanted the most expensive toy in the place by far. "Do you even know how to pilot a plane?" What is with the silly question?" The black-haired girl puffed at him. Marcus sighed. He realized he was asking stupid questions. The girl would most likely get bored with it, as it couldn't keep up with her performance. "I suppose we will take 4 if you have them." 4. "We need to check. Many of them got stored away after the Battle of Endymion." "Then do it. All of us might as well use them." Marcus looked at his group. "All of them can use these primitive machines to their full potential." "As you wish." With that said, the 4 of them waited for the transfer of ships and the mobile armor. "I do hope that you practice a bit before deciding to launch in one of these Mobius Zero," Marcus said to his daughter. "I plan to. I do have experience in flying one of the planes before. I assume it's similar since their shape looks like planes." Kigali commented as she watched several ships that were preparing to launch. It would seem her father makes them work faster just by being in the facility. "Well, that will do for now. What about Lelouch or your knight? Do they know how to pilot these?" "Don't worry about us. Just focus on your performance." Lelouch smiled at her stepdaughter. "Wait, daughter. As far as she remembers, in the imperial family, there is no step, it's to keep synergy high. So in a sense, Kigali should call her mom or mommy." Just thinking about the expression she could make makes Lelouch giggle. "What's so funny?" "Nothing. I'm just thinking how you should call me mom or mommy." Don't be ridiculous. That's embarrassing. Mother is probably the best you can get from me." Kigali stuttered and flustered as she tried to play it down. "Well, that's what I call progress." Lelouch winked at her husband, who watched them in turn. He shook his head. It would seem his pinkette wife wants to tease Kigali, who is as prideful as he is. "Hey." Kigali immediately complained as she realized that the woman was messing with her. As the pair were playing around, Marcus noticed the mobile armors. "Well, look at that." The disguised emperor got everyone's attention. "Ugh." His daughter grimaced at what she saw. "Who in their right mind paints their machines orange?" She complained to her father. "Don't ask me, I am not the one who is doing it." "But you are right. I won't pilot something like that." Marcus shrugged. "It's not his nation, he ain't the one designing these mobile armors." "Yes. I want them painted in a different color." "Indeed, I want mine one pink." Lelouch chipped in, making Kigali frown. She wanted her pink. "I want my one red." The princess said her request as she crossed her arms. "Don't you want to rescue your brother? Do we even have time?" Jean was baffled. "Sure, orange is, well, Jeremiah would love it, but it's not that bad." "Kira can wait. He has imperial blood flowing in his veins. I doubt he will get easily destroyed." Kigali snorted. From the looks of it, she finds the color of her mobile armor far more important than her brother's life. "Is that so?" Jean was a bit speechless. The girl sounded just like Marcus. "You heard my daughter. We need paint jobs." Marcus snapped his fingers a couple of times, getting the attention of mechanics. What kind of color you want?" One of the lead mechanics asked, looking resigned to doing more work. "I want black and purple, for my wife pink, then for my daughter a red one and for Jean." He looked at his knight. "Which one do you want?" ***, just paint it white and blue." The knight lady sighed in resignation. Red was her color, but there is an imperial princess who wants it. All right, just give us a bit of time. No worries, take your time, we have other things to do. We do. Kigali looked confused. Lelouch flew close to the girl as she placed her finger on her lips. It's part of decorum, always sound like you have something to do even when you don't. Isn't it just lying? Not lying, you are doing something. Lelouch smiled and then whispered to her. We can put you in a simulation cockpit to practice a bit more. There are things to do all the time, just don't try to sound like a complete novice. I see. The Pinkette winked a bit. Don't worry, we are going to make a princess out of you. Humph. Like I need that. Kigali snorted as she looked away. Need or don't, those gifts are not free. As the pair were talking, Marcus went to one of the offices and accessed the central computer. By this point, Earth Alliance was literally an extension of his company. Of course, it's not a permanent hold, as he is keeping some elements in place out of pure fear. So, he went to do some power moves. There was an obvious power vacuum, so even if he doesn't care, his pride won't allow him to leave it just like that. And since he was waiting for mechanics to paint his and the girl's machines, he might as well do some work. As Marcus Group and his escort were getting ready to leave to meet up with Archangel, the spaceship in question was being harassed by ZAFT pursuers. However, it was not that bad. Kira's piloting has significantly reduced the time the ship spent fighting them. Simply because ZAFT were running out of weapons to engage them. The brown-haired teen was blowing them up. By this point, the ZAFT fleet was simply taking some distance and gathering its strength. Eventually, the fleet got ordered to destroy the 8th fleet that was in orbit and taking defensive positions around the northern hemisphere. Because of that, for a while, Archangel was left alone, but they were running low on essentials, so they went to the ruins of Junia 7 to collect some water as it was in their path. It's where they saved a single escape pod that had a pink-haired girl and her pink robot pet. Something is different about her, she is not like me, or other coordinators that I have met. Kira was confused about this girl. His innovator instincts told him she was not a coordinator. Yet, not natural either. You are quite a unique one. You have my thanks for showing me around. The Pinkette smiled at him. You do realize that you are constantly sneaking out of your room. I have no choice but to show you around. Kira sighed. The whole thing is such a drag. He just wants to rest. Being on standby duty and now having to help her is just tiresome. I do apologize, but Mr. Pink doesn't like confined spaces. She looked at her robot pet. I don't like it. The pink ball commented as it was floating around. Is that so? I could improve the OS to make it more amiable. Kira immediately stroked his chin as he was thinking of solutions. The girl grabbed her robot and had a couple of beads of sweat on her forehead when she heard that. That won't be necessary, Mr. Kira. She nervously laughed as she brought her robot closer to her chest. I see. Well, do come to me when you find that you can't control him. I am quite good with robots. Kira seriously nodded. For him, it was a solution to a problem, something he wanted. No worries, it's fine, she brushed aside as she continued to move forward. The brown-haired teen shook his head. He was wondering whether she was a natural airhead or just pretending. After a couple more days, there was a bit of tension between his friends and the pink-haired girl. It was natural, since she was from the nation waging war against them. Their ship finally made contact with the Earth Alliance. Kira, can you come to the bridge? What now? The teen complained to himself as he left the strike's cockpit and went to the bridge. Once there, some of his friends manning the consoles commented in surprise. Damn, Kira, why did you never say that your old man was literally the CEO of the world's richest company? What? Kira looked at Sai, who was talking in an excited tone. That guy was the CEO of... Yeah. He is the CEO of Anaheim Enterprise. Oh, is that so? Makes sense, didn't they work on genetics years ago? I see. Kira's response confused Sai, it was not what he was expecting to hear. He expected a bit more enthusiasm. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 120 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 236, Book 2, Chapter 111, Lelouch and another Lelouch. Sorry for lack of chapters, but there is a heatwave in my part of world, so yeah, my brain refused to work with me. As Archangel joined the ship formation, the group of ships began to fly towards the 8th fleet in Earth orbit. Marcus took a shuttle to the Archangel. The meeting was quite something, considering everyone stared at Lelouch, who was smiling at them. General, sir, may we ask? Captain Ramius listened to Marcus and what they were going to do, but eventually she and her crew wanted to ask. Ask. We have a civilian, from plants, that looks just like her. The captain motioned towards the Pinkette wearing an Earth Alliance uniform. Oh, I see, you have picked the younger Lelouch. Marcus nodded as he looked at his wife behind him. Can I see her? I am curious. The more mature Lelouch took a step forward. Sure, do your thing. The disguised emperor shrugged. With that said, the girl began walking as if she knew the ship. Captain Ramius was even more confused. You might not know. Marcus looked at the Archangel crew and then at his son. But she is what is known as an Accord, same as Lelouch you met. Accord? Question mark. Question mark. Accord is an advanced variant of Coordinator, they possess psychic abilities. My Lelouch can sense where the younger is as they share the same genome. Wait, the way you speak, General, are they like clones? Mullah Flaga frowned as he was a bit confused and worried, as what did these guys do? Not quite. You might know that I am the owner of GARM. It's a genetic research facility. There were some studies done on coordinators, one of which was Accord. It's where humans are created rather than produced naturally in a woman's womb. Among them was a woman who is known as Professor Klein. Klein, is she related to Sigil Klein? Captain Ramius grew curious about the full background of these, as none of it was public information. She is the original provider for Project Lelouch, a project where she wanted to make a perfect daughter for herself. Damn, crazy woman. Mullah Flaga swore under his breath. In a way. It was a genetic heyday, so it was normal back then. Marcus shrugged at them. Eventually, they concluded something. So, sir, does it mean you made one for yourself? They swiftly realized something. The disguised emperor smirked, but it was when his daughter chipped in. Father decided that he wanted, as he says, a hot companion. Kigali rolled her eyes. You do know, my precious daughter, that we are on a military vessel, there is etiquette and all that, Marcus complained about his daughter's behavior. Humph, is that why you made yourself general? So that no one could talk back. The black-haired girl rolled her eyes at him. You know me well. Gah. You are not even hiding that. The princess was speechless. Regardless. After short banter, Marcus returned to the people before them. Now you know why my wife looks like the songstress of plants. Yes, that was unexpected. They were speechless. What they learned was wild. Is that the reason why I am coordinator, father? Or I am an Accord? Kira all of a sudden asked as he took a step forward. You are neither of those. You inherited my genes. Wait. Hold it. Mu was the most baffled, since he saw Kira in battle firsthand. Surprised. Marcus smirked after seeing that reaction. Of course. His combat senses are supernatural. Mu complained. He knew he was good, but this kid. He was in a realm of his own. Indeed. So, Kira, you are not a coordinator, if that's what you were worried. Kira, who could sense falsehood from truth, slowly nodded. So it was his inborn abilities, well, more like abilities he inherited directly from his father, who conquered his world and gained some supernatural abilities. Damn. Sir, back to objectives at hand. The strict woman who was silent the whole time. We have a considerable number of civilians, most of them were ORB citizens. She pointed that out. I know. People will disembark once we are in orbit. Marcus nodded at the woman. But then his daughter couldn't wait any longer. Father, I want to see strike. Kigali commented as her eyes sparkled. I suppose, Kira can show you the mobile suit. The princess nodded a couple of times when her father said that, and then looked at Kira. The girl walked over to him. Well, brown head, show me where the mobile suit is. Kira couldn't believe how everything went full circle. Here he met her again, only this time in uniforms and on a spaceship. And most importantly, as siblings, now that he knew it, it's like his senses agreed with him, or more like he could put a word to a feeling. Fine. Kira sighed as he motioned for his sister to follow him. After the pair left, Marcus shook his head. He felt a bit weird about how he had changed this timeline. He didn't intend to do much, yet he had made a lot, maybe as much as he did in Gundam 00. But in that timeline, he went out of his way to change it. Here, he comforted a scientist, and bam, he had kids who would change the world. Now, then, let's talk a bit over tea, or coffee, what you guys had to experience. I want the details. Yes, of course, sir. Lelouch entered the living quarters area. Archangel has rotating areas where the staff rest. Because the Earth Alliance built the ship for naturals, they are more vulnerable to muscle atrophy than coordinators. The Pinkette walked over and opened the doors. Inside, there was another Pinkette in a white and pink dress. At that moment, the younger girl who was playing with her pink robot stopped, as a strange feeling washed over her. It was far stronger than she ever felt. She had this feeling before, for a while now, but it was particularly strong today. Who? Excuse me, who are you? The younger-looking Lelouch stared in disbelief at the adult version of herself. My, aren't you the cutest thing? The military uniform-wearing Lelouch commented as she strolled into the cabin and looked at the fellow Pinkett. To answer your question, I am around 99.8% you. Well, I think less. The third strand in my DNA lowers the percentage. The more mature Pinkett shrugged as she tried to explain. How? The younger girl tried to process what was before her. How much do you know about your mother? Now, when that question reached the younger Lelouch, who immediately felt as if the image she had of her mother had shattered into a million pieces. Less than I hoped. Well, to answer the fundamental question. The military uniform-wearing Lelouch sat down next to her. She is not your mother in a natural sense, biologically speaking. More like, the donor, for the Accord Project. Accord Project. That term was the first time she had ever heard. Indeed. GARM originally ran the Accord Project, a genetics research division of Anaheim Enterprise, the corporation whose CEO is my husband. The more mature Lelouch showed her ring. Now that was unexpected. The younger Lelouch even blinked a couple of times. Regardless, my husband was allowing all sorts of people to try to bring their dreams into reality. As it would improve our genetic understanding regardless of what they do. That's where Professor Klein comes to play, a woman who desired to create a perfect daughter. Superior to coordinators, she joined Aura Maha Kyber, the one who created Accords. Oh, so, they worked on this together. I suppose. I never went into more details in our pillow talks. Pillow talks. The younger Lelouch looked confused, making the uniform-wearing Lelouch look surprised. At that moment, she realized something. Oh my. Aren't you just the cutest? The mature Lelouch poked the nose of the younger one, making the younger blush from embarrassment. Why did she do that? I don't understand. Fufufu, you are quite a sheltered one, aren't you? The military uniform-wearing Pinkett teased the younger one further. Well, I was home-schooled. Oh, that is old school, Lelouch replied to the younger one with a bit of surprise. I guess. I can't compare. I can, regardless, do you have anyone you fancy? All of a sudden, the mature one leaned a bit closer and asked with a curious tone. Her question got the younger one flustered. Father got an engagement for me. That is old school, my one was far better. The uniform-wearing Lelouch smirked as she replied. Your one. Indeed. Unlike you, who was designed to be a daughter, my husband designed me to be a perfect companion for himself. From the very beginning, he set things in place for me. Isn't it? I don't know. You don't have the freedom to choose. Is that so? Then what about you? You have engagement made for you, and I can tell that you simply resigned to it. Unlike you, I moved smoothly into my life because I know what to expect. In some situations, it's simply better to accept what is before you. The mature Lelouch slightly smirked. See. You can't argue with that because no situation is perfect for everyone. It can only be perfect in a person's eyes. Her smirk only grew wider. I guess you are right. Indeed. So, how far did you go with your fiancé? Exclamation point. The younger Lelouch immediately got flustered. Now that's something she knew what it was. Oh my, that little, how sad. Unlike you, I jumped on my one. Simple, really, he made me, so he had to take the responsibility. The mature Pinkett smiled as she said that. That's quite bold. Is it? I know that when you make your mind, you go for it, no. The uniform-wearing Pinkett pointed out their shared trait. True. Kira looked at his sister. The black-haired girl looked around as she was taking in the sights. So a sister. Indeed. I was surprised to say the least. But it made sense. I was so different from everyone else that I felt like an alien. Kigali chuckled at her own joke. Turns out I was one. You were not worried that you were that different? Kira asked her. Not at all. I liked being different from the rest. The princess smirked before looking at him. You do realize that we are royalty from a parallel reality. I don't care about such things. You really are different. Most likely mother's influence. Kigali sighed. She did hear how Marcus complained about that. Kira frowned. What does that suppose to mean? And how is that bad? It's not bad. It's that you are not using the resources available to you. You can't be passive here. You know that I don't even want to be here. The prince complained to his sister. Are you sure? The princess grinned a bit. You have the same blood as I do. Blood of a conqueror. You are at your best on the battlefield. But, it doesn't mean I should like it. I guess. They eventually arrived at the hangar where Strike is. Oh, finally. Kira was a bit surprised to see how much enthusiasm there was in the girl's voice. Did you know that father has been making these most of his life? Kigali looked at him, but then she realized something. He just met their father. Yeah, so he made his first one and used to declare independence from our grandfather, who was the emperor at that time. He obviously won and then conquered the world. His goal was simple, to make humanity a spacefaring civilization. There are orbital elevators on Earth which were built at an absurd speed, allowing space industry development to occur rapidly. Kigali was explaining in an excited tone. She really wants to see that world. Sounds interesting. The tone and words were contradictory as she turned her gaze to him. What is it? You sound like a brooding child. The girl deadpanned. Isn't it obvious? I got involved in a war I don't want to be in, and on top of that, I have to fight a friend. Then don't fight. Kigali grinned as she slightly leaned in his direction. Give me the strike. At that moment, Kira felt a chill pass through him. He knew that a Thrun would most likely die. His instincts were telling him that. This girl, his sister, looked like a devil. She was eager to slaughter Zaft. Why? Most likely because she wants to impress their father. As simple as that. A daddy's girl. I just know you are thinking something bad about me. All of a sudden, Kigali kicked Kira in the shin, sending him flying since they were in a zero-gravity area. Right. You can sense that. Kira slightly grimaced. This girl could pick up emotions. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 121 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 237, Book 2, Chapter 112, Battle of Orbit. Last week's 500 Stones chapter. As two fleets have merged in Earth's orbit. Marcus sent shuttles to Archangel to collect civilians. The disguised emperor looked at his son, who was sticking around after that chat he had with Kigali. You know this is your last chance to leave. Otherwise, you will be bound to the military. He said to the brown-haired teen. I know, and I have decided to stay, Kira replied as he looked at his friends, who had decided to stay as well. The guy, on purpose, looked at a specific girl in the distance. Marcus picked up who Kira was looking at. That girl was a piece of work. You know you have a better choice than her. You felt it as much as I have about her real character. Marcus looked towards where he was looking. I can't make girls as you can. Strike's pilot rolled his eyes at his father. All you need to do is ask, I can make one for you, Marcus smirked a bit as he replied. I pass. Kira declined. Well, then, good luck courting someone like her. Marcus shook his head. It would seem his son hasn't got over Flay, though he doubts he will with how the events unfold. For one, her father didn't die. Well, he got sentenced for treason for supporting Blue Cosmos. As Kira went to check his Gundam, Marcus went to find someone else. It was his Lakis who was with the younger Lakis. Well, it would seem you will be disembarking here. The disguised emperor said to the younger Pinkette. Many thanks for letting me stay. The girl slightly bowed to him. Don't think much about it. All I did was follow what my daughter wanted. Marcus shrugged, he was playing around since Kigali wanted him to. Yes, well. The younger girl was a bit weirded out that what is considered her older version was, by all purposes, married to Kira's dad. It was, well, weird. Fufufu. Still nervous. The uniform-wearing Lakis patted Lakis's head like she was a little girl. Her actions made the younger one blush with embarrassment. Well, keep her company until she needs to leave. After that, join me on the bridge, we'll prepare for Zaft's arrival. They should be attacking us soon. The younger Lakis looked even more nervous when she heard that. She had this feeling that as long as this man was part of this ship, Zaft would lose. Was this her accord power she learned from her older version? As Marcus walked away, the more mature Lakis waved at her husband before looking at the younger one. My, worried for Zaft. You shouldn't. After all, the moment my husband joined the fight, there is no chance for your plants to win. Lakis proudly said to her younger version. I can tell. I just don't understand why I feel like that. Fufufu, you might learn one day, or maybe you won't. The mature one teased the younger one a bit more, she won't be able to do it anymore after she leaves. Soon enough, Zaft forces arrived, and Marcus ordered his troop to hand over the younger Lakis to them. It was a power move, some people understood, others not so much, as they were ignorant. However, it was fine. Lakis, are you okay? A Thrun looked at the Pinkette who had just joined them from a shuttle. The shuttle left the moment she was on board the Vesalius, one of Zaft's flagships. I am fine, a Thrun. The girl nodded before looking at the masked commander. Be careful, Commander, the one who commands the 8th Fleet is Marcus Anaheim. That name. I hoped he just retired and didn't poke his head from that ivory tower. Raoul Le Creuset frowned behind that mask when he heard that name come out of Leica's mouth. I see, thank you for notifying me, Miss Klein. The blonde man promptly nodded, then looked at a Thrun. Keep your fiancée company until her shuttle arrives. As he said, he left them. A Thrun looked at his commander for a bit before looking at the Pinkette. Who is this Marcus Anaheim? A Thrun was quite clueless about such things, not surprisingly, considering plants don't speak much about companies on Earth. Leica stayed silent for a moment. He is the CEO of Anaheim Enterprise. It's one of the most influential companies on Earth. Their genetic research heavily influenced the plants, even my mother worked for them at some point. Leica didn't expand more on that. I see, it would seem it's quite the influential person, but how will it impact? He is the father of Kira Yamato. Leica ended up telling something quite important. Wait, how do you? I know that Kira is your friend. Still, be careful, a Thrun. A Thrun slowly nodded. Now, he was curious what other things Leica had learned. As ZAFT was holding their lines quite a distance away, Marcus got dressed in his custom black pilot suit. To keep the line, don't look desperate. Morale is an important factor on the battlefield. He commented to his soldiers and fellow pilots of the mobile armors. They are at a disadvantage in this fight. Jin is a better machine, but its numbers are lower, which is good for him, as he needs to take out fewer of these Jin. My squad will focus on the stolen GAT units, Strike will join us, while the mobile armor units will need to hold out against the Jin just for a few minutes until we deal with the GAT machines. Marcus explained the tactic. Which is basically get the fuck out of our way. Cannon fodder versus cannon fodder. Simple as that. But he has numbers, while ZAFT has quality. Sir, wouldn't it be better if we just send Archangel to Earth? Fellow Admiral tried to reason with him, but Marcus was the boss here. I understand your worries, Admiral Helberton, but if we fail here, ZAFT will have direct access to Panama and Alaska, and that is basically a checkmate situation. If we hold here and push back, we can go on the offensive and make them reconsider trying to attack our key regions. Marcus explained, making the men stop. He had his priorities, however, the disguised Emperor's priorities were above his. Very well, we will do as you desire, sir. With that said, Marcus jumped into his black and purple Mobius Zero and went through the systems, checking some parameters. He didn't have much time to see how well this machine works. Now it was a good chance to see it. So we will deal with those stolen machines. Father, if I have a chance, can I get one? Kigali popped up on his screen. If you think you can disable and bring it back to Archangel or Menelaos, sure. Marcus won't decline his daughter's requests. I will think of something. Then do so, as from the looks of it, they will be starting their attack soon. The disguised Emperor commented as he looked at the direct broadcast of the outside situation. It appears the ceasefire was short-lived as they are moving towards us. Jean appeared on his screen as well, as his knight was preparing for a fight. Yes, but in this fight, my fellow Earth Alliance soldiers have higher morale ground. We saved their princess, and look what they are doing to us. Marcus replied as he showed one of his classic smirks. Is that why you kept her for that long? Kira appeared on the screen as well. He was a bit speechless at the tactics his old men employed. Not just for that. It was for her protection as well. After all, if we let her go early in a shuttle, someone could have attacked her. It's better to give her away to the actual army, especially in front of a considerably sized one. It's politics, one day you're going to learn about it. As he said that, the brown-haired teen simply nodded before ending the call. Less than an hour later, the combat restarted as ZAFT forces launched their mobile suits and the Earth Alliance did the same. The ratio was 3-1, Earth Alliance had the numerical advantage, but ZAFT had the technology. Their Jin were all around superior to regular Mobius, but this is where Mobius Zero came into play, as 5 Mobius Zeros led the front line. One extra was from Archangel. And of course, there was Strike Gundam. The 4 GAT units went right for Strike, but this is where Marcus opened fire from his linear rifle. Whoa. That was close. Who the fuck? Derka, who was piloting the stolen Buster Gundam, needed to dodge as the blast would have taken off the Gundam's head. But then the barrels detached, and the mobile armor began to harass the mobile suit. Shit, what the hell? It's like he has eyes in the back of his head. The Buster stopped flying and looked around. But then the barrels positioned themselves in the pilot's blind spots and shot. Boom. 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 Both legs, the dominant hand and the head ended up ripped off. The very next second, the phase shift armor ceased to function due to an energy delivery malfunction. The pilot in the cockpit looked in disbelief at all the errors he was seeing, and, of course, at the loss of the main camera. What just happened? Derka. Damn. I will kill you. Duel rushed towards Marcus, who had just disabled Buster. Oi. Don't ignore me. Kigali, who was fighting and trying to watch how her father destroyed one of the GAT units like it was nothing, was speechless to see this idiot rushing towards her old men. Her barrels returned to her as she used the extra boost to catch up to Duel and start shooting yellow bolts at the rushing machine. To her annoyance, her attacks don't do much damage. What did father do? She frowned a bit more before she targeted the thrusters. Sure enough, after a bit of maneuvering, she clipped the leg's back thruster and caused a small explosion. Gotcha. I will kill for this, you damn natural. The pilot of the Gundam screamed at her. Kigali snorted at the comment as she released the barrels and got into position. The Duel tried to shoot its way out of the situation, but it was where the girl smirked as she understood the mobile armor's design well. Before she shot, she picked up her father's voice in her head. Use simultaneous shots to overload phase shift armor before taking it out with the next shot. The Mobius Zero has twin barrels, shot first to overload the next one to take out the disabled armor. Got it. The girl's eyes morphed as her innovator powers awakened, fueled by the constant adrenaline and stimulation of her father's quantum brainwaves. You are going down, Mr. Scream. At that moment, she shot the barrels. If you think it's going to. Boom. Boom. Ack. My facee. Oops, I think I missed a bit. Still, the mech went out as it lost its colors. Athrun's eyes widened as he looked at the state of the battlefield. Those Mobius Zeros are leading the front, 2 of them are slaughtering the Djinns, which means that even a single loss of a Djinn is bad for them. But they are losing them at a rapid rate, and on top of that, there are a lot of regular mobile armors. But then he saw that Duel and Buster were out. Derka. Isaac. Damn. Athrun dropped its fight with Kira and rushed towards the 2 disabled machines. Kira, who stopped exchanging shots with Athrun, looked surprised for a bit. They just started the fight, but ZAFT was already losing at an absurd pace. Athrun, stop. Shit. The strike began to rush after Athrun. If Athrun get into a fight with his sister or father, he is toast. Not that Athrun listened as the red machine opened fire on red Mobius Zero. Oh, a red one. I am keeping you. The mobile armor pilot commented before starting to evade and spin out of the incoming beams, then switching to exchange fire. Athrun soon began to feel pressure as the mobile armor was constantly landing shots on him. Sweat began to roll from his forehead as she could barely track the barrels or the machine. Athrun, watch out. Kira contacted him on the open channel, but it was too late. The next moment, his world began to spin, and errors followed before, pain and darkness. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 122 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 238, Book 2, Chapter 113, Aftermath of Battle of Orbit. This is last week's 1000 Power Stone chapter. P.S. I want to remind that Power Stones chapters are guaranteed ones. As those are the ones I promised to deliver. The regular daily chapters. Well, it depends on my IRL circumstances. What the hell, Kira? Kigali complained, as before her was the strike. The Gundam tanked the final hit, now the girl doesn't know if the red Gundam pilot is dead or not. He is my friend, leave him to me. At that moment, another Gundam appeared from thin air as it had a pike in its hand and went for red Mobius Zero. The black-haired girl's eyes widened as she felt danger to her life. It was so sudden that it baffled her mind. Where did this machine come from? But in the last second, a yellow blast slammed into the cockpit of the stealth machine, causing the attack to stop midway. Kigali breathed heavily as she just danced with death. Kira, who was in a similar surprised situation, snapped out and looked where the shot came from. To his surprise, it was quite a distance away. He sniped from there. Kira, if you can't decide then return to Archangel, you are basically grounded, until further notice. Marcus said that through the command channel, so basically, the entire 8th Fleet heard that. Can he even do that? Mullah Flaga commented, he was speechless. For the first time in his life, he heard someone ground their child in the middle of a battlefield. Of course I can. I am General and his father, so it's double the command power. The disguised Emperor replied. Kira sighed as he closed his eyes for a second before turning the Gundam around and flying towards Archangel. Kigali, who was still shaking, took a deep breath as she looked at 2 Gundams floating around her. Humph. At that moment, she summoned her barrels and positioned the disabled Aegis towards Archangel and smacked it towards the huge warship. One way or another, she will have a Gundam by the end of the day. Sir. I know. We are losing. I never imagined, but it makes sense. Anaheim Enterprise is responsible for a considerable number of genetic advances. It would seem he brought some coordinators that could balance out the battlefield. Raoul Cruzat pondered as he looked at the captain of Vesalius. Send the signal, we are retreating. But sir. The captain was flabbergasted. Patrick Zala's son could be dead. They need to retrieve him. That's ZAFT leader's son they are talking about. Do you think I don't know? The blonde masked man replied, he knew his hide was on the line. But the issue was that he had underestimated that man's capabilities. Understood. Send the signal. At that moment, all of the ZAFT ships sent flares out, and whatever of the Jinn left swiftly retreated. This is not over, Marcus Anaheim, I will remember this. The masked man narrowed his eyes behind his mask. He will find a way to make him suffer. As the 8th Fleet was celebrating its victory, the 4 wreckages of the stolen Gundams got transferred into Archangel. Marcus decided to have the massive warship as his flagship because, honestly, it only makes sense to do that. Do bring over the parts needed to fix them up. We need them functioning as soon as possible. The disguised Emperor and the boss of the Earth Alliance said to the mechanics of Archangel. Sure, but we need more people for the repairs. Don't worry, we are getting supplies from Earth and Moon as we speak, Marcus said to the head mechanic as he looked at the wreckages of 4 GAT units that he recovered. I am keeping the red one. Kigali said to her father. Sure, but how are you feeling? He looked at the girl. For a second, several emotions washed over her. But then her old man pulled her into a hug. At that moment, she turned stiff like a wooden board. I am fine. It spooked me a bit. But I am more impressed that you hit the mobile suit from the distance. She whispered to him. Oh, it's the power of Geass. You should awaken it as well, it should allow you to predict something like the incident you experienced. He smiled at her as his right hand rubbed the back of her head. Right, the precursor power. Indeed, we can talk about that after the Gundams get fixed. He replied as his gaze fell on the machines. Sure. Which one do you want to use? The princess asked as if they were in a supermarket, buying snacks. We shall see. It's a hard pick. He shook his head as he let her go. The girl slightly puffed that he was not playing with her on the machine selection. We should go and see your brother. Well, that idiot needs to be grounded. He nearly killed me. Kigali crossed her arms and complained to him. I know. He is a bit naive. Most likely inherited your mother's attitude. Whatever. Still, the pair left the hangar and went to the higher levels, where they found Kira in his room. For a second, the prince and princess stared at each other. I am sorry, I didn't know there was another machine stalking that area. You better. I nearly became a shish kebab. The black-haired girl replied with an annoyed look. But then she sighed. Thankfully, father was there. The girl looked away for a bit. Don't mention it. That's what dads do, save their baby girls. Marcus rubbed the girl's hair, making her take several steps into the cabin to dodge the annoying hair rub. Kira showed a strained smile as he watched their interaction. So what will happen to me? I am pretty sure there should be some sort of court for what I did. The brown-haired teen sighed in resignation. I bet. But knowing our father, he will pull some strings and let nepotism do its thing. Kigali turned around and looked at her father. Something like that. Marcus walked over and looked at his son. A lesson for the future. I suggest you decide and simply do it rather than waver. You didn't want to fight your friend, yes? Yes. In that case, you should beat him and make him listen. The disguised emperor ended up sitting on the opposite side. But it's the only option because it's a clash of opinions. When diplomacy fails, you pick up arms and make the other side understand. Trust me, I know that better than anyone in this world, or my world. I was the one who dragged humanity to space, I didn't care if they wanted to or not. It was not their decision to deny me. But isn't that barbaric? Evil? Inconsidered? And many more, yes, but not doing it and simply staring at things before you is even worse. My solution may not be the best for everyone, but it's a solution nonetheless, whereas your indecision isn't even a solution. It's like watching a bomb right before you, ticking away. You are simply staring at it, while I launch it in space. Will it hit something? Maybe. Maybe not, the point is that I did it. Is this what they call father and son talk? Kigali, who was holding her cheeks with her palms, looked at the two from another bed. You can say that. Marcus snorted as he got up. It's not my first time. Oh, right, I have another 3 brothers. Kigali recalled those small details. Yes, well, they are quite something. The Emperor wore an array of expressions. Do tell. And so with a sigh, Marcus told the twins about his sons. The oldest Trajan was basically a nerd technology developer, the middle one, Scipio, was what they call strategos or more precisely an admiral and a leader of expedition fleet leading the vanguard, and waiting for the first contact with aliens. While the youngest, Iskandar, was the emperor of another empire of humanity. None of them has normal lives, though I doubt it's possible with such genes. Kira looked at his hand. Honestly, he wanted something simple, but regardless of what he does, he excels, and at some point, it becomes simply boring. That is so cool. All of them have important roles. One even rules another reality. The princess almost bounced at the idea of meeting her cool older brothers. Well, yes. I say, would history repeat itself? Marcus sighed. In what way? Kigali had a strange feeling. Well, Iskandar's mother was a princess, my company in that world was helping that country, and so, well. The girl deadpanned as she realized what had happened. She seduced you. Marcus shrugged. Indeed, so learn from my experience. He showed her a strained smile. Humph, I don't call it a failure. The black-haired princess snorted. Well, it's not really a failure, but your mother hid you too, so it's annoying to me, since I had no chance to see you in the cute phase. The disguised emperor complained to them. Gah. You just want embarrassing photos and moments to tease us later. No wonder Lakis is like that. She learned it from you. Precisely my point. I don't have that privilege. Maybe it's for the best, Kira commented with a strained smile. Indeed. Anyway, we should go and check on your friend. I hope Lakis didn't give him a heart attack. Why would she? The prince got out of bed, confused and concerned. Imagine you see someone who looks like your fiancé but is older and wearing your enemy's uniform. Marcus pointed that little detail out. Fair point. Blue hair, that should be you. That voice, is that, Lakis? No, it's a bit deeper. And it couldn't be her, she is in plants by this point. Athrun was sure his fiancé couldn't be here, it should be impossible. But then he saw a pink-haired woman with cerulean eyes walk over to his cell. When he saw her face, his eyes bulged out as if he had just seen a ghost. We finally meet. Athrun Zala, yes. That is your name. Yeah. Little Lakis talked quite a bit about you, so I wanted to see you in person. The military uniform-wearing Pinkette smiled slightly while saying that. Who are you? You look just like Lakis. Yeah. Even Durka from the other cell commented with disbelief. Athrun realized that he was not seeing things, and he didn't have a concussion. Ah, that look, I've been getting it quite a bit. To answer your question, I share a practically identical genetic sequence to the one you call Lakis Klein. After all, we share the same DNA provided by Professor Klein. The way you speak, are you saying Lakis is a clone? Snort. Cloning is a crude method of making a copy. It's just a copy and paste. In fact, your commander is a proper clone from what I understood. Lakis placed her finger on her chin as she looked at the ceiling, thinking loudly. What? Impossible. ZAFT would have known that. The bandaged silver-haired teen complained loudly. Cute. Raising your voice won't make that fact false. Lakis rolled her eyes for a second. I am quite closely connected to Anaheim Enterprise. She showed her ring, giving them some idea of what she was. And the genetics labs there did some fascinating work. Among them, researching superior beings to coordinators. Superior, is that even possible? Athrun wondered what kind of mad lab it was. What kind of creations did they do? Genetics is quite a field. You see, your little Lakis is what is known as an Accord. She has all the abilities of a coordinator, none of its shortcomings and even psychic powers. Speechless, I know. She was speechless too. Funny how plants just hide everything under a rug. Or, wait, that woman could have hidden all of that. I wonder what she is doing now. All of a sudden, Lakis had this pondering look, she wondered what Oramana Kyber was doing at the moment. Lakis. Don't just reveal everything left and right. When Lakis heard that voice, she perked up. The lady looked at the doors. It was Marcus with the twins. Why not? Athrun needs to know whom he is going to marry in the future. Lakis puffed a bit. She enjoys teasing these kids left and right. Assuming he could leave this place. None of the treaties on how one treats POWs exists. The boss of Earth Alliance said with a small smirk as he looked at his newest prisoners. His comment made the guys in the cells wince. He was right. Most of the time, they just kill people. Well, sometimes they arrest and just make them work in labor camps. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1,000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 123 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 239, Book 2, chapter 114, Maneuvering. Meanwhile, back in plants, the entire council was up in arms. The attack on the 8th Space Fleet was a significant move, as it would bring ZAFT closer to victory. But it all went to hell. Why? Because there was a team of redcoats literally made up of the children of high-ranking people. Athrun Zala, the son of the recently elected Supreme Council Chairman Patrick Zala, and the other 3, who are part of the council. So, the moment the news came out that none of the Lucrusa team made it back from the fight and that they became POWs, all hell got loose. Patrick, I demand that you get his act back. A silver-haired woman, like a lioness, charged into Patrick's office. Even his bodyguards looked meekly around her. Izalia, we are working on it. Athrun got taken as well. Patrick massaged his forehead. He had already been barked at by another 2 people, just a few moments ago. You'd better. I won't let this stand. With flair, she turned around and left his office with the same ferocious energy. Women. The men sighed. He was annoyed by the brutal loss. They lost close to 20 djinns and all the stolen units. Thankfully, they scanned those units and made enough spare parts to make more of them until they develop better units. The question is, what are you going to do, Marcus Anaheim? Patrick Zala already did his research. There was a massive coup in the Atlantic Federation. In a single swoop, this man took over the entire Earth Alliance. He wasn't fighting Blue Cosmos anymore, but Anaheim Enterprise. One thing it doesn't change is that all natural have to die. An insane fury appeared on his face for a second as he summoned a schematic on his table. It was a massive solar-like array. It was Project Genesis. For what you did, naturals, I shall cook you alive and burst Earth's atmosphere like a bubble. A cruel smirk appeared on his face. But first to save that useless son of mine. The smirk disappeared and was replaced by a frown. Marcus returned with a portion of the fleet to the moon, where he will build up his forces. It feels strange to be part of the war where his armies can get destroyed for a simple reason that they are not that advanced. The new boss of Earth Alliance was always someone who advanced his technology before advancing his conquests. But that's because he always prepares first before moving forward. Earth Alliance and Blue Cosmos, in general, were idiotic to assume that manpower is enough to win a war. It's not the 20th century anymore, they have huge robots walking around. And sure enough, Blue Cosmos got the memo. Marcus already accessed the data available for him. They already have plans for even bigger mechs. These plans are in the drawing phase, but the disguised emperor deleted all of these and instead ordered the manufacturing of more warships, Strike Daggers, the mass production unit and the GAT Dagger 01A1. Strike Dagger is the cannon fodder, and Dagger 01A1 is the CGUE equivalent, basically, a stronger version of the Strike Dagger. But sir, the OS is not complete. One of the generals complained to Marcus. It is. Anaheim has completed it for you. Marcus replied as he placed his elbows on the table and then his chin on the back of his hands. Oh. Indeed, the OS is getting installed as we speak, and the first batches should be arriving at the front lines. The question is, at the moment, if Patrick has made a move. Patrick, you mean the council chairman? One of the old generals looked confused. Indeed, we are playing a game, and it's called war. Marcus pulled out a chessboard and began placing pieces on it. I made a move. He tried to take over the northern hemisphere. The disguised emperor moved a white pawn piece forward. I pushed them back, and even took hostage his son, and other council members' children. The boss swirled a black horse piece between his fingers. Now the question is, what is he going to do? Ask for their return, or get even angrier and will try to attack us even harder. I even moved here, leaving a token of forces in the northern hemisphere as bait. Then we need Strike Dagger if he is going to attack us. Indeed. That is why I want you all to be on your toes. I want you to focus on watching their movement and then tell me what they are doing. At the same time, I want bit by bit to release Strike Dagger at the front lines on Earth. We need to regain Africa and Australia, not to mention Gibraltar, which is an embarrassment to Earth Alliance. With that said, he looked at the world map. The Red Forces are known as ZAFT, and they control a considerable amount of territory on Earth. That's how incompetence looks. Yes, sir. It would seem, Patrick wants Athrun back, and Isaac and Derka, and of course whatever is left of Nicola Malfi. Marcus looked at the message he just got. Is that so? And what could they possibly offer? Lakis, who was cuddling in her husband's hands, asked him. She was like a cat, and that's perfect in Marcus's opinion, as his Nemesis II is not here. His cheetah, well, his first cheetah passed away of old age a while back, but before that, he got a mate and produced some cubs for him. Thus, he has Nemeas II. Which is at home, but for replacement, he has his gorgeous, perfect wife. Precisely, I was curious as well. Zaft's mode of operating changed after the election. They got radical. So, they slaughtered most of the POWs. Yet, I pulled the ground from under their feet by capturing council member children. I still don't understand why their kids are on front lines like that. Lakis frowned as her imperial brain didn't understand it. She was not a coordinator, didn't grow up in a plant, so she doesn't understand. Don't ask me, darling. I am not a coordinator. Julia joined the army at 20 after a bunch of training. Not that Colin easily allowed any of that. Marcus shook his head as he recalled that type. Funny enough, the princess was already an adult, and Colin was a freedom fighter and a terrorist even at a younger age. So hypocrisy of humanity at its finest. Yes. I understand adults, but these boys are just children. Even Athrun, my little Lakis fiancé, only holds her hand. They didn't even have a proper date before. The Pinkette shook her head. This whole nonsense of a 16-year-old going to war is horrible. Well, that tells you how fucked up this reality is. I don't like this reality. Lakis frowned. She compared the Empire to this place. The difference is like black and white, heaven and earth. This place feels primitive, like civilization has regressed. People are not civilized. Lakis is psychic, she can sense what people think. Nearly half of the soldiers in this place want to slaughter, pillage and blow up things. It's horrible for her, who senses emotions and people's thoughts. That is why the girl feels at peace when she is with her husband. It's like a protective barrier. Don't worry, we won't be here for long. Marcus hugged her tighter as he whispered into her ear. Good to hear. You know, after seeing little Lakis, I do believe I want a cute child of my own, the Pinkette whispered into his ear. Her tone was quite hot. The disguised emperor turned stiff for a second. It might not sound bad and all that, but he knows the consequences. Once he starts here, hell, he was already in deep shit with the twins he got out of nowhere. Fufufu, that expression, imagine what Layla, Anna, and Colin would think. You return with 3 children, 2 of them are basically adults. Lakis giggled for a bit. The Pinkette was teasing him quite a bit. Yeah, about that, thankfully, I am building a huge mothership, and I am planning to live at the frontier of my empire. And you think that would save you? She teased him even more as she slightly changed her position and faced him. She basically strangled him on his lap, and there was a huge smirk on her lips. Ahem. At that moment, a cough came from the doors. Lakis rolled her eyes as she knew who it was. Kigali, what can we do for you? The Pinkette slightly turned around and looked at the princess with dull eyes. She was annoyed by such an interruption. You know this is an office and not private quarters. The princess complained with crossed arms as she leaned back on one of her legs. I know, and I am giving a report to my superior. What is your point? Lakis smirked as she looked at her husband. Right, what kind of report could it be? The girl strolled into the office. The one that the wife gives to her husband. With that said, the Pinkette leaned forward and kissed Marcus for a second before turning back into her previous position of cuddling. Kigali shook her head as she got into a comfortable couch and looked at her father. I came here to report that we have some intel from ZAFT activities. They are holding some of their position while abandoning their advances in Europe and Eastern Asia. Some of the intelligence is saying that they are focusing on building up their force, as there was some movement in Victoria Mass Drive. Victoria Mass Drive? They are pulling their forces back. Marcus frowned as he looked at the map. He pressed a button on his table. Yes, sir. Pay attention to what is happening in Victoria. I want some long-range observations. Understood. I shall contact one of the fleets. Make sure you stay far away. We don't want them to get spooked. It will be done. After finishing the conversation, Marcus had a pondering look. Do you think they are thinking of something big? Kigali asked. She was a bit curious. Of course. People of Plan selected Patrick Zala on the promise that he would win and crush the Earth Alliance. That means Panama and Alaska need to be destroyed in some fashion or conquered. The disguised emperor said to his daughter. But we will do our move beforehand, right? She said with a small grin. Indeed. How is the rebuild going with Gundams? Great. Our mechanics are finishing with the limbs. They have already replaced Blitz's cockpit, and the machine is ready for a pilot. Princess explained as Marcus got thoughtful. He got an idea for his machine. You know, I got an idea. What kind of idea? The girl was curious. You finally decided which machine you want to pilot. Don't tell me you are going to bring your sovereign of skies to this backwards reality. Lakis, who could pick up his thoughts, asked curiously. Perish that thought, darling, it's not fair for the people of this world to see my Gundam. Kigali's eyes sparkled as she listened to Marcus speak about his machine. No, what I am thinking is to pilot duel. I think it would be fantastic if I stay in shape with that machine. I could continue to practice my kendo. You want to give that machine a physical sword? Lelouch realized what he meant by that. Indeed, the infrastructure should handle the refining process for a weapon that I want. He smiled at his wife. Can one even work? I mean, the new machine's ZAFT most likely will have phase shift armor. Kigali was confused. That's irrelevant in front of absolute orderly flow of sequences. What is that? Your dad's eyes, nothing can hide from those eyes. Giving him a knife, and he will cut rifles into pieces. The Pinkette bragged about her husband. Wait, can I do that too? The princess perked up. Is that the power she inherited from her father? Who knows, you need to awaken your eyes first. Lelouch winked at the girl. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 124 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 240, Book 2, Chapter 115, Desiring a Fancy Propulsion System. Marcus looked at the proposed exchange for the 3 children of ZAFT and the council members. Suez Channel, lands in Iberia, lands in Korea, spaceport they took in January, quite generous. He commented to his wife and daughter. Obviously, the kids are important. Should I be a bit mean and demand Victoria? Marcus asked with an amused tone. Isn't it in the middle of ZAFT-controlled lands? Kigali commented. From what she can tell, Africa was under complete ZAFT control. I know, and I was messing on purpose. The disguised emperor shook his head as he said that. I know they won't give such an important plot of land because of the mass drive, they need it for transportation of personnel and resources. That is why I asked, I wanted to mess with them. He chuckled for a bit. Regardless, Kigali, tell them that the deal is good and we can exchange. Oh, and tell the HQ that they should send the new strike daggers to these locations, but to keep them hidden until ZAFT attacks again. Oh, and tell Jean and Lieutenant Mullah Flaga to come over. All right. Kigali nodded as she left the office. Since she is gone I can do this. Leica's eyes gleamed as she leaned forward and started a kiss. Marcus rolled his eyes. They have around 10 minutes, tops. Around the same time, Jean and the blonde lieutenant arrived at the office. Sir, you wish to see me? Mu asked first as he saw that the red-haired lady didn't mind waiting. Yes. I do have a proposal. How about piloting a mobile suit? I never piloted one before. The question was no surprise to him. He knew it would come his way. HQ is rolling out mass production machines based around strike. My Anaheim assisted with the OS and a bit with the system's neural interface. Apart from that, I basically took over thanks to repeated Blue Cosmos infiltration. I have quite the pull in the Earth Alliance. Because of that, I am in control of who gets who. Among those things, there are command versions of daggers, which we call 105 daggers. It can use strikes packages. I want to give one to you. I see. I wouldn't mind, but I don't want to embarrass myself. The man grimaced while saying that. Is that so? Well, my son will assist you in practice, it's the least he can do after that debacle. Marcus frowned as he recalled his son. You really grounded him, sir. Indeed. Regardless, you can tell him that he will help you. Marcus chuckled while saying that. Understood. After that, the blonde saluted and left the office. The moment he was gone, Leica slipped right back on Marcus's lap. When Jean saw this blatant behavior, she could only deadpan. They were in a damn military office. Give some damn respect. And the thing is, the Pinkette would give the respect needed, but she is psychic, she can tell what her husband wants, and since he doesn't care, neither does she. It's only that he gives some respect to the blonde pilot who just left. What can I do for you, sir? I need you to oversee the creation of 3 physical swords for the duel I will be piloting. You know my standards, so I want to make sure they are of good quality. Understood, leave it to me. With a nod, Jean left the office. After a couple of moments of silence, the Pinkette poked his cheek. You know, for someone who doesn't care about this reality, you sure are putting a considerable effort into this reality. Leica smiled while saying that. Is that so? Well, I hate losing at a game I am good at. It's one of those moments when novices surround me, and I just want to show them how to do it. He explained, looking into her blue eyes. I see. Well, I find it attractive when my husband takes things seriously. It makes me giddy. Is that so? Well, good to know. This time around, he pulled her into a kiss. After that, Marcus went to see how the work on the mobile suits was going. You haven't told me which machine you want. Lelouch. he asked his wife, as he saw the finished Blitz. Aegis, Buster, and Duel were getting their limbs replaced. From what I heard, Kigali claimed Aegis, the red one, you took the blue and white, and that leaves the stealth and big rifle one. I am going with a rifle, though I do have requirements. These machines are primitive, so I need some upgrades to compensate for my fighting style. Whatever you want. Just tell the mechanics. He nodded at her. Good, that's much better. Then I will start with OS. Just don't go overboard, they do have limited software and processing power. Marcus reminded her that these were not the quantum computers their machines have. Don't worry, I can promise that my machine will work when you want me to fight. Fair enough. As he said that, he went over to his Duel. And began to check specs. Holy. This brings back memories, even my first ever Luff had better movement ability. For a second, he pondered how to fix this. He then recalled Destiny Gundam. The wings. The Voiture Lumière system, His eyes widened as he realized how he could make it work. Oh, that could work. With that said, Marcus went to check the situation. There is nothing that indicates that ZAFT are making a move anytime soon. Long-range observation posts indicate that they are gathering forces, I assume it's for a massive advance. They could try again after failing to take out the 8th Fleet. One of the officers explained to Marcus as Marcus looked at the map of Earth's sphere. Good, from the looks of it, we have at least 2 to 3 weeks. By that point, I want you all to continue replacing the Mobius with strike daggers and 105 daggers for the more talented pilots. Continue with strike package assembly. We need diversity. And no fucking suggestion to develop something as retarded as huge mobile armors. That's retarded beyond reason. I want those reflect panels installed in our ships. Not damn mobile armors. We have numbers, we need quality. The moment we have quality, ZAFT falls. Simple, yes. Marcus aggressively tapped the armrest of his chair. Lakis, behind Marcus, giggled. She knew why he was so pissed. Those morons don't want to invest in strike daggers or 105 daggers, but something as stupid as mobile armors. While many of them were in their early stages, Marcus stripped those projects and simply sent the tech to strike daggers, 105 daggers, and upgrades for the warships. Why yes, sir. Understood. Good, and tell Captain Ramius to prepare my ship. I have to go somewhere, Marcus instructed, as he looked at a certain location on the Earth sphere. As he did that, his Pinkette wife looked curious, she wondered where he wanted to go. As you wish. With the gun, Lakis asked curiously. Where are we going? To start collecting advantages in this war. More precisely, a propulsion system. As he said, he checked data on intelligence gathering. It would seem there was a bit of development towards him finding out where Genesis is. Well, the prototype, he wants to collect as much data as he can on how the Genesis functions. Though he more or less hopes to just nuke the hell out of that thing. Still, he allocated some resources to learning about Genesis. With orders to depart received, Archangel was fully loaded with personnel, unlike its initial launch, and got Blitz Gundam as support alongside Strike Gundam. Sir, where are we going? Captain Ramius asked Marcus the moment he was on the bridge. To see people of DSSD. DSSD. The brown-haired captain looked confused as she had never heard of them. If I am not wrong, it's called Deep Space Survey and Development Organization. They are a neutral organization that is developing deep space-related technology. The serious woman named Nataro Badgerul explained to the captain. She was the second in command and responsible for most subsystems. Indeed, I want their propulsion system, Marcus said as he got comfortable in his seat. Propulsion system. And, if I may ask, what if they don't give it? I don't want to ask for it for free, I have a lot of cards to play to buy from them. Worst case, I have Blitz Gundam to sneak in and take their prototype mobile suit. And that's the worst case. But honestly, we have a lot of things they would need. Like, for example, a mass drive. I see. Indeed, now, Captain, you can set sail. Marcus motioned for them to depart. Understood. As the ship left Moon, they were flying towards a quite distant location, since DSSD was far from everyone, and by all means, they didn't want to do anything about the current conflict. With that said, they had a bit of time, so Marcus began to compile a package for DSSD. As a fellow space lover, he understood them and what they wanted to do. So he has quite a positive outlook towards the whole organization. After a while, when Marcus finished his list, he looked at the Nataro. Lieutenant. I hope you like your promotion. Many thanks, sir. I hope to live up to your expectations. She saluted with a serious expression. Indeed, there is a reason why I went over and singled you out. For one, you were with Archangel from the very beginning. And did quite well when you were understaffed. That is why I am thinking of promoting you to captain and giving you the sister ship of Archangel. Sister ship? There is another one that is getting built already. Captain Ramius was speechless. As someone from the engineering corps, she was well aware of how resource-intensive the warship was. For now, we are only thinking of two. The issue is the mobile suits themselves. Ships like Archangel require ace pilots, otherwise, they are just big carriers. That is true. Indeed. So, Lieutenant, continue with your work, get used to the ship as much as you can. Marcus said before floating away towards the doors. I will be in my cabin if you need anything, Captain. Of course, Admiral Anaheim. Ramius saluted the leaving admiral. Once he was gone, Ramius smiled at Natarl. Congratulations, Natarl. The serious woman slowly nodded as she looked down, pondering a bit. She can tell, the moment he took over, the whole feeling from Earth Alliance has changed. People are more motivated. We might pull this off. We regained our GAT units. Another Archangel is getting built. We are getting mass-produced units that can keep up with Jin. Natarl never questioned her superiors, but it doesn't mean she didn't have her private thoughts. Especially after that crushing victory in Earth orbit. They hit ZAFT so hard that they needed to rethink their future approach. My thanks, Captain, I will make the Archangel crew proud. Natarl seriously nodded. This is Deep Space Survey and Development Organization. We are a neutral organization, neither do we develop any weapons. However, we will defend ourselves if you attack us. Oh, they don't like us at all. Mu shook his head as he looked at the space station in the distance. Last time I remember, Earth Alliance shot a nuclear missile into an agricultural colony, killing 250,000 coordinators, Lelouch said to the blonde man with a strained smile. Right. He looked at her with a grimace. They have no reason to like us. Marcus listened to the message he received from the DSSD station, then to his wife's comments, before sending a message. This is Marcus Anaheim, head of Earth Alliance. I would like to meet a representative of your DSSD organization. I am sending over a message with my trade proposals. Do look them over before replying. The disguised emperor sent them a message with his terms. It's an extremely generous offer, all he wants is their propulsion system. In turn, he is offering quite a lot. So we're just going to wait for them. Indeed. The boss of Earth Alliance looked at the crew before leaning into his chair. Well, this could get boring quick. Better than running away from the ZAFT fleet. Captain rolled her eyes at the blonde. That is true. 500 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. 1,000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. And so on, you know what to do. More chapters, chapter 125 is up. Extra stuff, chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 241, Book 2, Chapter 116, Testament Gundam. It made no sense to Celine McGriff, a DSSD engineer. Earth Alliance didn't want to do anything with them for many years. For a simple reason that most of them are coordinators. The only time they would spare some money is as a PR stunt to satisfy the public, to show the public that they care about space exploration and the advancement of humankind. Which is nonsense to people who know better. Yet today, a massive warship arrived at their doorstep, sending a message. One that was too good to be true. The issue is, they can't ignore it. The warship is the biggest they have ever seen. That thing was as huge as their space station. I will go out to meet them. Celine, the dark green-haired lady, said after thinking for a while. There is no way for them to get rid of them. So simply put, she will sacrifice herself, in the worst-case scenario. What if they take you hostage? And what if they don't? Would they believe us if we told them that the system they want to trade for is faulty and doesn't work most of the time? The engineer lady rolled her eyes. What the Earth Alliance wants is something they haven't been able to make work properly yet. That is right. What Marcus Anaheim wants is faulty at best, it stops working midway through the solar winds that it should pick up, and it simply doesn't work. The programming is something that they can't figure out yet. It will take at least 2 years to fully incorporate the technology the way they want it to be. I mean, can we just tell them that technology is bust the way it is? He said to the green-haired lady. That's what I will do, in person, Celine said with a serious expression. I see. Well, then, good luck. Marcus looked at the green-haired lady before him. She looked nervous. Instead of taking her to some sort of meeting room, the disguised emperor took her to a simple living room with couches. The ship was large enough to have such areas. That expression you have is telling me that something is of. So, let me tell you something, I am very, very fond of space exploration. If you don't believe me, you can ask my wife or my kids. Marcus chuckled as he took the tea his wife had made for him. Lelouch gave the green-haired lady 1 cup as well. I don't question that. You contributed a lot to the coordinator's cause. The issue is not on your side, but my DSSD. Oh. The propulsion system you desire, it's not working properly, for at least another 2 years. It's still in alpha stages of development. Especially for anything that you want. She grimaced while explaining to him. I never said that I want it working. I make that myself. With all due respect, are you an astrophysician? She frowned. The lady didn't question his genetic capabilities, but instead other fields. Do you want to figure that out? He slightly winked at her. Show me. He motioned towards her to give him the memory disk she had. Celine sighed as she gave it to him. Moments later, Marcus checked on a laptop. His eyes skimmed through the files. I see. The sail doesn't pick up the solar winds because AI is positioning it incorrectly. Your AI algorithms don't calculate the simple fact that the sun is moving as well. Our solar system is moving all the time, the way the sun and planets rotate is simply not finished in the software. As he said, he edited some of the paragraphs and added extra rotations. He then pressed execute, and the OS adjusted. Why, you are right. I completely forgot the bigger, way bigger picture. All of a sudden, she got animated. It's a simple mistake, humans rarely notice that they are rushing through the cosmos at absurd speed. Marcus chuckled. He recalled reminding his kids of this exact thing several times before. Why yes. Anyway, here you go, I have copied the files, you can have the disk back. The Earth Alliance boss handed the memory storage drive back to her. Are you sure? She looked surprised to get it back. Indeed, and you fulfilled your part of the deal, and I will do my part. Everything that I have promised in the message is now in effect as well. Your DSSD can use Panama's mass drive. You are serious? She was speechless. Indeed, and, take this. Marcus gave her another memory stick. This is. She looked at the thumb drive. Check it once you are back in your office. He smiled a bit and then winked at her. Celine looked at the drive before nodding at him. There was a thin blush on her cheeks before she left the room with a thank you. You can't just stop seducing women, can't you? Lelouch, who was standing behind him, smiled at him. What are you talking about? Marcus frowned as he turned his head and looked at his wife. Humph. You gave her everything that she would ever need. The pinkette crossed her arms in annoyance. From money to resources. You even solved her propulsion system errors. Basically, accelerating her project by years. The woman ranted in annoyance. I didn't do it for her. The disguised emperor rolled his eyes at her. It was for her DSSD and space exploration as a whole. I helped this world's humanity recover its lost years. It just turns out that it was a woman who went to meet me. He said to Lelouch, who puffed at him more. Celine returned to the space station with good news. In fact, for a while, she forgot about the thumb drive as she checked the changes Marcus had made to the software. You unbelievable. Who did all of this? This data pushed the schedule by over a year and a half. The model. He knows in depth how the sun emits the solar wind. Is he some sort of expert in sun? Not that I know. More importantly, if we calibrate according to this model. Celine looked at the data before her. We should have a working model in a matter of weeks, not years. Good, then let's do it. With that said, the team focused on developing an operational propulsion system for their prototype Stargazer Gundam. By that, the dark green-haired lady forgot the thumb drive for several days until she stumbled upon it by accident. What is this? She inspected it before having a flashback of Marcus giving it to her with a mysterious smile. Just remembering him made her slightly flustered. So she swiftly connected to her computer and checked out. But then she looked confused. All she got was a single image, which was confusing, as she could see circles and symbols. Is this some sort of riddle? Celine stared at it for a while. She was about to close it, but then she looked at it from a different angle. Wavelight, no. Sound. After looking a bit more. Is that density? Rock. For a moment, she pondered before sharing this with her coworkers. You know, sound waves, if applied properly, it could do some seriously impressive things. Especially if you add a bit more power. It could even impact gravity at some point. Our voiture lumière is basically what you are looking at, but it's just a different approach, we use light instead of sound. If we apply this, wait. Her coworkers double-checked, before their eyes widened. Holy shit. He copied what he saw and added it to a notepad app. This is a formula. Look, if you add this, and this. He pointed with his fingers. You get a form of propulsion based on sound, no. Vibrations. You mean if we follow this? Celine's eyes widened as she saw the math before her. Precisely. According to this schematic, If we use this form of limestone and add sound resonance, it could technically generate a form of gravitation frequency. If we apply it properly, it could work something like a warp drive. How the hell did you get this? Celine got spacey. What the hell does this mean? Why did Marcus Anaheim give her something like that? It's civilization properling technology. It doesn't matter. How long until we can use this? Are you serious? This is nothing more than a simple equation. With possible materials, we don't even have a platform. It could take decades. Still. Indeed, I suggest we should start testing first before shelving it. Celine nodded as she wondered what this meant. Marcus Anaheim had something like this, which is superior to anything that DSSD had produced, yet he focused on their voiture lumière. Did he want us to produce it? Sadly, she will never learn what it means, as by the time they have a successful model, Marcus will be long gone from their reality. What he gave them was hope for interstellar travel and humanity to achieve greatness as fellow space lovers. By the time the disguised emperor returned to the moon, the army was in deep preparation as ZAFT were on the move. However, what got his attention was something else. It was the recon team that returned from the mission he gave them. "Sir, we have acquired something that would interest you." One of the officers walked over and offered him a datapad. Marcus inspected the device and saw a huge space station design and, of course, a mobile suit design. This machine. He looked at Gundam on the pad before looking at the men. "We captured for you. It's in the hangar, waiting for you," the men said with a smug grin. "I am impressed." Marcus looked impressed for a second. He didn't expect a Gundam. "Sir, check what it's powered by." Marcus checked deeper. It was a nuclear reactor. This machine is powered by something called nuclear jammer canceller. If we can utilize it, we can use nukes once more. Yes, but more importantly, the nuclear power plants can restart. Marcus rolled his eyes at the officer. The first thing they think of is the nukes, which made the Earth Alliance boss snort at how excited the men looked at the idea of shooting nukes. Oh, of course. However, you are right. Still, he agreed with him. They still need the nukes. Blowing up the Genesis is still something they must do. Begin its production, and send it to the energy sector to fix the nuclear plants. The boss Earth Alliance motioned to do it. As you wish. The men swiftly scrambled out of the office. Marcus's gaze went to the ZGMF X-12A Testament Gundam, one of 5 mobile suits in development by ZAFT after the development of the Dreadnought. ZAFT developed Dreadnought after getting the data from 4 stolen GAT units. One could say it was the very first Gundam platform from ZAFT. Once the mech was a success, well, it's not quite a success. Dreadnought is nothing more than a mashup of the GAT series Gundam and ZAFT's GUAIZ. But it was a success, as they built a platform to produce their own first-ever proper ZAFT Gundams. The most famous of those 5 is Freedom and Justice, but there were 3 more that came with it. Providence, Regenerate and ZGMF X-12A Testament Gundam. Now Testament Gundam is not that special. Apart from having a nuclear reactor, it has a quantum computer-based virus system and potent antennas for the horns. Marcus has no interest in the virus, but the antenna that can interface at the quantum level. For him. An innovator. He can make stuff happen, especially once he has the voiture lumière system. A small smirk appeared on his lips. Turns out he won't be that bored. He might tinker around with these sticks and stones to make something beautiful. With that in mind, he pressed a button on the comms. "Tell Lieutenant Mullah Flaga that he is getting GAT X-102 dual. I no longer need it, and I need a manufacturing team to be ready. There is something that I need them to make for me." As Marcus said that he pulled some of the designs he had stashed away from his library, it's nothing fancy, something based on a particle system. It works perfectly with Mirage Colloid and, of course, the Voiture Lumière propulsion system. "But now, Patrick, you gave me this, I will pay you back with defeat. Just like you envisioned, in the Testament, a covenant between God and humans." Marcus looked at the Testament Gundam, the machine that envisioned Patrick Zala's superiority complex, thinking that he was some sort of leader of the gods or whatever. The man is simply Lelouch, and he will make sure to see it in person. Book 2 is approaching finale. I still have a bunch of lemons to write, and a couple interludes, among them First Contact before Book 3, so there won't chapters for a week or more until Book 3 starts. More chapters. Chapter 126 is up. Extra stuff. Chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 242, Book 2, Chapter 117, Innovator Use Gundam. Do you think you will be able to finish what you have in mind before the attack? Lakis asked Marcus, who was programming his new machine. The new package has arrived with 3 blades. Well, he will be using only 1 blade, the other 2 are spares. The package is a strike package, as Testament has the same back system as strike. ZAFT easily replicated it after seeing it in action. And it's good for Marcus as he was able to make a Voiture Lumière package with Mirage colloid emitters, remaking Destiny's Wings of Light almost 3 years early. All of that was easy, however, there is something else taking up all of Marcus's time. And that is the new system he is developing for the antenna and the quantum computer on the mobile suit. He is mixing Mirage colloid particles, which can manipulate light, and Voiture Lumière, which can use light for propulsion, and a quantum computer that will be able to manipulate all of that. The disguised Emperor decided to call it the Testament system. The Gundam is ready. I've been working on something bigger, the machine has a quantum computer. Imagine that. When Lelouch heard that, her eyes widened. You mean to say these barbarians have a mobile version of a quantum computer? The Pinkette slightly hissed, she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Well, we are in the 23rd century. Marcus' eye rolled. He couldn't believe she was looking down more than he ever was. Then again, women are harder to forgive for the slightest of things. He knows that in detail. Which century doesn't mean a damn thing, in this situation. These people nuke themselves with neutron jammers and all that stuff. With no petrochemicals to assist in chip production, they still haven't produced a decent AI model. And you tell me they have quantum computers? She walked over and looked over his shoulder. I see. So, they use isolation models to make quantum calculations, which makes sense. I expected a more advanced model for a quantum computer, but they are using basic vacuum for this. More than enough to utilize my quantum brainwaves. He hinted at something. You are planning to make this machine into an innovator use model? One eyebrow perked up, she immediately went to see what kind of spectacle her husband was planning for these primitive humans. Oh. She read through the specs and what it can do. If you properly utilize these technologies and get a decent power source, this mech could challenge your tyrannies. I am genuinely impressed that these people can produce something like this. The Pinkette crossed her arms, begrudgingly praising humans of this reality. That's only possible because of the quantum computer and my brainwaves guidance. Otherwise, it will be just a fancy propulsion system. Of course, the strong antenna on the Gundam helps. Marcus looked at the Testament Gundam parked next to the GAT series. That is given, unlike coordinators, innovators possess true unlimited potential with no drawbacks. Indeed, my darling, and I will be there on the front lines to remind that bastard what happens when he involves my kids in the conflict. Marcus's eyes glowed for a second as he showed his true nature just for a second. The Emperor learned from his wife to control his innovator powers and hide his eyes without eye contact. Fufufu, Papa Bear protecting his cubs, that's just cute. The woman slipped onto his lap and began to cuddle. They were in the hangar of Archangel with a decent number of people, but his wife didn't care. What do you say? Giving me a helping hand. He hugged her for a second while whispering. That is if we merge our minds, otherwise it's boring. She winked at him. When Marcus heard that, he rolled his eyes. What she proposed is basically the same thing, if not a more advanced version of sex. Sure, if you want. Then I will bring my laptop. She swiftly left his lap and rushed over to the lift. With my darling's help, I should finish the system. Once complete, I will gather data and then apply the improvements. Of course, that's only the beginning. Turns out I don't need advanced technology, simple innovation of already existing technology is good enough. What Marcus is hinting at is Voiture Lumière and even Mirage colloid, both technologies will improve his empire. Voiture Lumière can improve the thrust of GN particles, such technology can boost a warship's cruising speed. Mirage colloid can help focus light particles through the lenses. As he was thinking, Lelouch returned with her laptop. She swiftly got close to him, leaning against his back as she connected to his account and caught up to what he was doing. Shall we begin? It has been a while since I did anything like that. Sure. With that said, the part activated their quantum brainwaves and merged their consciousness as they continued coding the software. After a considerable loss in Earth's orbit, ZAFT changed their approach a bit. They began with a build-up for Operation Spitbreak. However, the loss made them rework their plan. It became a two-stage assault. First, they will destroy the Navy in orbit. Then they will immediately assault Alaska. Though only a few of Patrick Zala's people know, they will attack the OMNI enforcer's capital. One of them was Lelouch. Now the masked man is a nihilist, he only wants the destruction of humanity and nothing else, so he immediately sold out ZAFT to the Earth Alliance. He even gave them the schematics of the neutron jammer canceller. Sadly, they had already acquired such technology via Testament Gundam. Lelouch had expected an immediate nuclear attack from Earth Alliance, but Marcus doesn't want plants destroyed. In his eyes, that is utterly stupid. Plants are perfect for space industries. He won't just shoot nukes at them, that is just stupid. So the masked man's plans to escalate the war into a total and complete destruction of humanity are experiencing road bumps. But still, it's not all done. Patrick Zala is on track to finish Genesis and slaughter naturals, but he also wants plants gone. So masked blonde man's plan sniffed it a bit. He decided to kill one of his children simply, now that should boost Marcus' hatred towards plants. He knows the man is quite merciless toward those who have offended him. Blue Cosmos learned it the hard way. And so Raul Cruzet decided to look for an opportunity to get rid of one of them. After all, one of them is supposed to be the ultimate coordinator. In the masked man's eyes, such a thing is the apex of one's narcissism. Over 20 ZAFT warships were moving towards Earth's northern hemisphere to engage the 8th Fleet. But there was no fleet to speak of. Instead, there were over 34 Earth Alliance warships that were approaching SAFT's navy from a side. Such an approach caused the plant's army to reposition for interception. Leading the front was the legged ship, the Archangel. Before we engage, we shall give them gentleman's grace and offer them to surrender, request to recede Africa and Gibraltar to us. They can keep Australia. Marcus, who was putting on his pilot gloves, said to the admiral and a bunch of captains who were part of this battle. Won't that just trigger them more? Captain Ramius frowned as she replied to him. Precisely, angry people don't think straight. The disguised emperor replied. At the same time we are doing the right thing, we are trying to save human lives. By offering them to surrender. He slightly smirked as he loves one move, several effects. Tell that to all the dead people in Junia 7. Captain Ramius thought to herself. Blowing up an agricultural colony for no reason. Omni Enforcer did it at the orders of Clue Cosmos. But that was in the past, and honestly, she is feeling far better about following Marcus Anaheim. Understood, sending message. Do prepare for irrational reactions from them, like missile swarm, Marcus commented as he looked at his Testament Gundam systems. Legion OS, stable. Nuclear reactor, stable. Quantum communicator, online. Innovator quantum neural interface, stable. Wing of light package, operational. Sword of light resonance, stable. All systems, operational. Let's see what happens when Innovator plays with coordinator toys. Marcus grinned for a second as he leaned into the seat and closed his eyes for a second before activating his quantum brainwaves and tapping into the mobile suit. Let's do this, Testament, let's show them how we fight. At that moment, Testament Gundam's green eyes began to glow as Archangel's robotic hands picked it up and placed it on the catapult deck. They were getting ready for launch. In a huge command space station housing hundreds of officers, it serves as the control center for Operation Spitbreak. The Supreme Council chairman was overseeing the entire operation. Sir, the Earth Alliance's fleet has messaged us. The nervous comms officer said to Patrick Zala. Are they offering to surrender? The man smirked, as he was proud of the amount of forces he was able to gather for this operation. Yes. What? They are telling us to surrender, return to Africa, Gibraltar, and Victoria's mass drive, while we can keep Australia. Shut up. Tell them to attack. Blow them up. Patrick barked loudly. He was shaking with sheer anger. But we are too. Use missiles, you dimwit. Blast them apart. That's our answer. The confused officers swiftly snapped out and began issuing orders to the warships. Moments later, all of the Nazca-class destroyers and the Laurasia frigates opened fire by launching a bunch of missiles at the Earth Alliance's warships. They really got triggered. Maru Ramius commented with surprise for a second. Intercept. Shoot them down. Sure enough, anti-missile guns opened fire and began to take them out. Once we deal with the missiles, launch Mobius armor and our Gundams. Keep daggers for a bit longer. Marcus issued orders to his forces as he watched the tunnel light up, preparing for the launch. After AA guns destroyed missiles, the catapult deck opened as the disguised Emperor looked at the void at the end of the tunnel. Sir, you are cleared for launching. Roger. Marcus Anaheim, launching in Testament Gundam. The boss of Earth Alliance pushed the lever forward before pressing the pedal, and the machine blasted through the tunnel before getting launched out from the Archangel. With a spin, the variable phase shift armor activated as the machine turned black and purple, and the wings ignited as purple particles dispersed, giving a massive boost in speed. Other Gundams joined him and, of course, squads of mobile armors that were leagues behind. Do leave some for me. I can feel it will be a slaughterhouse. Lakis said to him as she landed on top of Archangel's catapult deck and pulled out an extra-long sniper rifle, which was a railgun. I will try. Marcus Gundam pulled out its physical katana. It was a unique piece of armament, designed to interact with the particles. With that said, Testament's eyes glowed as the machine's speed boosted further, as it left afterimages appearing in front of Jin, which wanted to shoot physical bullets at him. Still, the Gundam magically appeared before it and sliced through it like it was tofu. 1. The separate pieces blew up before moving forward as ZAFT forces tried to attack him from all sides since he ended up quite close to ZAFT warships. The battle had just started, but he basically bypassed the front lines with the sheer speed of the machine. 2. 3. 4. Before he could slice him, a red machine intercepted him with a beam saber. Aegis. Marcus frowned as he saw a familiar mobile suit. The color is slightly duller. Another Aegis. Enough with your rampage. The Gundam tried to cut through the sword with its beam saber. What the? Testament's wings once more began to emit particles as its eyes glowed and raw power spiked, overpowering the red machine without any effort. Marcus then makes the Aegis machine pull back, then he delivers a powerful kick and rushes over to slice it up. But before he could get close, he sensed an incoming beam. So he dodged and looked to the side. It was another buster. What the? They made more of them. Book 2 is approaching finale. I still have a bunch of lemons to write, and a couple interludes, among them First Contact before Book 3, so there won't chapters for a week or more until Book 3 starts. More chapters, Chapter 127 is up. Extra stuff, Chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 243, Book 2, Chapter 118, Gundam War. What a lineup. It would seem you boys got your toys back. Marcus chuckled upon seeing a lineup of GAT copies. This is truly a Gundam war, and I love it. Testament Gundam swirled its blade as it was getting ready for more slicing and dicing. Marcus Anaheim. For what you did, I will blow you up. Isaac roared angrily as his duel was ready for a blow-up. What did I do? You got wounded by my daughter. But then again, I could take you to school. The disguised emperor teased the teen for a bit. Ha! Duel rushed towards him, snapping from anger. Isaac. Damn you, wait. A Thrun rushed after him. At that moment, the replica Gundams rushed right after Duel. Marcus could sense them, how they were moving, and what they were going to do. It was basically precognition without even using his Geass. Simply glorious what you made for me, Patrick. Testament Gundam moved as the blade sliced through Duel's hand, chopping off the beam saber along the way. What the? Isaac was speechless to see that. How fast was that? He was not the only one, as the other Gundams tried to do something, but Marcus simply sliced through their weapons as well. In the Aegis case, its limbs got sliced off. Shit. A Thrun once again realized how bad it was, his new machine got wrecked again. But that's where he switched into armor mode and shot a positron beam at Testament. Now that's not nice. You are using that at such a range. Marcus complained as purple particles gathered around the edge of the katana as the Gundam sliced through the beam. The aftermath left the trio speechless, as they had never imagined someone would cut through a damn positron beam. Sadly, before could do more, Jins began to throw themselves at him because these kids were from the big bosses. Damn that old man. Kigali complained as she looked at what was happening on the battlefield. There was a huge amount of mobile suits between her and her father. The girl wanted to fight alongside him, but he was simply too fast. I want one of those. Can he make another machine with those wings? It looks so cool. Her Aegis turned into a claw as she grabbed a Jin before blowing through it with a positron beam. She moved forward towards another one as her limbs ignited into beams and then sliced through another Jin. The girl was slaughtering her way through the battlefield, each exchange making her better and better at fighting. She was not the only one who was weaving through the battlefield, as Mullah Flaga, who was piloting Duel, was right behind her in terms of how many machines he took out. Then, of course, Lakis, who was at the back, using her long-range sniper rifle to snipe from a distance. A yellow streak burst from her rifle as in the distance a Jin lit up like a Christmas tree before blowing up like a firework. That would be the 13th one. Not bad. She smiled a bit as her targeting system began to look for another. Of course, there was another machine, a stealth one, as Blitz passed through the battlefield entirely and went to the warships. All of a sudden, a black mobile suit manifested in front of the bridge of a Laurasia-class frigate. It pointed its Tricarios shield at the bridge and launched its needles right into them. Ag! The people in the warship screamed as huge needles slammed into them. A chain reaction followed as the warship blew up afterwards. The explosion caused everyone to look at it as it was a massive fireball. Jins immediately rushed towards it. Jean snorted as she once more became invisible and simply drifted away towards another warship. With her quantum brainwaves, she can easily dodge most of the attacks, especially since no one can see her. Once more, she appeared before another warship's bridge and proceeded to blow it up. This is worse than I have imagined. Raoul Cruzet stroked his chin as he looked at what was happening. They are taking out those Mobius armors, but those commander-class machines are balancing out, no pushing the scales towards Earth Alliance. Sir. The blonde second-in-command interrupted the pondering men. I am aware. Send a force to destroy that Blitz. The masked man leisurely commanded before returning to his thoughts. Understood. At that moment, one of their new Nazca-class warships blew up. This could work in my favor as well. Patrick should be seething at what is happening. It's time, Admiral, order daggers and 105s to launch. Marcus contacted the fleet while inspecting the battle. It would seem they have destroyed a decent amount of forces, now it was time for the main event. Understood, sir. He then called the captain of his flagship. Captain, it's time to hammer it home, assume triangle formation with Archangel at the front end, of course, prepare to charge the Lohengrin. The woman nodded sharply as she began issuing commands. The ships began launching the mobile suits at the same time and assumed the formation. As this was happening, the battlefield that was somewhat manageable for ZAFT turned for the worse as the Earth Alliance just launched their new mass production units. At such a time no less. What is the meaning of this? Patrick barked loudly as he saw massive movement on the Earth Alliance's side. Earth Alliance just launched mobile suits. Mobile suits? Impossible. The men looked at the live broadcast from the battlefield. What he saw were indeed mobile suits with shields and beam rifles. They looked somewhat similar to Strike, but they had visors. Not only were there commander units with different loadouts like positron cannons and missile pods, but there were also high maneuver units in the form of flight support based on the AL Striker pack. When Patrick realized what was going on, he started raving in anger. No way. Damn you, Anaheim. As he was doing that, there was more. Sir. The Earth Alliance fleet is moving forward. The Legate ship is leading them. The surprised officer said to the Supreme Council chairman. Humph. If they think they can survive a broadside exchange, then let them. Patrick snorted, but his men were not as confident. But sir, our ships, we didn't design them to exchange fire. That's right. ZAFT designed their ships to support mobile suits from the back. They are not meant to exchange fire from the side like ships of the old. And from the looks of it, Marcus is banking on that as the Earth Alliance ships are moving towards them. The mobile suits are making way for warships. And so are theirs. The leader of ZAFT replied with an assured tone. Earth Alliance was the first one to utilize carriers that launch mobile armor and then stay at the back. So it makes no sense to him. Sir, we got an update. The Earth Alliance ships have some sort of shielding technology. The comms officer started to panic. When Patrick heard that, fear replaced his anger as he knew that if they lost here any more ships, it would be a death sentence for his carrier and his plans for the extermination of naturals. Retreat. Tell them to retreat to Boaz swiftly. The Supreme Council chairman barked orders with a sweaty forehead. And there you have it. 16th century or 23rd century, tactics like these are what win wars. Marcus watched from inside his Testament Gundam as Archangel ripped apart the Nazca-class destroyer in a broadside exchange after blowing another one with its massive Lohengrin main cannons. Even if the ship was not designed to do this, there are still batteries that rotate for this particular move. Same with the slightly smaller Agamemnon class, which Earth Alliance designed like a dagger. It has turrets that rotate to the side. But there is one warship that is perfectly suited for broadside exchange, the Nelson-class battleship, built to dish out damage. In this situation, this ship was just the right one to destroy Zaft's fleet. Yet the victorious move was releasing daggers and 105s to overrun Jin's. Zaft's mobile suits are fewer in number. Yet they were winning in sheer technological superiority, and now the Naturals have mobile suits. Whatever advantage they had was nullified, and worst of them all. Earth Alliance attacked them at a critical time. When ZAFT was expecting to push for victory and gain a decisive advantage with Operation Spitbreak, it suffered a crippling blow. Marcus grabbed them by the balls, as they say. As someone who fought in several wars, battles became an art form for him, especially when everyone around was, by all means and purposes, a novice who hadn't fought in any wars before. Just like that, the supposed invasion fleet lost more than 60% of its fleet, and a few Nazca and Laurasia began to run away with just a few remaining Jins to assist in the retreat. Should we pursue? Admiral asked Marcus as he watched them run away. No, keep the formation and find out what kind of losses we have suffered. I want logistics to immediately resupply us as we will make a move towards Boaz. Boaz is the first line of defense for plants. Plants are hourglass-shaped, extremely fragile colonies. That is why Junior 7 got blown to bits. There was literally no protection until the war started. ZAFT brought over asteroids that work like fortresses, creating defensive lines around plants. The first line is Boaz, a massive asteroid fortress. Understood, sir. As the escaping flagship Nazca-class destroyer was reeling in from the absurd loss, the pilots were in an even worse state. And no way, we lost. A Thrun was sitting in the locker room, speechless, with an aimless look on his face. He would have understood something like where mobile suits battle each other, where machines overrun the ships at the end of the battle, but this was worse. Earth Alliance used sheer numbers and tactics, the ships literally exchanged fire like in those movies. He watched with his own eyes how warships next to his ship went down in flames, watching how tens of people died, and he couldn't do a thing. Damn it all. Isaac began to punch the wall with growing anger. If you haven't noticed, the wall can't hit back, Isaac, Durka said with eye roll. Shut up. Haven't you noticed that we lost? Oh, I am pissed off, but punching the wall won't do anything. The guy shrugged. Whatever. What now? We are going to run like dogs. There isn't much we can run. Boaz and then Jachin do, and that's it. Isaac looked at his two teammates. Most of all, they have mobile suits now. Athrun didn't say anything as he simply stared at the floor. There was frustration in his eyes. How is he supposed to do anything? He gets beaten all the time. But then they got called by their commander. We received a word from the Supreme Council. We are to join the defensive line at Boaz, and the new GUAIZ are rolling out soon. Our job is to keep the line for as long as possible, until the new models arrive. Raoul Cruzat explained to his pilots. Isaac was speechless. That was it. Are they to keep the line? That's all they can do. Is there anything else we can do? Just hold the line. The silver-haired teen gnashed his teeth in frustration. No. That's all we can do. We lost close to 80% of our attacking force. It will take months to rebuild our strength, while all that the Earth Alliance lost were their old models. They literally threw garbage at us so that they could have more space for their new machines. Honestly, a genius move. I can feel that Marcus Anaheim is not new to war. It's like we are fighting an old war hero. Raoul Cruzat thought to himself. Then we can assume that the next attack from them will be full of those mobile suits. Durka asked with a pondering look. Precisely, and this time around, don't be stupid and just rush at Marcus Anaheim. Our job is to hold the line. The masked man said with a deadpan tone. It was embarrassing to watch. Book 2 is approaching finale. I still have a bunch of lemons to write, and a couple interludes, among them First Contact before Book 3, so there won't chapters for a week or more until Book 3 starts. More chapters, Chapter 128 is up. Extra stuff, Chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 244, Book 2, Chapter 119, arriving at first line of defense. Kira was speechless at the sheer destruction his father had brought. He didn't question his ability to lead or to conquer, he could tell when someone was lying or making it up. But now he saw at firsthand what he is capable of. He crushed ZAFT twice in a row, and now the coordinators are in retreat, falling back behind their defensive lines. Was it really necessary to kill that many of them? The brown-haired teen asked his father, who returned from the battle and left his Gundam. It's basic 101 of a battle to remove the opposition. If you just destroy their machine, they will return and will try to kill you again. Marcus simply explained to his pacifist son. But there is no people in this world that could beat us. Kira frowned. Kira, what you are talking about is that you are extending your hand to someone ready to stab you. If you don't believe me, then use your powers in the battle and feel what your opponent is trying to do. If he is willing to kill you, then you answer in kind. Marcus replied to him, making him look down. Does that mean you will allow me to join the next battle? That is, if you are willing to fight. Do you want to fight? Protect your friends who are aboard this ship. The disguised emperor asked his son. I will fight to protect this ship. Good. It's a start. He nodded at his son, who was slowly getting there. But I am nothing like you. I don't find any happiness in doing this. Kira replied with a slightly angry frown. I know, your mother was quite a softie, though she has backbone when one was needed. Marcus chuckled as he passed the brown-haired teen. Are we going to attack Boaz? It's quite a fortification they have there. Mullah Flaga asked Marcus as the boss of Earth Alliance arrived at the bridge of Archangel. We are here to win the war. Taking over Boaz and Jachindu is a must before we take the plants. He replied to the blonde as he floated over. It won't be easy. The number of warships and the fortifications of that asteroid, we can suffer severe losses before we arrive at Jachindu. The lieutenant said to Marcus. Indeed. That is why we will harass them with our commander units. Destroy their assets before we take over. I see, our Gundams will do it. MU realized what he was planning to do. Indeed. 105s will assist with their positron cannons. We shall take out the asteroid's weaponry. Once our troops destroy them, daggers and foot soldiers will infiltrate the base and take it over. Marcus explained to the bridge. Now, Captain, coordinate with the rest of the fleet as we resupply before we continue our conquest. He said to the woman with a smile. In the meantime, I am going to rest for a bit. Sir, yes, sir. Thank you for your services. With that said, the disguised emperor went to his quarters, where he found his darling wife already waiting for him. Come here, time to cuddle. She patted the seat next to her. Her husband chuckled as he plopped into the seat next to her. I can tell that you are not happy about something. Lakis slowly crawled into his lap before she hugged him. Indeed, it would seem my son thinks that I am quite a monster, Marcus said with a strained smile. And you are in a way. How many people can do what you can do? Your other kids have known you since birth, so they are little monsters themselves. But these two kids? They grew up somewhat normal. The Pinkette tried to ease his mind, but what's there to ease when it's the truth? I know. That is why I am annoyed. So I demand to cuddle. Marcus complained to her. Fufufu, already doing it. The pair stayed like that for a while before getting up and walking to the mess hall to eat. The troops' morale was at an all-time high, with everyone laughing or talking in a jovial tone. The only one who was not was Kira, who was silent. Even his friends were happy about the second victory in a row. Unlike before, when they survived on scraps, this time around, they were winning properly and even sending ZAFT packing. He really is quite the softy, thinking about the dead enemies, instead of victory and peace that will come after, Lelouch said to Marcus as she easily read Kira's thoughts. That's what I am saying. He nodded at her observations. Seriously, what is wrong with him? Kigali commented as she sat down next to her father. She heard what Marcus and Lelouch talked about. Caring for your enemy? Doesn't he know the moment they have a chance, they will stab him in the back? The princess stabbed her food with the fork. Manners, my dear daughter, keep your anger for your enemy, that's the least you can do to them. Marcus sharply reminded her to behave. His authoritative voice made her straighten out automatically. Yes, sorry. I am a bit frustrated. The princess swiftly apologized. You have no idea. Her father shook his head. That is why he is annoyed. I will need to speak with Vaya. The longer this continues, the more pissed off I get, and she is the one who will pay back in dividends. Worst case, I will bring her back and then educate her as I usually do with my naughty wives. Marcus nodded to himself. Yep, he will make sure the brunette understands what happens when she behaves that naively. Now he needs to deal with a muddy and quite delusional teen. Honestly, that is not how an Imperial Prince should behave. As Earth Alliance regroups, resupplies, and prepares for the next push, the situation in plants is becoming chaotic. In the Supreme Council, the councilmen were arguing among themselves. We should accept these terms. They are better than any other time we got. Siegel Klein loudly exclaimed. His allies notified him that Marcus Anaheim offered them to surrender. Only demanding land on Earth, not the plants themselves, like the leaders before him. That means that they could get their independence. Don't be ridiculous, Siegel. It was nothing more than a ruse. He used it as a provocative measure to rile us up. And he was successful in doing it. Patrick barked back as he was as angry as always. There won't be any peace until we destroy the naturals. Though he said that a considerable number in his party were looking nervous, their reason is very simple, they are no longer confident they can win. The last two defeats were bad, so bad in fact that they are stopping all advances on Earth and sending troops back to space for the defense. By all means and purposes, they should consider the proposal to stop the conflict. But many of them lost at least one or two loved ones in this war by this point. For some of them, like Patrick Zala, he lost his wife in the Julius 7 incident, and that alone makes him unhinged and want revenge. Damn you, Patrick. Siegel swore under his breath. I have no other choice. With that said, the meeting didn't go anywhere as the council continued with the war. Once everyone left and Patrick returned to his office, he called for a certain someone to see him. It was Raul Cruzet as he had something for him. About an hour later, the men entered the office. Before you return to Boaz's defense line, there is something that you need to do, Patrick said with a dead serious tone. What can I do for you, Supreme Council Chairman? Raul smoothly asked. Your ship will get a new state-of-the-art GUAIZ, alongside the refitted GAT series. What I need from you is to capture one of the Anaheims. Patrick said while looking at the artwork in his office. When the masked man heard that, he was speechless. Sir. We need to hold one of them as hostage until Genesis is completed. After that, I don't care. I will blow them all up. The Supreme Council Chairman angrily explained, sounding quite mad. We are getting desperate, aren't we? As you wish, Raul Cruzet and Vesalius Crew, are ready to serve. Good, then get to it. I don't care if it's the boy or the girl. I need one of them. Don't worry, I will try to get one of them. Maybe kill one by accident. It should trigger that man. Internally, he was grinning, it was about time he could see some proper carnage. With a new mission at hand, the blonde man left the Supreme Council Chairman's office. As ZAFT was getting into position, Marcus was having a massive meeting with his fleet's commanders. By this point, more warships had joined him, alongside retrofitted vessels that mechanics had redesigned for mobile suits rather than mobile armor. Not only was the broadside exchange in the last fight a success, meaning that shielding technology does work and is quite decent, but it will also be useful in the next Battle of Boaz. Marcus ordered a scale-up of the retrofits for other ships, as they will be necessary for the attack. First, we will bait them with a smaller attack. We shall use pilots skilled at evasive maneuvers. Once ZAFT launches their attack, we shall use commander models to attack Boaz's defensive installations. Once they are crippled, we shall move in with our invasion of their base. Once we capture it, we shall use it as a staging ground for Jachin-Do. The disguised Emperor explained the plan in detail as he added 105s that will use Buster's loadout for long-range sniping and artillery. Legion OS makes it far easier to blow them up from a distance. In other words, he has built considerable diversity in attacks, especially as he scales up, while simultaneously standardizing the designs for the mobile suits. He made it easy to manufacture mobile suits. Something that plants simply can't compete. After removing the cancer that is known as Blue Cosmos, Marcus is all but assured to win the Plant Alliance war. The question is how long coordinators can survive by resisting him. Proceed to move towards Boaz. It's time to lay siege to their castle, Marcus said to the captain as he was on the bridge. With a single word, over 60 warships began to move towards the asteroid base. Several hours later, Marcus could see the first defensive line. Quite the sight, isn't it? Let's begin the first part of this little game, assuming Patrick wants to play with us. The disguised Emperor spoke with a teasing tone. Play, what does that even mean? Captain Ramius was a bit confused. You will understand in due time. There is no need to complicate things. We made a move, and now they are going to make theirs. It depends on what they will do. As Marcus explained, the ships at the defensive line began to move. My, they are eager, and a bit stupid. The disguised Emperor commented. He was a bit disappointed by how naive these guys are. Prepare for daggers to launch. Draw them out. He swiftly ordered. And tell Mu and Lakis to launch. We will make ZAFT think that they are the core pillars of this attack, while we will launch from the back. As Marcus said, he got up from his seat. But, won't they think that something is wrong? Everyone knows that you have the strongest machine. Ramius was a bit confused. Especially after the last demonstration, his testament stole the show on the battlefield. Yes, but remember we did a two-wave attack last time. They can simply believe that we are not taking them seriously. You want to trigger them again. The woman was speechless. Is he some sort of rage baiter? She is not wrong. Anger is one of the easiest things to exploit, especially when the enemy is known to be prone to anger-related issues. Regardless, keep on pushing and adjust as necessary. I am preparing to launch with my team. As he said that, he swiftly left the bridge. Honestly, it's something else to see the leader of the whole alliance wage war on the front line, Natarl commented from her side of the bridge. She was a bit speechless. This was old school among old schools. Leaders like Marcus stopped serving on the front lines around the 19th century. One of the last to do so was Napoleon. Book 2 is approaching finale. I still have a bunch of lemons to write, and a couple interludes, among them First Contact before Book 3, so there won't chapters for a week or more until Book 3 starts. More chapters. Chapter 129 is up. Extra stuff, Chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 245, Book 2, Chapter 120, The Captured Prince. Squads of strike daggers rushed towards approaching squads of djinns and several squads of new machines that the Earth Alliance had not seen before. Hey, just as Admiral said. They have new machines. Boys, prepare for a serious combat. The squad leader exclaimed loudly as the strike daggers began to perform evasive maneuvers. The difference between ZAFT and the Earth Alliance this time around is that the squads act like proper squads. Leaders are the 105s, and they command their units to support each other. That means not only Jinn and new GUAIZ units have to deal with enemies twice their size, but also with units that behave like actual soldiers with specific roles. Marcus hammered his troops with training, utilizing a bit of his imperial methods, making them more than simple cannon fodder. And so even the combat picked up pace. But then a yellow bolt of lightning slapped into a new GUAIZ, causing it to explode like a firework. It was sniped from the fleet itself, where Lakis was leading a group of new 105 special forces that utilize long-range rail guns as snipers. Damn. It's like each battle, we are getting better and better at this. Mullah Flaga observed the battle before him. Each fight, Marcus Anaheim pulls something new that makes the enemy scramble to keep up. At the same time, he provokes them along the way. Like now, pretending that he doesn't give fuck and not to launch at all. In the previous fight, he was the first on the battlefield. All the subtle, small things that add up to create this war machine. Marcus, Jean, Kira, and Kigali flew from below towards the Boaz asteroid base. They slipped by before accelerating towards the asteroid. Sir. We have problems. Detecting heat sources. 3 of them. It's Testament, Strike and Aegis. The officer inside the asteroid's command center said in a nervous tone. Damn. They tricked us, and they slipped by. Scrambled defenses. With that said, the fortified doors opened and Jin squads launched to intercept. But they missed one crucial thing. There was another machine there. Invisible one that waited for the gates to open. The moment the Jins left, Blitz slipped inside. It was an empty base, and the mech soon revealed itself before dumbstruck mechanics and engineers. Oh shit. The Black Gundam's blue eyes glowed for a second as it pointed its Tricario's shield and needles launched from it right into the hangar's command, blowing it up. Then it rushed deeper into the base. The asteroid base began experiencing chain explosions as Jean launched her rampage. Oh my, it seems Jean is having fun. We shouldn't fall behind. Marcus commented as his testament pulled out its blade from the scabbard. Yeah. Let's see who blows up more enemies. Kigali exclaimed as her Aegis transformed into a claw and grabbed first Jin before blowing it up at point-blank range. Damn you, sister, there is no need to rampage like that. Kira thought to himself as he began to snipe with his shots. The pilot of Strike utilized his inborn gifts by using his Geass. Marcus can sense that, from the very beginning, Kira was utilizing his eyes. Well, he needs to learn. With that, the Testament rushed to take out the asteroid defenses while his kids took out the army. As he was slicing through beam turrets, squads of mobile suits from the defense fleet were approaching where Kira and Kigali were. Is that a Thrun? Kira looked at several squads of Jin, the new mass-produced model and other Gundams. They made more of those stolen Gundams. The brown-haired teen frowned as he went to face them. The fight proceeded just like last time. Kira's absurd abilities caused Duel to lose its weapon, and then Buster suffered the same, but then Aegis burst towards Strike. What the? Kira's eyes widened as he wasn't expecting a Thrun to do that. He wants to capture me. All the futures that he saw at the moment were him getting captured. Once Aegis holds it in its claw, it's practically impossible to get from it. Not that Kira gave up, as he was about to go for a beam saber before the Aegis could get close. But a white mobile suit, one of the new mass-produced models, opened fire and blasted through Strike's hand. TSK. Kira grimaced as he lost a hand, then Aegis grabbed him. Release me, a Thrun. You are coming with us, Kira. Are you insane? What are you doing? Kira complained as his Gundam struggled. But the squad swiftly rushed back to Vesalius, abandoning Boaz. ZAFT just used one of their critical defensive lines to get a single pilot. To some, such sacrifice is absurd, but for others, who are desperate, it was worth it. However, even then, it was not easy, as Kira ignited the thrusters and began to fry Aegis basically. A Thrun, inside the cockpit, realized that he was getting cooked alive, so he had no choice but to release Kira. Though not before contacting his commander, who was piloting the white GUAIZ. Commander, my Aegis can't hold him any longer, the thrusters of Strike are melting the frame. Understood, we have no choice but to disable it then. While it didn't sound difficult, Kira wasn't going down that easily as the moment Aegis let Strike go, the Gundam went on offense, using the only available hand to pull out a beam saber and rushing towards Aegis. However, Kira underestimated how serious a Thrun was this time around. Aegis ignited all four of its limbs that have beam sabers and went to cut Strike any way it could. Still, even then, Kira and its absurd abilities made it hard to get him down. A Thrun literally went limb for limb, sacrificing a leg and a hand just to get rid of Strike's one hand. But then Lelouch smirked as he joined the fight and went for an actual killing blow. Targeting the cockpit. Kira's eyes widened as he moved Strike just a bit to the side, and the blast hit the area just next to him. Shit, he really went all of a sudden for my life. At that moment, Kira passed out as he was injured. Kira. A Thrun panicked as his orders were to capture him, not kill him. See Commander. Rao frowned as he was surprised. What the hell with that reaction speed? This kid is a monster. He is still alive, bring him to Vesalius. Alright. Aegis used its remaining hand to push Strike towards Vesalius while Rao looked at Boaz. He wonders if anyone will pursue them. Sure enough. The blonde man saw a streak of black and purple, rushing towards him. A cold chill passed through his spine. Squads 1 to 5 with me. We are to hold the line. The masked blonde man barked orders as squads of Jin and several GUAIZ rushed towards his location to assist. Seconds later, the black and purple Gundam slashed through Jin's like it was nothing. What is with that technology? How can the blade grow in size? Lelouch thought with a sweaty forehead as his new GUAIZ was struggling to evade and dodge the slashes. He tried to fight back with his natural instincts, but he could barely keep up. Then the enemy machine just got faster as it began leaving after images. He could barely react as error messages began popping up on his screen. Shit, he took off my dominant hand. Lelouch complained to himself as he tried to make some space, not that he had a chance, it's like Marcus Anaheim was standing right beside him, and he could hear him breathing. Thankfully, his support arrived as over 20 mobile suits began to assist him. Good. Maybe we can pin him. At that moment, Jin began to drop like flies, limbs flying left and right. The masked man didn't wait as he rushed away. But in mere moments, Marcus Anaheim was right beside him once more. TSK. Raoul Cruzet went between warships, as he decided to weave right through them. One of the Laurasia class got in the way at that moment. The black and purple mobile suit's output spiked to absurd levels as the mech's purple blade became massive as it cleaved through the ZAFT warship. The slash was clean as the warship fell apart into 2 pieces. The next moment, a massive explosion followed as Marcus Anaheim just took out a frigate with a simple physical sword. The masked man looked on in wide-eyed amazement as he saw the Gundam floating there. Behind it was the explosion. It looked as if the machine were staring right into his soul. Maybe, provoking him was not the best decision on our part. Raoul Cruzet rarely feels something like fear. Most of the time, hatred helps him push through, but now. Shit, he is still pursuing me. The white GUAIZ tried to run away, and thankfully, the display of power caused ZAFT to concentrate on Marcus. Over 40 machines rushed towards him. The masked man used that chance to disappear. A Thrun looked with wide eyes at what was happening at Boaz. It was an utter bloodbath. Sir. We have been instructed to retreat Jachin-do. The first line is lost. The captain said to a Thrun. Then do it. Where is Commander? He has retreated to one of the Laurasia class. Testament Gundam was chasing him through the battlefield. We can confirm that it was Marcus Anaheim, thanks to open-channel conversations. He no doubt saw Commander shoot Kira. A Thrun thought with a sweaty forehead. Inform the command that we acquired one of the Anaheim. We need a transporter for Kira and immediate medical attention. Understood, contacting the command. With that said, Vesalius was one of the first and one of the last to leave Boaz, as Testament Gundam has utterly shredded most of the defensive line, and the finishing blow was the arriving warships with mobile suit escort. It was a crushing victory for the Earth Alliance. As the Nazca-class destroyer rushed away, 3 warships intercepted it, 1 Nazca-class and 2 Laurasia-class. Sir. They are here to pick up the Anaheim we have. The comms officer said to a Thrun and the captain. A Thrun had this strange feeling that something was odd, but he followed the command. But then he relaxed when he saw that it was Andrew Waldfeld, the Desert Tiger. He was one of the best commanders in SAFT's short history. Sure enough, the exchange happened. Commander, I thought military command stationed you in Africa, a Thrun asked with a surprised tone. I thought the same thing, but the victories that were piling up on the Earth Alliance's side caused me to redeploy back to space. Oh, makes sense. Are you here to pick up Anaheim? The commander smiled mysteriously as he slightly nodded. Indeed. Don't worry, you can reinforce the defense line in Jachin-do until further notice. Aron saluted as he returned to his ship with his fellow ZAFT redcoats. Though soon he will learn that Andrew Waldfeld went rogue, as the military command didn't instruct the Desert Tiger to take care of Kira Anaheim. In truth, it was a splinter group rebelling against Patrick Zala's radical rule. Without even realizing, the situation became even more critical for the radical Supreme Council chairman of plants. What do you mean you gave him to Andrew Waldfeld? I gave no such command. Patrick Zala was screaming to his son over the video call. A Thrun wanted to inform his father of the successful operation. Kira might have ended up wounded, but he was still alive. Yet, from the looks of it, things didn't go the way a Thrun hoped. But, he intercepted us, and he said he was here to pick Kira Anaheim. You fool. It would seem he betrayed us and joined the Earth Alliance. I want him captured. Do you hear me? I am ordering a search party. Capture Andrew Waldfeld and Kira Anaheim, at once. Patrick Zala barked his orders, and soon enough, a small fleet formed around Vesalius. Their mission is to capture or eliminate the traitor and recover Kira Anaheim. Chapter 246, Book 2, Chapter 121, Rebellion. Everyone sat silently as they watched Marcus just sit there and tap his finger on the table. No one dared to speak up after they learned that ZAFT had taken his son hostage. It was unexpected. But it made sense. After all, Marcus ransomed their children. But they doubt that is what ZAFT would do. No, they will use him to make the Earth Alliance stop their attack. That is the most logical action they could take. There is something that I want to address. All of a sudden, Marcus began to speak, and everyone straightened their backs. It was instinctual. Ever since Patrick Zala's election, even before that, he worked on something called Genesis. The boss of Earth Alliance showed the gathered people a picture of a satellite-like dish on a screen. This is a super weapon that will burst Earth's atmosphere like a bubble upon shooting. Why are we hearing about this only now? One of the admirals asked with a pale expression on his face. That's because you don't need to know, Marcus replied with a leisurely tone. This thing is being built at Jachin-do behind powerful Mirage colloid projectors. Now, originally, this was an energy projector with original intentions to launch ships into deep space. Like Mars, for example. That is why Patrick Zala was able to build it up so fast. There was already existing infrastructure for it. The disguised emperor explained to them. Regardless, why am I explaining all of this is that I will blow it to Kingdom Come. Jean, your blitz will take one of the nukes and will launch it once we are close to Jachindu. I think it's time we take this a bit more seriously after what they pulled in Boaz. Marcus hinted at something with an annoyed tone. Everyone was speechless to hear that. Marcus is finally pulling out the nukes. Jean slightly nodded as she looked at him. I assume this is because Blitz can turn invisible. The red-haired knight commented. Indeed, you will use the ongoing battle to your advantage and launch the nuke. The mechanics will design a model of a launcher that will work with Blitz. Understood, leave it to me. After the initial reveal of Genesis, the conversation moved towards the battle itself. Much of it didn't change as the battle will be in waves to abuse their superior numbers and wider selection of loadouts. Once the debriefing ended, Kigali looked at her father. And what about Kira? She asked him. Only Lakis and she were in the room with him. What about him? They kidnapped him. The black-haired girl complained. They pissed her off. She wanted to use her Aegis and fly right to the plants and get him back. Use your senses and not emotions. Just focus on him. Marcus looked towards a specific direction. His daughter did the same. The moment she did that, she relaxed. So he is fine. From what I feel, there is no danger to his life. She commented on what she could pick up. Indeed. Main character Luxure is a thing even when he is the son of an anti-hero. Marcus snorted. He wonders whether seed mode is an indicator of some higher form of destiny. His Lakis has it, now the question is whether the younger Lakis has it, ***. Kira slowly opened his eyes. For a second, he was confused. But then he was about to scramble to sit down, but he stopped as pain washed over him. Relax, Mr. Kira. That voice, and the way she says my name. He immediately knew who it was. Miss Klein. He looked to the side and saw the Pinkette standing next to his bed. How did I appear here? We are in the plants. The brown-haired teen commented as he looked around. You got captured and were about to be transferred into the custody of ZAFT Defense Council. I can only assume they wanted to use you to stop the impending attack on Jachindu and then the plants. Lakis said with an uncertain look. Use me, wait. Is it related to the fact that Athrun and his co-pilots got captured by my father? I can assume that Patrick Zala wanted a form of revenge and, at the same time, to use you as a hostage to stop the attack. The Pinkette said to him. And why do they think anything like that would work? Kira frowned as he was not certain it would work. Fufufu, it did work. Not the way Patrick Zala wanted. The girl chuckled, seeing Kira's expression. From what I understood, your father chased Commander, who is responsible for the abduction, around the whole battlefield. She explained, but then she got sad. Sadly, a lot of people died on that battlefield, a lot of coordinators to be exact. I see, what are you going to do to me, now that you have captured me? His question confused her. I am not ZAFT. She slightly pouted, realizing that he was accusing her of something. Once you heal, I can send you back to your army. Lakis smiled at him. The moment she mentioned the army, he trembled. Do I even want to return there? What is it? She looked confused at his reaction. I am not like my father, who is a great conqueror, even if I possess his abilities. Kira looked at his hand as he realized that his recovery spiked all of a sudden. It would seem it was related to his consciousness. Is this one of the innovator abilities? Great, conqueror. The girl was a bit confused. I know he is one of the greatest geniuses of this century, but conqueror. She frowned, at the same time realizing that he was not lying. But that makes no sense. There has been no great war since the Reconstruction War, which was over 70 years ago. Even then, there were no great conquerors. When Kira heard that, he slightly grimaced. It would seem he said too much. Well, would you believe me if I told you that I am half an alien? She stared at him for a couple of seconds. That stare was like she was doing a scan of some sort. It would explain a great deal, Lakis commented as she realized that it would explain the other Lakis abilities. In a sense, her older sister was more than she ever was. And not just the bust size. Nope. She is not thinking about that. My father is a conqueror of his world. He united the humanity of his world. When he did that, he made humans of his world focus on the sole purpose of space exploration. From his stories alone, I can tell that their civilization is far, far more advanced than ours is. They have proper interstellar travel. Some humans live in Alpha Centauri. Kira explained, looking down at the blanket. That is quite something. It does explain his abilities to create such a successful company. It does. But it's not just that. Their humans are evolved. I am what is called an innovator. As he said that, he looked at her, his eyes morphing into his innovator eyes. Now that made Lelouch's eyes widen in surprise. And that's not all. Many of the technologies used in my father's empire stem from research into precursor human technologies. Technologies from long-lost civilization, and their technologies are related to sound and, even mind. As he said, he showed her his Geass bird pupils. These eyes are the proof that I am Marcus Anaheim's son. An imperial prince. He said that with a bit of spite. His hand trembled, and he was feeling like shit. Kira wondered what his father thought about him getting captured. He most likely thinks about how useless he is. I see. The question at the end of the day is, what do you want to do? Lelouch smiled a bit when she said that. Does it matter? There is not much I could do. ZAFT destroyed my strike. Kira bitterly said while clenching his fist. He is especially annoyed that they blew his Gundam apart. He lost 2 limbs, and the cockpit needs replacing after that beam shot. The mech is out. What if he could do something about it? All of a sudden, she asked him. Well, I would try to end the war. By helping your father conquer the plants. The girl asked him curiously. Her question made him think. No, I believe that after what happened to Junior 7, coordinators have the right to live however they want. Kira shook his head. He saw what happened to Junior 7. I see. For now, you should rest. There is not much you can do in your current state. After saying that, she left him to rest. Kira sighed as he looked at the ceiling of the terrace where he was resting. Midway, he realized that he would most likely end up crossing his father. But coordinators deserve their freedom. The brown-haired prince was certain, and the moment he made up his mind, he wouldn't easily change his opinion. The question is, how can he stop a literal conflict and a war? Marcus looked at the emptiness of the void. I see, well, it's in your blood to rebel against your father. The disguised emperor chuckled as he realized what was going on. It would seem the world was entering this specific timeline. As someone who sees countless variations, he can tell where they are going. I can assume you are checking up on your baby boy. Lelouch snuggled into his side. Am I that predictable? He shook his head for a second, then looked at his wife. In a way. You're always checking up on your kids in your own way. The Pinkette said with a slightly amused tone. Indeed. It would seem I picked that up from my old man. He used to camp in a thought elevator and watch the world from there. You can do that. She looked surprised to hear that. There is quite a bit she doesn't understand about that particular technology. In a way, you can. Marcus nodded at her as his hand went around her waist. Though it would seem my son is rebelling against me. Oh my. She looked at him while commenting with a surprised tone. The youngest one is the most rebellious of them. She said with a bit of tease. It would seem so. But that's fine. He is a prince, and as a prince, he has the right to his own opinions, especially in this particular place. I do not care about this earth, uniting all nations is the best long-term solution. It's the most logical solution, but if he wants to pick one based on his emotions, that's fine too. But there is one thing that I will do. Marcus slightly narrowed his eyes. You will test him, poor thing. Lelouch shook her head. She can already imagine what Kira will think. As a psychic, she can tell what people think when they face her husband in combat. They either develop PTSD or die. One of those, anything else, well, she has not sensed in this conflict, yet. It is what it is. We need to test his resolve. Marcus stroked Lelouch's back as he said to her. Indeed. Well, I hope he has that resolve. Precisely. As Marcus had his conversation with his Pinkette wife, Boaz got fortified by the Earth Alliance and became their fortress. Logistic ships arrived one after another to rebuild it. At that same time, more warships and troops joined the massive fleet that Marcus was building. One would say that it should be harder to control a fleet with over 60 warships. But it was Marcus who began to enjoy the growing challenge, and finally, he will be able to conquer the plants. He would never have this chance again. Well, he could try visiting another reality just to fulfill a dream from his first life. Well, he already fulfilled one, the conquest of the Gundam 00 verse and the acquisition of GN drive technology, but Seed's conquest was something he had dreamed of long ago. Well, more like getting the Songtress, which he did, but it would seem he will have a chance to conquer the world in this reality as well. Book 2 if finished, I still have a bunch of lemons to write, and a couple interludes, among them First Contact before Book 3, so there won't chapters for a week or more until Book 3 starts. More chapters, Book 2 epilogue is up. Extra stuff, Chapter 56.5 Gene Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 247, Book 2, Chapter 122, Testament vs. Freedom. After several days of preparation, the fleet began moving towards Jachin-do. Marcus briefed the fleet on how they would attack. It was like a well-oiled machine as he was basically micromanaging the fleet. He felt like he was back in the old days, when he was waging war against his father. Well, this time around, his son will do the same, so it feels quite ritualistic. Are you excited? Lelouch looked at her husband. In a way, I am. Though I know that Kira won't have an army to oppose me. So I am a bit disappointed. But one can't stop hoping. He explained to her as he looked forward and saw the ZAFT fleet lined up with Jachindu behind it. The entire asteroid is hollowed out and turned into a base, just like Boaz. They have quite a huge amount of defensive turrets. One of the officers explained to Marcus. It's fine. Leave those to me. Testament and I will deal with it. The disguised emperor explained, then looked at Lelouch. You do what you do the best. I leave the sniper squad to you, and the elites to move with Kigali. Sure. Leave it to me. The Pinkett nodded at him. With that said, Marcus began to walk towards the exit of the bridge and towards the locker room. As the Earth Alliance fleet approached, the ZAFT fleet was baffled by their numbers and gulped nervously. In the plants, the situation, it was pure and utter panic. Boaz's crushing loss caused everyone to panic, since it wasn't supposed to be that bad, but they were following Patrick Zala's plan. Trying to capture one of Anaheim seems to have worked, but then some deserters took him away and disappeared. That made Boaz's defeat basically pointless. Damn. Items flew off the table of Patrick Zala's office as the man raged at the utter disaster that was his leadership so far. But then there was an urgent knock on the door. Sir. Chairman. What? It's urgent. Jachindu. Alliance fleet has arrived, and their numbers are above 60 warships. Patrick Zala's face sank when he heard that. That's nearly 3 times as many ships as they have. And Genesis? That's the thing, sir, focusing lens, calibration. The soldier began to tell what still needs to be finished. Enough. Tell everyone. It's time for the last stand. Patrick walked over, his hands behind his back. But Marcus Anaheim, he demanded. The Supreme Council chairman slammed his hand into the wall. Shut up. There won't be any surrender. It's a ruse for us to lower our guard. The chairman barked at the speechless officer. Sure enough, a swarm of missiles rushed towards the Earth Alliance fleet. This time around, the Navy was even more prepared, as smaller Drake-class ships moved forward and began taking out the missiles with anti-missile guns. They really don't like our general. Captain Ramius mumbled under her breath each time Marcus demanded something. ZAFT replied with long-range missiles. It's a strategic maneuver. Natarl Badgerul said with a frown. Since ancient times, there used to be parley before engagement, and that is what our general is doing. Yet, all he is getting is an unhinged response from his opposition. It basically gives him a sense of moral superiority and boosts our morale. It's like a calm warrior against a rabid beast. The woman tried to explain to the bridge's officers. Well said, Lieutenant. Marcus' face popped up on the bridge's screen as he was already dressed in his pilot uniform and inside his Gundam. I will launch first, after me follow with strike daggers and then 105s, followed by snipers, then begin a slow approach to pressure the enemy to go all out. Once their fleet is gone, we will advance towards plants. He explained to them as he fixed his gloves. Understood, sir. The captain and lieutenant saluted as he ended the call. So, here we are. Captain Ramius mumbled under her breath, though all of the bridge heard her. Indeed, let's finish this, Captain. The lieutenant commented, and sure enough, Marcus launched with the first wave of strike daggers, followed by 105s and other Gundam pilots. Marcus smiled as his Gundam pulled out his blade and the wings ignited before leaving a trail of afterimages and slicing through several Jins, GCUE, and the new GUAIZ. He was decimating the defensive fleet on his own. Come now, Kira. Show yourself, my dear son. Honestly, if you wait any longer, I will crush plants. It won't be that great for the season finale. He chuckled to himself as his testament pulled out another katana and began dual-wielding. This time around, he included spins that his machine would do when slashing swiftly, passing the mobile suits and approaching the asteroid base. The Gundam then got extremely close to the asteroid to use it as cover, rendering the defensive guns unable to fire because it was in their blind spot. Then he began to slice the guns off and basically disable the base. Marcus was not the only one utterly crushing the ZAFT forces, as Mu, Kigali, and Lelouch were shredding through their ranks. The thing was, ZAFT were losing the battle of adaptation. Marcus abused the capabilities of Strike and its packages, banking on the array of weaponry they could wield. ZAFT only started using these in their second war. So the disguised Emperor is abusing their capabilities as much as he could with the 105s models. Snipers, artillery, heavy beam rifles, anti-ship combat. All of these are destroying ZAFT as their new models can't keep up with the sheer battlefield diversity, as strike daggers are getting in their way and causing massive casualties to the Coordinator's war effort. Unlike the Earth Alliance, which has hundreds of millions of available manpower, ZAFT has only a few million from which to draft its soldiers. But it's the worst when one of their ships goes down, as it makes hundreds of soldiers perish, and it's happening at an absurd pace. Simply because of the combat model that they are employing. Once the front line crumbles, the warships meant to support mobile suits become vulnerable to other mobile suits. And that is where 105s come into play. Long-range sniping, anti-ship weapons in the form of positron cannons and beam swords, slice through Laurasia and Nazca with little to no effort. But then, a pink warship and a Nazca-class destroyer, accompanied by 2 Laurasia-class frigates, arrived on the battlefield. What on earth? Captain Ramius was confused to see a new, unknown warship join the battlefield. What could these 4 ships do? So far, they haven't lost a single ship, thanks to beam reflection and barrier technology that the Earth Alliance is employing en masse on the warships. Earth Alliance. It's on an open channel, she is talking to everyone. The comms officer was speechless. Please cease all of the hostilities. Marcus looked at the little Lacus with a raised eyebrow. Genetics. Honestly. Are you implying something? The mature Lacus replied with narrowed eyes. Not at all. It's cute that she thinks this could work at such a specific time. The disguised emperor shook his head as he was not going there. Teasing his favorite wife is not good for his health. Sir. Ignore the little Lacus and continue. There are only 11 ships left, not counting these newcomers. Marcus swiftly issued his orders. Sir, yes, sir. The attack continued, and soon enough, he got contacted by the pink warship. Marcus Anaheim, please cease all of the hostilities. I will ask for ZAFT to do the same. Marcus could see younger Lacus sitting as a captain aboard the new ZAFT warship. You are not the leader of your people, little Lacus, and most importantly, your people are literally building a superweapon capable of frying humanity on Earth. What kind of ceasefire are you speaking of? Marcus shook his head as he dropped a bombshell on her, making the girl speechless. Superweapon, what? She looked at her officers, who were as confused as she was. You are way too green to play politics with me. Superweapons are useful not just to nuke stuff, but as political pawns as well. Marcus will use the Genesis as a reason for the conquest of planets and an excuse to bring his rule, it's as simple as that. Lacus looked speechless. As she was at a loss for words and processing the new information, ZAFT was going down, ship by ship. As this was happening in the background, a huge purple explosion followed as the Mirage colloid that was hiding Genesis shattered, revealing a massive dish pointing towards Earth. Not that it mattered, as the whole dish went out like a firework with the nuke that Jean shot from her customized blitz. Nuclear missile. Damn him. Kira was speechless that his father even brought nukes to this conflict. Those things blew up Junia 7. With that said, the team moved forward in his newly acquired Freedom Gundam. The machine was extremely versatile with an array of ranged weapons and an impressive ability to move. The mech rushed right towards a very specific target. There is only one way to end this thing, and that is to confront his father. Father, cease with these hostilities. You already won. Freedom opened fire, making the Testament Gundam slap the beam away with a casual sword swing. You clearly have no idea about the art of war, Marcus replied in disappointed tone. Does this mean you finally made up your mind? The black and purple Gundam swirled both swords as he was ready to fight. Kira looked at him in disbelief. Did his father already know they would fight? Just that idea made him feel a cold chill wash over him. That silence says it all. You took an emotion over logic, short-term happiness over true permanent peace. For your choice, I shall take you to school. As he said that, Testament's eyes glowed for a second as the wings of light ignited and the Gundam rushed forward. Kira reacted swiftly as his seed activated on sheer instinct, driven by fear. Freedom used its anti-beam shield to block the slash, but hot particles coated Testament's katanas, which could cut warships in half. Something like a shield was nothing more than a piece of tissue paper. The winged Gundam pulled back after losing its anti-beam shield. Without hesitation pulled out the beam rifle and tried to shoot Testament's head off. But the black and purple machine simply moved its head to the side. D-damn, he is good. I need to make more distance. Kira thought, his forehead sweating, as he activated his Geass and tried to watch how his father would move. However, I can't see anything. Are you seriously trying to use my power against me? You can't be that naive, son. Testament delivered a spinning vertical slash, cutting off the beam rifle in half before another spin shredded the dominant hand off. I only hesitated for a second, and he abused it. Kira pulled out a beam saber and went for a stab, but the dual sword-wielding Gundam simply parried the stroke, getting Freedom open for a finishing blow. The strike took off the other hand, making the Gundam helpless. Testament pulled back and looked at its handiwork. I am disappointed in you. The black and purple Gundam sheathed one of its blades. Not because of the path you have chosen but because of how you did it. You tried to oppose me, and I am not mad at it. My disappointment comes from the fact that you didn't bring enough troops or make decent preparations. Marcus explained to Kira, who had no other option but to listen. Son, you do realize that I rebelled against my father. So, I am more than experienced in doing this. As he spoke, the remnant of the ZAFT forces around them went down. The last warships exploded, and the 4 newcomers didn't even launch the extra mobile suits that they had, as it was pointless. Their only hope was that Kira would fight Marcus Anaheim and beat him. Not that it happened the way they wanted. Sure enough, the coordinators who tried to declare their independence from the Earth Alliance were defeated. Chapter 248, Book 2, Chapter 123, Taking Over the Plants. This can't be happening. Raul Lecruzet gnashed his teeth from frustration as he watched how the Earth Alliance crushed ZAFT. Normally, he wouldn't care, but there was not enough destruction. How is he supposed to destroy humanity if the war ends with one side completely beating the other? Even so, he joined the battle and tried to fight back, taking out as many mobile suits as possible. Then, all of a sudden, a Gundam intercepted him. That feeling. Moo. It would seem we are meeting for one last time. Raul Lecruzet commented as his GUAIZ tried to take out the dual Gundam. Raul Lecruzet. Moo exclaimed as his GAT unit opened fire, but the new ZAFT model dodged the shots. You should give up. Your army is getting overrun. The blonde man commented on the current situation. Like I care. The masked man exclaimed with a crazy grin. You are honestly mad. You always gave me those vibes. The duel used the shoulder cannon to pin the enemy mobile suit. At that moment, GUAIZ's arm got clipped, making Rao grimace. Even the newest model can't keep up with these GAT units. The blonde masked man complained to himself as Duel used the shield to cover himself from beam shots before charging with the shield into the white machine. Gotcha. The shield bash caused the GUAIZ to lose balance, and Duel got in close and delivered a beam shoot that took out the mobile suit head. Raul Lecruzet grimaced as he wanted to go for a melee strike, but Duel's shoulder rail gun took out the other hand. Mullah Flaga ended up pointing a beam rifle at the cockpit. Do you give up? Snort. The masked man snorted as he did something unexpected, activating the self-destruct sequence. What are you doing now? What I should have done from the very beginning. The reply caused Mu to take a bit of distance from the disabled GUAIZ as he narrowed his eyes and looked closer. Oh shit. He activated the thrusters and swiftly blasted away as the commander model blew up like a firework. Damn that bastard. Crazy to the very end. The blonde Gundam pilot complained to himself. What a waste. Lelouch looked at the pink warship as she pointed her sniper rifle at the bridge. You know. I don't mind the color. She connected herself to the bridge. I knew it was you. The younger one replied when she saw the pink mobile suit, not to mention she could sense her. Did my mobile suit color give it away? The mature lady replied with a small giggle. Among other things, yes. The Lelouch, sitting in the commander's seat, replied. She sounded calm, but the bridge's staff looked speechless to see the other Lelouch on the screen. I am a bit sad that you are part of the battlefield. Fufufu, I am here to cover for my husband and take out the nuisance. I don't call it a battlefield. The Gundam piloting Lelouch said with a shrug. I suppose it's a difference in perspective. Indeed. You're still a bit naive. In a bad way, I might as well take care of you. Buster lowered its sniper rifle as it got closer to the bridge. You embarrassed me a bit with your reckless actions. Now my husband is questioning me. Lelouch complained to the smaller one. Wasn't my intention. Indeed. But that's the thing. We have won the war, and you joined as a combatant, not a civilian. I do hope you know what you are doing. Lelouch hinted at something that made the younger one gnash her teeth. Marcus brought the wreckage of freedom to Archangel. As this was happening, ZAFT raised the white flag. The Council's moderate faction, which Siegel Klein was part of before his death, soon sprang into action as they swiftly caught Patrick Zala and made him stop with his ranting, as he was already planning to sabotage the process of occupation, resisting to the very end. The disguised emperor didn't even have a chance to change out of his pilot suit when he needed to attend a meeting with the representatives from the plant's Supreme Council. He didn't have a long conversation, he kept it short. After all, he would talk with them in their capital colony. All I want is for you to disarm. We can talk the rest once my Archangel arrive in Aprilius 1. Understood, we will wait for you there. The blonde woman on the other side of the screen nodded as the call ended. Marcus sighed as he stood up and walked towards the locker room. It was time to change from the suit and into his uniform. Do take my son into his room, he is under house arrest. The leader of Earth Alliance said to the soldiers guarding the room. Yes, sir. Kira didn't resist as he was silent the whole time the soldiers took him out from the wrecked Freedom and into the corridor that led to the crew quarters. And tell Captain Ramius to move Archangel towards Aprilius 1 and begin occupation of plants, they won't resist. Understood, sir. The massive fleet arrived at the coordinator's homeland. Marcus observed the colonies closely. This trip was the first time he was this close to them. He never bothered with them before. But part of him regrets not exploring this place all those years ago, when they were just starting as a faction. Regardless, as the warship docked in one of the docks, they were greeted by an array of politicians from the moderate faction, which had taken over from the radicals. It would seem the moderates waited for radicals to flop before arresting them for the incoming Earth Alliance, typical human behavior. It's good to meet the famous Marcus Anaheim in person. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Eileen Canaver, the current leader of the moderate faction of the Supreme Council of Plants or whatever is left. She introduced herself. Marcus doesn't need to be psychic to see that they are nervous. Likewise. From what I understand, the moderate faction used to be led by Siegel Klein. Marcus wondered where the man was. Indeed, he was, but Patrick Zala assassinated him not long ago. It was a way to keep us in line. The woman frowned while recalling that. I see. Now Marcus knew why his Lacus had gone to disarm the remaining military, to see the little Lacus. Condolences, I did meet him a couple of times, when I was running GARM. With that said, they went into the Aprilius 1 colony and took one of the massive lifts to the rotating colony. The site was something else, at the very least, the way George Glenn designed these gives an impressive view. The colonies rotate around the central axis. The shape of the colony is hourglass, so it's like a rotating hourglass, and the land where they can build is at the ends of these glass containers. George Glenn designed these colonies to be built quickly and with little effort. The very same style that Marcus is building around Jupiter and Saturn. The colonies that have replaced the sword class. I would like to apologize for not keeping an eye on Patrick Zala and allowing him to build something like the Genesis. The blonde woman walked over to Marcus, who was standing and watching the colony he was approaching, as the lift rushed down from the docks. That's water under the bridge. Genesis didn't shoot, and it's not my place to speak, as the Earth Alliance did something just as stupid. Thankfully, most of Blue Cosmos people were either hanged or faced the firing squad. That is something you are well known for, sir. The woman's lips twitched as she saw the news. Marcus that day made history, he executed so many people that he will get a page in history books just from that single event. Oh. Is that so? Well, I got tired of playing babysitter. Imagine I left people to their devices, and then one day I checked the news, and the Earth Alliance launched a nuke into an agricultural colony. I was speechless to say the least. Marcus shook his head. I thought I made myself clear that Blue Cosmos shouldn't exist, but people didn't hear that. He said with a frown. You were not the only one who was speechless. The blonde woman commented, and her fellow politicians slowly nodded. No doubt. I didn't intervene until ZAFT blew up Heliopolis, where my 2 kids were. He pointed that out. Regardless. It's my first time in a plant-type colony. I do have to say the view is impressive. Marcus changed the conversation's theme to something more pleasant. Once in the government building, Marcus ended up sitting at the head of the table. Before him was the moderate faction, the only ones left. They were in one of the many available meeting rooms. Patrick Zala's self-defense committee was basically gone, the man himself was behind bars and is waiting for his court day, the ex-chairman got accused of constructing a superweapon, utilization of nuclear technology and a bunch of other things. He will most likely face the firing squad, as it was basically treason what he did. This won't take long, Marcus said to the gathered people. First of all, ZAFT will dissolve, and there will be only one military force in the Earth sphere. That is not negotiable. The disguised emperor dropped a bombshell as the gathered coordinators knew what this meant. He is planning to conquer the world. I will be making Earth Federation, a single country, for humanity, not for naturals or coordinators or whatever else there is one wants to call himself. Marcus waved his hands as if pushing the nonsense aside. Once there is one country, the Earth Federation will focus on one simple goal, and that is colonization and exploration of space. To achieve that goal, humanity will need to focus on genetic modifications, as space is far too hostile. That is where plants come to play, this place will be the gateway to space. I assume that you are all wondering if the Council will continue to exist. He looked at their expressions. Yes, Mr. Anaheim, we wonder how much autonomy we will have. Plants will have their laws and rules, however, federal rules will override if they clash. Honestly, as long as there are no internal conflicts and you do your part in humanity's development, you can do whatever you want. Marcus casually shrugged. When the remnant of the Council heard that, they sighed in relief. This conclusion was far, far better than they had imagined. The previous Earth Alliance wouldn't have offered anything like that. In fact, there wouldn't be any sort of deal to begin with, as they would have destroyed ZAFT and the plants given the chance. Especially since they had their nukes back. Is this acceptable to you, Ms. Canaver? Marcus asked the blonde lady. Of course, I am surprised that you even asked us. She slightly chuckled. The plants have no army to resist, whatever he says will happen. I prefer when people love my plans, instead of pretending my reputation is on the line. He shrugged, joking a bit. Then let's get this out of the way. While ZAFT will be gone, we will keep your military companies, though they will work for the Earth Alliance and the Federation. I will make sure these military contracts are properly maintained. The disguised emperor commented as he explained more about how the military would operate. Losing coordinators in military production is stupid, especially what they were able to do in less than 10 years. Jins, GUAIZs, GCUEs, and then their Gundam series, it's simply a waste of potential. Marcus set out conditions and prepared a contract, especially for his new Earth Federation creation. Which will catch the rest of the world by surprise. This place is interesting, I have never been in a plant before, Kigali commented as she looked around Aprilius 1. You are right. That is why your father wanted to make sure plants suffer as little as possible when he takes it over. Lakis said to the girl as they were out of their military clothes and in casual ones. They were exploring while Marcus was ironing out the treaties. The occupation, yes occupation, as there are no Earth Alliance soldiers anywhere. They are only in docks and military-related places, for public order, regular ZAFT soldiers handle them. For now, once the treaties are signed, the military of plants will dissolve and will be absorbed into the Earth Alliance. Oh, so he wants these colonies to continue to exist. Indeed, your papa is already thinking about humanity's future, even if he won't remain here. It's just how he is. Conqueror and ruler to the bone. Leica smiled as she explained, making the princess smile a bit. The pair continued to explore. More chapters, short interlude, World of Anaheim, is up. Extra stuff, Chapter 70.5 Marina and Sharon Lemon, is up on Pat. Chapter 249, Book 2, Chapter 124, United Earth Federation. In ORB, an emergency cabinet meeting was underway as Earth Alliance and ZAFT signed a peace treaty that was more than just a peace treaty. Earth Alliance and ZAFT signed peace treaty and announce merger. According to representatives, both militaries merge into a single body. Single nation, single military, single humanity. More news shortly. Lord Uzumi stared at the video of Marcus Anaheim shaking hands with a blonde woman from plants. The ORB's leader's eyes stayed on a black-haired girl dressed in a white Earth Alliance uniform. Those stripes, a second-grade lieutenant. Sir. It would seem Kigali did find her father and is happily following him. Lord Uzumi commented as he sighed at the sight before him. Oh. Regardless, tell our defense fleet to prepare. The united forces of ZAFT and Earth Alliance will soon declare war on us. The men said with resignation. But, are you sure this will happen? One of the cabinet members asked, but he wasn't sure. This Earth Federation, Marcus Anaheim doesn't allow any other nation to exist. Look at the new motto. Single nation, single humanity. He points out that there should only be a single nation in the whole world. Sure enough. A massive military buildup began around the equator above the Pacific Ocean. Among those forces, while the majority were Earth Alliance, several Laurasia-class frigates were fixed and carried orbital entry capsules. The newly merged army has already begun employing ZAFT technology. There was no need to rush military deployments while Marcus ordered preparations for one final campaign. He was taking his time since he wanted the coordinator forces to rebuild to some degree. Instead, he was exploring plants and meeting up with people. I was wondering what to do with you guys, Marcus commented as he looked at the three boys before him. From what the document said, you were with Patrick's faction. The disguised emperor was sitting in the Supreme Council chairman's office, enjoying being boss of plants. Before him were Thrun Zala, Isaac Jewell, and Durka Elsman. I hate wasting talent, especially when you guys are quite good, Marcus commented as he checked their documents. Their graduation papers and service records. It depends on whether you consider joining the new military. Normally, someone like Isaac would snort and decline, but his mother is literally on the chopping block. Sir. Isaac swallowed his pride and asked. My mother, while she was part of Patrick Zala's political party, was not aware of what he was building. In other words, you desire leniency for her. Marcus knew where this was going. Yes. Is it the same for you, Elsman? The boss of the United Nation asked. Yes, the blonde tan teen nodded. I see. I am willing to consider your request if you are willing to fight for me. Marcus swirled a pen between his fingers as he was thinking about a couple of things. Their eyes perked up when they heard that. What do you think? I don't mind. But, who will we be fighting? Isaac asked. He doesn't mind the military, while it will be strange to serve with naturals, which he used to hate until he got humbled. It was still strange. Whatever is left on Earth. Our goal is simple, to end all wars between humans. To do so, only one nation is needed. Once humanity is united, we can focus on what is important. And that is the future. Space exploration, colonization of new worlds, building new colonies. Marcus began his speech, which was natural to him by this point. Especially since it was basically the same theme, in this world or his one. Once there is only one nation, things like resource management will become easy, and we won't need as much military. The money usually spent on developing military hardware will be used to improve infrastructure and develop technologies that can improve people's lifestyles. It's simple, isn't it? While I don't have the desire to declare war on an independent country, we simply can't have them around because we can't trust them not to do anything. It's human nature, in fact, it's biology itself. We are weary of those who have weapons. No. The trio ended up listening to him with considerable interest. No wonder he defeated the whole of ZAFT in 4 battles with minimal losses. If we agree. Isaac and Durka, your parents will be free, but they are barred from any governmental positions. While for you, Athrun, well. I understand. My father, he got consumed by power and anger after Junior 7. The blue-haired commented as he looked down at the floor. Indeed, the issue is that he is quite an influential figure. It's dangerous to leave him alive as he could make hardline coordinators join him. Marcus sighed as he reminded Athrun that even when Patrick is a crazy nut, he is still influential. Patrick Zala was part of the Council's creation and the one who created ZAFT. Then. I will see what I can do. However, don't get your hopes up. He utilized nuclear power for weapons creation, and that alone is unforgivable for coordinators. The disguised emperor reminded him of that. Yes. I understand. I would like to ask, what will happen to Kira? Athrun switched the theme of conversation. He recalled Kira attacking his own father in the middle of a battlefield. That is a grave offense, not just in the military, but overall. Sigh. We will see. I do need to speak with him. I am not mad that he attacked me, such a thing runs in the family. What I don't like is the fact that he barely prepared himself. You kids don't know, but I rebelled against my father in the same way he did. Only that I was prepared, unlike my son. So I need to explain to him that I am disappointed in him and that he needs to try harder. Marcus sighed. The moment the conversation is about his son, he feels depressed. I see. This family is weird. The trio thought at the same time. Regardless, I do wish to join you. The world is close to true peace, and I wish to do my part. Athrun, with a bit of zeal, said to the disguised emperor. Marcus has motivated the blue-haired teen. I accepted, though. I won't give you preferred treatment. Your fellow coordinators won't like that. So you will start from the bottom in the Earth Alliance military. Marcus reminded him that he would now have a stigma. Everyone will know him as the son of Patrick Zala, not as Athrun Zala. That's just how humans are. That's fine with me. I will prove myself. Good. I like that motivation. The boss of the newly united Federation smiled. It was fantastic, he now has a considerable number of aces. After finishing all the meetings, Marcus went to the temporary home he was staying at, a quite fancy estate close to a lake. Quite a sight. Kigali commented as she joined her father on the terrace. Indeed. Though you should see the sight in Jupiter. Marcus replied, recalling eating breakfast in a similar arrangement, only with a massive gas giant in the background. I can't wait to see it. Though. She looked at him, a bit concerned. What about Kira? He attacked you. The girl looked worried for her brother. Relax, I am not angry, you can sense that, can you? He smiled at his daughter. I guess, by the way, what is with your wife? Kigali nodded with an uncertain look, but then she recalled something else. Lakis. What about her? Marcus was confused for a second. He turned the other Lakis into a maid. It's weird. The black-haired princess complained. Did she now? I thought she would let her go, but I guess. The disguised emperor was surprised by his wife's choice. She said something about getting embarrassed. Do royals all behave like that? Kigali complained even more. They do. One of my wives almost assassinated a girl for talking badly about me. Stuff happens when you give women authority and power. Marcus shrugged, he already accepted the fact that there would be collateral damage for having empresses. Like hell. I won't do that. The girl looked away with her arms crossed. Is it? We will see. Once you meet your mothers, things will change. Marcus chuckled, he could already imagine Anna and Colin pampering the Spitfire for all the missed years. Ugh. Mothers. It sounds so wrong. Now come here, let's enjoy some tea together. The Emperor patted the seat next to him as he poured some tea into another cup. Fine. What do you think? Should I add more frills to the skirt? The mature Lelouch asked her husband as she showed him the younger Lelouch, who was in a maid's dress. The younger Pinkett looked flustered in such a dress. The boss of Earth Alliance was speechless upon seeing his wife's younger counterpart in such attire. Did Millie teach you about maids? Marcus sighed. His blonde, eccentric wife is on a different level. She doesn't need to teach me anything. Millie inspired me back then. Lelouch explained to him what it was all about. I see. Well, she loves cosplay and acting quite a bit. He nodded, recalling his other wife. Indeed. That is why when she began to act strangely, I decided that I needed to take care of her. Lelouch walked behind the younger version of herself and placed her hands on her shoulders. So when she tried something absurd to stop the battle with conversation, I couldn't stop myself and just captured her and started training her to act like proper nobility. While you are not me physically, you are still related to the Imperial Anaheim family. I considered letting you go back when we first met, but now. After what you did, after that embarrassment you caused me. I didn't try to embarrass you. It was to end all the bloodshed and war. The younger one tried to defend her actions. That's just a naive way of thinking. You should leave conquest and wars to someone who did it before. The mature Lelouch snapped back. As you can see, it already happened. There won't be any more conflicts between Earth Alliance and plants. Yes, how many people died in the process? That's just a stupid way of thinking. We are still biological creatures who follow our instincts. One side needs to beat the other to subdue it, making them realize that resistance is pointless and that they should not rise and accept the status quo. With that out of the way, humanity can focus, move on and conquer the last frontier. Is it that hard to understand? The woman ruthlessly explained to her in a frustrated tone. And this is not some sort of my idea. It's something the Empire studied in Academy City, a literal colony dedicated to scientific research, including biology and evolution. I know it might sound cruel to your pure and naive mind, but you need to wake up and accept that biological life from the very beginning was cruel. Lelouch finished her explanation. She has decades of research in biology, robotics, software engineering, and other fields, drawn from the memory she inherited at birth. So she swiftly accepted Marcus's way of thinking as she understood what he was doing. But this girl. She just wants to save lives now, but makes more die in the future because the conflicts are not solved. I am sorry. Yes, you better be. You will be coming with me. I learned that your father is no longer with us, so you don't have any more relatives, it leaves only me. Mature Lelouch smirked, making the younger one pale. Are we clear? The Pinkett patted the younger one's head. Lelouch, who was wearing maid clothes, slowly nodded. She looked down at the floor. Yep, now she realized why she had this ominous feeling. That's what it was. Her life is in this woman's hands. What will she make her do? Chapter 250, Book 2, Chapter 125, Dominion. After spending some time with his wife, her little version, and his daughter, Marcus decided to see what his son is doing. He found him in his quarters aboard the Archangel, reading and doing some basic tinkering, which reminded him of what he did at that age. As you can see, the war is over, the two factions no longer exist, there is only one faction, soon there will be only one faction in the whole world. The disguised emperor said to his rebellious son. I see. It would seem you can't stop conquering. Kira commented on what his father was doing. I am doing what you want, Marcus replied with an eye roll. That is not what I want. The brown-haired teen replied with a bit of head. To stop fighting, you need to remove the source of fighting. And that source is independent nations. Once there is only one nation, people would stop looking inwards and focus outwards. Simply stopping the fighting will lead to future conflicts, as you have now. You need to focus on the disease itself and not the symptoms. Marcus explained to him. His son thought about it for a while before asking the burning question. What is going to happen to me? Kira asked, still processing what he had heard. Well, if you will continue to be difficult, I will most likely take you with me to my world, Marcus replied with a pondering look. One way or another, you are my son, my responsibility. This world should not have inventors, or if they should have them, then at least rule the world, as that is what they are supposed to do as the apex species. The disguised emperor commented. So either I rule the world, or I am to leave this reality, Kira concluded, realizing that he was between a hard place and a stone. Indeed. That's the price of my power, son. After saying that, he left him in his room. The teen sighed as he looked at his hand. This is one huge mess. Marcus looked at the officers lined up from both factions. Well, everyone is wearing white uniforms, but a considerable number of them are former coordinators who were part of ZAFT. So it was a bit strange, since these were new faces, young faces. Right, let's start with the meeting. With that said, he summoned a map of an island nation. It was ORB. We really are attacking ORB next. Kigali was not surprised. She realized what would happen the moment she heard the motto of the new nation her father was making. Don't underestimate ORB just because it's a small nation. They have data and were part of the development of the GAT series. On top of that, they have coordinators. That means their technological level is considerable. We are going to surround them and attack from all sides, including space. Marcus began to explain that they would attack in waves to weaken them until they had no troops left. Honestly, this fight will be a 10-to-1 ratio. These are overwhelming odds. I will request them to surrender, but honestly, I doubt they will accept. Marcus sighed. Lord Uzumi won't surrender, father, Kigali commented from the side. Indeed. That much I have foreseen. With all due respect, sir. But won't it be easier just to leave them be and focus on equatorial countries or Scandinavia? No. They are the most advanced nation right after us, and I refuse to let them be because we don't know what the future has in store. They might declare neutrality, but things like these change. Maybe not now or tomorrow, but 100 years from now or two. It doesn't matter. What matters is that there can only be one nation. Humanity will be united so that future generations won't need to turn inwards and only focus on the outside. Internal conflicts are primitive, and they should be left behind for history and its records. Marcus explained to his officers, making them nod a couple of times. For now, return to your posts and focus on rebuilding. The disguised emperor dismissed his officers, leaving behind only his Lelouch and Kigali. Father, let me speak with Lord Uzumi before we invade. Don't worry, I will give them enough chances to give up. Among them is you talking with him. He nodded at his daughter. His reply made her sigh in relief as she was happy enough to have such a chance. And what about my brother? I gave Kira a choice, either he sucks it up, or I am taking him with me. There is no way I will allow my blood to exist in this reality and not control it. Marcus rolled his eyes. Internally, he was still pissed that his son ended up like that. He has this urge to smack him around each time he broods like that. I see, by the way. There are a couple of new Gundam models that don't have pilots, one of them is a red one. Kigali showed him a cute face, using puppy eyes. You want to switch? Humph. Of course. There should be only one Aegis, but somehow I fought one, and you fought one. It's not fair. The princess puffed her cheeks, making Marcus and Lelouch chuckle. Sure, then take it. There is still Kira's freedom, what should we do with it? Lelouch reminded him of the white and blue winged machine. Marcus pondered for a second. We shall see. With that said, several days have passed, and multiple Laurasia and Nazca-class ships have been repaired. With the power of mobile workers, fixing damaged ships is not difficult. Especially ships designed for swift resupply and repair. Our assets are approaching close to 100 warships, the numbers are simply absurd. Captain Ramius commented as she watched a huge lineup of ships from both the Earth Alliance and ZAFT. Yes, well, General Anaheim knows how to motivate, and we are not losing warships. There is a huge backlog of ships that are currently getting built in the dry docks around the Earth sphere. The same applies to ZAFT ships. Mullah Flaga commented, looking at the same thing. It was a bit strange. Why? Because their ship is currently docked in Aprilius 1. Their capital. No natural has been here since 65 CE, which was over 6 years ago. So it feels a bit weird. Indeed, and now this massive fleet is pointing its guns at a small island nation in the Pacific Ocean. Well, what can I say, sucks to be them. The blonde man shrugged, and the captain snorted at such a reply. As the fleet was preparing for the last couple of conquests, Marcus had put his talents to work. Organizing upgrades for ZAFT ships that will have barrier and reflector technologies. Installing extra drop pods for Earth Alliance ships that will drop mobile suits on top of enemy forces. Reorganizing and merging both militaries into one singular entity. As the military is getting ready, another Archangel-class warship arrived. Its name. Dominion. A perfect copy and a flagship in its own right. Are you kidding me? We are going to serve on a legged ship. Isaac was speechless. Here he was, hoping for Nazca or even retrofitted Laurasia, but it's the legged ship. A ship that traumatized and made a mockery of him. Look at the colors, Isaac. This ship ain't the same one. Precisely. A female voice said from behind. The trio turned around and saw a female officer, behind her was another younger girl. General Anaheim, assigned you 3 and that ship to me. She walked over and looked at Dominion docking in Aprilius 1 plant. I was there when Archangel survived your bombing. She commented, making the trio grimace. Yep, they expected that. Marcus Anaheim will assign them to an officer who has a bone to pick. Water under a bridge. Captain. A Thrun commented, trying to reason with her. It's Captain Natarl Badgerwell, and if you assume that I care about that, then you are mistaken. She walked over closer to a massive window. My job is to be captain of that ship, and you are now Dominion's mobile suit squad. She then turned around and looked at them. You were given a set of Gundam series machines. Only the best pilots get the best possible ship. Do you all understand that? Wait, I assume that I will pilot a Guaiz or even Jin. A Thrun recalled that he was starting as a private. We did our own tests for your capabilities, and we concluded that making you pilot a Jin or Guaiz or even our Commander Class 105s is a waste of your talent. You will pilot your Aegis. The woman smiled at the son of the previous Supreme Council chairman. Oh. And you two will be piloting refurbished Buster and Duel, while she will pilot a custom strike. The captain explained to them. The guys looked at the brown-haired girl, who saluted and introduced herself. Varant Officer Shiho Hananfus. Oh, I think I heard of her, Isaac commented as he tried to recall the girl. She was a fellow redcoat just like you three. The newly promoted captain reminded them. I was stationed in Carpinteria. But then I was transferred back to the plants. Though it didn't matter as the defense at Jachindu fell apart. The girl explained her service record. Indeed, she used to pilot a custom CGUE. General Anaheim personally gave her the strike. Once it goes through refurbishment and upgrades, we will move towards the Earth and the Pacific Ocean. Is it true that we will attack Orb? A Thrun asked his new captain. Yes, Orb is the last true target. There is no other power in the Earth sphere that could resist after we take it over. Once Orb is secured, we will be the only power that has mass drives. Honestly, the way General positioned this Federation to have right to conquer the whole Earth sphere is impressive, Isaac commented while shaking his head. He doesn't even feel bad for invading a sovereign independent country. It's like it's his superior moral ground. Their goal is the unification of all mankind, not just naturals or coordinators, but all people. Who could possibly fight against such a lofty goal? In other words, Marcus used diplomacy to make anyone who opposed them look like the bad guys who don't desire a single nation for all of humanity, who don't want true everlasting peace. Indeed. He is the reason we are here. General Anaheim reformed the military and swiftly ended the war. The captain of Dominion praised Marcus, though the young pilots were a bit scared, since they had heard the other story about him. How he slaughtered Blue Cosmos and did a coup in the Atlantic Federation. Captain, the ship has docked. We are beginning the mobile suit transfer. One of the officers entered the observation room and notified the gathered personnel. Understood, let's go. Natarl motioned for the pilots to follow her. With not the four of them began to follow her. That's one huge ship, Durka commented as he could finally inspect the ship as a member of it and not a prisoner. We've been in it before. Isaac rolled his eyes at the blonde's comments. Yeah, behind bars. I saw a lot. The Buster's pilot sarcastically replied. His reply made Isaac and a Thrun grimace, while the new teammate was confused. Behind bars? What does that supposed to mean? Oh, Earth Alliance captured them. The girl decided not to comment. From the looks of it, it was not a fun experience for the three of them. For now, explore the ship and familiarize yourself with the interior. We should be leaving in a couple of days' time. With that said, the captain left them as she went to familiarize herself with the crew. Right so. Durka looked at the leaving captain. Let's go. Isaac went the other way, not even knowing what was in that way. Should we ask for a map or directions? The blonde teen commented. We have time. I don't see a reason why we shouldn't just explore, a Thrun commented as he looked around. Fair enough. Durka nodded at the suggestion. Still, this ship is huge. From the looks of it, it's almost twice the size of a Nazca class. A Thrun wasn't sure, but it looked massive when it passed the station destroyers. More chapters, interlude, First Contact is up. Extra stuff, Chapter 70.5 Marina and Shiren Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 251, Book 2, Chapter 126, Battle for Orb. Archangel and Dominion entered Earth's atmosphere, joining two fleets of Earth Alliance and ZAFT that merged into one massive fleet. These were regular warships, not spaceships. The spaceships positioned above Orb were preparing to launch their mobile suits into orbit. As two flagships joined the fleet, they began to move towards Orb's national waters. Kigali, do your magic. Let's see if bringing these many ships was a waste of resources. Marcus commented as he leaned his head against his fist. Sure. Let me launch in my Gundam. The girl swiftly left the bridge. With how many of us there are, I am not sure they desire to fight us. Captain Ramius chipped in. Their fleet was massive. Not as big as the space fleet, but even then, they had a considerable amount of submarines as well, which one can't see. There is a reason why pride is a sin. I know that well. Marcus replied as he relaxed in his seat. This could take a while. Do you want some tea? Lelouch asked her husband while standing next to him. Sure. I don't have a reason to launch you in that matter. We can join the second or third wave. The Emperor nodded to his wife. Okay. With that said, the Pinkette left the bridge. Now then, let's see what Orb will do. Marcus slightly smiled. He wondered if Akatsuki was under development. Since there are a decent number of machines, he might take them with him when he finishes this trip. His collection has to grow. Kigali jumped into her new, fancy Justice Gundam, which then moved to the catapult deck. The deck lit up as the tunnel's lights came on, and the end opened, revealing the Pacific Ocean before her and an island in the distance. Transferring launch controls. You are good to launch, Lieutenant, the control operative said to the princess. All right. Kigali Anaheim, in Justice, launching. The girl grinned as she pressed the button on the control stick. The gray mobile suit blasted out, with a spin, it turned into a red machine as variable phase shift armor turned on. Then the backpack came off as the Gundam landed on it. That's Justice's ability. ZAFT designed this machine with a special backpack like a glider for superior flight in Earth's atmosphere. The red mobile suit rushed towards Orb's territorial waters. That's where Orb's navy greeted her. Turn around, these are Orb's territorial waters. We will attack if you ignore our warnings. A guy via loudspeaker said to Kigali. This is Kigali Anaheim, in Orb, my name was Kigali Eula Atha. The girl tried to use her old identity. We know who you are, princess. When the girl heard that, she sighed, getting a bit teary. I see. I can assume that you will ignore my warning and will continue to fight. The girl closed her eyes as she already knew the answer. We will do what we must. With that said, the Red Gundam turned around and returned to her fleet. It would seem they ignored their princess. Is she still their princess though? Lelouch curiously commented as she poured his tea. Well, they didn't denounce anything. Marcus took the cup and swirled his tea for a second before taking a sip. Captain, send the prepared message with our terms. As usual, give them several hours to ponder it. The boss of the newly created United Federation said to his flagship's captain. Understood. Send the message. Moments later, Kigali returned to the bridge. She was still in her pilot suit, looking a bit annoyed. They ignored me. She said with a puff. Well, you are an officer of another nation. That much is given. Marcus chuckled at his daughter's silliness. Ugh. As they waited for a reply, another person walked in. It was Kira. Father. Kira. I have decided to fight. He said with a bit of heat. Is that so? Marcus looked at him as his son walked over to his side. Yes. I will assist in bringing the permanent peace you desire. He said while clenching his fist. Good, it just turns out that I have a spare Gundam in the hangar. He smirked at his son. I doubt it's spare, since you prepared it knowing that I would join you in the very end. The brown-haired teen sighed a bit. He knew that, in the end, his father had predicted he would join him either way. His Geass is way stronger than mine. If he can see that far in the future. Maybe, but you can prepare, as the time I gave them is running out. He said while looking at the timer on the screen. As you wish. With that said, Kira tried to salute. It was awkward at best, but still, he was trying. Once he finished the salute, he left the bridge. Humph, it would seem at the very end he came around, Kigali commented with crossed arms. A bit late, but it's fine. She added while looking away. Marcus simply chuckled as he returned to his tea. Not long afterwards, the first batch of mobile suits was launched as the battle for Orb had begun. They do have mobile suits. And they are not bad. Dual Gundam Spec 2 blasted an Astray. A machine that looks very similar to a Gundam, except that it doesn't have phase shift armor. Yeah. Not bad for a small country. Durka joined as his Buster Spec 2 model unleashed hell with the latest weapon upgrades. The improved models incorporate the latest technological advancements from both ZAFT and the Earth Alliance. This includes nuclear power sources, beam deflectors, and stronger beam rifles. All of the Gundams in this battlefield are nuclear-powered. Marcus made sure they stayed up to date for the last battle. Look at that, our reinforcements are here, Durka commented as the sky turned red. Multiple pods were entering the planet right above them. There were at least 50, if not more, of them. As they got closer, the green pods opened, revealing 4 mobile suits each. Among them were Jin's, GCUE, the new GUAIZ and of course a considerable number of strike daggers and the Commander Class 105s. Just like that. The battlefield had over 100 machines, and it was just the first wave, as there was much more than this. While cannon fodder versus cannon fodder takes time, there are 4 Gundams on the field, and 2 of them are the new ZGM-FX series. Gundam Justice and Freedom were mowing the Astrace at absurd speed. In the Freedom case, a single shot took down 6 machines. While Kira is not killing pilots, his Gundam can target multiple targets and shoot at once. Justice has absurd close combat capabilities, allowing it to overpower any mass-produced unit with ease. These machines didn't need any support from the army, as they operated on their own. Soon enough, one of the islands has fallen to the Federation. While not the capital, it was the main military base and mass drive location. Father, the island has fallen. It only leaves the city. What should we do? Kigali asked her father as she looked at the chopped-up Astray lying before her. Orb has no commander machines, making their army a bit weak in that regard. I am a bit surprised how many of these machines they built. Don't worry, assume defensive positions and begin the occupation process. If they think we don't have the means to take over a city, then they are wrong in that regard. Marcus slightly smirked as he had an idea. Understood. Kigali wondered what her old man was thinking. Sure enough, as Federation forces began to dig in and take over, the 2 flagships that flew over on top of them were rows of 105s with a pink buster leading them. Holy, damn. Those will snipe those Astrays hiding in the streets and behind the buildings. As the princess commented, Archangel and Dominion began to circle the city, and the sniper units began to rain down with precise shots. A single shot from a hyper-powered railgun turned Astrays into fireworks. How long are they going to resist like this? Kira asked with disbelief and annoyance. Orb fighting like this and dying with no reason in his eyes is making him even more annoyed. They are a stubborn bunch. We should take the government building. With that said, the 2 Gundams rushed towards government-related buildings. Thanks to Kigali, she knows where they are and what they do. The machine swiftly disabled the communication antennas, preventing communication between Astrace and the command. And so, in less than an hour, Orb has fallen. The military could do little as the sheer size of the invasion fleet made defense practically impossible. Soon enough, Marcus strolled into the chief representative building with his escort. At least you stopped resisting, Marcus commented as he saw the cabinet members basically sitting in their seats, watching their country being conquered in record time. We resisted the best we could. Lord Uzumi said with a sigh. So what will happen now? That's the thing. You read my demands, they were not unreasonable. Marcus walked over and sat down at one of the empty chairs. You cease all of the military development, there is only one military in the world, and you join the federations. You might keep governing your islands as you did before, but there will be a federal government that you will have to listen to. That's about it. He explained to the gathered people. These are not difficult demands now, are they? Marcus shrugged at them. In a way, Orb was far too hard-headed. The boss of the Federation didn't demand something unreasonable. No military, and listen to the new government, that's about it. The rest they can do as they please. However, it was already far too much for the old government, which wanted its freedom and independence. Very well. We accept your conditions. In the very end, Orb had no choice but to accept. Simply because they have no other choice, there is no other country that could help them. Not that Orb had real allies, it's a country that used to stay out of everyone's business and, in turn, was a true neutral country. It's good to see that we reached a mutual understanding. With that said, Orb conquest was complete, and Marcus soon left the building. Kigali. The black-haired girl turned around and saw Lord Uzumi walk over to her. The princess was looking around for one last time before she would return to the Archangel. It would seem you learned your origins. I did, and from the looks of it, you never intended to tell me who I was. The men grimaced for a couple of moments. I wanted to raise you as heir to Orb. As the nobility of this land. Especially since your father was nowhere to be found. Lord Uzumi said while looking at the massive white ship in the background. That's because my mother was a coward and never said what she should have said. Kigali rolled her eyes. Regardless, I never liked the ideology of Orb. It always felt to me that this country never wanted to reach its true potential, always sabotaging itself. It might be for the best that I am not its future ruler. Why would I bother with a small archipelago if I can rule entire solar systems for my father? The princess thought to herself. I see. I suppose it's your father's blood. Lord Uzumi should have known. The moment he noticed the girl was not learning as she should have been, he should have placed her with an appropriate family. Well, that option is long gone by now. Indeed, and from now on, Orb will only get better. You will get your funds for that space elevator and rebuild Heliopolis. The true era of peace will start soon. With that said, Kigali walked towards her justice that was waiting for her. She did her part for the country that raised her. Well, first she needed to destroy it, to make it get reborn. Chapter 252, Book 2, Chapter 127, Bringing Back a Daughter. The conquest of ORB set off a chain reaction, prompting the independent countries to approach the new federation as the fleet moved towards them. The Equatorial Union was a neutral country, made up of a range of countries, including Indonesia and India. Not that Marcus cared as his fleet approached them. Though he swiftly got an invitation to negotiate. Well, more like a surrender from them. And that caused a chain reaction, as soon enough, Equatorial Union joined his federation. Especially since there were no specific ulterior demands, all he wanted was no military and to listen to the new federal government. After the Equatorial Union, the Scandinavian kingdom was the only remaining neutral faction, with no choice but to join them. With the last nation to join, once more, Marcus conquered the whole world. And sure enough, he began to make changes and integrate everything into a single nation. As he did so, he began making arrangements for his return to his reality. Most importantly, he needs to bring over his Gundams. So, first came his testament, which he brought over to the Batcave, and the portal flickered on. "See, can I cross over as well?" Kigali asked her father, gulped nervously, and looked at the portal. "Sure, I don't see why not." Marcus shrugged, though his special forces swiftly greeted him as they poured through the portal. "Your Majesty." "What happened?" The black tactical gear-wearing soldiers rushed over. These were the Geass Order soldiers, equipped with powerful, mass-produced Geass meant to dominate battlefields. "Right. How many days have passed?" The Emperor massaged his forehead. He could tell that there was a huge mess waiting for him on the other side of that portal. "It was nearly a month since you dropped off the radar." A familiar female voice commented as she walked through the portal. "Shamna." Marcus nodded at his blonde empress. The blonde beauty walked over, and her gaze immediately went to the teenage girl standing next to him. She stared at her for a couple of moments. "Seriously? A daughter?" The leader of his Geass order crossed her arms. "And on top of that, she is almost an adult. Do you realize what this will mean?" Yeah, I get it. I am not 20 or something. I have known my wives for nearly half a century." Marcus waved his hand, dismissing the usual nonsense he could expect from his family's women. Father." "Right. This lady is Shamna, she is one of my wives. She is known as the Hidden Empress or the Priestess Empress. In truth, she is responsible for my ASP, the secret police and the Geass Order." "Hidden?" Kigali looked confused. "That's how the population calls me. They know I exist but can't tell how I look." The woman shrugged with a smile. "Oh. I see. We all have roles to play in our husband's empire." The woman smiled a bit more as she walked over to the girl. "But you honestly are Marcus' spitting image." Shamna ruffled her hair as she was surprised to look at the girl who looked just like Marcus, only a girl. "Yeah, but she is part of a duo. Twins." The blonde empress deadpanned. "Indeed. I ended up stabilizing this world and collected my stuff." Marcus looked at the waiting Testament Gundam. "Tell the mechanics to bring over more transporter ships to collect my loot." "Very well." The blonde woman nodded, turned, and began to walk towards the portal. "Go on. You can go with her." The Emperor motioned for the girl to follow after the Empress. Sure." Kigali strolled right after her. "Whoa, that's a huge cavern." The girl looked around. What she saw was an underground complex, a spacious cavern complex, carved inside of some sort of mountain. There are mobile suit hangars and multiple buildings connected by corridors. Indeed. Originally, when I was the queen of a small coastal country, this place was my temple. But when I became one of the empresses, I was assigned to manage the Geass Order and the secret police. So I turned this place into my HQ, with Marcus' permission and blessing. I am quite suited for such a job. Is it because you have a Geass as well?" Kigali asked with a curious look as she stopped looking around and looked at her. "Not quite. There is more to Geass than simple manipulation of Geass energy. It comes in two different forms. Once one gets Geass, the energy inside their bodies begins to grow and saturate. Once it reaches critical form, it could become what is known as a code. However, studies in this field have shown that one needs to build a thought elevator and connect with the collective unconsciousness to achieve direct energy flow. When one does that, one achieves a form of pseudo-immortality. You might have heard of them, ancient rulers of Mesopotamia and Egypt, people who used to be kings and rulers for centuries. We have a deep suspicion that they were code bearers. At least in this world, I have no idea how it's in your world." Shamna concluded. Over the years, she has become quite a historian. Now that you pointed that out. Many modern scientists have commented that it's a fairy tale or simple fiction to claim that there were kings who ruled for centuries. I can assume that you possess this code thing. Kigali concluded. It made sense, but then again, modern researchers and scientists, at least in her world, are quite arrogant and proud. They believe in only one form of science, and not in the possibility of spiritually based technologies. Indeed, the code is a manifestation of the Geass energy. The amount of this energy saturates one's soul to the point that it's physically visible, and the body overloads with this energy. The upside is that one becomes eternally young and extremely hard to kill, but the downside is that the body would be frozen in time. In a sense, it's not even alive as such a person becomes sterile. Wait, my father has this code, but how is he able to have me then? Kigali was confused. She did see a strange bird tattoo on his father's chest. That should be the code, but then. Your father is on a completely different level when it comes to Geass. He mastered the code to the point that he has all the perks but no downsides. He became so strong that he doesn't need the thought elevator anymore. He can access the afterlife and speak to the dead at his leisure or communicate with people from an enormous distance through it. Perfectly honest, even the original creators of these powers never imagined that there would be innovators who use their technology. Wow, I mean, it makes sense. My father is the emperor, he should be the strongest, right? Shamna giggled when she heard that. It would seem this girl is daddy's girl, even more than the other daughters of his. You could say so. He is crazier and more obsessed than most. The woman shook her head. Where most conquerors want to take over Earth, he decided to take over the whole galaxy. The blonde reminded the princess of her father's real nature. That alone tells you all you need to know. Yes. I mean, I inherited his Geass. Kigali showed her innovator eyes, and that morphed into the Geass bird. Amazing. You inherited those monstrous eyes. Shamna looked at the golden bird's pupils with wide eyes. Don't all of my siblings have these? The girl dismissed them as she couldn't fully control them yet. She was looking at tens of Shamnas, which was confusing her. No, not even close. Your older siblings were not even naturally born innovators. Only Daphne was one. Even she didn't get his Geass. I assume it's because his power didn't reach that point yet. Kigali's eyes widened as she realized how crazy her situation was. But they have Geass now. The girl asked hopefully. Indeed. All of the Geass were given either by the husband or the witch empress. It's the power of the imperial family and their close followers, and from the looks of it, it became a genetic trait now. The empress was pleased. Now she is truly focused on having a child of her own. I see. Good to hear. Kigali sighed in relief. The pair walked into the closest building, and once more, the princess was blown away by the sheer technological prowess of the empire. Holograms of all sorts of sizes, even some strange contraptions and translucent people. From the looks of it, there are phone calls that are in full body projection, and of course, there are interstellar maps of planets and so on. She was truly in a nation where humans live on multiple planets. Take your time to explore. Shamna placed an ID tag on her. It had a big golden A on it. This is. Kigali inspected the ID. It was her picture with the name that said, Kigali Anaheim. Your ID, no one knows who you are, so this will help you. Trust me, there will be a considerable amount of mess once everyone knows who you are. Every single member of the Imperial Anaheim family is important, especially to ASP, so do have this, and Legion, please add her to the database. Already done, Empress. The AI replied. Now, if you want, you can explore the HQ. I do have a report to make, just be ready, your other mothers will soon come to see you. Shamna smiled, her smile told Kigali that a bit of entertainment is on the horizon, at least for Shamna. I understand. With that said, several girls who looked like priestesses appeared out of nowhere. These are my handmaidens, they will explain things and show you around. Where did they come from? Kigali was surprised as these girls elegantly bowed to the Empress. Now enjoy the tour. With a wave of her hand, Shamna left the Princess be. And just like Shamna said, 4 Empresses immediately arrived at the ASP HQ in less than half an hour. It doesn't help that the HQ is close to the capital city, and most of the Empresses govern from there. Oh my gosh. She is like Mini Mark. Anna pulled the girl into a hug. The princess looked like a scared deer caught in the headlights. I can tell she is a Spitfire, Colin said, smirking as her innovator senses told her this girl was like her when she was a teenager. Fufufu, indeed. I can tell that as well. May said with a grin, it would seem a bit of entertainment is on the horizon. More importantly, why we don't learn about you now? Layla asked with narrowed eyes. Well. It's kind of a long story. Kigali replied after finally getting away from Anna's hugs. Time is something we have in spades. Layla, alongside 3 empresses, nodded with a knowing look. Then, the youngest princess in the imperial family began to explain how her father started GARM and how he met her mother there, who worked as a scientist. A fling started, and her mother hid the pregnancy, and eventually Marcus returned to his world and stopped visiting after Garm was destroyed and her mother died there. Wait. She is dead. When Anna heard that, she once more pulled the black-haired princess into a hug. Kigali sighed in resignation as she realized that she won't escape this empress affection that easily. Yes, from what I understood. Father ended his research when he learned that Garm was gone. He only went to visit that reality to see if they developed Gundams. Of course he does. Even in his 50s, he still acts like a child when it comes to those machines. Layla sighed. It sounded just like her husband. I see. I like those too. The princess didn't hide her fascination. We would question you and check your DNA if you hate those machines. Colin teased the princess, making her pale. Why you would? The girl was a bit spooked by that. Fufufu, what a reaction. The red-haired empress shook her head in amusement. Don't worry, she is joking, my daughter is more of a biology nut and doesn't care that much about Gundams. Anna, who was hugging Kigali, pulled a bit back and explained about Claudia. I see. But she doesn't hate those machines, and is quite approving of them. The Pinkette added a bit more, making the youngest princess slowly nod. That reminds me. Where is Mark? Layla all of a sudden asked. On the other side with my brother. At that moment, something snapped inside of these empresses when they heard that Kigali had a brother. That means twins. And that means 2 kids with a woman who is not his wife. Now that triggered them. More chapters, Book 3 prologue is up. Extra stuff, Chapter 70.5 Marina and Sharon Lemon is up on Pat. Chapter 253, Book 2, Chapter 128, Meeting an Old Friend. As Kigali was getting introduced to her new family, Marcus was finalizing his changes to the world and getting ready to leave for real this time. However, he got a message from someone he had completely forgotten. A quick trip to Asia brought him to what he considered a city-state. In a fancy palace of sorts, a familiar blonde lady greeted her, whom he had not seen for years. My, we meet again, Aura. It has been 16 years, you haven't changed even a bit. The lady smiled at him from her throne. Indeed, the same can be said to you, in fact, you look younger. He replied, looking at the creator of Accords. She looked like she was in her 20s, quite an impressive form of eternal youth she had achieved. The lady was sitting on a throne, and several teenagers in black uniforms were standing beside her. I can assume these are your Accord children. They have grown well. Marcus smiled as he looked at them. Indeed, and I have invited you to see them, and at the same time help me to declare independence. The woman smirked at him, assuming something absurd that he would help her with. Independence. You can only get membership status in the Federation, you won't be getting any sort of independence. The ruler of the United Federation shook his head, realizing where this was going. I see, well, then we can persuade you. As she said that, her children began to walk toward her. He could feel that they were trying to hypnotize him. When Marcus felt that, he laughed. You think their psychic abilities help you? As he said that, he closed his eyes before opening them once more, showing his true nature. Kneel, little ones. Exclamation point. Aura's eyes widened in shock when she saw her children drop to their knees. There was pure horror in their eyes. Don't get me wrong. Do you know the reason why I helped you all those years ago? Marcus asked with one hand in his pocket as he looked at her with his Inventor Geass eyes while her Accord children were on their knees. You thought because of your genetic talent, or that I saw potential in your work. Both of them were not wrong, but it was the same as mine needs its miner to mine the coal. I needed you and your assistant to develop genetic sequences without consequences. That's about it. Your Accords, while decent, aren't that impressive. Psychic abilities, while they are good for my future army, are not that groundbreaking. Who are you? Aura felt fear as she felt that he had stopped pretending to be someone. I am Marcus Justinian Anaheim, just an emperor of empire that used this reality for amusement and entertainment. He grinned at her with an amused look. To make it more theatrical, he showed her some visions, making her realize that he was psychic in a sense as well. What she saw was the empire of humanity that ruled multiple worlds, a true interstellar empire. Your coordinators' offshoots are decent, but they are still just humans with limited lifespans and potential, not true evolution. You can't force evolution, evolution needs to happen naturally. So instead of changing the DNA, you make the surroundings that make humanity evolve. He smiled as he began to walk towards her. With a single word, he made her Accords collapse. Sleep. When Aura saw them drop like that, even deeper fear sank as she got up from the throne. Oh, my, are you afraid? He asked with a bit of surprise. The Emperor can tell that she was afraid, but he was just playing around, making her squirm. No need to run. I won't hurt you. Stop, I am sorry, I shouldn't have run away without telling you we're taking your investment. Aura began to panic and say all of the things she did while dropping on her ass. She was so afraid that she forgot how to stand or walk. Is that so? Marcus walked over, grabbed her by the hair, and made her look at him. That is just cute. I am quite understanding. I know quite well what it means to be drunk on power. But sweetheart, you got consumed by that little. He shook his head before looking at her accords behind him. You changed a couple of sequences in the brain development part, boosted perception, and assumed that it's enough to dominate. Do you even know that conquering the world takes a bit of finesse? I conquered my world when I was 16. My father was emperor as well, so I waged a war against him. Now that I think about it, it was glorious. A rebellion and a revolution at the same time. Marcus got nostalgic for a moment before refocusing on the kneeling woman. Tell me what I should do with you, he asked, his expression morphing into a pondering one. Anything. I will serve you any way you want. Please just don't hurt me. I do have a weakness for evil blonde women. He shook his head before gazing at her soul. At that moment, he realized that he had caused trauma in her. Snort. I suppose I will keep you. You are one of the greatest geneticists this world has produced, and I love talent. Pity that you let your assistant die. I didn't. She snapped with a bit of anger, forgetting her fear for a moment. She was supposed to return to me after she closed the lab in GARM, but they bombed it. I hate naturals for it. She hissed with deep loathing and anger. Marcus released her hair as he looked at her in the eyes. I see. At least you are not lying. With that said, he looked around. So tell me, Aura. What are you intended to do? Take over the world. He chuckled at her attempt, finding it amusing. What if I did? She said, getting a bit defensive. With this. Where are your armies? Mobile suits, commanders. He asked, baffled at what he was seeing. I wasn't ready yet. You threw wrenches into my plans. For a bit, she hissed at him. Oh, please. Are you saying you would have used those kids as your commanders? You do realize that even if they have a small advantage in their abilities as psychics, it doesn't change the fundamentals that they have no experience. He rolled his eyes. If it were me, I would have sent them around the world to infiltrate high positions in the military, use their perks to build up a force and then sabotage from inside, bit by bit building up political power before taking over. Marcus explained, in detail how to conquer the damn world. That is why you leave conquest to men who know what they are doing. Just stay in the damn kitchen, or in your case, lab, and continue producing talented children. He rolled his eyes, getting annoyed that he had to spell how to conquer, again. The Emperor already conquered this world, yet he found someone who wanted to do it as well. Like I said. We were not ready. Her cheeks turned deep red from shame when she heard that. Excuses, Aura, excuses. Now get up, we are going. I am almost finished with all of my preparations. I will be leaving this reality soon, and you will be coming with me. This world is done, I have united it, and there is nothing more for me to do here. He took her hand and made her stand up. It took her a couple of moments to process what he just said. Wait, my children. She looked at her sleeping creations. You have put your whole accord superiority in their brains from a very young age. They are quite dangerous. Marcus explained, making her pale for a second. They are still my creations. To some extent, even yours. I used GARM to finalize their genomes, those were your labs. She tried to wiggle around. Fufufu, that's just cute, making me try to shoulder your failures. But it's the truth. Aura tried to reason with him, and she was not wrong. All those millions that he spent on her research, all of the lab equipment, all of those were his. You do make some sense. With that said, he spoke magic words. Wake up. And all of her accord's eyes snapped wide open as they slowly began to stand up. What happened? One of the girls said, confused. Why are we on the floor? What is going on? One after another, they commented as they looked around. Then they saw Marcus standing next to relieved Aura. Mother. They were about to rush towards her, but a single motion from Marcus made them freeze in their steps. I didn't give you permission to move. The Emperor declared casually before looking at Aura. That blonde one. He should be your son, isn't he? Based on your genes. You even gave him a strange name. Marcus walked over and inspected the blonde teen, who was a bit afraid. Not being able to move is quite terrifying. Orphe, wasn't it? He commented as he looked at the teenager. Yes. Aura had no idea what to say. Whatever human this Marcus Anaheim was, he was simply terrifying. Her accords are supposed to rule the world, they are superior to coordinators. Yet, he appeared and turned her life's work into a joke. I suppose you can take them with you. I am a father as well. I know that parents are attached to their children. However, your other creation, Lakis Klein. The one you created for your friend. My wife took her for herself. You see, after you ditched me, I created a version of my Lakis of my own. But unlike you, my one is based on my empire's technology. Unlike these, she is the perfect wife for me. He slightly smirked, telling of what he had made a while back. You meant to say there are two Lakis? Aura replied with wide eyes. Yes, but my one is not an accord, she is a hybrid, a creation of 3 worlds technology. The blonde's eyes trembled, her curiosity piqued, and she wanted to see her. To see the genome. One could even say that she lost interest in her previous creations. My, so cold. You already shelved your children, that was so quick. Marcus smirked as he could read her thoughts. Aura snapped her gaze and looked at him. There was an array of emotions. So, what is going to be? His smirk slowly morphed into a devilish one as he was getting back at her. Slowly, he will extract all of it from her, from stealing money from him. He knows that he is being petty, and he doesn't care, that's just how he is. Do I even have a choice? You said it yourself that I will come with you. She said with a frown. Indeed. You will work in my empire, in Academy City, assisting with genetic treatments. Not that there is much, but humanity can still experience genetic mutations from exposure to different planets and suns. The Emperor clarified to her. I understand. She nodded before looking at her frozen children. And I am sorry, can you let them go? The blonde woman asked with a respectful tone. Marcus nodded, and just like that, they could move. Who are you? Orphe demanded with a frightful look. You can call me your creator. I was the one who funded your birth, little Orphe. The Emperor smirked at him. You all will be coming with me, this world doesn't need chaotic elements like you, and you need a proper education. Now, follow me. He motioned at them to follow him as he began to walk towards the doors. The first one to follow was Aura, who felt both fear and excitement, especially about what the new reality had in store for her. Not realizing that Marcus will have his way with her until he is completely satisfied. As they left the palace, a spaceship shimmered into existence. It was a smooth, alien-like vessel that looked as if it were made from a single piece, as if printed into existence. He really is an alien. Aura's glee only grew when she saw this vessel. Her children only got more fearful as their confidence in Accords, the only true source of pride, fell apart by the minute. What is going to happen to them? More chapters, Book 3 Chapter 1 is up. P.S. Book 3 chapters are 5K long now. That's 2.5 times longer than Book 1 and 2. Extra stuff, Chapter 70.5 Marina and Sharon Lemon, is up on Pat.